to me. This ain't new to me. My you, we a technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor is real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my own. But it's a minor though, I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man, no I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know, I wanna yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. My you, we a technophone. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. My you, we a technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me.
just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going. And I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside, handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ah, feel that air conditioning, my friends. Feel that power of the gaming hall, where so much gaming is happening right now. Very exciting. Let me welcome you with an extended arm and a big smile to the gaming hall. Look how big it is, baby. There's a lot of games, a lot of things to do, a lot of people to annoy. So let's get started, huh? Oh, okay, all right, that's pretty hype. I don't know any dance moves. I do know one. There's no way. Do I have to face her or can I turn? Okay, I know an American dance move. It's all good. Yeah. She's so happy. That's great. That's the most cringe that character has ever been. Wonderful. What about the lawnmower? You can do that one. It actually looked kind of cool. They have a streaming studio here. You can actually live stream to your chat. There's someone on there right now. And then other people could just stare at you streaming like this. I've never had such a close parasocial relationship in my life. Oh, wonderful. I love you. Thank you, chat. It's me, chat. Oh. You can also do VR here. It's fantastic. This guy's in a VR experience right now. He has no idea what's going. I can get as close as I want. He doesn't know. Absolutely. He's fine. He's having the time of his life in there. He doesn't know how close he is to death right now. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Are you having fun, sir? Yes. Yes. Fantastic. So, welcome to the middle area here. This is where people can chill out. You can play games. They got PS5s. You can watch games and watch mobile games. You can play board games if you're like 90 years old. Team Liquid also trains their players here at the Team Liquid booth with this beautiful reaction game. If you want to get on the Dota team, you have to get all of them correct. And you can't grab the wrong one like Insania. You actually have to grab them all correctly. So we'll see if I'm Team Liquid worthy here. Hello? How many do people usually get?
The best one gets 7.
7?
Yeah, 7 out of 8.
1, oh, out of 8. I don't have to count. That's very good. Thank you. How hard is it?
Very hard.
How many can you grab?
I tried it. I grabbed 6.
6? You're quick, man. You'd definitely be able to be on the PUBG team or whatever. Dota, I'm not sure, but we'll check. Okay, you wanna, here, can you hold the microphone while I do this for me? Thank you. Now, good microphone etiquette. You have to get right in their face. Just like that. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Great, all right, you got it. All right, 7.
You can do it 7.
I can do 7. I'm ready. Yeah.
1 miss.
Thank you, expert. Call me, Blitz. Call me, baby. Hello, yes. Hello. Did you guys get lost? I told you it was big. I wasn't lying. Over here. Follow my beautiful voice. Over here, please. Yes. It's a very big building. Come, my friends. There's so much to see, so much to do. It's very large. Don't get lost. Come. Come, my friend. Now. So here at the center, there's so much stuff you can do. You go into the center of the center and play a bunch of games. You can even go on a little LAN here. They got a whole area to play if you want to relive the LAN pub environment. There's many games. In fact, we got the Mobile Legends Bang Bangers. So good to see you. I'm a representative from Dota. I bring peace and love from the Dota scene. Are they throwing plates over there? What's that game? Whoa. Sorry. Good aim. All right, let us spin the wheel. What are we hoping for? We got t-shirt, normal skin chest. Oh, epic. Oh, chest. Come on, bang bangers. Oh, okay, we got the t-shirt. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was very hard. This is an extra small. What are you trying to do to me, brother? Ain't no way. I'll put this on for you. All right. You want me to have a small? I'll put on a small, bro. It's fine. This is the hospitality you show to a Dota representative? there's a PUBG area. It's very cool, very modernized. Hello there. They're fighting to survive in here. They're fighting for their lives to be the chicken dinner. Ooh, the iconic pan and level 3 helmet. I'm not gonna take that. What do you think? No, are you serious? You can put that on? Oh, sick! Hell yeah! The best way to use this is on the belt if people try to shoot you. And then you can run around. It's very good. Thank you. Winner is me. My friends, it's a beautiful place. Very fun, lots to do. If you're at the Esports World Cup, come on by. Air conditioning's great, lots of fun. If you're not at the Esports World Cup, hope you enjoyed exploring it with me. I sure enjoyed exploring it with you. Back to you, host. Yeah! Great.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We finished plans, and now it's time for groups, so let's get this show started. Shiver, it's all you.
Hey guys, the show is about to start. Let's go. mean, it may only be day one of the group stage, Fogs, but we already have some pretty crazy matchups. I mean, which one are you looking forward to the most?
Ooh, I'm not sure. We've got a Falcons doubleheader, so honestly, either one of those is going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait for the first one. Falcons versus Spirit. It's going to be an absolutely insane matchup. And the real question is, Yatoro or Radan? What are we going with?
I got to be a Yatoro fan, man. I don't know about you.
I'm going Radan all the way.
So what they end up doing is when they run a tournament, they take the other team's heart.
The heart.
They crush the heart.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Wait,
what?
Don't wait.
What? Shiver!
Teams are ready. Players are ready. How are you? Riyadh Masters 2024 starts now.
To the Esports World Cup, where we are getting ready to continue our journey here at Riyadh Masters. I'm Jareen van der Hayden, but you can call me Shiver. Much easier to pronounce, and I'm joined by Maurice Goodman, but also much easier to say Kezu.
Yeah, please stick to Kezu. It's all right. Don't use my real name. Thank you. I am indeed here.
Did I just deduct you a little bit?
No, I think it doesn't matter.
It does not matter. Joining us today also, we got Lacoste, fresh from the press. How are you doing, Lacoste?
Doing great. You know, this is my third year at Riyadh, and it always feels good. Good food, good vibes, good energy. Love to be here.
How are you doing, Effie?
I'm great. You know, we had a couple of days break between the play-ins and now, so a lot of time to let it simmer, you know, let the Dota sit in our minds, but we're ready for some high-tier Dota now.
Yeah, because it was the end of week one that we just had, not just for Riyadh Masters, which of course is why we're here, but you might also know that this is the Esports World Cup, which is a total of 8 weeks, 21 different games, a lot of games going on. So we already finished Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah. I think, was it Falcons that already took that one?
It was Falcons, yes.
So they're high up in the leaderboards.
Yeah, they are.
We'll get to later, but there's a lot of games and a lot of matches to be played, and yeah, we're here for the good old Dotes.
Yeah, I think League of Legends finished this weekend as well, and then we have still active right now, we got Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, and Free Fire that are all happening today. It is Free Fire, right? Because I keep saying it the wrong way
It's
around.
Free Fire. It's not Firebird or something else. We're good at Free Fire.
Good. And if you're wondering, what is Kezu just talking about high in the leaderboards, we're talking about the EWC Club Championship, which is, it's massive. Let's just look at this video to explain you proper what it is.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
That is a whole lot of money. And that is something that is unique here to Riyadh and for the Esports World Cup now as well. We're joined specifically for this by Joseph Turner. Hey Joseph, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. How is everyone?
Pretty good, pretty good. We're doing good.
Pretty good. So Joseph, you are the co-founder of Gaming Gladiators. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got to co-found Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, absolutely. I played a lot of esports back in my youth. I was playing Counter-Strike a lot. I played, I would say, semi-professionally in the infancy of the industry. Unfortunately, eyesight deteriorated, hands didn't work, so I went and got a real job. I worked in tax and law, where I actually met the gaming company.
Okay.
Who turned to me and said, "You know about esports? Do you want to try and set up an esports org?" And I said, yes,
let's do it.
It's a dream. It's always been a passion. And 2.5 years later, here we are at EWC with a massive new ecosystem. And yeah, it's been a very, very big journey for us.
Yeah, that is fantastic, actually, because it's been very successful, especially for a new org on the block. I mean, in Dota already, we're like the top dog to beat the whole year round. So looking forward to see what Gaming Gladiators, of course, has got in store for the upcoming weeks. And I believe you got nine games at the moment.
9 at the moment, 11 potentially. We still have a couple of qualifications to go. But yeah, we're looking forward to spending the next sort of 2 months just cheering until our throats hurt, basically.
And we're catching you at the start of it.
Yeah, and I have a question about like, is there a meta to like picking up teams? How do you decide which team to go into? And is there like some games where you're like, doesn't really make sense, there's like too many good teams? Like, what's the deal?
I mean, our scouting process is very like natural. We have teams who reach out to us quite often, and we speak to them, we assess their skill levels. We do go into sort of a little bit of analytics, but most of the time it's all about attitude. We want teams that want to develop, want to grow. The negotiation aspect, I mean, for EWC specifically, you've seen everyone picking up 1 million rosters, and it's been really hectic. We were sort of really smart in starting as early as possible. We saw Gamers 8 last year. We said, this is going to develop. We need to get in early. So things like Street Fighter, Tekken, StarCraft, we picked them up like late last year, October, November, December, and we were ahead of the curve on everyone else. So when it comes to scouting, it's mostly just picking out what we can and then seeing if we can develop them, because picking the #1 team in the world, it doesn't show any real development or skill. It's just
it's hard.
Besides Dota 2, which games do you think you have highest chances of winning?
Oh, I think we're a shoe-in for Fortnite. Vanyak and his team have 3-0'd across the board.
Wow.
Everything. Cash Cups, qualifiers. They are the most dominant Fortnite team in this 4v4 format.
And do you have a lot more teams coming? Because I know that there's a lot of teams, obviously, that like yourself have picked up a lot of different esports titles. But at the moment, in terms of number of titles, I think Falcons got most orgs, most clubs, they got them beat, right? So what's the plan?
I mean, realistically, we went for quality and quantity. We've tried to combine the two, and I think Falcons fall short in a couple of areas.
Okay.
I'll specifically call out
beef.
Hey, we're going to clip those wings. It's not our fault. When we've got Shin in StarCraft, for instance, who he knocked down Rogue in the qualifiers, and then Buddy didn't make it either. So StarCraft is a freebie for us. Hopefully Shin can take it all the way. But we've got a lot of games where we feel like we can genuinely contest with those teams.
Yep.
That's good to hear. I mean, how do you feel like having a club championship like this? And obviously, as you already said, it was already around last year as well. How's that impacting esports as a team owner?
Oh, it's massive. I mean, it was only a year or two ago we were talking about this esports winter, and you saw massive institutions that were announcing bankruptcies. We needed something injecting into the ecosystem. And you know, the way that it's been operated and the way that it's been handled, there's so many amazing things that have come from this. And it just shows that you can have this massive ecosystem. Esports is a viable investment space, and we're going to have more orgs that just pop up and start doing the likes of what we've done, where within 2 years, they're potentially winning a club championship.
Yeah, that is amazing. I can't wait to see what Gaming Gladiators is going to do in the next 8 weeks. Did you already have some teams active in the previous week?
Yeah, we had Warzone.
Mobile Legends and Warzone you were active in already? How did Warzone go?
Our Mobile Legends didn't qualify. Our Warzone team didn't do great. We were really sort of stymied when it came to picking up a Warzone team. A lot of the good ones got picked up very quickly. We didn't have a chance to get in there and operate. It's also not something we have a real niche in, so we picked up who we could, and we wanted to just have representation there and make sure that some players got to experience the event. So we picked up a team. They came towards the bottom of the table, but it happens. Someone has to come there.
Yeah.
So,
And you got to start somewhere, right?
Exactly.
Build it up.
Well,
That's
this
what
is
you
it.
said.
We're here for development, like I said. We're not here to just pick up the number 1. We're here to pick up, maybe the number 8 or the number 10 and take them to number 1.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Thank you so much for joining us at the start of the show. And we're going to take a look at the standings, see how you guys have done so far. Now, I know that there has been one team that has been a little bit better than the rest. And Josephus, thank you for joining us. We do see that Game of Gladiators is, for now, missing from the list. But I'm sure that we're going to see them up there, Kazu.
Yeah, they're pretty good, as he said. Their Fortnite team is still playing. Quinn is still about to play, and Real Effie is actually back with us on the panel.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Welcome back.
And you can't count out their Dota team.
Yeah.
It is true that it's been a very Falcons dominant year, but Gaming Gladiators have picked up steam recently, just in time for this tournament here. So if their Dota team can secure a first place here, the club championship could be open for them.
Yeah, and if you heard Joseph, then, he went for quality over quantity. So potentially, you don't need that many top finishes to get a lot of points.
Yeah.
You just need a couple.
I mean, there is competition, of course. There's a lot of money involved in this. And also Team Falcons, they brought the numbers. They have 16 out of 21 different games, pretty much investing in every single team. They want to take this one home. And just by looking how Team Falcons were dominating the whole year so far, at least Dota 2 looks kind of secured for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just a very good team. And also, one of the 2 games they've played, they already won.
Yeah.
So they've got kind of a good head start.
Yeah, a good head start for sure. We're going to focus on Riyadh Masters now, as that is, of course, what we're here for. But you know that Riyadh Masters is already going on for like a week. We've had the play-in stage, and we're going to relive some of it with our top 5 Remco plays. So let's see which ones we have highlighted for you as they are loading in. We had some fantastic games, and I do think that towards the end of the play-in stage, Kazu, that's when things really picked up steam.
Yeah, I feel like we had a lot of games that, at least in the start, they were maybe a bit slow, but then they picked up a lot with like mega creeps, comebacks, like a lot of team fighting going on, like even as we can see in in this highlight. Sadly, these are 2 of the teams that didn't make it.
Yeah.
But it's someone has to lose for someone else to go on. That's life.
Yeah, and this was, of course, a moment from our tiebreaker series. We only had one tiebreaker series, Effie, between LGD and G2IG, and I think this last match especially, it really showed the progression that LGD has had.
For sure. I mean, people went into this series in particular thinking that LGD were the underdogs, but they proved us completely wrong. They were able to match IG's play and just outplay them, and no one will ever forget a 2v5 situation where the 2 and the 4 end up wiping an entire team.
Did you guys... I didn't know about this player until I saw a clip. This is Mr. Gun Daddy. He uses the wall to deny the Aegis. That's like the highlight.
That's very cool.
That's kind of nasty. Like when I saw this clip the first time, I was like, where's the highlight? But like now, my man goes in, 3v5, drops wall, uses an illusion to kill the Aegis before they pick it up.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad at all, and that's why it's in the top 5 players here, pretty high up. And unfortunately, Nouns and Azure ended up not moving on, but we still got to highlight. We got to recognize the good plays when they happen. Doesn't matter which teams they come from, as we have another one coming out. This one is between
Quest and Aurora.
Aurora, indeed.
Yeah, 2 of the teams that did quite well coming into Riyadh Masters didn't have too high of expectations, but PSG Quest, they definitely picked up the slack. And also Aurora, a team that has a lot to offer. This team has been pretty, I would say, stable. This is what matters for the team ever since they picked up a new mid laner, and he's been dominating ever since.
Yeah, and this game in particular was very standout because of their carry player, TA2000's exceptional performance. So let's shout him out for that too.
And Azure Ray, they were like, what, 4 highlights?
Yeah.
My bros were farming the highlights, that's for sure.
Yeah, but this one is all about unkillable Alchemist. This guy tanked like 10,000 damage in this fight. They threw every single spell on top of him, and they were unable to kill him.
But I mean, maybe Azure was not farming the highlights as much as people were farming the highlights against them.
Yeah.
And that's why they're not here. I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes. And as we heard Joseph say, someone has to be the last, you know, someone has to take that spot and then hopefully for them, get better and then try again the next time around. Now, we've had a lot of emotional moments as well, because obviously Dota 2 is a game you give your all and the players just do that. So let's take a look at the Pepsi player reactions as while we look at that, we talk more about how the groups actually ended for the play-ins, because yeah, Azure went home, G2IG went home as well, and then we also had to say goodbye to am I being an idiot right now?
No, you said nouns. Who else did we lose? We lost G2IG.
Oh, and we lost virtus.pro. I forgot about virtus.pro. Yeah. So we lost Nouns and Azure and virtus.pro and G2IG. I think when we talk about the play-ins, Effie, we do have to talk about the top of the groups, because Heroic gives us a lot of these top reaction moments. Very emotional driven team.
They are, and even when they were coming into the arena and preparing for their games, you could hear them from the other side of the arena doing hoorah chants. and getting in the mood. And you could just hear their players hyping each other up. And they were doing group huddles before their game started. So they definitely have that camaraderie going on, and it's been translating into their games. They completely dominated their group. They brought us the meta picks with their own flair to it and let that carry them.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of got me in the mood before the game too, you know, like it got me hyped up and pumped up. So you can only imagine also if you're their opponents, you're like, why are we not doing this? Like, why can't we do it? And also, we saw Entity, of course, very happy. They topped their group. They played very well. I have pretty high hopes for this team going into the group.
I think this is the time that they're going to reach pretty high. They always had trouble, reaching that top 4, top 6. But yeah, we can check the groups.
Yeah, we can check all the teams attending here, because we have, out of those play-ins, we got 8 teams. And of course, there's 8 teams that didn't even have to play in the play-ins because they got seeded straight from the EPT leaderboard. As we see the teams arriving. Thank you, Jamil Motorsports, for getting our players here on time and ready to go. These are some teams that we haven't seen in a little while. And I wonder sometimes, Lacoste, is it a good thing or a bad thing to watch all those games from the sidelines? Because one thing, you get to learn a lot, but at the same time, you don't get that playing experience.
I mean, they're playing scrims, so they're definitely playing quite a lot. I checked how many pubs they played. They are also pubbing like crazy, especially the teams that we're going to see opening the Riyadh Masters here for the group stage. And I don't think it matters as much. I feel that, Dota, you got to keep playing like these like 7, 8, 10 games a day. If you're at professional level, this is something that you want to do. And I feel like the strategy, you're not revealing too much, especially, and all these teams that played, at least that they played in the play-ins are revealing some, but not too much.
No, that is very true. And one thing that I think that maybe some people forget as well is that we've had a lot of matches, and sometimes during these group stages, we have so many matches that it doesn't really matter what you saw last week, because everything gets rediscovered right here in these new group stages that we've got coming. We will have a lot of games played at the same time, and to see how that's being done, we're going to check in with Purge.
Hey guys, we're here at the secondary stage area. This is where all the matches are going to be played for the B, C, and D streams. Now, this might look familiar to you. This is actually the same place that we played the play-ins last week, so it's going to be a familiar location for some of the teams that played in the play-ins. Now, the Jamil Motorsport match of the day is probably the coolest match that you're going to see not on Stream A, and that's going to be between Team Liquid and wbg.xg. That's the new XG. So some of the best teams in the world that you'll see here on the secondary stage. I'm going to keep you guys informed of what's going on the other streams.
Oh, and we need Purge to be on the ball for that one, because that's a lot of games for him to follow. But if there's one person that can do it, I put my trust in Purge there. But yeah, he said, all right, there's a lot of games going on at the same time. And I do think he chose a very good match of the day, Effie.
Yeah, for me in particular, the team that I focused on in that match is Extreme Weibo Gaming, because
Nailed it.
Yep, I did nail it. But the Chinese teams, there's been, whispers that they're a bit slow to catch up to the meta. And we saw within the play-ins that 2 Chinese teams already didn't make it. And Extreme Weibo Gaming have always been the team that's been carrying the torch this year. The question is, have they also fallen off with the whispers that have been going around competitively, or are they the ones who are going to break the mold, so to speak?
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and find out for that one. I did hear that they might have been boot camping in Western Europe for a longer time. So
that's where you want to be.
Because otherwise you can't, you know, all the players from your region are already here, and you can't scrim with anybody that is high enough for you to provide an actual challenge.
Yeah, and even if they did, it apparently would not have been the best practice because the Chinese teams didn't do very well.
No, they did not. It is a shame, but there's still 2 teams carrying the torch, of course, for that region, unlike some regions that don't have anybody left carrying the torch, apart from Snaking. Actually, he'll carry the NA torch. You see a countdown behind me, guys, because this is the first day that we're going to be in the Qiddiya Arena, and for the first day, the group stages, we're going to have a proper opening ceremony, so let's head over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup and welcome to the 3rd edition of a Riyadh Masters. We've already been playing Dota for a whole week in the plans, but now it's really time to get this show started, Fancy.
That's right. My name is Fancy, and this is my Habibi co-host, Tsunami, and we're ready to give you the best Dota tournament yet.
Oh, slow down, Fancy.
What's up?
Something up with your voice? Something's not right here.
Yeah, I mean, last week we had the opening for the Esports World Cup, and it was really exciting, so just been screaming a lot. So.
What game were you working last week?
It's League of Legends. Is that a problem?
No, it's fine. It's the Esports World Cup after all, you know? We're celebrating every title equally, no favoritism anywhere. But I'll tell you, you got your work cut out for you, all right, when you had like 8 teams in League.
That's right.
Single elimination bracket. No, we do things a little bit differently around here in Dota, all right? We got 16 teams competing for a chance at glory.
Not just glory, they also have $5 million on the line and 1,000 points toward the Esports Club Championship. And keep in mind, whoever gets that championship will be the first ever team to be crowned as the Esports World Cup champion.
In order to compete for that club championship, we gotta bring some clubs up on stage. Fancy, you ready to introduce our teams to the viewers?
That's right, and we're ready to introduce the first team on stage from the first group. Please welcome Team XG WBG. They are currently one of the best teams in the world and the best team in China. They have Ame and Zheng Q, who won the first Riyadh Masters in 2022. Maybe this year, they'll be able to lift the trophy again.
Next up, please welcome Team Liquid. Last year's Riyadh Masters Grand Finalists got most of their qualifying points from Kuala Lumpur in December. It's been a little bit quieter of a 2024 for the horses, but I think they've been working harder than ever to turn their luck around here in Riyadh.
And for our next team, please welcome Tundra Esports. They are a Western European team, and they had a strong finish in Birmingham with a top 3. This is Thompson's first time in Riyadh, however. Let's see if he can handle the heat.
Next up, please welcome BB Team. There have been so many podium finishes from this Eastern European roster in 2024, but a trophy still eludes them. The competition is stronger than ever here, but now is as good a time as any for them to conquer their championship demons.
And for our next team, please welcome Entity. Yet another Western European team walks to the stage that's been trying to qualify to LANs all year and have finally gotten a competitive chance here at the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters 2024. Let's see what they're capable of.
Please welcome PSG Quest! With a smile on their face, holding the key up high, these MENA qualifier champions have been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to show their mettle on LAN after being gatekept by Falcons for so much of the year. After a strong showing in the last week's play-ins, expectations are high for this squad.
And for our next team, it is Beast Coast. They are a very well-established club from South America, but this is only their first major LAN in 2024. Riyadh will be a good test for the newcomers on the roster.
And welcoming the last team of this group, coming to the stage, it's Mouse! This up-and-coming Western European team has been slowly but surely gathering experience. They had to survive the play-in's elimination decider against virtus.pro to even make it here on the stage. The hardest part of the journey starts now, though, because that's the end of Group B. But now, why don't we take some time to introduce the competitors coming out of Group A.
That's right, we have the second group walking in on stage right now. And for the first team, please welcome Aurora. One of two Southeast Asian teams we have in Riyadh Masters 2024. And most of the players here got top 3 while on Talon last year during Riyadh Masters 2023. Perhaps they can bring back that magic 1 year later.
Next up, please welcome OG! It has been a roller coaster of a year for this Dota mainstay club. Ups, downs, and everything in between. But OG fans are no stranger to that experience. Let's see if they can end their competitive season on a high note here in Riyadh.
And for our next team, please welcome Gaming Gladiators. Another Western European team and the most dominant team of last year. They've been searching for an opportunity to lift a trophy in 2024, however. Let's see if it's going to be here in Riyadh.
Next up, coming to the stage, it's LGD Gaming! This was the only Chinese team to survive the cutthroat play-ins and make it to this group stage. Their first few days were rocky, but they seem to be getting stronger with every game they play. And every Dota fan knows the sky's the limit for a club as legendary as LGD.
And for the next team, it is Heroic. A South American team consistently getting top 8 at the last few qualifying events. The bar has been set high for an SA's best team though. Let's see if they can keep up that pace here in Riyadh Masters.
Next up, it's Blacklist International! This is the first major LAN showing from the Southeast Asian squad. But maybe they've just been getting gatekept because they cruise through play-ins with surprisingly little difficulty. The competition only gets harder now, so let's see how Blacklist stack up. But, you know, those are just the teams that are here to make an appearance and say hi, but we got 2 teams that need to sit down at these booths.
That's right, and for our first match of Riyadh Masters 2024 group stage, please welcome Team Falcons. Most dominant team this year. They won 3 out of 4 qualifying events to Riyadh Masters 2024. It is no surprise that they are the favorites coming into this tournament.
But if there was one team to make a claim for that favorite, I think I know who it might be. your reigning champions of Riyadh Masters, it's Team Spirit! It was 1 year ago that Spirit came here and dominated their way through Riyadh. They got second place in 2022, and they came back for a championship 1 year later. Who knows where the bar is set now? But I think that they have only first places in mind. Let me tell you, Fancy, usually we save the best for last, but I think we're starting things off in style here this year in Riyadh.
That's right. So why not we just give people what they want?
Let's get it started.
It is so amazing to get to start this group stages with Falcons versus Spirit. I think we got very lucky that, well, maybe, and they maybe not so lucky that these two teams are in the same group here, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose a match before like the tournament, this would be at least like one of my top 2 matches in terms of how good it's gonna be and how much it's gonna bang.
Yeah, for sure. You have the most dominant team of the year with Falcons, and you have the veterans of Riyadh Masters. They reached the grand finals in 2022 against PSG LGD at the time. They got the second place. They won Riyadh Masters in the last year. Team Spirit this year, they didn't look as good, but they're slowly picking up. But there's a lot of prestige, where there's a lot of money. This team is always going to perform.
Yeah, they're going to perform, and I know that you guys are watching, and you're like, wait, what did I just see? Why is everybody carrying a triangle up the stage? A triangle that looks like it's gold. It is gold, actually, and it is called a key. Let us tell you more about it.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
So yeah, golden keys, golden tokens, and at the end of the day, I do wonder, Effie, if we're gonna get some spice, you know, who wins? You get to choose 3 teams who forever will be reminded that you beat them.
Yeah, I think for other games, maybe they'd be a little bit shy, but not in Dota. Our players are very, very spite-driven creatures with a lot of pub beef that they come to tournaments to. So I can already envision a couple of players who are going to be very, very excited about picking their opponent's keys and putting it in that trophy, or even crushing them, right? Because they get to watch them get squished.
Yes, and I even was told that we could have, if they wanted to, the player can use the hydraulic press to literally crush their opponent.
They will use it, 100%. Yeah. Especially, let's say, Team Falcons. They're a very entertaining team. They like to be spicy in the old chat. It's going to be ATF, you know, pulling that thing down, crushing people's dreams.
Yeah, let's focus our attention on Team Falcons, as they are one of the 2 teams on stage right now, and they are looking like the favorite here. Lacoste, they have been looking so good throughout the year. For people that might have been living under a rock, why are they so good?
because not much has changed in terms of patch. Like the maps stay the same, heroes are different, but Team Falcons, they were the best teams throughout the year that played the map in terms of how they maneuver, what they're doing, the stacking and everything. It's pretty much like playing against AI. You know, back in the days when open AI, we played against it, we try to beat it. This is what you need to do against Falcons. You need to theory craft, you need to try to be smarter, because they just play map too well using these twin gates. Just perfection pretty much in terms of the gameplay.
I think it's hard to beat this team because they're very good at the heroes that they play. I don't know. I personally don't think that they are a patch team. I feel like they just understand what they do very well and they just execute it. So that's kind of my opinion. So I don't really see why they would be much worse on this patch.
I agree with that completely. I think while they do have hero specialists on their team, which kind of became their bread and butter, they had these tri-core flexes between all three of their core players, which a lot of teams didn't really share the same nuisance, like the DK, for example. They showed us that they can really play anything. And I think the key to why Falcons are so good is, honestly, they have a really great combination between veterans and young players, but also they're all just so individually good. When you watch Falcons play, they're just the best team at micro. They do every little thing perfectly. They push every little inch that they can, and they've got one of the biggest theory crafting coaches behind them too in AUI 2000.
There's also something about the players. I don't know if you agree. I feel like in both Amar and Malrine, they have this nice mixture of being cocky but humble.
Yeah.
Like I feel like their gameplay shows cockiness, which is good against other veterans. But I think they're humble enough to like listen to their teammates, to like Aoi, Skeeter, Snakings, and Crit, who have more experience, to like help them grow. That's like kind of the vibe I get from them.
Yeah, and also this team doesn't lose most of their early laning stages, but even if you do, you have that, you know, the Old Tundra effect. These three players from Old Tundra that can play the long game. They know how to drag out, they know how to farm and just play for another like 15, 20, maybe even 25-minute longer game where they feel comfortable going and ending the game.
Yeah.
Let's focus our attention on their opponents today, because the reason why we're saying that this matchup can be so good is because Team Spirit won TI, won last year Riyadh, and somehow FP, they always manage to power up when they need to, right? But what allows them to do that? Like, how is that a thing?
It's really hard to say why Team Spirit always pulls through when they need it most. The cool thing about this team is that we've seen them have a lot of slow starts, whether it's in the competitive year or in group stages. They've been notoriously bad in a few of the group stages initially before they just won it all. Is that I feel like regardless of results and regardless of what their prior achievements are, Team Spirit's players feel very internally motivated to me. It feels like they just have a drive to win for the sake of winning. And even though we say that they're motivated by money, because that's the meme, it feels like towards the end of the year, when the glory counts, that's really what they play for. They want to be the best team. They don't care that they won before. I'm pretty sure they're coming into this considering that they haven't won this tournament before ever, and they haven't won anything ever. And you can really see that drive and that hunger every time they play.
Yeah, and I feel like every time I see them lose and like hear them talk after, whether it's actually in real life or on one of their vlogs, you can tell that they get really mad at each other. Yeah. And that's what sometimes you need to do to like resolve stuff. And to me, they're the scariest team in like kind of any position, like whether they're up 10k gold or down 20k. I think you can never count this team out because their players, I would say they're the highest on like the clutch level when it comes to me. If I want a carry to clutch the game, I'm choosing Yatoro for sure.
Are you choosing Yatoro or Radan, please?
Ooh, that's a good question, because he changed his nickname. We saw him power up, shaving his head, shaving his haircut. This time around, he feels like he needs something, so he made a new nickname for himself. I don't know. Yatoro still a super tier, S tier level nickname.
Yeah. I mean, it is also because there's so much history attached to it, right? Yeah. So he has been vocal on social media about how, why he chose Radan, and it is, first of all, it is a boss in Elden Ring, so it's a tribute to that. It is
probably died a million times to him.
It is it the survivor of the Shattering or something like that?
I didn't play the game, Lacoste.
Like
yeah, I gave up after 10 hours.
But I also know that that is not the way you write the actual Elden Ring boss, but he changed it to be the acronym Rain All Day, Dota All Night.
Yeah, that's a Dota player right there.
I mean...
Very deep.
whatever works for him, right? He did mention that it's not permanent.
Yeah,
true.
Temporary.
It's a temporary name change,
Yes.
but regardless of whatever his name may be, that player in particular was the reason why Spirit won the Riyadh Masters last year. I mean, everyone in that team played well, and they all enabled Toro, but I remember watching games where he takes it to 80 minutes when they're at a 20K net worth deficit, 20 minutes into the game. That game extends, and he's one of the carry players that you can depend on to win the game for you when things are difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's iconic, right? TI-10, 13 different carries in a row. I don't think anybody will ever forget that that was there to watch it, or that was at home to watch it in this case, because it was the COVID year, of course. You might not know how the upcoming game is going to go. I know we don't really know, but we'll have preferences, and I know you might have a preference as well. And if you do, if you want to predict, make sure you head over to www.stcplay.gg. Get your predictions in, and we'll check if you're going to be good, you know, if you have a little bit of an expectation. I mean, it is so hard, and especially what you guys just said. It's so hard not to go for Falcons. That's where I was going to go, because you guys just said, yeah, Team Spirit, they start slow in the year, they start slow in the tournaments.
We're getting there. You know, Malakia, season 1, they were playing against each other.
Yeah.
They eliminated Team Falcons in the lower bracket finals. And
Falcons was playing with a stand-in.
True, but it was a good stand-in.
Okay,
you know,
fair.
they still had a great run, but Team Spirit, they really powered up in that one and managed to take the whole tournament.
I mean, they did also win the most recent online tournament. Falcons did not play in it, so take that as you will, but, you know...
It was an 8-team tournament.
Oh, who cares? They won.
They won, okay.
They're pretty good. The Falcons are maybe the favorites, but I feel like this is a 2-1 either way.
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen. And can we talk about Dota a little bit more? Because I know we talk a lot about the teams, but I want to just quickly touch up on what's happened in the meta so far. And I think more specifically, how much that really matters. Because both of these teams did not play in the play-ins. So all they got to go off is, and what they saw, but maybe more specifically, Effie, what they practiced. So how much do you think it's going to take into consideration, or the teams are going to take into consideration, what was played last weekend?
I think it's pretty much going to be what we saw last weekend, even though these teams didn't play the play-in, because at some point in every patch, when all these teams are scrimming each other in the same region, the heroes that give the most value, that doesn't really change depending on who it is you're scrimming, really. And a lot of the heroes that we saw in the play-ins, they come from the pub meta too. The pub meta at the highest MMR is that, you know, these players, they all want 14K. They're all going to spam the good heroes. And we're pretty much going to see what we've been seeing, which is the Tiny is always contested, the Shadow Fiend is always contested, the Weaver is always contested, and let's not forget Darkseer.
One hero that I'm looking most forward to coming into this series is Phantom Assassin. Not the most popular hero right now, but Yatoro banged out 15 games in the last 18 days.
Okay. Lacoste, with all that data do you have his win rate on the hero?
I do. It's pretty good. I'll give you the number. Give me a second. 66% win rate out of 15 matches.
What is his win rate on everything else?
On everything else, it looks pretty bad. There's a lot of... Like, overall win rate is 53% in the last 8 days, but he's been winning. Like, he's been losing. He's been, you know, playing some position 4 when somebody steals roll from Yatoro.
How do you steal roll from him?
Like, how do you not say, okay, I'll tank that position 4 or 5 instead and let Yatoro play the carry?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you got me convinced. I'm not really... I've only heard bad stories about Phantom Assassin, Kizu.
Underrated. I do think it's an underrated hero. It's very... I mean, you need to find a specific case to, like, pick it in the right lane, but, you know, if there's people that can make it work, it's going to be carries like Yatoro. So I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, it's not going to be a first pick, because then I think you're just asking to lose. But yeah, we might see it.
We might see it.
Effie, please.
Can I disagree and say the hero's not underrated? I think it's rated just where it is. Because we did see it in play-ins too, and there are carry players who love that hero, and it's great to hear that Yatoro has made it work. But I think the hero needs so many conditions to be met within a game to be playable that it might just be easier to go for the Chaos Knight, you know? But I can see it coming out in that overall last
But it could be a carry diff. Like, maybe it's a player fault. Maybe not.
Can we talk? I mean, if we're talking about carry diffs or
maybe
diffs in general, I do want to match up the players against each other a little bit, because on our carry role, we got TI winners galore. So regardless, in this series, we got TI winners galore. We got Skeeter versus Yatoro, and do you really think that it's gonna be a carry diff then?
Oh no, I meant the people that played EA before in pubs, or like in this tournament. Because obviously,
shots fired by Ken.
No, like Skeeter. I would even say that Skeeter for the longest time, I think not anymore. He was like he didn't get enough credit for what he does for Falcons.
Super underrated player.
Like, this guy is a beast. He lanes well. He sets up his 2 newcomers with the right heroes. He will go in. He'll just do whatever he needs to make everyone else work.
Yeah, he will. And we have the countdown ready. This is the countdown towards the thing that we are all waiting for. We want to see the draft. We want to see the match begin. We want to have our opening series, Falcons versus Team Spirit, begin here at Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And here we have it. We got Falcons starting off on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side. And we're in it. So we're at the very beginning. We can't see anything yet. I think, well, obviously in terms of picks that is, but I think that we can easily say that in terms of bans, we don't think too much should change from previous, right?
Yeah, we see Rubik immediately being banned. This is one of the, I would say, 2 best position 4 heroes right now, where you have Rubik and you also have Hoodwink, 2 of the heroes that kind of need to go away. Of course, Tiny, which is a bit of a flexible one, but the Rubik, this hero becomes, it's also a flex hero. We've seen quite a lot of mid Rubik coming out, especially from Thompson. This hero provides you with everything, strong laner again, and I feel like he brings so much to the table. Has a lot of tankiness, has a lot of damage, has a lot of magic resist.
Yeah, but Rubik first phase bans, I didn't think were that usual in the play-ins up until a team has first pick, right? When you want to go for a first pick Enigma or a first pick Weaver or something of the sorts, you need Rubik taken out, because that is the typical hero that is picked as a result.
I wonder if the first phase bans, if they will like change more, if it gives us like a bit more info on what the group stage teams that have been waiting, right? If they've had kind of like a different read, or maybe they have mainly scrimmed each other as opposed to scrimming the play-in teams. So we'll see. I would say at least for now, maybe there's not too much difference. Maybe the Rubik priority. Timber is, I mean, that's more against Falcons. Like, that's not like some, wow, look at what happened in the play-ins. That's more like, Falcons have the 2 best Timber players in the world. Let's just remove that one.
Yeah. Always when we're talking about Falcons, there's a lot of focus on the mid lane Malrine. How much emphasis do we want Team Spirit put in giving Laurel a good matchup there? Because are you just gonna make that, like, hope that you're gonna be playing it stable, or are you planning on overall last picking it potentially if you have the chance?
Yeah, I think they might need to prioritize it a little bit more, even though Laurel, if you go back to Riyadh Masters 2023, this guy was playing some really bad matchups, and they knew that he needs help, and that's what Team Spirit is all about. You know, the family, some quarrels after they lose a game, after Kezu, what Kezu said, but this team, they know how to pick each other up when things are pretty bad.
And also, Laurel is a player that actually doesn't really need you to cater for him in the draft. And that's really one of his strengths when you have a player like Yatoro on your team. Because Laurel, while he's improved so much in the last year, he was known for playing sacrificial type mid, where he wasn't the priority of farm. And he would tank a bad matchup and just play for the game. And that really is one of his strengths. Tiny comes out for Team Falcons, which was by far the darling of the play-ins. This hero was contested in 60 matches, the highest contested hero. So that's a 90% contest rate with a win rate of 61%.
That's crazy.
This hero is played on 4 different roles.
Yeah.
It's only not played as a position 5. You might flex it if you want to, but you're not revealing anything with this Tiny in the first opening phase.
I mean, you have the best Tiny player in the world, in my opinion, at least from the support role with crit, so you feel good about that there. They ban out the Monkey, maybe. I would say it's also like a soft viability to give you a higher chance of putting the Tiny mid. I know that Team Spirit love playing this hero, especially on Laurel in the mid lane, but I think what Mira said about Laurel is very important to keep in mind, that the reason the strike core works is I absolutely agree that Laurel, he takes the most kind of like, what's it called, like the least space, right? He will always take like the bad position, make moves for the others to make stuff work, and that's kind of just how they go about the Dota. So I think the main point that both teams will look at is we're going to pick what we want to enable our players without like overly thinking about what the enemies are going to do.
Yeah, and something that Falcons were doing throughout the whole year, they've been flexing this Dragonite across all 3 roles. So potentially as well a flex pick for Team Spirit. Dragonite still feels super strong. We've seen I've seen a lot of pubs where Yatoro was trying to test things out, what he's going to build on Dragonite, and this new faucet that gives you splash damage. People were mostly toying with the corrosive one, but if you're playing it from the carry role, you get the cleave, you're staying on top of the network pretty much throughout the whole game. Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, BKB if necessary, you deal so much damage in the fights.
Yeah, this Dragon Knight is throwing me off a little bit for Team Spirit because it's not a kind of opener that I'm used to seeing from them, and it's not really a hero that's been super contested in this patch. I just checked its win rate from planes, and it is at 37%. I do think the DK carry flex that Lacoste was talking about definitely propels it up in value, but in terms of being a response pick to Tiny, the only thing there that I'm seeing that they have the value, unless they build around it, is that it's a hero that when it gets tossed back, you know, at BKBs, at Dragon forms, it doesn't suffer too much from tossbacks, but I don't really see it as a high value response at the moment.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's more about the following picks, like how they build with it. Maybe they feel like it ties their draft together well if they combo now with some, I don't know, Snapfire, Hoodwings.
Hoodwings sounds good.
Like, yeah, maybe they were a different type of, I think maybe closing picks, but yeah, I'll definitely give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's the type of core flex going on, or maybe, you know, there's new stuff to this matchup. I'm not sure. I feel like Tiny mid against DK should be even better for Tiny than it used to be, but, you know, I'll let their Dota do the talking.
Yeah, we do have the Hoodwink pickup, of course.
So the Hoodwink is a lot of follow damage on DK's Dragon Tail, which is typically always a combo when you have DK. The blink into any kind of burst damage is always going to be value. And this is also one of the high win rate supports of the patch.
This hero is just insane. With the faucet, with the 3-bounce trick shot, it allows you to zone out the supports. It's almost impossible to trade. When you're playing on the side, you're always going to have these guaranteed 2 bounces from the Acorn plus the Blightstone. Not many supports can trade against that. And Snapfire, this is also potentially a mid hero and also maybe even off lane. We've seen it from, like, this is a hero that can be played from all 5 roles right now. Carry not as much, but gives you that damage. You can follow it at every single stage of the game. You will have enough damage to kill the heroes with just these 2 on both sides. You have Tiny going in, using his combo, Mortimer's Kisses, and then on the side of Team Spirit, Bushwhack, Dragon Tail Stun into Sharpshooter should be enough to deal with those.
Quick question, do you think that Falcons has invested into the Collector's Cache and we'll see the very awesome Snapfire set that came out?
Depends who plays it.
Okay.
I feel like if the new kids on the block play it, it will be bling bling.
Snailfire is still top tier.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. A Chen coming out, indicating potentially fast-paced game coming in.
Chen is a hero that...
Yeah, we'll see if we can fix the cable there, don't worry.
Yeah, like when it comes to Chen, I'm a little bit surprised maybe about it coming out here. Maybe there's something about like they want a wall, like maybe there's just some stuff. Okay, they have this burst, we're gonna heal through it, and then later there's something maybe about a wolf creep for the Tiny where you like really amp up the damage. I would say for now it's more about the counterplay of the Hoodwink DK. So I think that both teams are just building like a lot of early tempo together right now.
Yeah. Chen also provides them with the sustain. If you go in with the combo, with the mech build, with the Hand of God later on, you will be able to sustain throughout this burst damage that Team Spirit is bringing to the table. And they're going to bring another super tanky hero. This hero has been played from 2 different roles, mid and the off lane, provides you with so much. And there's the save. There's also the stacking damage from the Shadow Demon. Great against Tiny. So far, most of the damage is going to come out from this Tiny and Snapfire. Chen, not the hero that brings most damage to the table. It's more about sustain.
I feel like that both the drafts, like I really like what both teams are doing. Like when you look at, like both teams are picking like their starters that can stun and then a lot of follow-up damage, and now it's getting paired with like semi-saves, right? The Chen heal, you have the SC that's potentially like saving as well, but I'm a huge fan of Primal. I feel like this hero has not been played to its fullest potential when it comes to the play, and so I'm very happy to see it here in the groups, most likely played by Collapse, but I would say both drafts honestly are looking very top tier.
Yeah, I think I favor Falcons drafts just a little bit more right now because Chen is a hero that requires a certain type of shutdown that needs to happen early on, and typically the heroes that do that, which is why the Primal Beast came in. It's a lot of AoE damage. It's the body that you can throw into this Chen army, but it does require kind of more synergy at a time where you could basically lose your entire map, right? You have the onus on you, the pressure on you to make all of these good moves to play into Chen before your map gets out of hand, and that leaves a lot of room for mistakes. And you know what hero loves when the other team is trying to run around and do a little bit too much early on? It's Sven. He's just going to sit in his Ancients, he's going to clear these stacks, he's going to hit his timings and be ready to play into Team Spirit's draft very early.
Yeah, and speaking of stacks, Falcons, they are one of the best teams in the world that are going to use those stacks. picks. And speaking of heroes who can stack, there is Stack Demon on one side, and then you also have Tiny, one of the few position 4s who can stack the triangle, who can stack both camps at the same time, plus you also have Chen. So with this type of a lineup, they want Sven to stay one step ahead. I did mention that Dragonite, if it's going to be a carrier, I think in this one it's going to be, because you want to have something to square up against Sven. It feels, you know, really good that you can keep up with the enemy carry. And Sven, a lot of the times, he just stays on top of the network, has that built-in cleave.
I'm really liking at least the Sven pick for now when it comes to Falcons, because I think you want overwhelming damage against these type of heroes. Maybe, I think we've seen the DK carry a few times. Yeah. I don't know exactly how it works against Sven. I probably would say it's fine.
Lifestealer's still in a pull, which is really good against Sven and Tiny.
I would likely be looking at Ursa and Lifestealer as like the two heroes I'm kind of looking at, whereas Falcons, I guess they can maybe decide where their Tiny goes, like later, whether it's mid or the offlane. Of course, Spirit also are kind of flexible, but those are the two heroes I have in mind for now.
Yeah, I think that this emergence of Snapfire mid can pose problems for heroes like DK, where, DK typically can sit mid and he sustains through most matchups, but with the way people are playing Snap with the Ricochet facet, maxing Little Shredder, and playing on Scatterblast, any melee hero that gets in front of a mid Snapfire is going to be completely overwhelmed. So they have to be mindful of the potential Snap flex into nullifying their DK's early potential.
Yeah, I think the Snapfire is going to be played from the mid lane. Laurel did play it a couple of times in the props that I watched, and it feels good. Like, this hero just has a bit of a mixed damage. You have that Ricochet that you mentioned, the Faucet feels really nice for the farm, and maxing out the Little Shredder allows you to have extra damage, and early on, if you bring one support, most likely going to be Tiny, you will be able to kill Dragonite no matter what. Even Primal Beast, these are super tanky heroes, but when these two heroes combo together, Avatos plus, Little Shredder into Mortimer's Kisses, you should have enough damage to kill off these tanky heroes.
I think I fully agree, especially now that I look more at the draft. If I'm Falcons, I feel very good, because I feel like Sven for now kind of has the late game. I think if my Snap is mid, he's very happy. He can shut down the DK or the Primal, which is like kind of the early game control for Spirit. So I feel like this draft right now is more on Spirit to really find an answer to like make the game easier for themselves.
And also another note on Team Spirit's draft, while they're very, very effective at damaging one target, they're going to be able to place Disseminate, they're going to have the Dragon Tail Sun, the Pulverize, the Sharpshooter. They still don't really have that wave clear that they might need, that AoE damage that they might need, because you're going to have this Primal running in, but your Primal can easily be controlled at earlier stages of the game. So while you're very heavily single target focused, that's easily kind of negatable by auras on Falcons. And if this Chen has a good game and buys his early Greaves, his early auras, it could look scary.
They will ban out TB. I don't believe in Terrorblade as a hero, but if Yatoro is going to play him, he's just playing it on a different level.
I mean, at least the good thing for Team Spirit, at least, is that they do have last pick. We're kind of supposed to like the Falcons draft more, which is the case. So obviously the last two picks will matter a lot. We'll see now where Falcons kind of decide to go with the heroes.
Ooh!
Okay.
Okay, talk to me about the Brood Mother.
I mean, I know that it's popped up a lot when it comes to the carry role, and I also know that Skeeter has played it very frequently. I don't know if they otherwise also want to put it on Amar, but I think the facet where your web gives enemy heroes reduced HP regen is kind of broken. I think the hero in itself is also very good, and I feel like it's a flex. They could put it mid, off lane as well.
You don't think they're going to choose who goes where until we know what Spirit's going to do?
Most likely, but to me it looks like a carry Brood, actually. Because that really is where the heroes look most effective. And if you're going to play this offlane Brood, you're going to have this Primal Beast who's going to just chase you around and make it his job to shut you down. But if you're playing carry and you play on your right-clicking, and you're not really countered by this Primal anymore, you're just a means to kill this DK, a means to take him down. But of course, the flex option is still open, right? They could theoretically just place Tiny and Snap, just, roll them around, put the Brood offlane if they needed to, put the Tiny mid if they needed to.
What do we make of the overall last pick Morphling? Because the boxes that you said last hero should be ticking, I don't feel it's doing that in terms of being able to clear the waves coming out from Snake King and now also potentially Spiders, who, by the way, it will be the off-lane Brood.
Well, I do think that Morph has a good carry-to-carry matchup against Sven. He's one of the few heroes, if the Snap or Tiny were to be mid, where you don't really die to their rotations, because you can kind of morph up. I do think it's a very good morph game, but I feel like you don't enjoy the Broodmother matchup once Brood is level 6. So that's a bit of a question mark for me.
I think it actually works because you have this Primal Beast who's going to go and shut down the
he has to
enemy
help.
Brood. That is actually why I liked the carry Brood more, and I liked Snap more also for this draft when I thought it was a mid Snap. But they ended up throwing the Tiny mid and the Snap on 4, and it was the Tiny on mid. Yeah,
yes, Tiny mid.
It's not even playing it. So I do think that the way that they flex their heroes kind of play into what Spirit wanted or thought in the first place. And yeah, Spirit's draft has a fighting chance. I think Morphling can easily win in that late game scenario.
Yeah, gonna have a lot of problems on this Morphling early on. Like you're gonna need Manta, Broodmother builds into Orchid, and also you're gonna be playing against mid Tiny, one of the better heroes overall against Morphling. You will always have that burst damage, early Blink Dagger timing, you pair it up with the Snapfire early damage. I feel like this Morph could be in a lot of trouble. You have a little bit of a save coming up from Shadow Demon to try to break the combo, but definitely a very interesting matchup coming in. I will give a slight edge to Team Falcons in this one.
Slight edge to Falcons for my panel. Let's see if they can make it through. It's Falcons versus Team Spirit for our first match of the day.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get stuck into the action of Team Spirit versus Falcons. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and I can't wait to see what goes down in this one, Fogged. This is going to be quite the showdown between these two teams. We have for some of the panel right there. They feel what kind of Falcons overall before this draft, at least having the edge in this matchup. Do you sort of feel that's the same vibe that we've ended up with after seeing the hero picks? Or what's going on with these two drafts?
I don't know, I'm kind of mixed. I think, yes, Falcons, they have a little bit of an ace up their sleeve with this Brood pick and everything, but this is a very staple Falcons draft, right? I feel like I've seen this draft 100 times from them. The Primal Beast, their DK, it's very strong core around timings and everything like that. It's just, will they be able to withstand the pressure that this kind of, sneaky little pick that Falcons has gone for? And they're doing something cool, that we've been talking about these necrotic webs a lot for the Broodmother. I wonder if they're going to place some maybe in a mid lane, place one in the off lane, just to reduce regen at the start, because you have, you start with 3 or 4 apologies, something like that. You have a bunch to be able to kind of go with. So
why not?
Yeah, you can put a bunch of them out there. So you could probably put some in these lanes versus these, the regen-based heroes, the DK Primal and Morphling. Could be kind of cool. And yeah, we'll see how these matchups end up going down, because they did end up doing this bit of a switch up. I also see Crit. He's gone the full bore facet. And we've been seeing pretty much everybody doing the Ricochet, but he's playing versus a Morphling, right? So he's looking for that big burst. So we'll see how Radan or Yatoro is able to withstand the pressure of that lane. That could become overwhelming.
Absolutely. I mean, but overall, do you look at these two lineups and feel that one of them is a little bit easier to play with, a little stronger in your mind, considering at least what we've seen, teams playing with these heroes in the play-in stage last week on this patch?
I don't know. I kind of have to raise plans a little bit, because even though the teams, they're very good teams and everything, they ain't no Spirit or Falcons, right? So I feel like timings are a bit different with a lot of these teams, and even though it's this draft from Falcons can absorb a lot of damage and be able to get the ball rolling around this Chen and Tiny a bit, I feel like Falcons has ways to fight back around these towers early. The Primal Beast, if he gets off to a good start, can show up to pretty much all of them. So, I mean, we'll have to see up to execution and how those lanes in particular do go down, because I am worried a bit for that top lane, the Morphling, if he does get run over, how much impact he'll be able to have if the other lanes don't go as well, but...
Sure. I mean, how surprising do you think it was to Spirit the way that Falcons have ended up laning everything and who's playing what? Was that ever sort of into question during the draft, or do you think Radan was ready to go against whatever when he was taking this Morph last pick into the safe lane.
He was probably ready to go against whatever into the safe lane. But I did see, like, when I saw the Sven, I think for me, I've just been seeing more and more Sven, in particular in this tournament, but also he seems to be the tank killer, right? And when I'd seen what Spirit had already had, they had the Primal and the DK, at least for me, I was considering the Sven to be that carry right away, because he is the one that can get to those points to just always bring these carries down, or these, you know, super strong tanky cores.
We'll see. Apologies for the technical pause, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll be able to get the action underway straight after a few moments.
I think we're in for an absolute treat this game, though. I really, if it does get like too stalled out and everything, you can definitely see how this Morphling can become ridiculous. But is he going to be able to withstand like triple core scaling that could potentially come out also from the Sven, the Tiny, the Brood? Yeah, his DK scales, but they could be, you know, they could run into some situations that could be difficult. Even though Sven, he can run into some like kiting issues versus like a Shadow Demon and Hoodwink.
Sure.
We've seen adaptation through itemization to be able to get past those. But yes, we'll have to see, as execution's going to be obviously super important. Looking at this Chen as well. I saw him switching around which convert he did want at the start. He had the Hellbear initially, but now he switched to the Satyr. So looking like he just wants to secure the lane for Skitter, burning the mana, be able to just ensure that this Sven can get free farm.
Yeah, and I was interested to check, because we saw kind of the hero's level of involvement in drafts so far. It's been pretty low. Is this just because there's some teams that just don't have a Chen player, or is it because some teams just don't consider this hero good right now?
Could be both.
Yeah.
I'm not too certain. I think it's a very particular.
I mean, do you like, when you're playing your game, do you like to see a Chen in your team, or do you feel this is a hero that's just a bit of a risk right now?
It does feel like it can be a risk, but Pro Dota is just so different, right? With how much it comes down to like the grouping up. And I feel like we're just seeing so much about auras. I think it's getting more and more than ever where we're seeing a Greaves, a Pipe, Crimson Guard even in almost every game. Sometimes, yeah, there's a Darkseer and then there's a Beastmaster on their side, so you don't get to see the auras on both sides. But then I see the supports. They're building mechs. They're building pipes to kind of stabilize the aura.
Sure. And Chen's the kind of hero
Chen buys auras.
He's going to be happy to do that.
Always.
And even if you don't get this amazing start, right, he can hit the jungle, get that first sort of aura, first item online at a pretty good time, regardless of how the lane's gone.
Absolutely. And I'm curious to see the Satyr, how much effect it does have in the laning phase, because besides the fact that you're burning the opponent's mana, you have that beautiful mana regen aura.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience as we get into the action here of Game 1. Here between Team Falcons and Team Spirit. Let's see how this one plays out. Bounty Runes are going to be going 3 over the way of Team Falcons to start things off.
Cool. And let's see what Snaking's able to do on the Chen overall. Playing versus the Hoodwink, as we've said a million times, this hero does seem... Hoodwink overall does seem to be one of the best, if not the best, pressuring for. So let's see if they can withstand the pressure of this very strong lane that they do have on Spirit down bottom. Primal Beast, I think I've seen Collapse do various different builds on this hero, either going down the aura route or just going for his own like phase boot drums pressure.
And this mid matchup, I mean, DK and Tiny, I feel like these two mids are kind of the kings of denying.
Yep.
Who kind of takes the edge in the denying in this matchup?
It depends, right? Because you're getting breathe fired on one end, and the other end you have a tree grammed in on a situation. So I feel like it's a pretty much skill matchup. But I can see Laurel do very well in this matchup versus Malrine because he can put the harassment onto him. So I don't see DK do bad. I don't see DK do bad in these matchups, or any matchup. Really.
No, I'd say, yeah, it's almost certainly going to be close to the outcome of this lane. But yeah, maybe Laurel will indeed be able to get that slight edge.
But we'll see, because also Tiny, the toss, the crash landing is absolutely insane at this point in the game, too. Like, it's just got
crazy damage.
Yeah, it clears creep wave so early on in the game, so see how many denies do come out. And yeah, I did mention before about Crit going for the full bore. So very different type of stop, but very understandable since he's playing versus the Morphling on the Dawn.
That's for sure, right? You're going to have this high chance of maybe even getting a surprise kill on him.
Yeah,
unlikely, because Radan, we know his Morphling is very, very strong. He's not going to get caught like that. You can see on the badge at the top, level 30 Morphling here. But you never know. It does happen to some of the greatest Morph players.
See if Crit what he wants to do here, because Miposhka, he's got a lot of stacks on him. Yeah, he'll have to just TP. The beauty about Shadow Demon right now is it feels like he's one of the best 5s to secure lanes just because of Menace. I feel like people really do write that one off quite a lot, but I've seen Miposhka kill almost any hero lately as a Shadow Demon, especially in the last tournament. He was playing like, I feel like his versus like a Bat Rider, and he was solo killing a Bat as a Shadow Demon at level 1 and 2, which is a big deal.
Bottom lane. I guess the real question is indeed when like the level 3s come out for both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, if Mirror and Collapse, it feels like they could go for kills, because how much is a Chen going to be able to hold back these two heroes when they get on top of one of the two of you? It's going to be difficult to keep yourself safe. I guess they're just going to make sure all possible times that their HP is pretty much topped up.
Yeah, they do at least have a stun in the lane, right? Sven does help a lot versus something like the Primal, but could be a dangerous lane if they do step out of position. That being said, though, Snae's literally just burning all of Mira's mana, so it's a pretty cool approach to prevent the Hoodwink being able to get that spam out, just this Satyr. And he even gets the deny on his own Satyr as well, too, so. Laurel having a fantastic time in mid for now.
Oh, what a nice little courier snipe there from Crip. That's the little Shredder at level 2 is able to take that out.
Even gets the blast onto the Morph there from a distance.
Stops Shredder for being able to get that early ban of Elgin skin. He's trying to get in. Early stats to help him with the CS. Every little counts towards trying to make this area of the map eventually a place that Amar on the Brood is going to have complete control of.
Amar shouldn't have any troubles up here getting any of that farm versus the Morph. He should have pretty much free. Gonna start seeing these tosses for that extra CS, but yeah, Laurel's actually quite a decent margin ahead now in these first few waves.
Yeah, he's doing very well. I mean, he's got this whole wave coming in onto him as well, so easily a wave advantage so far against Mallory. I guess we expect the DK to have a slight edge, but this definitely a little bit more so far than I would have expected on paper.
Yeah,
so Laurel playing very well.
He barely missed really many CS at all, right? I think he's been 24.
That's true. Yeah, close to perfect.
Almost perfect besides those denies on the Tiny, so very nicely done from Laurel. Bounty for bounty exchange. Mira checks his at the same time that Crit's checking the one up top. So similar kind of movements even from the supports. Even though it's not like an impactful movement, it's still just grabbing these bounties which could deny it away from one of these two mid laners. Probably the DK if anything, or the Tiny because DK doesn't go bottle, but. I'm curious to see when the moves come out around these, who's going to make the first move around to one of these side lanes because, Laurel, if Malrine does move from the mid lane, of course there's going to be that pressure, so. Are they going to make the move to the mid? That's usually where we do see it, but do they have kill threat on these tanky cores? We'll have to see. Did get too many stacks onto him there, but just bothering him. Not letting him kill any more couriers.
I mean, and as the lane goes at the moment between Amar and Radan, Amar getting the edge in with the denies, having that slightly better time, so. Now, Crit, he's not too fussed with the fact that he's just kind of keeping the Shadow Demon interested in himself, being a bit of a distraction, and letting Amar play the lane 1v1 for the most part.
And these webs do have quite a bit of an effect onto something like Morphling, right? Like,
true.
I'm just watching him try to stand outside of the web AoE in some of these situations and move up to regen, because this 20% reduction is pretty painful.
Amar definitely very happy with the lane start. Leader Radan is going to have quite the work cut out for him ahead of this, as this won't be a free lane.
Laurel's gonna have 6 good amount for the time, actually, with this next wave coming in.
And do have pretty aggressive supports to be able to bring across and set up with Laurel. You see this Hoodwink and the Shadow Demon both with pretty nice setup to kind of harass the Tiny out of the lane and set up to push the tier 1 tower rather early.
Got 4 stacks.
They're in with the cookie. He's able to pop Crip first, though, so first blood goes the way of Miposhka, but Amar will be able to take a solo kill in return, getting that XP all for himself.
One of those situations where it's like, nice play by the 5 position, but then also Amar's like, good job, Crit. I've got a free lane now, and he might hit 6
got
even
out the
earlier.
way, and then, yeah, absolutely. This Brood start for Amar is going rather fantastic.
Yeah, and they do get the bottle refill out of it as well, too, so it's a death, of course, for Crit, but it's going to, of course, have its own benefits. Malrine, not quite level 6, the support rotations are coming, but now he's at 6.
Look at the avalanche, but disruption there from Miposhka to hold back Malrine. Gonna keep Lars safe as Lars able to keep his distance, continue to poke damage back in onto the Tiny. They'll turn over towards Miposhka. They can set up. Good cookie here from Crit, toss forward as well onto the 2 of them, and that's a kill with the blast, the final punch there from Malrine. So support rotations coming in on the mid, but ends up succeeding more for Team Falcons.
There could definitely be a difficulty for Team Spirit to bring down this Tiny early game. Their damage overall, until like Hoodwink hits 6, until like the Primal Beast rotates in, I don't think they're going to be able to bring down Malrine. So I think bringing these rotations to this Tiny is going to be pretty nice for the side of Falcons just to set him up for success, because Malalo's not going to be able to push this tower, and that's ideally what you want to have happen as this DK. They're going to get a toss back, too.
Very, very nice toss back there underneath the tower. Crit coming in as well with the body blocks, trying to get as much damage in as possible from the tower. Lar's going to try for the TP out. It's a good move from him. Gets himself back to safety. But indeed, Falcons were seeing this pressure coming in on the mid, just trying to do what they can to stop Lal from being able to get that early damage on the tier 1 tower, despite obviously the laning success that he had, hitting that 6, having that edge with the denies and such in terms of the XP. Falcons, they're making sure that they deal with that and don't let this Dragon Knight get out of control.
This top lane's now definitely an issue. I'm wondering who wants to make the rotation up here toward Amar, because they do not have...
with the Spider?
Honestly, they might have to move. They might have to swap where the Primal Beast is at some point so they don't just lose towers too fast. Miposhka starting to get chased out. The spider block.
Nice blocking here from Amar, indeed, surrounding Miposhka with the spiders. All this brood.
Could be a big problem.
It absolutely does at least feel like the beginning of one.
And overall, bottom, the lane that could have been that maybe dangerous lane for the Sven, he's completely endured it because of snaking, just burning the mana off the Primal, burning the mana off of the Hoodwink as well, and he's been stacking. So Skitter, after having a pretty successful lane, not dying at all, now has these huge stacks to go back to as a Sven. Pretty damn good start here for Falcons. And even though the rotation's coming from Laurel, they can put some pressure onto the tower, as we said, for killing Malrine. It's just not really an option for them until they do have more levels. This tiny set looks kind of cute.
Oh, which set's he got?
He's got the turtle shell. It's
the new one.
The new one, yeah.
Oh, very nice indeed. You get it, I think when you've got like the level 3 or you have, well, I think, yeah, level 3, you get the crab on your back as well, crawling around.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, you've not seen a little red crab crawling around on the back of
yet.
you. It's very cool.
Okay, so who goes top? Okay, that's the question for me for Spirit. Who wants to deal with the Amar pressure? Or do you
probably
just...
got to be, surely you just got to bring your offlane duo up there.
I think
you
so
get
too.
sort of the setup with the Hoodwink, and then you're able to come crashing in, grab the spider with the pulverize.
It's either that or you make the rotation in mid and you try to pressure the tower super hard and you sack your safe lane tower kind of in a way in order to get the mid, but let's see what they do look to do. Maybe they do bring a rotation afterwards if they get a good position where Amar's too deep to be able to get a rotation from the Primal.
They're trying to make a go on him. He's got the backup and mirror at his side. Cookie won't quite connect onto the turn of the bushwhack, holding him back, but snaking.
He's here.
He's trying to do a little bit of body blocking by this. He's trying to catch onto Lal. The damage here.
So outrageous.
It's so much burst, and the final right click from a Chen takes the DK down. That's a pretty sad way to go out there, getting right clicked by a Chen.
Between the toss and their full bore scatter blast, they have some pretty insane long range burst damage for these heroes.
I mean, it's the toss mainly, right?
It's the toss mainly.
Insane.
It is definitely.
It's so much damage.
Yeah, did Lara actually pick up a... I've seen what some people are doing. It obviously does not solve the issue of the damage, but I've seen a lot of people picking up raindrops and stuff just to endure the toss.
It feels like you might need something. I mean, at the moment, right, he's at least with the Q, time Q, he's trying to go for that Blink Dagger rush, so very much feels that he's got to be that way to get things started and be the one to jump in first.
So far, Falcons with a very nice lead, though. 4-1. All 3 cores farming. Sven under no pressure, and there's a brood problem. There's absolutely a brood problem.
Yeah, that's the main thing. There's not a soon available clear answer to the fact that Amar has had a very free lane.
They're going to try. They're going to bring the Primal with the disruption.
They got to get him out of this lane. They've got to try and shut him down. They'll
get the grab.
And with the pulverize, they should have the burst. They do. Goes the way you'd want to see it go as well if your Team Spirit Radan able to get the final touch and take Amar down.
It's got to go like that, right? Like, Collapse has to be the one to pretty much move in the early game every time to get the catch. He's going to immediately go through the portal right afterwards, so it's a really solid move to at least shut down the Brood. But the net worth so far, you can see the Falcons still just getting way more out of the map, at least here in this early laning phase.
Amar still able to be annoy Radan from the grave there. Was able to snipe his courier up over the spiders.
Mira walking up
the hill blind. Falcons, yeah, they were very set up for that quick kill.
And immediately the Morphin comes back to lane. Amar is there again, and they're probably like, we might have to just somehow swing Collapse back up there soon again.
Like, you just keep doing this over and over again, because despite the fact that they made that move and they succeeded, this net worth, it just continues to grow for Falcons.
It's a difficult call to make, really, as Laurel, again, getting chased. So much stun, so much damage. Great blocks.
Yeah, blocks here from Malrine. Toss again, look. Easy kills in this mid. I mean, Spirit, this is a rough early game to try and get through and to try and make the call of what to do. I mean, you just have to avoid fights completely, let Falcons get what they want, and just hope that Radan on his Morphlings eventually able to carry you to success?
I think you probably just have to rely on Collapse for your early game at this point. Make sure that every single one of these Primal Beast rotations hit. If they don't, definitely going to be some big issues that happen when the map starts shrinking. We do see Radan, though, his net worth isn't so bad, right? Versus the Sven in comparison, at the least, he's only about 300 behind. It just, they need to find places to open up the map for him, and bottom does look like it's going to be that place for now. But they've already lost that top tower. Brood takes it so much faster, and this tower is not dropping too fast at all. They don't want to swing Laurel down. Laurel doesn't have ulti. He's just hitting some jungle creeps for the time being. So it does take him a little bit longer to bring down this tower, which means Brood is poking tier 2, Owen. The tier 2 is half HP top.
Uh-oh.
Got to bring Collapse up there.
I mean, yeah, this Brood is getting to proportions in which...
Oh! He caught him with the toss.
I mean, toss, it's an incredible... It's a spell in the game of Dota 2, Fog.
It is.
It is a spell of all time.
Oh, and things are crumbling quick. 8-2. The mid tower now in jeopardy as well. Falcons speeding things up
they're
quickly
crushing
here.
it. They really are.
It's a Blink Dagger, I believe, on Malrine already. It's going to become... It's 20 gold away, but he's already playing around mid. He's got it now finished. And he does, of course, find Fairy Trinket. I do have to point that out as well, too. So even more toss damage, of course.
I mean, I guess this is the problem when you're drafting against Falcons. There's kind of so many things that have got to go. But after this, I feel like you've at least got to take the Brood and the Tiny or something. These two... Malrine on the Tiny, it seems completely busted.
I think
more
Tiny's
so
gotta
than the
go.
hero is just at a base level. You know, Malrine is just pushing it to its limits, and then Amar and the Brood. How can you let this happen? I mean, he's 6.5k net worth, 11 minutes in. He's smashing these timings on his the Orchid. I mean, and everything to follow after. You can only imagine it's going to come out at incredible timing. He's just getting so much.
Anyone who comes up is dead, even
I can't
Collapse.
imagine any team here wants to play against this Brood Mother. Top lane, they get the setup. The TPs are coming in, so they might be able to do something in response.
Okay, the push is there.
They get the save.
Can they counteract it at all?
Collapse still might die. He's got to run away. Onslaught off to the side. The kisses are coming in. Is Kraven to find him with the connection?
Just one
he is.
needed. And Laurel now.
The kill. They're turning over towards Laurel. They're going to almost certainly get him as well. The Avalanche comes in. Crypt with the double as he snipes him with the scatter
The base
blast.
isn't safe.
Amar's diving the tier 3s. He's just 12 minutes in, and he's going to get away with it. Maposhka's dead.
These guys are too good. This is devastating. I mean, the early game is broken. We're already into the mid game. It's 12 minutes in. They've got Mech, they've got Blink, they've got Orchid, they've got key timings on pretty much every hero, it feels like already. Tier 2 already under a ton of pressure. And the Morphling, the problem is Morphling can't help you. Now that everything's kind of gone away and gone so poorly, Morph can't turn up to kind of help and fix any of these problems. Mira,
he's got to run.
One more toss is all it takes if they want to chase.
I mean, they're doing so well so far and having such a lead. We might not even get to the point where we get to see the cool red crab on the back of the Tiny.
That's very true.
The game might be over before then. We'll see the replay again once more of this dive up top. I mean, there was a point where the TPs come in, you know, Collapse isn't dying too quickly. They get the save off. It's like, okay, maybe Team Spirit's able to get out of this alive with their cause. But spoiler, they weren't able to, Fog.
No. And they don't have a response. There's not really damage, to be honest with you. I see, you know, Miposhka good TP to save people, but Hoodwink's still not level 6. Everybody's full HP anyway, but they're just getting ran at and dove too far. The 1-by-1 there from Spirit.
I've never seen any tier 3 dives at 12 minutes in throughout the whole of the play-in stage so far. And here we go straight into the groups. First game for Falcons. They're here, and yeah, first game, they're diving tier 3s at 12 minutes in.
Yeah. I think Tiny's probably the most one to go, because I think, it's had a 90% contest rate so far, even in the play-ins.
This hero is crazy. You give it to a team like Falcons, you give it to a player like Malrine, it's you're playing Dota 2 on the hardest of difficulties.
Yeah, even though Laurel, as we said, you know, he had a very good matchup in the mid lane. He actually pulled off very, very well. Just 1 or 2 rotations. They don't have a kill threat onto Malrine, and then Malrine apparently just has massive kill threat, even though it's DK, who's supposedly this tanky hero. Does not look like it.
We heard as well, Yatoro changed his name. One of the reasons why, because he's an Elden Ring enjoyer.
Sure.
He likes games that are hard. He likes the suffering. But this is kind of, you know, this is
maximum.
This is Elden Ring on a difficulty that's a bit above that of the game itself. So this game a little bit harder.
It's probably on one of the hardest modes you possibly can. Your Morphling has a not even a Yasha, and there's the blood. You know, the Orchid already finished up time ago. Map definitely going to shrink. Spirit have to at least try to play more if the not being 1-by-1 TPs or anything like that, but even if they do go as a unit at this point, they have fallen so far behind so fast. The Chen almost similar net worth as that DK now at this point. So Laurel's timing's just... he's going to blink, but what's going to happen with the blink afterwards? They'll maybe be able to get a kill or two, but overall in a fight, it's going to be disastrous. I mean, Amar, already knowing, he's high-fiving these towers, knowing how big of an advantage they already have. And they're not going to let up. Smooth.
Just sort of sweep across the map, take these towers, and know that there's very little, really, that Spirit can do in terms of showing up. At the moment, yeah, it's Radan on his Morphling that has the most farm.
Another one.
He's not going to want to be involved in any sort of action. They could kill anyone, plus more.
Literally anybody. There's definitely no team fight that can come out here from Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sven also has Skeeter's had a quiet game, but a very nice one. He's just like, thank you guys, great job. Seen this a couple of times, of course, here for Falcons when they just demolish that mid and off lane. And Snay looks like he wants to at least apply some pressure onto the tier 2 mid. And Pushka says he wants his team to defend here. If they do overextend, that's where Spirit can look to fight back, as long as they have the numbers, but they need absolutely everybody, it feels like, and they still could lose people.
Alau's got his blink.
Okay.
They're going to come out for a smoke, but it's definitely one of those situations in which he knows he's got to be the one that has to go in.
And it's versus Mech and
it's
Hand of
going to
God.
feel pretty terrifying going in.
Oh,
because
yeah.
if you go in, you're probably not coming out alive at this point unless something absolutely fantastic happens behind you. They're going to try and jump the Chen, see if they can burst Snaking. I mean, Snaking only barely gets brought down to half HP. Miro, can he line up the sharp shot? Onto Amar he can, but not onto Snaking. So Snaking's able to heal up. That's the Blink Dagger reveal, and kind of as expected, didn't do a whole lot at this point, Fog.
No. Snag patient, just waiting to get the opportunity to use the Mech. He still has Hand of God.
Yeah. He didn't even break a sweat out of being jumped like that. You could see indeed he was, but not spam pressing all the abilities, the items. He knew he was perfectly fine, despite Team Spirit trying their best to target what on paper at this point should be the easier hero to kill. But even that hero, pretty much impossible to kill as it seems. Yeah. Falcons 10K net worth lead here, 15 minutes in.
They're covering each other nicely too, right? If they go on the Chen, you see Malrine just instantly stuns, covers the backline so there's no follow-up. And I didn't see it, but there might be like a cookie to disjoint the stun that comes out there from the Hoodwink as well too. So they have all these ways to kind of counter the jump that can come out from Spirit. And now they're just getting so big at this point. Skeeter's level 13. He hasn't even had to get really involved. He's going to have Blink as well, too, so they can force the issue. And speaking of force the issue, looks like it's Roshan time. And Spirit, not in a realm of being able to contest that.
No, not at all. This is... I mean, we did see some kind of one-sided games during the playing stage, but this one's up there.
It definitely is. It's not over at 16-minute marks per se in terms of buildings dying, but it might be over in terms of per se of how much pressure Falcons can make. Radan getting closer to Manta, which is one of his big timings, but his other two cores just have nothing. They've gotten nothing yet. Collapse getting closer to BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower.
At least for like a straight-up team fight, but Falcons just getting more and more. Wonder what Amar is going to look to purchase. Sitting on 3.3K.
Oh, yeah. Has he got anything queued up?
He's been queuing up a lot of things.
Okay.
He's switched it like 8 times, so.
Oh, Lincoln's feels a bit too safe for him, though. Oh, he's going to do it. He's a sensible man here.
He might just want to close it up. Oop, having some lag. They might just look to like go for a high ground push with this Aegis on. I think it's a possibility.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if they were ready to dive tier 3s at 12 minutes in, I think with an Aegis at this point and this lead, they're certainly ready to go again. Get in there, get some sort of toss-back setup. I mean, we saw there as well, Skiddy just picked up his Blink Dagger, so multiple ways to get in and start the fight. And many a hero that do not mind jumping straight into the base with how strong they are at this point in time on Team Falcons.
Crit also getting very close to a vessel, so these heroes are quite far away from those BKBs besides Collapse. Great versus the triple cores. All 3 of them can suffer, even though if there's going to be a Manta from the Morphling, you can only dispel so many things. They're getting all these timings, and they're prepared for, I would imagine, every single one of these fights. So Spirit just has to be careful, just to really split and hope. It's a big hope, of course, but that they can hope to get this Morphling to a stage where he feels comfortable, but that feels like it's a very, very long time away.
Let's see. Apologies again, ladies and gentlemen, for this momentary pause, but it looks like all the players are on their way back into the lobby. I think we're still just missing Malrine.
It just looked like a little bit of lag for a second there.
We'll be able to see what Falcons want to do next with the Aegis.
they're set up for mid. Like, Kurt's already in a position where he left the TP fast to the mid tower, so if they want to just, they can defend this tower, they can pressure as well too to force TPs back, but I imagine they probably don't want Spirit to get literally anything extra out of the map, so just defending the tier 1, killing whoever does show. They might even just swing and just fight, so. Spirit just have to be very aware of that and keep trying to attempt to, split push, get the farm up for this Morph, but it's a tall ask.
Here we go, back in action. Let's see what they want to get done.
Trying to poke mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's so dangerous to even poke here. Yeah, Laurel literally hits the tower twice and instantly blinks out. Just a very scary position.
Fortification has come out immediately here from Spirit. As soon as Falcons show themselves on the high ground, they quickly TP back over towards the mid.
Keeping the front TP fast still. You see them preparing this defense. Mount TP is tier 2, so front TP, they're probably telling each other TP's a fast one if they do look to go for a play. Maposhka? Won't get caught by the stun. Right on the outskirts. But they deter that push in mid. Everyone on Spirit trying to find farm where they can on the map. Maybe even cutting waves, it looks like, just to stop any extra pressure onto these lanes, but this tier 2 mid, one more hit, it's pretty much dead.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It's kind of like, this desperation mode from Spirit, just trying to find what they can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maureen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ready to make that jump if he catches sight of any of them. There's 3 of them right now playing around this point.
Find a courier, know where they are.
It's the Greaves recipe, so quite a nice snipe for them to find.
Might get another too. Yep, they'll find another courier as well too, so decent little kills.
Yep. So 2 big item upgrades that Falcons won't have to play with.
Yep, and they're cutting waves too. Laurel starting to get a bit of farm here. The Manta finished up for Radon, so even though he's still quite a ways away from that Sven, starting to get at the least his itemization. And he is going to do the build that we've seen him do in pretty much every single one of his Morphling games and more. Just Manta straight into the butterfly if he's able to. It's gonna take time. See if they can buy that time. They do have good hero. They have these annoying heroes to cut waves. The Hoodwink in particular. Might get caught this time around. Skeeter's right on top of him, but is being very pesky.
This time Marin ready to make sure that they're not able to cut the creep wave. Mirror is out with the TP. They have managed to grab the creeps once more, so can look to try and push down the mid.
They stopped the entire acceleration in the last 4 minutes.
They did. They've slowed it down.
At least for Spirit, right? Yes, it's been kind of consistent, just sitting at that 10k since they got the Aegis. And, they're just waiting for at least a timing. BKB is done for collapse. They do have that Manta on that Morphling as well too. DK still a bit of ways away from another item. He actually has a Mage Slayer coming out, so maybe with 3's 3-core, if they see an opportunity of Falcon overextending, they can punish Mira. Probably won't be so lucky.
Just immediately burst there. Orchid into the Scatter Blast and the toss, and now up to the high ground they go. Team Spirit, what do they got? Collapse has got his BKB, so does have a way to get in there, but at the same time, I don't think they'll struggle too much to kill him off through the BKB, especially when they're just grouped up as this fight, man. They're pushing these buildings. I mean, Spirit.
And they're not overextending.
They can't do anything. Godstreng's popped by Skeeter. He's able to take his, ready to swing around towards the mid and maybe just go for more.
Spirit has to hope for an overextension, but Falcons is just playing for the buildings. They're playing for the objectives for now. Got a jump.
Some of the jump. They're going to see if they can try and burst through the Sven. There's going to be a toss back to safety. But Collapse is never getting on top of the 3 of them. Burst and play. They're able to take Skeeter down. Collapse looks over towards Snake King. Gets the grab as well. On towards Amar. They're taking out the Chen. They're taking out the Brute. They're taking out the 4 of them.
They might get the Tiny too.
Maureen's the last one left alive, but the Bushwhack setup's there. Sure, he's got the Aegis, but on his own, they should be able to deal with him twice.
Oh
Team
my
Spirit,
goodness.
they're able to hold. They only lose the top set of racks. They won't be losing the mid set of racks, and they'll be keeping this game alive long with a triple kill. This game, it ain't over yet, and it won't be a stomp, Fogged.
Nope, they're completely back in it, honestly.
Wow.
That is an amazing jump. Collapse catches everybody with the charge through,
check
right?
this out again.
They're all clumped up. He hits all the creeps
the way they
and
went.
3
Lyle
heroes.
gets the call to get. He starts things onto the Sven. It's a nice toss back, but indeed Collapse straight in on top of them. Knows to go straight over to the side. Doesn't need to grab Snake King as he knows he's going to get caught in the AoE at the slams as he pounds down Amar with a pulverize. Beautiful defense, and honestly, one that I don't think Falcons saw coming.
I don't
they
think
felt
anyone
very much
did.
in control of this game. They quickly took the top racks. They were ready to go straight away for the mid racks. They underestimated Spirit's defense, and now with that, there's only a 4K gold difference now with the Tormentor being taken, but considering what it was before, Spirit, they're absolutely back in it. Look at some of the individual net worths, right? Radan,
they're pretty much back.
He's caught right back up.
Absolutely.
He's up there. Lars pretty close behind. Spirit, they're here to give us a game.
I'm sure Falcons is kicking themselves a little bit with how much they stacked. Collapse literally hit everybody. It was like 3 or 4 heroes he gets with the charge through, and all of the Chen creeps as well, too. They tried for a toss back, but Spirit.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, I think, without a doubt, one of those situations that, you know, Falcons, they turn up, this is the first game, they're like, we're crushing this, and then just maybe got a little too comfortable, and indeed get caught off guard, as you said, with their positioning.
Yeah. Thought it would require more of an overextension, but it seems like if they just stack like that and Collapse gets that type of charge through.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful.
And he's going to be even more ready for it next time, trying to get this Veil into the Shiva's guard.
They also have, I believe that is that the butterfly pretty much done? It's almost there.
Radan, like, his farm has just skyrocketed after that cleanup in that fight. He's up there, level with Skeeter. And again, just a crazy swing back. Sure, the gold overall lead is still there for Falcons, but you just can't underestimate just how big of a swing that was, considering how much it looked like Falcons were potentially moments away from maybe even closing the game if they played it right.
Absolutely, with all these auras that they're building up on the Chen, right? They're still going to look to probably ball up, look for another play here. They have the BKB on the Sven.
Big stuff here from Spirit.
They've completely caught it back up.
Radan's getting the chance to go. And now the game is absolutely a point. Even if like the next fight also doesn't go too great for Spirit.
They can stall.
Yeah, this morph, Radan on his Morphling, he's ready to carry.
Yep, and Mira even too. Mira did not go down the route of the Atos first. He knows he has to play for the farm, so Maelstrom to be able to keep that farm going, to delay the game more. And Laurel now does have a secondary item finished up after that Mage Slayer just off of that one fight.
Are they going to try and go against Falcons?
They still want to try to close it up and get one big opening to take that next rack. So Spirit has to be careful with their positioning.
Sure, but this time they don't have the Aegis. Sure,
they do not.
First, you would imagine we're not going to see them get caught in the same fashion that they did on that last failed push by by Falcons.
Spirit's ready for this move, though. Look, DK already comes back.
They've got items.
They're prepared for this pressure play from Falcons. Super fast butterfly timing. I mean, especially with all things considered.
Yep.
They're actually going to smoke and maybe catch Falcons off guard here.
Marines watching from the high ground, but they're ready to get the jump on him with the Dragon Tail. Collapses in with the follow-up. They're looking to burst through the Tiny. Marines gone in an instant.
He even used the BKB, but they get the grab right away. Now they all got to run.
Now Falcons have got to back off. Very, very impressive stuff there from Spirit.
Snay still playing in the area, but they don't have their Tiny. Laurel's going to jump in for him.
There's going to be the setup and Collapse. He's ready with the follow-up. Straight in with the onslaught. Over the wall. Snake King, Crit, Skitter. Is there anything they could do to help their Chen out? I don't think so. Collapse blocking off the escape of Snake King as he'll go down.
And Crit
also in trouble. Ooh, he's able to TP away just in time before the Dragon Tail comes out and connects on towards him. So he'll escape. But again, this is Spirit getting out of their base, being able to make these moves. And Falcons, just the game, the grasp they had on the game, it's absolutely slipping away.
It's gone. I mean, there's no lead anymore at all. Even if it's like a 1K or whatever like that, it's Spirit now perhaps in the driving seat themselves. You can feel that Falcons maybe wanted to get something else with that push, with the Malmarine positioning, try to catch someone off guard so they can get a push, but Falcons now maybe the ones in trouble. Spirit. Some excellent macro plays.
They're looking great, and Radan just continuing to hold that top spot. And if sort of the dynamic of the game continues, you can only imagine this morph is going to stay a step ahead at the Sven.
And he's got a great 1v1 matchup there.
Yep.
So there's no Bloodthorn. I mean, the Brute, of course, can switch up to go for the Bloodthorn, but Amar... I mean, maybe Amar's reconsidering. Like, he's probably like, man, this Lincoln's actually didn't really do what I wanted it to.
It kind of didn't, right? Honestly, it felt kind of un-Amari. I thought he would go for something a bit more aggressive and for the quick kills, but actually took the safer route.
And maybe he was thinking he can just block like the DK stun or one of those primal jumps on the initial go, and they could have closed things out, but that was not the case in Spirit. Feeling so much more comfortable. Everyone now has those big core items as well to fight back. Falcons, they're going to try again to go for it, but it feels like they're trying to force the issue here.
For sure, and I think the big time is going to be when Radan's able to get the BKB on top of the Manta.
Yep.
You know, this kind of game, you give him the BKB and the Manta, it's very unlikely he'll die in these team fights, and you can guarantee he's going to be able to get a huge amount done.
Can Falcons get the catch on him when he's not ready? Miposhka is at the ready. He's got backup too. It seems like they always know this move is coming. Even Laurel TPing back just in case they know the fight's coming in. Yeah, just super well prepared. BKB looks to be the call there for Amar. So they do have triple BKB timing on the side of Falcons to be able to take a fight.
Radiant are scanning.
But unless they really catch Riyadh by surprise, killing this Morph is going to be incredibly difficult.
Shivas is also finished up
Collapse.
from Collapse.
He's ready to go. I mean, really, the main man when it came to keeping this game alive for them.
He has been very clutch on his Primal Beast in a lot of situations. Let's see if Falcons is ready for this, if they're able to get a jump themselves. Problem is they're actually under a ward right now, so Malrine is completely under vision. Spirit have their pick of the litter for a second here. Smoke on smoke.
This could be quite the fight for Spirit. Got slightly the better information. Sure, Falcons have the sort of better area to hold from. But Spirit know exactly what they're walking into. They know that they're all here.
So watch the positioning of these supports. Miposhka's pretty deep.
They're going to get the jump over towards him. But Collapse comes over in return. He's got the pulverize to hold the tiny position, but the BKB is already out. They turn, they take down Miposhka. Now they look over towards Collapse. Collapse have put the Shiva's guard, trying to draw their attention away from the rest of the team. Sharpshooter comes in. Toss over towards the DK. Lyle turns with the Dragon Tail onto Skeeter. Radahn turns into the Tiny. Avalanche onto the two of them. He's got the toss burst damage on towards Zamar. Not enough to kill him. An immediate buyback from Miposhka as he looks to rejoin the fight. Lyle getting chased down by Falcons. They'll bring him low. They'll bring him down as Lyle will fall. See if Radahn can do any sort of a cleanup. He's got his eyes on Skeeter. He's going to bail out. Realizes this fight is no longer a fight that they want to take. Miposhka, he'll go down a second time. Falcons, they'll take the fight, and with that, they'll be able to claim their Roshan.
So cool the way they take the fight. They see Miposhka steps up for a quick second. He wants to go for, I'm actually surprised he's the one that goes for the D ward himself, because he reveals his positioning there. They instantly jump him, and they don't have to save. The Sven is able to just pretty much beat on whichever target he wants. Bit of a mistake there this time from Spirit. Falcons capitalize massively. They do lose the Chen, but either way, well worth it. Skeeter able to hit these targets nicely this time around in the fight.
Yeah, and you can see as well, you know, for Radahn on the Morph, he was watching kind of the way it started that fight, and with sort of how quickly his teammates were going down, there was only so much he could do. He knew exactly when to bail out and know that that was not the fight to fully commit for. As everybody gets next item done now, Satanic finished on the Morphling.
He had to be cautious because he did lose the SD so early, so the save was gone, and then, you know, Collapse did end up dying afterwards, so Radahn, he does spend his gold, which could cause him into some issues. But with Satanic, very survivable, but if he does get caught and popped, things could just close out quickly again also.
I mean, it's necessary to spend up here. The rest of the team, right, doesn't have buybacks. You lose a fight here. Even if you have a buyback on the Morph, the rest of the team don't, it's probably game over. So they're going all in. Gleipnir's been finished up on Mirror.
And it's still, at the end of the day, it is still difficult for Falcons, as we saw in the last one. Going that high ground the secondary time, I don't know if they'll make that same mistake versus Collapse again.
Sure. How do you want to go about doing it differently if you're Falcons then? How do you try and approach the high ground here? Do you not quite do that yet? Do you look for the tier 2 bottom?
I think you maybe just still farm it up. Smoke out from Spirit to maybe catch them off guard here, since they have the Aegis and Cheese. There's this ward, but the scan will catch them perfectly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit. Do get caught here by the scan.
And now Skeeter does have MKB, so he has this matching damage item to be able to deal versus that butterfly that was picked up pretty early from Radahn. So does have an answer, and of course they can go down the route of the Bloodthorn if they want to, of course on Amar. He still is thinking, he's been switching his itemization like 8 different times still. Thinking what he does want to go for. Falcons reestablishing themselves after one big fight around that rush. Aegis and Cheese. Ooh, and amp damage now also for Skeeter. Overall for Spirit, do have to be careful from... I think Miposhka just has to be much more careful with his positioning up in this upcoming fight. He cannot be that far up to go for some type of D-ward.
Set up on the high ground. They know the Falcons are coming for them. Team Spirit.
Tough fight versus this amp damaged Sven. Skeeter. Is he just gonna jump in? He's thinking about it.
Bilal, he's good with the jump as well. The turn towards the other way, get the sun on towards it. The bushwhack's there. Straight away, Skeeter turns towards Mirror. The pole collapse, holds Skeeter back. Mirror will go down, but the Aegis is taken out of the hands of Skeeter. So there's what he did on round 2. He's quick with the blink out. Team Spirit, they want to try and chase. They are one hero down without the hoping. They get the Dragon Tail opening onto Malrine. Collapse, thinking about charging forward, but he'll hold back from this.
Don chasing in still. He's got the
stepping
insatiable.
Forward. Doesn't want to try and lead in on this. They'll take this. They lose the support, but they're able to take the Aegis away, and they're able to stop the push.
Very cool. scary is this Morphling, when he turns into the Brood, pops the Insatiable Hunger, shifts back, and he actually has double damage pretty much. I think it was plus 300 there that I saw on this Morphling, so Falcons will give the respect to that. That was a crazy jump from them too, just waltzing into high ground blind to go for it.
And the high ground attempts, other than that top set of barracks that they're able to find, Falcons haven't been going too hot for them, despite having the lead, having these map objectives in their favor, such as the Aegis.
It's where it's hard to find these Shadow Demons and these Sabers. It allows Collapse without a Blink Dagger in the base to get these easier initiations a lot of the time. Like a Skeeter just jumps in and forces it. It gives a natural initiation. How many misses? I think one of those got absorbed by a tree, but either way. And yeah, look at Radon's damage. They instantly know they have to reset when that Insatiable gets popped by him, so good on Falcons to be able to get that reset. And I did see the Halberd, of course, coming out there from Mar, so looking to be more of a preventative carry, anti-carry kind of in a way as this Broodmother. Feels like a different kind of style from Amar than I feel like we used to see.
Yeah, I guess it just feels what obviously has two very solid kind of carry-esque heroes in the two other roles, right? This Tiny and Sven.
Hey, he does still scale super hard as it gets to the later stages anyway, because you're a Broodmother, so you're still universal and you get your crazy 25 attack speed, but not the route that I fully expected from Amar. And they're keeping their net worth on those two cores in particular very, very good to be able to keep the scaling versus the Morph. Even though Malrine falling behind a little bit, they do have the scaling on those two. And the supports too, I have to be honest. Crit has really kept up with the pace as the Snapfire, even though it's been like kind of constant pushing, that sometimes maybe your supports can struggle when getting that net worth. Crit's been able to keep it there.
We'll see now Falcons want to try and make a move whilst they don't have the Aegis. The last two times they sent back and waited for the Roche, but that has only given really time for Radon to continue to just grow this lead.
Checking what other, I mean, they do have a couple item timings that are soon being hit as well too. The Condo's about to be done for Malrine. They almost have Sven's next item as well too. I believe the Satanic, so maybe just waiting for those to all coincide together before they look for that next big fight. Well, for Spirit, I'm sure Verdun is just telling them, like, let me just keep farming. If I can get to this later stage of the game, I can probably be able to carry this. They did get another item timing though. Laurel, 18, and he's got the Aghanims.
Radiant are scanning.
Might be able to catch off guard here. They have this ward that's outside. Amar, if he's not careful, might just get caught.
Just outside of vision, they're able to put the Linkers again in with a follow-up stun. They've got the pushback as well. They're able to lock him down, snake him out. No sort of heals coming out from Snaking. Will be able to save him.
Playing on that vision perfectly. The 70 seconds, they could look to go for another kill here. Can they find anybody immediately? All the Falcons splitting up.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, both teams just really understand how to play this map pretty beautifully. The moment one gets pressured, the other just splits back up, gets that farm continue going.
We'll check again on the replay there.
He's playing like just in and out of that vision you see there, but then boom, they get that catch. Lincolns will only help for so much. Isn't able to get that BKB off.
Falcons continuously just getting sort of shaken up, despite the lead that they hold.
I mean, they're still keeping it. Somehow they're still keeping it, even though this Morphling continues to get online. They're keeping that farm super high. And that they're not really like overreacting or anything. The Brood dies, nobody kind of panics. They keep their farm. They're waiting for that Brood to respawn, because Amar, if he does get BKB off in a lot of those situations, might just be able to survive. But again, Radon, another item's been finished up. I believe that is his, is that the Scotty pretty much done?
He's got it done. He's got it done, yeah. This Morphling he is massive.
I'm gonna try to keep tabs of how much damage he has, because maybe that's also why Amar did go for the Lincolns. I was trying to like think more, besides just the DK stun, the primal thing. It's to prevent the Morph from turning into the Brood, getting Insatiable Hunger, because it's legit a double damage. It makes this Morph absolutely out of control.
Yeah, maybe so the matchup able to sort of be turned on its heads now that the game goes on. I mean, Falcons with this lineup, Indeed, but they play early. They were not expecting this game to still be going 36 minutes in if everything was going to go to plan for Falcons.
Look at this wraparound. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Quietness set up onto the two, and the pushback as well onto Skeeter, toss up into the side, but at the same time, Radan and Lar, they're able to get over to the back lines, take Snaking out.
Falcons is fully split up.
They're ready to go and help join the rest of the team as Mallory's BKB is going to soon come to a finish collapse. He's got the control with the pulverized Lal, and Radan looking to bring over the damage to try and threaten Mallory. Jump forward from Lal. Sentries down, they've got the detection. Again with the bushwhacks from Mira holding Skeeter back, so Skeeter cannot get involved in this fight. A beautiful onslaught from collapse over the two of them. Skeeter, he's going to likely fall through the BKB as Radan takes him down. Jump forward, they're not done yet. They'll look to Amar. He's got the BKB still at the ready there, so will manage to get out in time and avoid the stun. They're trying to chase though, Radan, seeing if he can get his hands on the Spider, but Amar, a bit too speedy, will make it back to the safety of the base. Still their Spirit, they take the 3 heroes down, and now 37 minutes in, Spirit, they take the gold lead.
That was versus the Cheese too. Kind of awkward to start there for the fight for Falcons. They're trying to go for a wraparound, and it's pretty much the worst hero that they could have get started on first. The Chen gets caught from the morph. They don't get any spells up there. They might just lose. They might just lose the set here.
Yeah, no Skeeter, no Mallory, neither of them with buyback. And the push for Spirit is pretty severe here with Radan beating into the tier 3s, exposing the barracks. I mean, they have to probably just at least let this set go. And there's still a tier 2 up in the mid lane, so Spirit won't be able to immediately swing across. But
they're looking for another catch.
But they are setting up on the side lanes, and Amar, of course, BKB is still on cooldown for 35 seconds. Collapses in with a setup. He
almost just kills him.
Very close to. Amar lucky to get away from this one.
Lincoln's definitely saving his life since he can't get grabbed, get some tower push going, but that one feels where Spirit has completely blown open the game. I thought the last one probably was, but Falcons did some impressive moves to bring things back over that Roche. Now this Morph getting critical mass. And now I'm seeing the supports be able to cast their spells on the Sven too. I think I saw Skeeter get like 2 attacks off in that last fight. He just got purged. Gleipnir fully CC'd here from Mira and from Miposhka. So it feels like it's getting harder and harder for Falcons to be able to take those fights versus this Morph.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, Radan has got 28k net worth. Now, Radan on his Morph, he doesn't really tend to lose games when he's got this sort of a lead.
No, and now they're the ones to be able to finally get the Roche too for themselves. Falcons feeling like they did need that one to be able to have a fighting chance in these next upcoming fights. And let's see if they look to go for just some type of like team pressure move or something like that, because it seems like the team fights overall now feel too difficult since Collapse he really can just charge through. Especially with this Aghanims, gonna be very strong.
I was that Miposhka who took the axe from Roche?
I believe so, because he can just double purge the Sven. I think it's all about just controlling Skeeter. I need the 3 cores, right? The triple melee cores can definitely suffer versus that SD, so they already have it on the 2 important ones. Falcons. Can they somehow reestablish this game? Versus a Morphling with their lineup. Feels very difficult, but if there's any team that can do it, perhaps it can be them. But again, it does feel very difficult now at this point with an Aegis on the Morph. And they did, I believe, yeah, Falcons did lose their gem also on that last one, so they are carrying that one as well. On the side of Spirit. And an Aeon Disc on the Shadow Demon, so Miposhka can play in a bit of a better positioning too.
Sure.
He can play a little more aggressively.
Yeah, he's always going to get these purges off. It's going to be very, very difficult to stop him from playing his hand in the team fights.
Rattle Cage for Collapse, big chunk of armor versus the Sven, all these little, I say little things, these big things do add up, of course. Ogre Steel Totem also for the Shadow Demon for positioning. Falcons, what's the next timing?
It's sort of hard to find.
I
feel like, Falcons with this lineup, they were all in on kind of plan A.
Yeah.
I don't know if necessarily plan B was here with this draft. They felt that this game should have been over 25 minutes in. They weren't able to do it. They have that slip up. It gets heavily punished by Spirit. And now Falcons are having to play a different type of game with this lineup that they weren't expecting to play.
They had like that little, maybe like not like a plan B, but it was like that little mini plan B, the Roche where they kind of came it back. Because I thought at that point that was where the Morph was going to fully just take over, but they did do a big comeback. But now, is there another one that they can actually do? Maybe just catching people off guard with like a Hex or something like that, or maybe the Tiny Burst catches people off guard, but Spirit now in full stride, getting their own push going. Catapults.
Amar
should be fine.
It's going to be okay. Another force also picked up by Snaking, just trying to make sure they have some sort of tool to break the core out of whatever combo gets laid down onto them by Team Spirit in these pushes.
The big thing Falcons still do have is the toss-back mechanic, right? So they still can always stall and be able to catch heroes if Spirit does play out of position. So Spirit does still have to be a bit careful with how they look to pressure. Don't want to be split up at all. So I imagine just group up here for the push.
One thing's for sure so far from Spirit, we've seen them be definitely more cautious about how they go about the high ground in comparison to what Falcons have been tripped up upon in this game one.
Spirit are definitely quite a bit more careful. They just send these morphling illusions. Tower's dropping. Someone's gonna have to show. Amar will. And they saw the scatter blast from the right side, so they know that Falcons is smoked up somewhere. Toss to just clear a wave. Malrine will just be able to delete that one. So the push at the least is stopped for Falcons.
That's level 25 for Radahn now with that Wisdom Rune.
Malrine has found an amp damage. Okay, maybe that is the other difference maker, if he can actually get just a big one-shot or something like that onto some of these heroes. Not easy, though. As we said, Miposhka Aeon Disc, and that's the one that they want to go for in most situations, so... How does Falcons approach this fight?
A minute left on the Aegis. Radahn's ready to get stuck in. Straight up to the barracks. We'll get the fortification out. TPs to come into play from Falcons as they're going to try and start to set up something.
Toss back.
And see if they can do it the once. They get the toss back on towards the Morph. Can they burst through him? He's able to put the man to the catch up with the cookies on afterwards. They've taken the Aegis out of his hands. The barracks, of course, have been taken. See round 2 on the Morphling. Radahn able to get away with the waveform. BKB's been popped in by Skidder. Can he get his hands on anyone to look over towards Lyle? But Lyle's forced out of the base, forced again up to the high ground. They'll keep Lyle safe. So the barracks are gone. They lose the Aegis, but it was going to be timing out anyway. Everything continues to go fully in the control and favor of Spirit.
That's God's Strength used as well, so they can look to re-go as soon as it does wear off. They know.
Oh, and they're ready. Smoke up towards the side. Lyle, is he going to be able to find anyone coming back from the Tormentor? He's definitely going to be tempted to hunt, and he's going to find Snaking. He's out. No buyback on Snaking.
Straight to bottom. They can go. See how comfortable Radahn does feel to do so with a cheese. He also has buyback if necessary. I mean, Malrine's looking, but there's no God Strength. They're going to try.
Want to get the toss back. So now towards Lyle, they get the stun to follow up, but straight away they're just focusing down the Tiny. Lyle's falling over, Collapse comes crashing with the onslaught. They immediately delete the 2 of them. Malrine and Amar are dead. They're onto the tier 4s. Buybacks have to come out straight away here from Falcons. Spirit, they'll turn their attention over towards the final set of barracks in the tier 3 down bottom.
How long on God Strength? 8 seconds.
Still no Snaking for 30. Tier 3's gone. Mirror
controlled.
Trying to scout things out in the tree line. And Malrine, he's got the toss back.
They get the stun.
The opening stun, but he's got a lot of HP here. He's sitting full HP and straight away Collapse. He's in with a backup, comes in with a pulverize onto more Skidder, takes him out. Skidder does have buyback, also having to use it immediately.
Radahn.
He's looking over towards Amar in the tree line. Amar pots the BKB. Skidder tries to chase him outside of the base, but the pulverize is there again. Collapse. He's able to grab him once more. It's a dieback on Skidder. Murray tries to come in with the BKB, but he has to run. They've lost their Sven, they've lost their carry. And they've almost certainly lost this game. GG is called. Team Spirit, with a beautiful hold, turn this game around. And my goodness, if you watched this game for the first 15 minutes, you would not have thought this would have ended up going this way, Fogged.
The team play, honestly, from Spirit, all it takes is that one high ground defense. They got stalled a little bit afterwards from Falcons, but wow. I mean, Radahn playing like a beast, but honestly, Collapse.
This guy's good.
Collapse really came in for me clutch. These charges, these catches, finding 3-4 heroes. Beautifully done from Spirit.
No, absolutely. Collapse indeed. if he was any other hero, it wouldn't have done the job. But it Collapse on the Primal Beast. Every single fight, they just couldn't deal with him.
They couldn't.
Even after that sort of failed push, there are multiple times afterwards where Collapse was still able to find team fights, where he was charging through and easily making contact onto 3-4 heroes every single team fight.
They got their 3 core items as the high ground push happened. Ends up working out for them.
Oh, there we go. Incredible stuff from Team Spirit. Team Falcons definitely getting a bit of a wake-up call after I feel that they've maybe felt a bit too comfortable after what looked to be an easy early game for them. Spirit, they turn it around, and Team Spirit will take this game 1.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the match board, guys. That's definitely not how things went down. We did not have Skeeter on the Phoenix.
They repicked mid-series.
Here. But oh my gosh, that was an absolute treat to open this group stage with. I know that we had a slight favor to Falcons going into the draft, and I must say I was among the people that was thinking, 15 minutes in, it's like, well, we're going to be way ahead of schedule at this rate, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a type of game where I feel like you can see that both drafts, of course, have ways to win, and ultimately the gameplay will kind of come out. Because I think if Falcons cleanly execute perfectly, okay, maybe Spirit have no chance. But if they make one small mistake, which they did, Spirit capitalize, and they are probably one of the only teams who are able to actually bring this game back and win. Because, yeah, I must say that both teams played incredibly well. It's just that Falcons did it for minute 1 to 20, and Spirit did it for the remainder, so they won.
Yeah, I would say so. I think there's always something fascinating that goes on when you watch Team Spirit is when they're losing, you never feel like they're out of the game. Whereas when you watch other teams in situations like that, it just feels like for 9 out of 10 teams, that game's just over at that point. But Team Spirit, you watch them and they just find a way to open the map. They find the perfect initiation on Collapse. With that Primal Beast, BKB timing, he charges through 3 targets, pulverizes a perfect target, and just brings Spirit back into the game. And then this is where the Morphling idea comes in, right? The Morphling was picked after the Broodmother, and we had our doubts about whether or not Morphling would make it to the late game, but if it did, it would pop off. And then we saw what happens when you replicate into Brood. You just have 300 bonus damage, and that's when their vision really came into play.
Yeah, losing the early game did set them back. I mean, we did say that it's going to be a really tough Morphling game early on, playing into Orchid, playing into Tiny. He even solo killed him once. This toss damage, the crash landing faucet, is insane. Yeah. Like, the amount of damage, and they were just playing off of that. You don't go for the full combo, you want to toss something else on top because it deals way more damage, but they managed to survive. And this is the reason why Team Spirit is one of the most resilient teams in Dota 2, maybe even Dota 2 history overall. Going for the high ground against them, they had that one play. If they lose that fight, they lose the game.
Yeah, this was a game where I'm now worried for every team we've seen in the play-ins. I feel like we watched the level of Dota, like this could be the finals, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I saw the first opening of the groups, I'm like, we have the grand finals before the grand finals for a good reason, because these teams, you had, as Kezu said, first part of the game that belonged to Team Falcons. They didn't manage to capitalize on that. They were unable to close out the game, and then it was pretty much the Team Spirit show.
Yeah, and I believe, Lacoste, you also have a replay for us, I think. This is minute 11, so it's when Falcons is still very much in the lead.
Pretty much, you see the damage coming out from this Tiny. He goes in, Orchid reveal from Amar. They're still going to get multiple kills, and they're diving base. 12 minutes in, they're going to go underneath the tier 2, underneath the tier 3 towers, close to tier 4s even. You see the damage, everything is maxed out. The spell damage is insane. One of the reasons why they were so effective early on, you're playing Dragonite, you're playing Morphling against this Broodmother, 30% region reduction. When you're sitting in the webs, very difficult.
I mean, it's something that Falcons, there was something really cool going on, the crash landing and also the scatter blast faster on crit.
Yes.
I think this high range poke you can go for. But like Mira was saying, what Spirit remind me of, it's like prime LGD back in the day. Even when they're behind, they know what to do, what to wait for. Like here, they get this BKB timing. I mean, Falcons make a mistake. Obviously, they shouldn't be like that, but it's on Spirit to have found the BKB farm to be able to make this play, to come back, because honestly, this is just the moment of the game that brought it all back.
Yeah, and I feel like from that moment, Effie, we saw, I mean, for a while, the game was brought back to even. And then we had this cat and mouse game from who has the better initiations.
Yeah, there was this one fight where Falcons were able to just bring themselves back into the game when they were fighting for that second Aegis, and Team Spirit make the initiation and it fails. Their Shadow Demon gets silenced and instantly dies, and there are a few clutch Orchids going out, which proves that we've talked about the Primal Beast, we've talked about Morphling, but the supporting cast was very important too, because if you looked at the supports, they were doing a lot in these fights. Sven was constantly being disrupted by Shadow Demon, he was constantly being purged, and then you also had the Primal Beast pulverized dealing with the Tiny, but it was the supports the entire time who were dealing with Sven. He was either getting purged by Shadow Demon or bushwhacked by Mira. So if the supports were able to live through the initial engagement and not get bursted, they were able to actually be the unsung heroes of these team fights for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they were fantastic team fights. I think if the game 2 looks anywhere like this game, I'm a fan. I'm gonna hope for that. Of course, there's a lot of games going on at the same time, and Purge is gonna keep us up to date with what else is happening.
Hey, Purge here at the secondary stage. We have some huge matches going on right now. You guys have mainly been watching the main stream, but we have a B, C, and D stream. Directly behind me, we've got Gaming Gladiators playing against Heroic. Gaming Gladiators, fantastic team. Heroic did really, really good in the last tournament. They're getting super, super loud over there. There's also 2 other matches going on in the same room with the same setups. We got Blacklist International versus OG Esports. That's OG's last big tournament of the season. And also on the other stage, we've got Aurora versus LGD Gaming. LGD Gaming barely squeaked through the play-in stage, and Aurora was doing quite good. So some huge matches going on at the same time as the Stream A matches. Keep your eye out for more, and I'll bring you guys more from the secondary streams.
Of course, we'll hear more from Purge as the day progresses, and at some point we'll also have some results, so we know how all the teams that came in from the play-ins are doing against the teams that came in with their first play-in day today. But of course, right here, you're at the correct place for, in my opinion, the blockbuster of the day. We got Falcons and Spirit, and Game 2 is coming your way after a break. Welcome back. You are watching Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and we are in our first match of the day on this stream, and it is the best match of the day. It might even be the best match of the week. We don't know. It is indeed the first one, so hopefully not the best, but it definitely makes us wanting more. We got Falcons and Spirit on the main stage, two of the favorite teams here, and game one definitely delivered. The question is, how are you adjusting from that to game number 2, Effie? Because I feel like you can focus on draft, but at the same time, I don't think any of the team's plans was bad. So where do you go from there?
Actually, I think that there will be some focus on draft from Spirit's side. I definitely think they're going to reconsider letting the Tiny through. I can't see that happening in this game too. Whereas Falcons, their draft did what it needed to do. They just stumbled and they lost to probably the best team in the world who can pull off these comebacks. With Spirit, if you give them an inch, they'll take a whole mile. And it's probably just a wake-up call for Falcons to, you know, just wash their faces or whatever. Just make sure they don't make a mistake like that, because they can't progress at the same momentum.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see Tiny let through, because I feel like at least, I mean, sure, Spirit won the game, but do you want to make it as hard as you did? Like, they're known for clutching, and of course they did do that, but I would say this hero looks too busted. Unless there's a different idea they present, I would prefer if they take it out. Whereas Falcons, I feel like they were probably pretty happy. I think for them, it's more up to like gameplay. I would be like, guys, you were up 6k gold at 20 minutes. You don't mess up there. Easy game.
Pretty much. It would be a 15-16 minute game overall. And I think the talk for Team Spirit would be also different. What needs to be changed. I don't think they would be going for these like late game carries like Morphling, because you didn't really feel the influence of Morphling in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think the Morphling might still work for them, just not in that specific draft.
Yeah.
Or they have to look at how they're going to be able to enter the mid game versus Falcons, because that was the biggest difficulty for them.
For sure, we got countdown on our screens, and now you know, like previous time, this is the countdown to get the draft on your screen. So it's time to see what adaptations will be made between Falcons and Spirit, and if we are indeed going to see the Tiny banned, or maybe we have a change in who is first pick, which might also, of course, mean that Team Spirit gets... Never mind, Falcons doesn't want to give it away. Banned already, we got the Doom removed as well, and the Shadow Fiend banned on the side of Falcons, who is Dire side this time around. It is Team Spirit that's Radiant side this time around, and it also is Team Spirit that I believe is going to be the first team to pick out of this ban phase.
Yeah, and I do think that's interesting. Like when Falcons were first pick, obviously Spirit didn't ban it, they let them have it. Falcons, when it's the other way around, you can tell that they value this hero super highly for the right reason. So at least this game, we won't be seeing this little pesky hero.
Doom is the interesting one. It was not contested in the previous game. Maybe they're thinking about, you know, it is a Mars hero, and also maybe another game for Morphling. I'm just wondering, like right now, I don't see why this Doom is so good, because it was not contested. Even though they did pick Morphling in the previous game, it was still not banned. So want to see what they're cooking.
I think they might have wanted that Weaver first pick on Team Spirit, and they just wanted the Doom out of the way as a response to it, because when you are playing against Falcons, you have to consider the Amar heroes coming out way earlier than they would in any other team.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there's anything like... Also, we need to remember that these teams haven't played much. There's been lots of scrimming. Maybe there's some, you know, some new tech with the Doom that I don't at least know about, because I'm also maybe a little bit surprised. But it's just always interesting to see the different kind of first phases where Falcons ban out the Monkey King again. I think the teams that play this hero well in multiple roles, Monkey is just very, very nasty and annoying to draft against.
Can we also talk about Beastmaster? Because that hero we didn't really mention, but he is one of the most sought-after picks of this tournament, and Doom would have been a pretty good counter to the Beastmaster, so that could be up for grabbing if you're Team Spirit.
Yeah, I guess I mean, obviously both of them played very well. I know Collapse's Beast is kind of insane, so we have to see if maybe there's something towards that. I mean, even removing Darks here, I feel like seems kind of like pretty normal at this point. Lanes well, buys Pipe, buys Greaves, feels good, everyone's happy. But, you know, I would say generic first pick is good in most roles, feels good in most drafts, gives you damage, you're happy.
Well, Snapfire is also a hero that doesn't fall off. No matter which role you're playing this hero from, you'll always have something. You'll have that save. Maybe later on you will have Aghanim Scepter, heal coming out from the shard. That's a new thing. You don't have it on the talent anymore. It does feel good to play hero, and we've seen, you know, some power to it from it in the previous game where you were scatter blasting from a very far away, very, you know, impressive stuff when you play against Morphling.
But also, if you leave Phoenix in the pool, you just have to take Snap. And Phoenix was banned in the last game, left in the pool. They didn't want to take it for themselves on Team Spirit, and they just gave it away to Falcons. So Snap is always going to be valuable in team fighting if she's playing against Phoenix, right? You just find your way to the egg, you little shredder it, and you've already negated a lot of the value of this hero. With that being said, I think Phoenix is so strong that Falcons were not disincentivized to not take it here.
Yeah, you will always have something to kill the egg, of course, because Mirana is not a hero right now. This is one of the most worthless heroes in Dota at the moment, just unplayable pretty much. So with Snapfire in the pool, you'll never lack damage, you have good scaling, you'll always have someone that can kill the egg in the middle of a fight.
I mean, I do think it's like not the most black and white match. Of course, Shredder is good against Phoenix, but yeah, they'll find ways to make it work, right? Some Amar Mars, you can always have people who are ready. Maybe you play more on front lines, so you have them run in with the Sunray to kind of heal through the ult. So we'll see what they do. I mean, obviously they're the best team, so they do have some good planning going on.
The reason why I like it is because there's been in the previous patch or the patch before that, we added extra attack range on low Shredder, so it works much nicer against Phoenix.
Yeah.
But also Phoenix doesn't really care that much the way that he used to about bad matchups, because now that he has evasion on all of his abilities, anyone who hits the egg, you have a much higher chance of surviving as a Phoenix. And let's not forget that Snap is a high HP hero who gets melted by Sunray too.
So, like, I would even say that both teams are pretty happy. Again, like last game, I think it's a lot about how they build on top of what they have, right? Like, is the Phoenix more allowed to, like, stay in the back, and is he protected from the Snap? Is the Snapfire, does he have a very easy time to just ult in, get the team fight going? So it's just more about the follow-up here.
It depends what the front line's gonna look, if he's gonna be playing off the Sunray, and if he wants to, you know, keep the distance, and if Falcons will pick heroes that can protect the egg.
I have to remind you guys of the heroes that we kept seeing in the play-ins, which were Beastmaster and Pango and Ember Spirit, that we didn't get to talk about much in that game one, but are still left in the pool right now.
Yeah, especially Ember Spirit, also with a very high win rate. We saw that more and more. Maybe specifically in this matchup, we'll see the mids being kept more open. Previous game being an exception because, in theory, both the Dragonite and the Tiny were, of course, flex picks. And this time around, they might save it for a lot later down the line.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised for Spirit if they would entertain some type of Beastmaster for themselves later. I mean, I would say most offlaners lane very well with Snap. You love having this hero with you, but you're also good against the egg. You help your team get Roche. I think Aegis, obviously, is always very nice. I mean, Falcons may have to reach into like a... I mean, I'm not going to say deep hero pool, but maybe some different... Ooh. Okay, this is one hero that I've only seen in pubs. I mean, apparently it was picked once and it lost. But I know Marine has played it mid.
Like
and I know,
15 times last week or so.
Like, and didn't Quinn play it mid as well?
Yep. So maybe it's back. I know that Amar can also play it off lane, so it's a little bit of a flex going on for them.
Okay. I'm still a little worried about this hero from the mid lane. Sure, you get your Blink Dagger timing, go into Shiva's Eternal Shroud, Aghanim Scepter, whatever. It's needed, but all your damage is magical, and we've seen a lot of Greaves, we've seen a lot of pipes being built recently from position 4s, from the offlaners, whatever is needed just to have that, you know, extra protection for yourself and the team.
So what could be a reason that Sand King mid is popping up now? Why is he good?
I'm honestly, I mean, he did receive some changes. I think it's stronger now to play on Sandstorm. I honestly don't have the best reason, at least for this draft in this specific position. Maybe it's more about the flex, and I feel like it's good against the heroes that Larl wants to play. I think that's something in these matchups that you have to consider. What type of player is the enemy mid laner? How do my heroes fare up against that? But I would say those have to be the main reasons.
The question that I have about this Sand King is, why did it come into the draft
so
this early?
Yeah.
Because it's something that I think they could have busted out in the last phase,
For
probably
sure.
with this hero slipping through the radar. Maybe they wanted a hero within the draft right now that kind of covers for Phoenix's flaws, which are, not having a stun, a frontliner, something that Phoenix can build the Supernova around, and also the flex to the offlane and mid. They wanted a hero that fit those bills, and maybe they wanted to shove Sand King into the draft.
It is a good egg protector.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter, Sandstorm, you're sitting there, you have Burrow Strike as well, you have another form of initiation. This hero is scaled super well if we're talking about like the super late game, have a lot of early game presence, picking up the Blink Dagger. If we're talking about the off lane, I don't think you should be like rushing immediately a naked Blink Dagger. It's not 2012 anymore. But overall, the hero feels strong, but I think that they could have gotten away with something else on this second pick.
Yeah, I hope that one of the two picks they pick now, like whichever pick they delayed, where they took the Sand King before, I feel like you need some impact here. Because you kind of made the Sand King have not the easiest time. I think if you go offlane against ET, I'm not too happy, because this guy, if I'm Sandstorming, he's just gonna clap me into the ground. I have no chance. So I feel like it's most likely going mid, unless you're finding a good forward that's gonna lane with the Sand King. Because yeah, I would say I'm also a little surprised. It's the one pick that has thrown me off the most in both drafts so far.
I think Falcons need a hero to respond to the ET
Yes.
to make the Sand King pick this early, this valuable. And to them, it's going to be the Enchantress because she can dispel ET's buff when she goes on him with Enchant. And it's just a hero that Snake King likes. We saw that he played Chen in the first game. This could also be a crit hero if they needed it to be interchangeable.
So I do like that they have two supports who lane very well into ET. I mean, you have Fire Spirits to lower the attack speed and to purge with Eng. But the thing is, I think Eng can heavily suffer playing into Snap and Primal. If I get to pick one or two offlaners to play against Eng, I'm choosing Primal Beast.
I'll agree with you. A lot of teams will opt for the Primal Beast when they see Enchantresses and Hoodwinks and supports that need to be jumped on the backline. And Falcons played into that, but they want to shut down ET's ability to play the lane correctly, and this is probably the best hero to do that in this situation. Because what other purges can you get from the support role? Oracle with his
hard.
You don't want to force an Oracle into your draft.
Ooh, things coming out.
Okay. So that's going to be countered as well to an Enchantress if necessary. This is one of the heroes that his inventory looks pretty bad when you look at it. Like it's just mana boots, magic wand, straight into Deso, then back to Dragonlance. It does feel kind of bad, but it gets the job done. And I think this hero is still very undervalued in terms of what the hero brings. It gives you extra attack damage. You have ET with you in the lane, so somebody to soak up the damage later on when your aura is maxed out. These heroes are gonna die. A lot of minus armor coming out from these heroes, little shredder from the Snapfire. I wanted to say that Falcons support duo, it looks pretty weak. I've seen a lot of these like support duos that don't get out of the laning stage super strong, but they fixed it with 2 stuns, so you have like 2 big bodies in front. Laning stage wise, it looks good, and if it was any other team, I would say that they would not be having as many stuns, but Team Falcons, they are an experienced team, and they are going to make these 2 supports work.
I don't like Falcons draft right now.
I'm with you.
I think this Clinks absolutely demolished what they wanted to do with their draft. So they got the Sand King early on so that they could counter the ET on lane. And then they countered the ET with the Enchantress that they wanted to play on position 4. But then Team Spirit take the Clinks, which is going to eat the Enchantress creep. They're going to lane it with the ET, but you're still forced to lane Enchantress against ET because you set up your draft this way so that you can counter this pick. If you don't do it on Falcons, you're just playing into Team Spirit's hands.
I think also that Spirit needed, I feel like they found probably the best pick in the slot. You want a range carry with ET. Having a range heroes against these heroes is incredibly good. You kind of help your ET who got semi-countered. I think Falcons are in a tough spot. They do have last pick. I don't know if there's something cool you can do with some flexing. DK, carry, Sand King mid, pick a new offlane, or you just, whichever one is going to win you the game. But I don't currently see the easiest last pick for Falcons that makes me feel like, holy damn, holy base, this is the one.
Also, on the Clinks pick, this hero is one of the only heroes that can completely shred through a DK. Like DK, as a hero, you need some kinds of burst damage, and the heroes on the side of Team Spirit before the Clinks came out do damage over time, but not really overwhelming burst, and Clinks can do that. 6-slotted Clinks will eat DK.
I'm looking at the damage in the mid game, let's say you get out of the laning stage, if Team Falcons are not ahead, they're gonna have some big issues. Let's say this Sanking gets shut down, Dragonite's damage early on is not that big. You need to get like impetus shots, you need to hit those fire spirits. Well, you have a lot of explosive damage on Team Spirit, and these are not the easy heroes to kill. Klings can be very deceiving how tanky he is.
So I'm thinking about the good aspects of Falcons draft, and I guess that Falcons will always be able to blink, stun, and burst a target with their support damage, because there's not really a save on Team Spirit. So if Falcons can maneuver around these team fights and play on their own vision and not play into Team Spirit's hands, that's their means into these team fights.
Nyx. It's coming. I've heard a lot of stories about Nyx. It looks really good here. A lot of uncontrollable damage. You know, the Dragonite. You have also Sanking, Fire Spirits on the ground. This is going to be mid-snap fire, something that I wanted to see in the previous game. I think this hero provides you with so much. Great scaling, quite a lot of damage. Matches nicely against Dragonite with that Lil Shredder, so you have that extra minus armor. And somebody that can hunt people down, provide vision. So now you have two invisible heroes. So that means that supports will need to invest a lot of gold into sentries, into dust. So they will not be as farmed if they're not getting the value, if they're not getting the kills.
Also, between Nyx and Klings, Enchantress's creep is completely going to be useless in this game. You're not going to get the vision aspect out of Enchantress.
Okay, so they're gonna go for, I feel like they needed something like very spicy. I don't know if this is, you know, the right type of cooking when it comes to me, but I feel like it
might be too salty for me.
Yeah, like Spirit's draft is very nasty. I'm very much looking for, in my opinion, for Falcons to have a good game. I need them to overperform in the laning stage and take it from there, because I feel like Spirit have, in my probably the most beautiful draft I've seen in this tournament.
It looks good.
Wow, the most beautiful draft.
Yeah.
Was those big words?
I think the LC pick actually can do a lot, because if Enchantress is diving with LC under tower, they can pressure Klings when he's most vulnerable, and it's a save for his teammates from the Nyx initiation, from Pulverize. Like, this LC actually provides something that Falcons did need, and it does increase their laning strength.
Yeah, you saw in the previous game that Lincoln Sphere on Amar, he had one job to pop that Lincolns on whoever's get initiated on by a Primal Beast, and pretty much the same thing is going to happen here with that press the attack. So you will have, you know, him being as a bit of a save, because they don't have much, but if they get that press the attack, they get the healings coming up from the Enchantress and also the Phoenix, of course, so they can reset multiple times. This is what this lineup is really good at.
I mean, I'm just kind of looking at maybe like this 15-minute mark. I think early game Snap can take over. If Collapse gets a pipe, I see a very hard time, unless Falcons can do what, you know, Mira talked about. The LC in the lane with the Ents, you do well. You keep playing through all your cores, you get this tempo. Because I feel like if they're behind this time around, I have a very hard time seeing
Falcons
come
they
back.
need to slap early.
Hard slaps.
This is going to be Sand King in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And we heard rumors about it. We know people have been playing a lot. We have not seen it yet. Surely, it's gonna be real good. No?
He's gonna max
They pick it
Sandstorm.
up second.
I mean, yeah, it better be good.
And
they also pick up
it's
LC.
not like it's a surprise that it's gonna be mid, because I'm sure that if we know that that's what people have been playing, they know. And they're gonna assume that their opponents know.
I mean, I think Falcons draft is actually not that bad. I just like how Team Spirit set up their draft, but Falcons with the LC do have save potential, they have dive potential, and they have the ability to rotate their supports mid. They just have to play a better game than Spirit, which is hard.
Okay, well, let's see what's gonna happen. It's game number 2 with Falcons and Spirit.
Thank you very much, Shivy. Yes, here we go, getting into the action here of game 2. Some pretty strong words there for the panel, considering the drafts coming out here. Fog, do you tend to agree? Are you looking at some stuff here and thinking, wow, this is pretty strong stuff?
I feel like Collapse has just been dominating on Primal Beast so hard lately that it's hard to go against it, but Falcons, they've gone for a very similar, it feels like to me at least, of early tempo, kind of looking to shut down the map with this LC pick. That last one with the DK, that synergy to try to take over the map early is what I think that they are looking at, but we'll have to see if they can, because Spirit, they have a very strong scaling team fight in lineup that it can fight back early. You know, this Primal Beast, we've seen it time and time again be able to just break lineups, especially if they're not careful. And Falcons, especially because of that last one, I think this one, it's like you can't give a team like Spirit even, I mean, I'm gonna say like an inch, you don't know what that is, but like a centimeter, because they'll take the entire space of it. They'll take a kilometer every single time. They know how to capitalize on any type of these mistakes. And looking at some fun things to point out, since we do have this Sand King mid,
The battle begins.
Just waiting to see if there's going to be any rune stuff, but looks it's just going to be
three
this
for Spirit.
time. It was 3 last time for Falcons, but
it was, and then they lost. Yeah. And now it's 3 for Spirit, and then maybe we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So the Sand King, we've been hearing the rumors about this Sandstorm in the mid lane. This Nyx pick, I've been seeing Mira do it a lot more, and the important thing to point out is Nyx's innate ability versus Sand King. You see 400, around 400 around, you can see these invis heroes. So inside the middle of fights, if Mira's alive, it could be annoying for Malrine. They don't even always need a sentry ward or something like that. Just a small thing to point out, but...
I mean, so what is it about Sand King? Because obviously we had that kind of patch, relatively recently, right, where Sand King was pretty busted. But even on that patch, right, people weren't playing in mid. Then he kind of gets nerfed. Did something get changed sort of for a positive that makes him better in the mid? Or what's going on with this sort of stuff?
As far as I saw, the damage got increased, right? Okay. That was kind of the only thing I saw, but overall the Aghanims got really nerfed, so... I don't really know. I've been seeing them doing it all the time in the pubs, especially Malrine and Quinn a couple of games, I believe, but it feels very tough versus Malrine playing Snapfire. That feels like a pretty horrible matchup for the Sand King, but see if Malrine can endure. Because just that melee versus Snap.
Malrine playing Snapfire?
Sorry. Laurel playing Snap.
He's playing both mids.
You know what I'm saying. Whatever. But yeah, Laurel, he should have a very good time versus Malrine, pretty much. And it's not an easy matchup to kind of bring it back. You'll be able to farm at least on Sand King and catch up with some jungle camps and stuff, but Laurel should have a pretty free time.
And talk about this as well.
Let's see.
We heard of some of the benefits, right, for the panel in terms of picking this Legion as the last pick, but I can't imagine this was ever the go-to, because again, this hero in the offlane, we're just not seeing it picked, Fog.
No, it's been nerfed a lot. Maybe they're looking for some type of extra save because Collapse especially was able to get such godly ults off, and now they do have that save for their carry. I'm not sure. Because this doesn't feel like something that Amar's been playing as much recently. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and check.
Yeah, go check out some stats on that, because we haven't seen it from other teams, but indeed, has Amar been keeping up to scratch with his Legion playing
When I
in
saw
pubs?
he was playing mostly the Venges and the Darks here.
Yeah.
I don't believe I saw Legion on the list. And at the next glance, I don't see Legion on his list, at least in the last couple days, so... Must be something they saw in particular about either the press or just the way to be able to pressure the Clinks lane, and that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
It's the pressure the Clinks.
And they might just... the Stomp's going to be in place very nicely from the posture. So Redan will be saved. Top lane, Collapse and Mira, they're going to try and make it go on towards Snake King. But won't quite have the damage straight up between the two of them. I say that Mira's going to continue to trade.
There's Fire Spirit's back up, but he's
going to win the trade indeed. Comes in with a final nuke to take him out, and he's going to survive as well. First blood for Mira. Great time to strike there. As soon as they hit the level 2s, they went for it, Spirit.
If you ever getting a first blood in a Nyx lane double melee, you're feeling very good, because a lot of times this hero does not contribute the most in the laning phase. Right now, they're doing excellent. They're getting the CS as well on the Primal Beast. They're slowing down the DK, and they get a kill. That is astonishing. Looking at mid, yeah, Laurel's kind of owning, and I believe Malrine now has to do some type of... I've seen him before doing this, but like creep manipulation shenanigans where you're pulling waves into jungle and stuff.
I mean, that's the thing, right, with this hero, I guess, mid. If you do have a rough time in the mid lane, which I guess you never really want... that's never the plan, right, because you're picking Sand King because you feel it's going to have some benefit in these 1v1s. You can at least hit up the jungle, right?
Yes, you can. But, I mean, even Snap, I'm just like thinking more things. I just watched them doing like the sentry exchange. Snap can kill your sentry before you kill the sentry that gets put down every time because a little shredder as well too. So in theory, Laurel can almost always have it here. But either way, Malrine getting some catch up, but Laurel, he's gonna have this insane farm on the Snapfire.
Wow. We've seen Snap be pretty crazy recently, right? With the little shredder and the ricochet, this hero can be pretty bonkers.
Oh, absolutely. Even the tanky cores just get shredded, and the timings, of course, when you get the level 15, when you get the 20 talent, it accelerates quite massively. So far, definitely seeing Laurel have that better time, and at the moment now, with their double down, I would say, from the side of Falcons, they put a Legion Ench lane versus an ET Clinks. Doing okay, but the Clinks is getting CS. Because you don't see the Enchantress put in this 4 roll too often. It's specifically because they're versus that ET, and they want to just try to shut down this Clinks as much as possible.
Yeah.
And so far, yeah, Clinks slightly slowed down, but not too much. He's kind of chilling. He's having a better time, actually, than the DK in that opposite side.
Now, honestly, I feel like kind of out of everything that Falcons has got, Amar on the Legion, if he can get the Blade Mail Blink right, this is going to be pretty potent against both the Snapfire and the Clinks.
To be honest, it feels kind of necessary for their draft a bit for him to have
that
this
is
type
the way
of
they kill these heroes.
Yeah, I feel like he has to. Because the DK overall is just getting really slowed down.
Wait, you say, does he go for a different build? He doesn't go Blink Blade Mail?
No, I think he can.
He must do right.
I think he has to.
That's the way to play, right?
Yeah.
You don't do anything crazy, you don't do anything different. You jump, and you kill the Snap, you kill the Clinks.
I'm watching a Sand King try to recover, and Mira has Mind Flare, and he sees a big creep. Oh, is he just gonna steal the jungle from him?
Oh.
He can just walk in. They have that ward that they placed down, so they knew that this matchup was going to be pretty sour for the Sanking, and he's just going to start stealing his jungle.
The gang's going to come in from crit.
All right, nice rotation, but crit? He will live.
Yeah, they really needed that. They needed to shut Lyle down a little bit and make this area of the map a bit easier for Mallory to play, because these first few waves ain't been great.
No.
But indeed, Mira is going to make sure that there won't be an additional fallback available for this Sanking.
Beautiful move, though, from crit. That level 3, I think we've seen this Enchantress rotation a lot, but usually comes from the safe lane and usually comes with the secondary support. See if they maybe do it again, since Sanking now might get pretty close to 6. I mean, Malmarine is tipping him because he just went back to his neutrals, and he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, these large creeps are disappearing.
The ones with mana, and Mira's going to take the last one as well, too.
Off we go again.
Maybe he's going to go for the kill first, or scout the rune and then take it.
I mean, they've got the 3 of the mid here, Team Spirit, so they'd definitely be down to try and get aggressive onto Malmarine, but Malmarine's staying safe.
This is still a lot of pressure onto this poor Sanking. Kisses are available. Tower's getting pressured. Can he drag the wave? He can. But the rune will be given to Laurel. And see if Laurel looks to make a move with this, because he has Kisses available. He has kill threat on any of these side lanes. Up top, Collapse. Already starting to bring it to Skitter. But Laurel not there just yet.
They're going to go for Radahn. He's going to get any backup coming in on the bottom lane. He's able to get a quick burst of heal. Maposhka in with the stomp onto Snaking. And Radahn's going to be pretty safe. Diving in, indeed, with all the focus the Falcons are putting down bottom, trying to get Radahn. They're not able to keep their own carry safe. Skeeter dead under the tower. Radahn's perfectly fine against the 3 of them. They're not able to get in and get the damage done onto this Clinks with these 3 heroes.
He's actually about to hit level 6 and now Snaking.
Thinking about turning over to wall Snaking.
So he has to be cautious. Radahn, yeah, level 6 is hit, so Panel was saying how sometimes this hero, you think that he's squishy, but Clink's no longer the case, especially when you hit level 5. You get that double point in the Death Pact, and that's exactly what he's done to sustain. This is an amazing early game for Spirit, and Falcons, that's not the way they wanted this game to go at their draft. See how they're going to be able to recover things with the DK under so much pressure, and also their mid laner not only just under pressure in the lane, but under pressure in attempting to find any jungle creeps to catch up.
It's as I said earlier, it's all down to Mar. He's got to carry this one pretty hard from his Legion.
Does feel like it.
With the Blade Mail into Blink.
Collapse is just going for another kill here. Mira is here. Got him.
And they really have.
I think this Primal Beast has to go versus Spirit.
It seems a little too good on it.
Collapse is too good at this hero.
Dire's top tower.
That's now two. I mean, the last game, of course, he got shut down super hard, but he was the driving force for the recovery.
Well, that's true. Yeah, if he's able to do what he did in game 1 after getting crushed in the early game, imagine what Collapse is going to be able to do when he gets this sort of start.
I just cannot believe how well that top lane went, to be honest with you. The Nyx Primal lane versus a Phoenix DK. They've shut down the DK. Like, you don't expect this dual melee lane. Nyx is one of those kind of weaker laners, but he's been able to make it work versus the Phoenix beautifully.
And the thing is as well, it wasn't like Mira had to stay there all the time, right? He kind of did the first few waves, and then he was able to come and annoy the mid lane and start stealing these creeps away from Malmarine.
And look at Malmarine, he's attempting to just do some type of kind of sneaky plays to steal farm, but they're very aware of it. Spirit, the macro play, phenomenal so far here. 2K lead in the first 8 minutes. And Falcons did draft, as they said, they drafted to be able to deal with these lanes, especially double downing with an Enchantress Phoenix versus that ET. Some stacks to recover.
This is going to be a bit of a race towards that Blink Dagger for Malmarine before he's able to start setting things up. And Jeffremar, the Blade Mail. Once one of these heroes, are ideally for Falcons, both of them have these first 2, they can start looking to try and make plays and catch out some of these high DPS cores.
They have to do it as the blink hits and before that pipe comes out, because I've seen this build from Collapse now a few times. I believe it was last tournament, just the Arcane Boot, triple bracer into pipe when he sees that they can run out of damage early. If he gets the pipe, the damage from Falcons is completely gone. It really is only a Mar at that point then, because the DK at this point is shut down, and if the pipe comes out for the Sanking AoE, where's your damage going to come? So they got to make some big moves when that Blink Dagger comes out from Malmarine, but he's already getting gone on.
Mira's in with the setup, but quick burst strike from Malmarine will get him out the range of the follow-up, so very fast moves here from Malmarine. In response, will save him.
And there, he did have a sentry down, but you can always see the Nyx sense to be able to see through that invis as Mira just walking in versus 3 heroes, no fear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This tower's pretty much gone.
It is.
They're going to bring TPs in. They want to try and hold this. Amar is considering starting some. He's going to go for the duel straight away onto the ET, and they have got the follow-up damage. So nice defense from Amar comes in. As I said, he knows he's going to have to do some heavy lifting this game, and we're starting to see the beginning of it.
And he holds onto the tower, right? So 134 HP onto it. We'll be able to keep it alive here just for a small amount longer. And they are smoking, so do they have... Okay, they don't have the point in Epi, but they do have Egg. So looking to set up with something here. It's a tanky Primal Beast, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to bring down Collapse. He's got the cloak already brought out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I feel like it's very likely he just gets away, even if there's like 4 heroes on him at that point without Epicenter. Yeah, Spirit. I'm sure they're super happy with the way their laning phase went. Klinks is free farming. That Deso timing is going to be excellent for him. Laurel as well, too. Maelstrom timing is going to be good. So Falcons, they're trying to get something here, but also trying to just make sure the Malrine can farm a blink.
Look at this from Mira.
One step ahead.
Power of pink.
He knows he's here. He's got eyes on him, and the backup's coming in. And Skeeter, I don't know how much backup he has available to himself at this part of the map.
A little deep.
Now, Radahn doesn't want to go for it immediately. Hesitant about what might turn up in response. Wants to maybe try and find the back lines. Snake King is going to dive forwards.
He gets caught.
He is going to get caught. Gets grabbed as well by Collapse. There's Snake King gone.
It was like a bait on a bait on a bait. They back and forth baited them and then waited for Snake to show, and they got the grab. Skeeter a little too tanky for them to full commit, but there, they'll be able to get Snake.
Middle tower is under attack.
And they get the tower out of it as well, too. So great moves again from Spirit as Falcons attempts for recovery from Malrine. Still 600 away from the blink. It's going to be a slow one. Very, very slow.
Mop. Got the storm set up. They're bringing in the TPs as well. Lal.
Laurel's here.
Starting off the fight. I mean, Amar's just going to go straight for the duel. He may have just given up damage. He has. Lal's able to get the win.
And Crit's going down too.
Sadly looks to be the case.
Oh, he gets the kill though.
He does indeed. Lal does end up dying to Crit, but Lal won't mind that. He just turned up and he got himself a free +10 duel damage.
The dream on Snapfire, really.
I mean, it didn't seem even that close as well.
Really
I guess Amar felt that there was less backup for the snap, but when he's TPing in on top of you, you've got to believe that the snap's pretty confident.
Yeah, and it's an ET. I mean, it's not an ET with any points in natural order, but I believe, yeah, 3 points in the Spirit, so extra big damage too. So Amar tries for it, but does end up giving up that damage.
Absolutely a risky move. They're going to come out with the smoke.
Do they have the blink?
They do. It's on the way.
Okay. They have to make big stuff happen with it because I just keep clicking on Collapse. That pipe, it's very, very close already. Blink reveal.
They'll settle for the ET. He's going to try for the TP out, but the damage is done.
And they get some neutral creeps at the least out of it there. And they don't have to use Epicenter, so they can look for a further catch here.
They're going to set up onto Amar.
Oops, stun off the Mars.
He's going to go for the duel, but he's not going to win this.
Wait, what?
He's got to stop doing this. This is 2 duels gone wrong. He's already given away more damage than he's gained. And it's just 13 minutes in, Fog.
That's got to be Mira's Dagon already finished, pretty much. Hey, yeah, solo co potential on all the supports now at this point, too. This game is rough.
This is rough.
I don't think they expected these lanes to go as poorly as they did on the side of Falcons. But Spirit just playing it beautifully, and there's that pipe. So Collapse, he's got that first aura. I wouldn't blame him if he just goes for the Greaves as well. And that's going to prevent... I mean, the Phoenix and the Sand King's damage is now heavily negated.
We'll see again. I mean, Amar, I guess he felt strong with the Blade Mail, wanted to go for the duel, but against these two, against the Klinks, this by the side of the Nyx, beating into him with the Desolator, it's not going to be a duel that you're going to win.
Nope. And that's the Deso stack and duel.
And that's the Wisdom Rune taken by Mira.
Now they have to kill him. Just commit for him. Don't let him get away. Do they have the duel? They do.
There we go. Amar will be able to gain himself the second victory.
But they lost the Wisdom as well, too. Their supports who are struggling already.
Bottom tower is under
Don't get that little bonus either.
Dire are scanning.
I'm trying to serve things down bottom by the looks of the Falcons. Has been scanned out by Spirit.
Do you want to go on collapse, really?
I don't know, with this pipe and triple brace, it's pretty tanky. They're going to try. They're stepping up, but of course they don't have duels. Still on cooldown. It's a bit of a sloppy attempt here from Falcons. Amar will be able to dodge the stop, but he won't be able to dodge everything else that gets thrown down his way. Amar dead on the front lines once again.
I think perhaps they're like, oh, maybe we can. And then they click him. They're like, wait a minute. He's got a pipe. Get the hell out. Get out of there. And they do run. They do lose Amar again, though. And we were saying he has to be the one to bring things back. That's 3 deaths now.
They really needed him to pull through after what was a tough start on the other lanes. Now at this point, Amar's falling back to the level of everyone of his other cores on the team. Snake King gets caught top. I mean, we're seeing already, you know, Radan moving across the map, gaining these Deso stacks like no tomorrow.
Mira even set up. Oh, might even just go for Malrine instead.
Why not? It's the bigger kill. Has he got enough? He has.
It's a solo kill, essentially.
Uh-oh.
6K lead. Spirit cruising through this early game. With a lineup that scales beautifully, and Falcons.
I don't know, maybe the Sand King mid ain't it, Fogged.
Not versus Snapfire, perhaps. Maybe versus something else, but versus Snap, that looked real rough for Malrine. I mean, top 2, somehow they just make this Primal Beast with a Nyx Assassin dominated DK Phoenix lane. Falcons at this point now. Waiting for items, but what item is it for the Sand King at least that makes his game feel too much better? Both him and the DK are just completely solved. Spirit, another one.
DK, I mean, Skeeter's dead in an instant.
And they've got Gleipnir now for Laurel too, so now he's actually got that big damage item and extra control too.
Bottom tower is under attack.
How do you fight to this if you're Falcons?
They're gonna just lose another hero. Crit, can he actually?
He doesn't want to go for a collapse, a little too deep.
Okay. He's actually about to, oh, he has a mech pretty much done also on Primal, so double auras versus this limited damage lineup.
Malrine. Mirrors in with the setup. He's got a hell of a lot of burst, and he's got the follow-up damage from Radan.
The Nyx sense. There it is. Didn't even need the dust.
Well, then, even look at the setup on a crit beyond the tower. Splitter comes in, won't connect, but the onslaught from collapse, that certainly will.
13-5, this is devastating. Shard now being brought out also for Radan. They're hitting every timing and more,
oh,
feels like.
That Spirit so far in this series showing that they can bring a good old comeback after getting completely crushed in the early game, and they can also crush the early game.
Absolutely.
So showing off their versatility so far from the Dota we've seen here today from Team Spirit.
This one looks very difficult to recover too, because the early, like, you want your DK to ideally have a much better time if you're putting him in a safe lane. He's the bottom of the cores too. He has a blink, but where's their damage coming from? Yeah. Have to catch Spirit out of position pretty much now. And Maposhka, he'll play it safe. I don't know. Spirit's draft just scales harder, and they have such an advantage at this point. Especially with ET.
Yeah, who makes the plays? Who goes in on Falcons?
They might just have to do some suicidal plays, really, but who's going to be your carry then at this point? Since DK is so shut down, Amar has to be that carry, but as we said, he's died now multiple times.
There is kind of a world where it's like Falcons line up. It's 3 offlaners.
It's 3 offlaners.
It's 3 offlaners. Where's the mid? Where's the carry?
I'm astonished with how shut down the DK is. The Nyx nearly has the same net worth as the DK safe lane. Remarkable stuff. And I can talk about like later, like the DK overall matchup versus Nyx in the past. It used to be like you get this group up kind of thing. Nyx is usually this like, you know, he's this pick off kind of hero, but that's not the case at all in this type of game. This Nyx might just solo kill cores. He's got the shard finished up. He's got the Dagon. Malrine could absolutely die to this Nyx by himself. See if Falcons can work some type of magic, but this one just feels incredibly difficult.
I mean, we obviously saw it the other way around in game 1.
We did, but they don't have a morph.
It kind of felt like the game was over.
You know, they don't have that morph.
Well, yeah, indeed, they really don't. They don't have a Radan.
No. They have a DK, who's not that super late game. Collapse, mech and pipe finished, and he's gonna go down the creeps.
Courier has been killed.
He just keeps showing himself. 2,000 HP Primal Beast versus majority magic damage at this point.
Mirror's on the hunt. Snake King. He's looking very dead. Goodbye. I mean, Mirror, he's having a whole lot of fun. It's pretty fun playing the Nyx right when you get to this point. You're just running around the map. You know that you are making the enemy very upset.
He's been spamming this here on pubs too. This, I believe, is one of his top ones. Also, to point out, Radan, when he has to play the 4 position, he's playing the Nyx as well too in a lot of the games, so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's the answer from Mark. He's got the blade mail blink. As I say, you know, if you're able to get the jump.
Oh, and where's the damage?
I mean, that's the thing. Well, it's the blade mail, right? You're trying to use their damage against them. I guess the problem is that at this point with the lead the Spirits cores have, even if they're kind of hurting themselves in the blade mail, they're probably going to have tools around them to keep them alive and allow them to win the duel. So,
and they have counter initiation too. The duel comes out, there can just be an ET stomp, splitter, follow-up. And overall, as far as I've seen, it's really just been Collapse showing his face. So you don't really want to duel the Primal. You want to find some of these squisher heroes, but they just haven't been giving you the opportunity either.
Easy Tormentor.
And the Greaves, they are finished.
They're smoking up. They're going to try something. They get him with a blink blade.
They find the blinks. Is there damage?
No, there is not. That is him dead. They do have the burn strike. In fact, a big combo here. In fact, with the epicenter and the Supernova, they're doing a lot of damage to Spirit, but the Supernova will fall. They've killed Lyle off, though, Falcons. They found 3.
Can they get Collapse too? His
Maybe.
TP. They've got
eyes on him. Burrow strike in. Isolated and on his own, they will get him as well. Falcons, they find 4.
They catch Clinks separated. He was very far up, separated from the team. They actually did not get the counter initiation.
Okay, did win the duel on the way out, of course, Riyadh. He got himself a +10, but overall, a successful fight here from Falcons. We'll see again, you know, Mark.
It just gets deleted.
I mean, you said one of them sort of had to make kind of that suicidal play. That was a Mark. He goes in, he starts the fight, but it works out. Sure, the Supernova goes down, but so much damage has already been done amongst the Epicenter, the Sandstorm, the Supernova. The Falcons, they're able to get the cleanup this time round in their favor.
Kind of the perfect, literally the perfect time to strike. The Clinks just had stepped out of position of his teammates there, so.
All right, a little bit of something for Falcons.
A little bit of breathing room.
They're going to need quite a bit more of that.
Quite a bit more absolutely needed, but at the least they got one. One fight where they get a win. Small win, but a win nonetheless with the position that they're in. Skeeter able to get some cleanup. Still bottom of the cores, unfortunately for him, but... And also, Laurel, pre-fight, so since the Clinks was taken out of the fight, there was no, extra hits to be able to take out the egg. Laurel had already used a little shredder before the fight started, so Snae's egg actually took them quite a bit longer to bring down.
Yeah, they was able to get a lot of damage out during that Supernova, yeah.
And also, the Greaves were killed on the Courier, so Collapse didn't have the Greaves for that fight as well, too. So it was quite an opportunistic move that Falcons was able to find right there.
Yeah. After finding it once, doesn't necessarily it's going to be any easier to find that sort of chance the second time. They've still got to keep things and execution at top level here, Falcons, if they want to have the ability to stand a chance to turn this. Mira not able to get the stun on towards the Legion, and in fact, he's able to turn with the duel. This time Amar will win it, but he does still end up dying afterwards. The Pro Strike over on towards Collapse, and indeed they've got easily enough magical to bring down this Primal this time round. So once again, 2 for 1, but maybe this time Spirit will continue to clean up in their favor. The damage coming out here from Lyle and Radan. Skeeter steps up to look from the Pasca, but this damage from the Deso Clinks too much as Skeeter falls and Radan's ready to chase from all. Look at it was Snake King and Crit. Snake King will get the Supernova off. Can these two take it down?
It's a lot of misses. It pops.
They're not going to get it. The extra success. The Supernova goes off. Lyle gets burnt down by the Sunray.
The supports?
He might get ripped to Radan as well. Dive forward.
They've got him.
They have the vessels in. Radan's going to fall. Snaking. And Crit, they'll do it. Crit, the last one standing. Okay, not for now. Mira comes in, kills him off. But again, it's something for Falcons. This time around, they do lose quite a lot of their own heroes. I think, in fact, they basically get team wiped. But overall, they're doing this whilst they're behind. They're getting a bit of a gold increase, getting a bit of an XP advantage.
They need these type of plays to happen. Mira off the mark there with the stun. Probably, might even just kill Amar if he does get the initial stun on him there. But Snaking and Crit, they did the work. Look at Crit and Snake. Full duration Sunrays, full mana pools from the Impetuses as well, too. Wow. And then in the Mira finds the soul.
Yeah, this next assassin, Mira, this is one of those kind of games where Mira's like, I don't even mind that we're not winning this smoothly.
He's gonna have
I get to play more, I get to kill more, I get to go for these, solo pickoffs. This is every Nyx assassin's dream.
Let's be honest, if he did hit that stun on Amar there in that last fight, Amar is instantly dead as well, too. So he was pinging out, he's like, they have vision in the area, but he was just off the mark on the stun, but still, he will one-shot these heroes.
A replay here of that little pickoff, Amar. Look at his health. He's got a lot of it, but doesn't matter. Not for long.
Even
with the Dagon combo. It's a lot of damage.
Can't prevent it. Mira's having a field day.
No, he don't want this game to end, Mira. He wants to keep killing.
What's this, a Dagon 3 now? Is it finished up? Oh, yup. All right, so the supports seem to be the key for the side of Falcons. They have to do that heavy lifting. Can they have another situation like that happen? We'll have to see. Snake, that mischance did add up. But here comes Mira. Who's it gonna be?
This is the thing as well. How does Mira keep getting away with this? I feel one of the reasons why we don't see Nyx in pro play, because everyone's like, oh, Invis ain't that OP. You can set up, you can prepare for it. But seemingly, you can't. He still finds opportunities to get you.
Usually, it's the thing is also that usually your lane doesn't go as well. But this lane went phenomenal. So he just is that far ahead. He did hit 6 really early, so. BKB on
Poshka. That's not going to be a successful TP. But he will tank the smoke, gang.
They get the duel.
Amar continuing to grow his damage up to a nice plus 60.
Can look to take out this tier 1. It's low. So Skeeter, blink BKB timing. Falcons might look for a little bit more of a catch. They don't have duel. Spirit might also look to fight back here. ET respawning soon. Radon just gonna cut the wave. He's got the Lincoln's got the Dragon Lance, and he's got the crit. His damage is pretty absurd at this point. They still do have to solve the problem of him and the scaling that's coming out from the Sapphire. But small gains, of course, that Falcons have been able to find.
Yeah, they've kind of been able to slow down the gold increase from Spirit, but they haven't really been able to turn it around.
No, and it will come down to, is Skeeter going to be able to match a Clinks and a Snap as this core to see? Because he's still slowed down on his DK.
Arin. Does he want to go for this? They've got the Dragon Tail set up. They're looking over towards Collapse. He's in with the jump. Collapse. Charge away with the onslaught, and Radan's holding the high ground.
He does go down, though.
He just got to back off with the BKB. Falls very low. We'll start to get healed up. Radan and Poshka, they're going to look to try and chase. You've got Mira coming in from the side. They're looking to burst through crit. They'll take the Enchantress down.
Falcons has to run.
They're going to continue to chase for more. Marion able to blink off. Poshka pretty speedy here with the chase. He's able to get the Spirit out. On the side, Lars in with the glide near. They've got the catch on the wall.
Snake got caught.
Malrine is likely going down. Same to be said for Snaking. As they just can't quite find the fight this time round. Spirit in a much better position to set up for it. And with the lead that they have against Falcons, Falcons just don't deal that well in a team fight when they're not able to take it on their own sort of decision, own sort of initiation.
It's deep as well, too. They had to commit absolutely everything to bring down that Primal Beast, and then, yeah, Spirit. Everybody was at, like, what, 20% HP very quickly, too. They have to just full retreat. Radon able to get clean up. I mean, they feel like they need to go for this Primal Beast, though, because he's too much of a nuisance, but he's absorbing the damage, and he nearly one-shots him.
He really does. I mean, Amar's going to go for the duel. Is he able to get the win? He is.
He does.
Okay. Extra bit of bonus damage for Amar. Takes out the Nyx Assassin and does put a stop to the push.
Skeeter, lucky. Very lucky to survive there. Mira wants this game to keep going, though. He wants to keep trying to go for these solo kills. But is giving some breathing room, Falcons. Who got the last hit there? It was Amar, right? Yeah. So Amar now with a BKB. Can perhaps actually jump in a lot easier and maybe won't be that sacrifice. Quite a bit of physical damage, though, still on Spirit. And playing into the double Lincolns is still going to be obnoxious. Kind of the only, yeah, he has to kind of just duel who he can find, since these Lincolns are always going to be up.
They're trying to start towards Radon. They got the Supernova in on top of him. Radon, he's going to get taken out.
They got him.
They get the jump, they get the kill. Maybe they can even get something more. Amar's looking over towards Lal, trying to
burning him down.
The gap. It's around the tier 2, though. It's kind of difficult to dive, but he's going to try and go for it. He's going to go straight away over towards the Nyx Assassin. They've got the burst strike up to Mira. They take him down, and they're diving in for more. Lal tries to hold his ground with a little straight up at Amar. He's able to pick up the double kill.
This game is absolute chaos.
Amar on the retreat now.
The rock.
I'm going to connect, and he's got the blink back up, so Amar's fine.
They go back in.
Back in. Jump forward again with the overwhelming odds. They're on a nuke through Poshka. Collapse will turn with the pulverize. Start trampling over the two of them with the onslaught. He's taken out Amar, and he might just get Skeeter. He does. Collapse. He ends up on top of it all. Big smiles on his face. Triple kill for him.
And this game is this even Dota at this point? It's 30-21 now, and I feel like both teams are just running at each other. This is insane. Literally, look, there's just a Clinks getting jumped from 5 people, but then they jump too far. Collapse cleans up. Oh, this is a treat. This is super fun to watch, no matter what.
Falcons, they're desperately trying to make these moves, and that one nearly kind of worked out until Collapse sort of got a triple kill at the end of it all. I got a huge further bursters, golden XP. But, you know, good aggression from Amar. You know, I like the way he's starting our fights. He's really trying to get something going. We'll see at the start of it all when Radan got initially caught. This was one of the reasons why Falcons were able to find something out of the overall team fight. Because if Radan doesn't die at the beginning, there's no way Falcons are getting the chance to get these sort of kills.
They're doing a pretty darn good job of like breaking these Lincolns as well too. I didn't even see who broke the initial one. But this just felt like it's like sheer persistence and just aggression from Falcons.
This is what they go back in, because why not? Look how low the two of them are. It's very tempting.
That's you right there.
But then you kind of remember the collapse is insanely farmed, and 2 versus 1, it doesn't matter. You're not going to kill this Primal.
Diving under the tier 2s for that 5 position. Very worth it for the 2 cores right now. Giving Collapse massive kill.
These are my kind of plays, Falcons. And into the Roshan Spirit go.
Back to the more normal kind of stuff. Objectives being taken, Spirit. Looking for that Roche. Feels like Falcons are just trying to cause chaos to just break.
To do something.
Yeah, because the game state is not great for them, so they're just trying to make things happen.
15k lead now for Spirit. Aegis onto Radan.
Level 20's been hit for Snapfire, so Laurel has hit that big timing for the core snaps. Look at this wraparound.
Oh, I like it. I mean, Falcons, they just go, go, go. They don't want to sit back. They don't want to wait and try for some high ground offense. They want to try and catch them by surprise, Aegis or not. Amar's ready to jump in and look for a dual objective.
I'm watching the 2 supports really on the side of Falcons if they can get full mana pools off and eggs in a good position, but tough ask, Laurel.
Saking, scouting things out.
Ward placed down for vision.
Amar, who's he going to find?
Scouting.
Down.
A rock thrown.
Ooh, has to use the blink to dodge the rock for now. Aghanim's done on ET.
Miposhka's got an Aghanims.
Radan, he's going in. He's going straight for Snakey. Snake's dead. Doesn't even get a chance really to get a single spell off.
And crit as well.
I think they've just got to sack the 2 supports to get the cause out of it. As indeed Radan cleans up both of them. The rest of Falcons have to retreat.
They're trying. They're trying their hardest to get these wraparounds. This one is red though. Spirit were prepared. And Miposhka's got an Ags. No longer easy to bring down on this ET either. Scaling it has hit. Can look for the Tormentor if they want now. With the 2 supports dead. Feels like Falcons needs absolutely every little thing to be able to take out.
Oh, and Miposhka's going to get that as well.
Oh, that's nice.
Radan's in. He's ready with the push onto the tower. Because they don't have the buybacks on the 2 supports, so likely the 3 cores are going to have to sit back and watch their bottom set of racks get taken away.
Glyphs in 3 seconds is still on cooldown.
I mean, look at Mira, he's trying to set up something sneaky here.
Towers go down.
It's the fortification.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They're taking a second set.
They're gonna try. They're thinking about it. They're pinging Radan, but the buildings are dying.
I mean, they want to wait for everyone to be back up. They want to wait for crit. And that is indeed going to mean that they're going to have to sack their second set of barracks. Spirit, they get both of them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit playing it cool and collected.
And they can just look for the top lane now, take that tier 2.
And Falcons, they might just smoke and kind of YOLO go for it, because it feels like if they just play normal Dota, there's no chance backing it. I'll look for Mira, but they can't. I actually don't know if they have a smoke. I was checking. Doesn't look like they did. So just might have to brute force an attempt into this incredibly farmed lineup of Spirit.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
Better not fall off.
Feels smooth. Feels like smooth sailings for Spirit. Up to top. Still got the Aegis for about what, 2 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gotcha.
Oh, they're gonna go for some type of sneaky smoke play. Maybe look to catch him inside mid. Be cool. Mira. We'll scout.
A good TP back from Crit. Knows that they're likely to be sweeping the map like this. We'll get back and ready for the high ground defense. Same to be said for the rest of Falcons. They're prepared in the base.
Spirit was just looking to kind of catch them outside there, since they know that someone was definitely just trying to farm up. I think their smoke, it just came back up here for Falcons. So tough to say who they need to even prioritize in these fights, because just everybody at this point is a problem. Even the ET. Miposhka has somehow been able to find his Aghanims farmed up.
Here goes Radan. Remember the push, they're trying to jump in there. They'll pop the Lincolns, but not able to find the follow-up stun. Jump forward from Amai's going to go straight for the duel. Everyone's eating. The pulverize is there. Immediately Collapse grabs it.
He's just dead.
Pushka's going to win the duel. Maori jumps in with the epicenter, but the damage is negligible. It's not enough as he has to back away. He cannot kill any of them off. They're on full retreat right now, Falcons and Lyle. He's not going to let them retreat. Forcing forward there with the little shredder. Triple kill for him. Skeeter desperately trying to get back towards the fountain. The buybacks come out. The damage is too high. Ultra kill for Lyle. They're killing him off in the fountain. The rocks come through. GG's being called. Team Spirit. They take both of the games here today. And this second one, it, for the most part, didn't look close, folks. No. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of clashing. You know, Falcons, they went for it. They ran at them. They did. Try and stop the win from coming out from Spirit and to try and turn this one around. But Spirit, for the whole of this, they were just too far ahead.
They were way too far ahead. I don't think Falcons expected these lanes to go as poorly as they did. They kind of drafted themselves to need to win these lanes, and they kind of all crumbled quite hard there. The Legion Commander lane didn't even get a kill early on to the Clinks. The mid lane, we saw what happened. The Snap was kind of crushing, and then the top lane is the biggest surprise. I mean, the Nyx and the Primal Beast just decimated DK Phoenix, so Spirit looking as hot as ever, even more so.
Nah, that's true. And if Falcons, you know, one of, if not the best team in the world, you know, coming into this tournament, one of the favorites, can't deal with this Primal Beast Nyx lane, what team in the tournament is going to be able to? This has got to go. This has got to be taken away. Whether it's the Nyx or the Primal, I guess in your case, you would say more the Primal element of it. Because Collapse on this hero right now, insane performances, both games. Turns around game one, and game two crushes it from the laning stage and never falls behind.
Yeah, it's got to be at least that one, but there's a lot of other problems, of course, that came in. Spirit, they just look completely on point today. Their macro play, their team fighting spells. Team fighting in particular has always been this team's prowess, but wow, yeah, very impressive.
And Falcons, you know, it's fun to see something a bit new, a bit different. We always like it when you bring something different into the meta with this mid-sanking, and even to the extent Legion Commander coming through, something we haven't seen, I believe, in the tournament so far. I didn't mind the Legion. You know, this was a kind of a lost game, but Amar still made some cool moves. He did give away some dual damage at the start, but the sanking mid, the lane just went far too rough. The lane went far too rough. You can't have that sort of happen. As you were saying before, right, you picked this here. One of the reasons why, because you turn up to the mid matchup, and the enemy mid, he hates you. He hates laning against you. This wasn't the case this game. Lyle, he loved it.
Yep, absolute free farm and pressuring and getting kills. Everything just went perfect for Spirit this game. So Falcons definitely get back to the drawing board and see what they'll have to do. And what other teams are going to have to do to prepare for this Spirit that is just in absolute top form.
No, absolutely. No, crazy stuff indeed today. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, quite the performance, quite the result. Spirit, they get both games 2-0 to Falcons. We're going to be able to head over to the stage.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Laurel of Team Spirit, who is starting things off very, very strong here in Riyadh, especially in that game one. I want you to take me back through Falcons having a substantial for most of the game, claiming Asia, and attempting to go high ground and just completely throwing the entire game away. What the heck happened there?
I think Sven should farm BKB. They have he has enough money to buy BKB. They just maybe feel they strong enough to go high ground, but I guess they don't understand our power. Yeah, power our heroes. So, and I think Aegis should take Brute or Sven because it's more core. Yeah.
And maybe they just don't understand your power in general because we have not seen you guys play post-Facet patch. So I was hoping to maybe get your thoughts on 7.36 Dota. What was your reaction to Facets being added in general?
I think I don't have much reaction. Just it's good to have some updates in Dota 2. So we just feel good in new patch, I guess.
Did it change any of your heroes where you were like, oh, maybe this is a new style of playing Leshrac or something like that?
Yeah, they maybe have a good Snapfire buff also. Yeah, Ember maybe. And Storm, he was good, but now he's okay, just okay.
Well, that's keeping up with modern times, but I was hoping you could take me back to maybe just about a year ago, because it was maybe 12 months that you were standing here in Riyadh, and that was your first big championship with Spirit. So as time has progressed, what's it been like going from a newcomer that people didn't really know about to being one of the most feared mid laners in the world? It's my words, not yours, don't worry.
I don't have much feelings about this. Just feel good when I can play with my team and show good game. Yeah.
It's been fun watching you. And my last question, I see you went for the bald buff, but that was because of some content stuff. So I saw you guys filmed some movie-inspired pieces. Yours was inspired by Fight Club.
Yes.
Had you watched Fight Club before? Yes. Oh, okay. So you knew the character that you were representing?
Yes, I know.
And you were okay shaving your head for it?
Yes. Like, yes.
Because Yotaro, or Radon rather, saves his head shaves for very strategic moments.
I mean, it's summer and I don't like much hair on my head, so it's good.
All right, well, you're staying cool, Laurel, and you're making your gameplay look cool. Congratulations on a strong start as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Laura. And I can totally recommend for people to watch the skits that Team Spirit put out. They are some great ones, and indeed, Laura on the classic with Fight Club. But let's talk about this match, because this was also crazy, and in certain times it did look a little bit like Fight Club. But this was... Okay, let's start from the beginning. Laning stage, Team Spirit Lacoste did it really well, and we saw Falcons already struggling to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, they counterpicked some of their heroes. They saw this ET, Enchanters were going to dispel that, then they picked Clinks, and top lane, Nyx Assassin, this is the hero that always had one issue. He was always a weak laner. Now with the Mind Flare, where you can kill the range creep, secure that money, he also got the first blood, so his game is going to be through the roof, and he was also camping in the mid lane, knowing that Sanking's not going to be able to play against the Snapfire, making the stack, so he comes in, puts the pressure onto the mid lane, and steals some of those creeps as well with the Mind Flare, going through the jungle. Nyx Assassin is back, baby.
I just feel like that Spirit had their number, both gameplay-wise and strategically. Like, from the start, I feel like if Falcons go back to this draft, they're not going to pick the Sand King again like that. Like, the way I see this draft is that even at the strongest stage of Falcons, Spirit are stronger than them, and they have better scaling, which to me shows that you're outdrafted. You need to outplay them, which to me, they didn't do. So I think this was an incredibly hard game for them.
Yeah, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, right, which is the second pick, Sand King, that came into the draft. They picked it very...
Yeah, they picked the Sand King on the second pick. I'll take over a little bit. What other messages should I be relaying? Well, the Sand King is the elephant in the room. It was like the biggest problem, I think, when
Scorpion in the room,
it came to the draft.
So I think when you brute force the Sand King into your draft, they put it in that position because they wanted the potential between mid and off lane, but they got captured after the flex potential came through, and they never really were able to get Sand King's ball rolling. So I think that Falcons put themselves in this position.
Sorry, Heffy, we're gonna fix your microphone at some point, but for now we're gonna look at some highlights of the game that we just played. Yeah, we're gonna have to you know, reset your smart things to say quota, so you can get some more words in there. So this happened minute 20. We already have Team Spirit very much ahead.
I mean, I still want to show that Falcons, or like what these two teams do is, like, let's just take the drafts away. Even when they're far behind, they know what they have to do to like showcase what their draft can do, how to come back in the game, because this is a fight with them being down 15,000 gold. That's no joke at like the minute 20 mark. So of course their draft still has like strengths and whatnot that they can play around. But yeah, when you're down 15k at 20 minutes, not the position you want to be in.
Also a bit of a chaotic fight there, because they killed the enemy Tormentor. They did use Pipe/Guardian Greaves as well, so they did not have that available for the fight. And also Mario, he was feeding a lot of those dual kills.
He gave away a lot of damage.
I think he gave away more damage than he gained himself. We got another clip for you as we look towards the 23-minute mark. This was another fight where things went well for Falcons, I believe.
Supports are owning throughout this whole game, even the whole series as well. Mira did miss a stun there, but the damage coming out from Phoenix in this one is going to be through the roof. Great positioning from Snaking. This is a bit of a longer clip where he plays out and lands a couple of those Fire Spirits. Also the mischance, the great addition to the Phoenix, makes him such a strong laner and a team fighter, of course. They will connect. They will try to go for the high ground and kill that egg. He had some really nice moments throughout the whole game. Like, they're trying to fight into vision. He goes in, dives in, gets that observer, gets a sentry on the hill, and they fight underneath that.
Yeah, and it actually also showed that picking Phoenix into Snapfire is not that bad.
I mean, if you're very good, you can always make up for it with gameplay, and they did that. You know how to protect it, how to play around it, and that's what good team fights are from the top teams. They kite back in, they know how to fight, and just making it look good.
Making it look good. Lacoste, I believe you will get one final highlight for us to show.
I believe I do. Maybe. Let's check this one out. Yeah, this is the fight where they cut off Clinks immediately. This is the time where he gets the jump first, I believe. or maybe that's not it, because I've chosen quite a lot of clips.
This is, yeah, this fight, they kind of like start diving. This is a very long clip, Lacoste. I'm pretty sure you did choose it.
Yep, I remember you see.
Yeah, it was the ET stomp. Yeah, that was the one, because ET landed the stomp onto 2 supports immediately, and we did highlight that the supports on both sides were pretty much dealing the most damage. Nyx Assassin with the Mind Flare with Dagon, and then also Phoenix as well, but he kind of shut them down in the place, and they managed to focus down the heroes immediately, killed them off. 4v5, 3v5, immediately done.
Yeah, I think this game, we did see that even though we do appreciate your presence, by the way, Effie.
She's nodding. She's helping.
She's helping.
Thanks, Effie.
I think it really shows both games that even though a team is very much far behind, if you get the right fight and the right positioning for that fight, you still have a good shot of making the game go your way. Obviously, in the last game, it didn't end up going away for Falcons, but they did continue look for those fights. They weren't just sitting passively waiting in their base for the high ground defense. They were just making their moves.
I think it's just people will always very easily like go to the draft and then say that the game is unplayable. But I think if you know your heroes, if you know your timings, you can always find a way back. And I think the best teams like Spirit, like Falcons, they will demonstrate that. They know when they can go, what timing to wait for, how to smoke to like ultimately take the fight. And I mean, that's what makes them such amazing teams.
Yeah, and that is indeed the case. Now, during this series, there was one person in particular that impressed us the most. It is our PlayStation MVP, none other than Collapse. I don't think you could choose another hero. At the start of Game 2, we thought maybe Mira was in contention on his Nyx Assassin, and obviously he played good Hoodwink in Game 1 as well. But Lacoste, it has to be Collapse.
Yeah, he owned throughout the whole series. First game, got that timing on a BKB. If he does not have a BKB, I think Falcons close out the game in 16, 17 minutes, but he gets like a 3-man charge with the Primal Beast, sets everything up for his team. And in the second game, playing it again, but going for a different item build. He understood the importance of tanking up for his team. Most of the damage was magical, so rushing pipe, a double bracer, triple bracer actually, and then going for Guardian Greaves as well. Just wanted to make his team much more tankier. And it's more about, you know, survivability, because you're not going to lack damage. You have this super farm Clinks, you have a super farm Snapfire coming up from the mid lane, mixed damage, physical and magical, so you're definitely not gonna lack it.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just clutch. Like Lacoste was saying, if he doesn't get that big, if he has one less creep wave killed, if he has one more death in Game 1, he doesn't get that BKB, they might lose. In this game, if he doesn't go this item build, you know, maybe it looks different. He's just clutch, knows what to do. Phenomenal.
Yeah, I feel like this was, I mean, obviously it was Series 1 for both of these teams. It's the first game they play here in Riyadh. And there is a lot to learn from this series. And I think also more eyeballs on Team Spirit going forward, because we talked at the start that they sometimes are slow starters in the group stage. Lacoste, not the case here.
Yeah, never at Riyadh Masters. I mean, they did reach 2 grand finals. They did win 1. So expecting them to do the same thing here, considering how strong of a showing they had on this first game.
Yeah, you know, I feel like there's OG magic, and for Spirit, it's like money magic. You know, the big tournaments. Okay, we're here. Let's go.
They're here, let's go. Obviously, there's a lot of teams playing at the same time. There's 8 teams within the group as well, and we do have 4 streams going on at the same time, and we cannot watch all the games at the same time, but Purge can.
Hey, Purge here. You guys missed an amazing game for Heroic against Gaming Gladiators. In game number 1, Analog played Shadowfiend mid, and he went 13-0-8 on Shadowfiend, died 0 times. And they went 8-2 in the plains, by the way, topping their group. They're red hot right now. In game number 2, he's playing Huskar mid. Can't wait to see what happens. Lots of great matches happening on the other streams. Make sure you tune into them.
We will tune in eventually, or we'll watch them back on highlights afterwards, because of course there are the games happening for us as well. We need to watch those, Purge. But I know he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to the people watching us right now as well. So Series 1 done. I want to just have a quick talk about the difference in Dota we saw here versus that we saw from the weekend. Because do you feel like some things were taken away from that, or was this a different meta? Because obviously these 2 teams probably also scrimmed a lot together, and we talked about the Doom earlier that we saw banned, especially in Game 2.
I do think they took some things away, but it's maybe not easy to tell, because likely this was already happening in their scrims.
Yeah.
So like they just took that with them. But if I have to look at the gameplay, I think that they're definitely, this was by like at least 1 level higher than the play-in teams we saw last week.
At least.
Yeah.
For sure, and I think the heroes that we've seen in the playing stage are going to be different. These, you know, top-tier teams are not too afraid to experiment with the picks, even though, like, we've seen Legion Commander played by Amar. He really doesn't play that hero, might bang it out from time to time every 6 months or so, but if they feel it's good, they're gonna play it.
They will play it, and I'm sure that we're going to see a lot more picks come out that we don't know about just yet. And maybe we'll see a Sand King come out that actually
we will.
crushes
just
it.
not second pick from that position. Okay, maybe
Mira
doesn't want to see it.
Mira is not convinced. 8 picks? 8 picks total.
After 8 picks, you can pick it. Or on the 8th pick to close the face, then you can pick it.
After 8, pick 8th.
Eighth pick.
Okay,
Close your face with Sand King.
We're going to fix Mira's microphone. Don't worry, we got that covered. We're also going to move forward because obviously, as I said, it was just series 1. There's going to be 3 series per stream, and we are going to move forward to our next game here, which will be BB Team versus Beast Coast. We'll see you after a break.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome to the Boulevard, baby. We thought we would take you on a little tour for all you suckers at home that didn't make it to the event to show you around the sights and the sounds of this epic place here in Riyadh. First place I want to take you, of course, is the STC Play Gaming Hall. A lot of cool stuff in there that you will see for the first time, so please come with me. Oh. Hello. This is the Team Liquid hut where Blue is supposed to be here. Let's go take a look at some of the things that Team Liquid has won. May we enter, please? Thank you. Look at these grand trophies. the Aegis, and the lesser trophies. Here's the horse we were supposed to talk to. The only reason I came! Not a big deal, though. We'll wait for Blue, I'm sure. He's real busy eating hay or something, but we'll wait. Thank you, Team Liquid. Please let us know when Blue arrives. Thank you. Where's Blue? Where's Blue? Is Blue here yet? How long till Blue comes? Where is he? Please tell me. Okay, we'll be back. Just waiting for the horse. Just waiting for Blue. He'll be here soon. I know he will. Team Liquid never disappoints. Just waiting for Blue. It's been 4 hours. We're still waiting for Blue. Still hoping for Blue. With my boy, I'll wait all life. I'll wait my whole life. Waiting for the horse. Oh! Blue! Yeah! Blue! Oh, thank you, Blue! I love you! Blue! He's my favorite mascot because he can't talk. And he listens. He really listens. I love Team Liquid. I love you, Blue! Wow! Thank you, Blue! Thank you, Blue!
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I got my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
Here we are, we're back with another series of Dota 2 here, coming your way from Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, as we see the Jamil Motorsport arrival of the players that they get to be in the nice cars. We don't get to be in the nice cars.
Need to be a player.
Need to be a player.
Golf carts?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it's really nice to drive around in the golf carts. I was allowed to do it a little bit this morning, but then I was kicked off again. Anyway, focusing on the match at hand, we got BB Team versus Beast Coast. They're coming your way here in a 2-game series. It's in Group B. Both of these teams only have one series to play today, and that's actually the case for all Group B teams. Today is their lucky day, only one series, and then tomorrow they'll have to play 2. Also, we swapped things up on the desk today, or the no desk.
Yeah, the no desk panel.
No desk panel. We got Kazu here still with us, but we also got Fear and Gunnar. Hey Gunnar, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Doing pretty good today. Exciting match. I like Beast Coast. They're really fun to watch.
They are really fun to watch. How are you doing this morning, afternoon, Fear?
Wonderful. Glad to be here and also excited for this match. Beast Coast, first land, so it's going to be very exciting to see how they perform on that.
Yeah, we got some veterans versus the new squad coming out here with BB Team, of course, being incredibly experienced when it comes to LANs and just overall a lot of matches together this year. We're going to focus our attention first on them because they have come in with quite the story. They have quite the road to get here. Let's take a listen.
BB Team have become a mainstay of Eastern European Dota, and for good reason. The core roster of Nightfall, GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo have played together for almost 2 years. With the addition of Miro early this year, they've been performing better than ever. The main roadblock and rivals of BB Team this year is Team Falcons, who've stopped BB Team from taking first place at any event this year. At the first EPT event of the year, Dream League Season 22, they were knocked down to the lower bracket in playoffs by Team Falcons, who they went on to lose to in the grand finals. For the next EPT event and the first EPT LAN of the season, ESL 1 Birmingham, BB Team managed to claw all the way to the grand finals through the upper bracket, ultimately getting knocked out by Team Falcons once again. The most recent and last EPT event before the Riyadh Masters was here, Dream League Season 23. BB Team started the playoffs from the lower bracket, but managed to fight through the entire bracket until they reached the lower bracket finals against Team Falcons. It was the end of the road for BB Team at 3rd place. However, losing only to the strongest team in the world and achieving top 3 in every EPT event this year are some very respectable results, and it has secured BB Team the 2nd place in the EPT leaderboard. These guys are not to be underestimated. They have proven many times over that they are capable of beating any team in the world, and on a good day, they might even be able to finally get past their biggest obstacle, Team Falcons. Maybe Riyadh Masters will be the time to finally do it.
Top finishes all year round. And Gunnar, I would love to hear the player perspective of why BB Team is such a good team.
I think I would say GPK is one of the best mechanical mid laners, so I think they play around them a lot. And honestly, they're probably 5 of the most mechanical players. I think Eastern Europe always comes with these really, really good players that are just good at their roles. And I think Miro is really stable. And I think that's kind of what they were lacking in terms of an offlaner. And ever since they got him, he's done his job, goes in, and he looks really good doing it. And I think that's kind of helped them propel to the next level.
Yeah, and speaking of Miro, actually, we got Purge standing by for an interview.
Hey, Purge here with Miero from BB Team. How are you feeling so far as the games are coming? Did you watch a lot of the play-ins so far?
I think we prepared well to this tournament, and we watched some games before this game. So, yeah, I think we're pretty confident.
Yeah, it must be nice having your opponent play matches before this, so you get some strat ideas. You played a ton of pub games in the last week. You've had a huge variety of heroes. What do you think are the strongest offlaners right now?
I guess if you choose on the first stage, like it's some Brew Darkseer, I guess, or sometimes it can be Brew if we take some bans. I think that this offlaners.
Great. In your past couple tournaments, you guys have been like consistently getting top 3 amazing results, but you're always just a little bit from the end. I mean, there's obviously very tough competition right now with Falcons and some of the other teams, but do you guys think that you're close to breaking that and finally getting to first place?
I think we got some thoughts about this, and on this tournament we will try to fix this result.
Well, even if you don't, I'm sure you're going to have a great performance. You're an excellent player and your team's really strong. So good luck in the matches coming forward. And yeah, thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
I think a lot of people are expecting BB Team to be very high up here at this Riyadh Masters. When you're looking at BB Team Fear, which player do you normally gravitate towards, or did you really watch from that squad?
Well, I play a lot of carries, so I look at Nightfall a lot, and he's been one of those carries that's very vocal, and he always has been throughout his career. Oftentimes will lead his team around the map, so it's very nice to like watch him. He pings a lot. He's very expressive on the minimap and the microphone if you play pubs with him.
Are they the most pinging team?
Yeah,
I think they're the team
probably
that pings significantly the most.
I'm sure he holds the record. I don't know who found the stat, and it's very off topic, but in one pub game, I remember he pinged like 8,000 times. I don't know how that's possible, but he is very vocal. I think he's very good. Maybe sometimes, at least in my opinion, he lacks a little bit of the clutch factors that some other carries sometimes have more often.
In his defense, though, sometimes if you are that leader type and you're talking a lot, you can't really focus on your game 100%.
It's harder. Yeah.
It's a lot harder, so maybe he just has to do that for the team to function.
Yeah.
That's very true. Let's focus our attention on their opponents today, because we have not seen BB Team because they only came in through EPT points starting today. But we have seen a lot of Beast Coast as they have been playing in those play-ins. They were like a middle-of-the-pack squad. But overall, Gunnar, how would you describe Beast Coast and their playstyle?
I think they're very South American in their playstyle. They kind of just run at you and fight.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah.
I think they're catching up to Heroic, which I don't think many people saw coming. Because I think everyone sees Heroic and they're like, oh, they're the best team, no one's really close to them. But I think Beast Coast has a chance of kind of catching up. Maybe not now, maybe not later in the year, but at some point I think they will catch up to Heroic in terms of skill, and we see Heroic's doing really good at the tournament so far. I think Lumpy has looked really good.
Yeah.
His Shadow Fiend, he's had some really nice plays on it, so I would say he's kind of the one to look out to.
I love that because I'm a fan of the name, 100%. So there's a lot of new people coming from Beast Coast that a lot of people have not met, are not familiar with. So let's get familiar with them, and let's start with the carry player, Pike.
Hello guys, we're here with Pike from Beast Coast. Pike, ¿sabías que es el jugador más joven de ese torneo?
Sí, vi la verdad algunas edades de los players y como que están por los 20 para arriba. Y bueno, ¿no? O sea, es bueno creo para mí. Eso y nada.
He knows he's the youngest player and he thinks it's good for him. He was checking some ages, they're all 20 plus. Let's see. Pike, ¿te sientes como una joven promesa dentro del mundo de Dota? ¿Sientes que tienes aún mucho camino por recorrer?
Bueno, la verdad, no como una promesa, pero voy a dar lo mejor de mí y simplemente jugar, ¿no? A lo que yo quiera llegar, mi objetivo, y nada, simplemente lograr eso.
He doesn't necessarily feel like a young talent that's about to bloom. He feels like he's there. He's just going to play his best and he's going to try to achieve his objective. ¿Y cuál sería ese objetivo en este torneo?
Ganarlo, ¿no? Mis expectativas son altas y quisiera ganar este torneo, la verdad.
His expectations are high and his goal is to win this tournament. Finally, Pike, quiero preguntarte por tu equipo, el apoyo que sientes de ellos, una primera org que te ha apoyado durante bastante tiempo ya, habéis llegado a Riyadh Masters. ¿Cómo es tu vínculo con tus jugadores, tu coach?
La verdad nos llevamos muy bien. Hay por medio de una confianza entre todos y bueno, es chévere, ¿no? Divertido jugar con ellos y nada, es divertido. Me alegra eso.
He says he feels a bond with his players, he feels like it's fun to play with them, and he specifically says that he's happy that it's fun to play with them. ¿Te sientes, es divertido jugar con ellos? ¿Delante de este escenario incluso más divertido?
Sí, o sea, cuando estábamos jugando no sé contra qué equipo, hubo risa de por medio, ¿no? Como que se divierten, nos divertimos entre todos, y sí.
Even on the stage, there's laughter when they play, there's laughter against other teams, and that is something that Pike is looking forward to and something that he likes about playing with Beast Coast. Pike, mucha suerte, good luck.
Looking forward to seeing them play on that stage because yeah, we have just not seen this squad. They were gate-kept, Kezu, the entire year. Yeah. Heroic, and if it wasn't Heroic, it was Boom.
Yeah, and I think it's just good for a new team with a lot of also newer players. I mean, we've seen moves before and their coach as well. You know, they are somewhat familiar faces, but it's important that when they come to these tournaments, they bring their own strategy, keep your own style, and I think focus more on yourself maybe than your opponent, which can be quite hard to do, but I would just like for them to stick to their own style.
Yeah. I know Moose, so he changed roles. He used to be a 4 player, now he's 5. I talked to him. He was really excited about it because he said that it's a lot of new challenges and learning the game again. So I think even though he's experienced, it's nice for him to as well kind of feel this new coming into the game and like having to learn every game, having a lot of new experiences. He's laning with a carry now, so I think they have a lot of potential.
A lot of potential.
I mean, I definitely agree. This is a team. I mean, Moose, especially after his last qualification, got pretty emotional because he hasn't been there for a while. But he was like, it looked really good, and he's very good for the team.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen when this team takes the stage. Their opponent, Noah Discovered and BB team. But we're going to see what's going to happen. Let's head over to the stage to Tsunami and Fancy.
Welcome back, everyone, after what an incredible inaugural series that was here in the Gdynia Arena. Seems like this tournament is starting off on the right foot.
Honestly, nobody expected that Falcons will drop at least the first game, but then they also dropped the second game. It's 2-0 for Team Spirit, and now nobody knows if Falcons are going to remain as the favorite to win Riyadh Masters 2024.
And that's just on here. Elsewhere on the secondary streams, Heroic just got a 2-0 over Game & Gladiators.
That's right.
There are no predictions to be made right now at Riyadh Masters 2024.
That's right, but now we are ready to introduce to you the second match on stage in this group stage. So for the first team, please welcome BB team. This Eastern European roster have always been able to get to the finish line, but never crossing it, placing top 3 in 4 international tournaments this year. But now, they have made it to Riyadh. There's no doubt that they will be making it a deep run, but will they be able to make it across this time?
And their opponents, please welcome Beast Coast! Yeah, BB team may have a lot of podium finishes, but a lot of these players have never even set foot on a stage before. Moose, the veteran of this roster, has been guiding these newcomers from South America to glory, and this is an opportunity for them to really show what they're capable of here on a stage, on a land.
It's true. Now, we have nothing else to do but to start the game and see what could happen. Nobody can expect what's the result of this match, but honestly, I don't know what your prediction is.
The players have put their keys down. I leave the predictions to the smart people on the panel, so let's go to them as we start the game.
Teams, there we go. The teams, they're ready to go, and we're very soon ready to go as well. So we're waiting for the draft to start, but before we get there, we still have a little bit of time to talk a little bit more about the teams and the players. And okay, we can talk about BB team, and I feel like because they get so deep into every tournament, we talk about them a lot.
Yeah.
Because they have so much to dig into in terms of the stories that they bring. I bet everybody's heard it by now. You know, I want to dig a little bit deeper into Beast Coast, and I happen to be on a panel with a couple people that are very familiar with some of the Beast Coast players. Gunnar, you play in the same region oftentimes with these guys. Any player, what can you tell us?
Any player? I know Moose the most.
Yeah.
We played on a team before once. I think he's a really hard worker, and it's really nice to see him get recognition. Also, their coach has been around the scene for I don't know how many years.
Yeah, for people wondering, by the way, he's now going under the name Mariano, but he used to be Pepita, so many people know him under that name.
And I think the The big thing about this team is kind of, again, I said it earlier, it's lumpy.
Yeah.
He kind of goes off on these flashy heroes, like the olden days of mids where he wants to play Shadow Fiend every game or Ember Spirit, kind of just like pop off 1 versus 5. And I think that's kind of what they're going to hopefully go for, which it's a tall task against GPK. He's the kind of player you expect to shut down. But we'll see how kind of they draft around it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for most people, BB Team are definitely the favorites coming into the series. But I would say something that I've seen from Beast Coast, which maybe they have learned a little bit from like Heroic, maybe some scrims or looking at them. There's a lot of like minus armor stuff going on. You talk about the Ember, I feel like they have a lot of Ember Weaver, sometimes like some Slardar SF, Weaver SF, like a lot of minus armor mid-game run at you. I just hope that they keep the style because I think that's their best chance at going up against BB Team.
Yeah, have you had experience with players in your pub sphere? I know that recently you played a lot of supports, right? So have you support Pyke, for example? Or is that outdated?
No, that's a little outdated, but that's fine. I also played on team with Moose a while back, so I know him very well, and Papita at the same time. So these are like the veterans, and they brought in, I think Pyke, they said it's the youngest player here.
Yeah, he's 18, and I think, no, actually I know that Malrine beforehand always was the youngest player at 19. I know that Amar is 19 and BZM as well. They're all from the same year, but you know, it's a couple months difference, but it was always Malrine. Now it's Pyke.
Well, this is his first LAN, right? So he's got to show up eventually. He is very talented as well. Him and Lumpy are obviously the cores of the team, getting carry in mid. But Vitaly in the offlane has also been very impressive for me as well. He plays a lot of Pango. That's like his specialty there. But he'll still play the Brewmasters, the Darkseers, everything that is strong in this current patch. So he's looked very good as well.
I feel like, or you guys probably don't know them as well to answer this question, but I feel like when you're a new player, like if I look at Amar and Malrine, something that I think is very important, that you have like a mixture of cockiness, but also humbleness. Like you need to be cocky enough in the game that when you go up against some GPK, Nightfall, whatever, that you still do what you want, like your natural gameplay, but also humble enough to like still know when it's not good and like when to listen to your teammates. Do you guys have any idea where they fare when it comes to that?
Well, he did say he plans on winning the whole tournament.
There we go.
The confidence is there.
I would assume it's the kind of confidence that they don't really care who they're playing versus.
Yeah.
And they're just going to go in and do their thing.
Well, they are doing their thing right now as we are in the draft. We got ourselves on the Radiant side, BB Team, Dire side, Beast Coast, and it is first pick going the way of Beast Coast. Instant open with the Rubik that we've seen banned out in first phase quite a few times already, but
I mean, I feel like this hero is like pretty good, right? Probably banned for the right reason in some of the other games we've seen before. Gunnar, I don't know what you think, how much flex there is. I know there's some people that love mid Rubik, like some, you know, some Thompsons and whatnot, but would you say it's just a very good patch for the hero in general? Because, you know, facets and whatnot, you're going up against good heroes, or is there more to it?
It's definitely one of the best pause 4s. I think the biggest reason they pick it is for Enigma. They're kind of preemptive countering it. Mirror likes playing that hero a lot.
Okay.
It does worry me that they give away Tiny for it. I think Tiny's probably top 3 heroes of the patch.
It looks like it, yeah. This hero is nasty.
Yeah.
And so maybe you can steal Toss and you kind of become your own Tiny, but it is something that kind of concerns me that BB Team already starts off, I would say, very strong with a second pick.
I mean, I also say they have, I mean, most teams have very good Tiny players, right? I don't think the heroes like Giga complex to play either from 2 or 4, but I think both Save and GPK are incredible players. So yeah, a little bit scary, at least for now.
I wonder how much factor will come into the fact that they played play-ins on Beast Coast, right?
Yeah.
And the last official for BB Team was like 2 months ago. So I wonder if there's a little bit of rust needing to be shooken off there, whereas these play-in teams, they're all warmed up, right? They've already played, they won, and that's one thing I do have going for the side of Beast Coast right now is the fact you do have the ability to just be like, we're warmed up, we know what's good for us, and let's just play it. Where BB Team, they just have to rely on their scrims and make sure whatever they scrimmed, it's good enough.
Yeah, at least that's like one of the good things, right? If you're a playing team, I mean, you can take it kind of as you want, because maybe you can also be like, oh, you know, they weren't good enough to like fully understand if something is actually as good as it is or whatnot. Right. But yeah, BB Team don't really know what they've been up to, but now that they have the Tiny, I think it's very important. They should be looking for follow-up damage. Don't make the Rubik's game too easy. Like, I think all these Hoodwinks or Hoodwink still seems like a S-tier hero. Snapfire seems on the come up. I don't know if you feel like if there's any replacements, Gunnar, for like these two, if they were to be taken out.
I think Hoodwink is not replaceable, really. I think Hoodwink
the best.
I would say by far the best forward in the game. The only nice thing about Rubik in comparison is Rubik can flex. Some teams play it. I know this is a mid, but I would say more so in 4 and 5.
Okay.
I think Moose is a good Rubik too. He used to be a 4, so he can play at 5.
Yep.
And it kind of counters some heroes like Pango it's okay versus with Rubik. It's good versus Enigma specifically, so it's more of a light counter as a first pick, rather than just like securing your lanes with Hoodwink. You pick Hoodwink, you win your lanes.
That was an interesting troll ban for me by Beast Ghost there.
I mean, it must have to do with one of their follow-up picks, right?
Yeah, it has to be. Like, it's telling something, but what exactly is it telling? Like, do they want...
The biggest one would be Tusk. I could see... I think Troll's the best carry to lane versus Tusk. They also do play Tusk 4 and 5. And so they could be hoping to get a Tusk, kind of flex their lanes. They can pick a melee offlaner, ranged offlaner to do whatever. Keep their draft open, because they don't have last pick, right? But...
Do you think it's very common to ban for your support pick here on this stage? I feel like most cores would want to talk about, oh, I want to play this hero, so I'm going to ban like this whatever core. Like,
it's not.
It's just up in the air.
I would say, if anything, 2 of their bans are already for the Rubik. The ET and the Enchantress are both Rubik 4 bans. They're the best supports for Rubik, so I think it's good if you have value in your support, especially because one of the biggest things that crushes these like Rubik 4s is losing the lane.
Yeah.
And so if you pick the Rubik and you're confident it's mid-game impact, you ban the support that destroys in the lane and you'll get out 50-50.
Well, it looks like BB Team is looking to change the record on the Batrider, as that hero, as we just saw, has not won a single game yet this Riyadh Masters.
I mean, I know it's been nerfed, but I feel like it's still good. At least in the games where we've seen it, I feel like it wasn't perhaps used to its full potential. I would at least still say it's kind of, I mean, it looks more than playable. So I think it being 0-4 is at least a little surprising to me.
Yeah, and I think in some of Toronto Tokyo's best games, he did play the Batrider in the other patches. So this is definitely a comfort for BB Team here. Or a Beast Ghost. That explains the troll ban to me right there.
Yep.
They go get the Slaughter right out the gate there. I'm sure they had some idea of that. It's like Tusk Slaughter, some heavy physical right clicker was what troll is really good against there. Paired up with the Rubik potentially. The interesting thing about the Rubik for me is like they haven't really favored this hero too much. So I wouldn't mind if they went for a Hoodwink as well, just for the laning stage, to make sure this hero can get out of the lane.
I mean, I'll just backpedal on the fact that we have Gunner here. I don't ever see a reason why you would pick any support over Hoodwink. I think it's the best laner, the best follow-up damage, and it builds the best item.
Ooh, but how about the twin-headed dragon?
He's pretty good.
Yeah. I like this. I think the, what is it, Liquid Frost facet?
Yeah.
Really cool. It's so much damage in the lane. I think it's a very big lane secure as a 5. And they also have the Rubiks, so now the other team can't pick Rubik, which is the best hero against Jakiro. And also about this bat, I feel like in the early draft right now, both of these teams are picking very open heroes, especially BB with the Batrider Tiny. The Batrider can be played mid, offlane, 4-5. Tiny can be played, some people play it any role, so they kind of get the option to pick whatever they want. I assume now that they see their full offlane, which is Slaughter Rubik, they're just going to take a very stable safe lane. Probably just even the Gyro Bat, I think, is good enough to go even or win that lane. The other one would be Crystal Maiden. Which is a really solid lane.
Yeah, I guess it's like one of the best supports left, right? To maybe slow down the starter a little bit. No Phoenix. Okay. I mean, that's, I guess, also pretty cool for them is that there's a lot of like semi-flexes going on, right? They do have last pick. Enigma can be whatever. Batrider can be kind of whatever. Same with Tiny. And I think most of their lanes, however they put it, seem pretty solid for now.
Okay, isn't Enigma really bad to pick into Rubik and Jakiro, who have very long range?
I don't think you play necessarily for the black hole against Rubik anymore. I mean, you can. It's always a threat. And Jakiro, you can argue that, but at the same time, they stole the Gyro. Monkey King's banned, Weaver's banned, TA got banned. You don't have a lot of options that can deal with the Eidolons here. Sure, there's some stuff you can still pick if you want to go down the route of like Bristleback. Maybe there's a couple more that can really make Enigma's life hard, but it's Tiny Enigma. This lane is incredibly strong here. Probably giving GPK the last pick as well, because I don't know if there's a better 4 you can pick with this Enigma, but they could still flex things around technically if they want to do position 5 Enigma and then bat 4 mid Tiny.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this should be a position 5 Enigma. I think Auk is the hardest counter carry to Enigma in the game. I would say it's on the level of Gyro, if not worse. Just because the way Enigma plays, the level 1 Eidolons are kind of trash.
Yeah.
They don't really do much, and he gets really strong when he hits level 3. And at that point, Alchemist will keep killing Eidolons, and then when the lane gets ever iffy, he can go jungle. And he's the happiest carry going jungle in the game. And so Enigma never really gets this like crush the lane, you know, completely destroy like versus a Lifestealer or some weak carry. And he also has a Jakiro to help just kill Eidolons in the acid spray. And so I think likely this was kind of a bait for the Alchemist. And they're going to do just Enigma 5, Batrider off lane, probably, and then they're going to last pick mid as a counter pick.
Off lane bat or 4 bat, do you think?
I guess you could do the Tiny bad lane. No, I guess
they could either can go off lane, honestly. It'll be a Batrider Tiny lane, and Miro would probably just pick the hero he feels like.
I mean, okay, I'm at least a big fan. I mean, I like playing Alk personally. I think it fits well when your team wants to like play for some mid-game timing. I think they're, I mean, obviously when you play Alk, you're gonna be top net worth. You need to push your team forward. I think again they have like some double minus armor ride with the haste, acid spray. You can help your team. So I think it can fit. I will always say that it's one of the more volatile carries, in my opinion. I think the teams that play it very well, they can execute it very well because they get the net worth, they know how to push the game forward. But at least for Beast Coast, I feel like it fits their style pretty well.
Yeah, on the other stream we saw Heroic, which is another South American team.
Yeah.
They actually also had the Alk starter in their first game versus Gaming, and they 2-0'd the series with an Alchemist carry both games. And so I think we're kind of seeing a lot of this physical damage be really important. Where another hero that's kind of valued in this is Shadow Fiend, which gets banned out by BB team. Yeah. And the other one to consider that a lot of people are picking is Sven 5. I think it's actually really good versus these types of drafts. I don't know if the BB team can fit in a Sven to their draft, but I think if they somehow are able to, like doing a Sven 5 with a gyro lane, draft-wise, it's really good for them if they
banned
pull it out.
But I was looking at Lumpy's heroes. Shadow Fiend, Ember, Tiny, Dragonite, Invoker are his top heroes, all banned.
Did you mention Tiny?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are all his top like 6 heroes right there. So next is Void Spirit and
I think
Storm
Void
Spirit.
is pretty solid here. Versus Gyro, you really like heroes that kind of commit on him in the early game because he doesn't have a huge health pool and he doesn't really like just getting jumped. So I would like that. There's also Puck.
Would Zeus be okay? He plays that too.
It's not my favorite. I don't think it really fits their draft that well. They need either more physical damage to kind of boost up the starter Alk minus armor, or just an annoying hero like a Puck, Void Spirit, some Spirit hero to just jump around the backline.
Snapfire, okay.
All right.
That should be their mid unless they want to end up putting Rubik mid, which I feel like is not a very easy game. I think it can fit in terms of like the, I'm not gonna, I don't know if it's the best pick ever, but I think it can fit in terms of like what you want to do.
It's a blind pick.
Yeah.
It's gonna go even in its lane no matter what.
Yeah.
It has follow-up damage for the stuns on his team.
Yeah.
It doesn't really go in, but it does have minus armor. So it does pair well with Alk and the starter. They can Roche, Tormentor, take objectives really fast. And I think it does scale really well.
Yeah. No, I think this hero is very good. And I just like seeing Snap on like lineups that can play aggressive. He wants to play off of aggressive lanes, go here, speed up the game. Alk, starter, I think they kind of fit with that. So I think it's more up to BB to how they want to find a response.
Because now that we've seen the whole lineup from Beast Coast, where do you want all BB team's heroes to go?
Definitely want Gyro on carry. So they're going to pick a mid last, so they're most likely going to go with Enigma off lane regardless here. I'm imagining that, well, they could do Bat.
There's a 5 Enigma.
Yeah. So 5 Enigma, and then they're going to do Tiny Bat off lane. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be
Tiny, okay.
I think Tiny just scales better with items than Bat these days. Bat also kind of as 4, I think you end up as a core anyway because you farm so fast with Firefly, whereas a Tiny
Rubik
core...
mid.
Oh, it is Rubik mid.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, these guys are crazy. I kind of like it. I mean, like when I look at BB's draft, I think it's very good. I think the kind of double range core is nice to have against these. I would say that Beast Coast have like more committal heroes, at least with Alk starter. It's nice if you're a bit more evasive with your secondary range core. But I think that Beast Coast have kind of what they want in order to take the game to BB. So I feel like both teams kind of have what they want. I would slightly favor BB.
Yeah,
I want to favor BB as well. I think Beast Coast does have their type of draft though.
Yeah.
So I think BB teams, their drafts are more out there for them. I think they are really good when they pick like very solid lanes, very stable heroes, and they have this Enigma 5. They have an offlane Tiny. They're not really like following the standard procedure. And whereas Beast Coast, I think they thrive off this like Rubik mid, kind of clowny drafts, like run at you, do their own thing. And so I kind of lean towards Beast Coast in this game.
Yeah, I definitely like Beast Coast's lineup, but I'm a little bit afraid that they're going to get out of the laning stage. So if they can get off the laning stage, Lumpy gets pretty farmed. You get Blink Daggers on Pyke and Vitali. He can actually get a lot of work done in this game, but I'm a little bit afraid that potentially the lanes might go a little bit south, especially the Slardar lane into the Gyrocopter. Mid lane might go even, but we'll see how we all know how the Alchemist lanes can go. It's either you get out of the laning stage or it's a disaster. When you play against a Bat Rider, there's always room for that disaster to happen.
How fast do we expect Beast Coast to need to play in this game for them to do well?
I mean, I don't know if they need to be like crazy. I think it's more like maybe around some timings. I would just more hope that they're able to protect Ruby. I feel like when GPK has a good early lane and they're gonna play through mid and like try there, I want to see how Beast Coast respond to it and kind of like play off of their own pressure. I think for them it's more like timing based as opposed to, it's not like at 10 minutes I need to go 5-man.
Yeah, I mean, for me it's survival for Beast Coast. If they can survive the lanes, Alk is farming, Sardar's farming, I think their lineup looks pretty good.
I also am confident in this mid matchup. I think Rubik actually is going to win mid, so...
Okay.
I have faith in Beast Coast.
Okay, nice.
All right, well, let's see if Beast Coast, their first game on stage, if they can actually make it happen here against the way more experienced BB team that they're up against. It will be BB team's first series here in Riyadh for this year anyway. For Beast Coast, they've already had a whole group stage before this. They went 5-5. They were in the middle of the pack. So they're kind of flying under the radar. Maybe that's exactly what they need. It seems like we have a slight delay for going into the game. So bear with us as we get that sorted out. But you heard my panel, they favor... Well, you know what? You guys all kind of backpedaled at the end. And I favor the draft of BB team. But I like Beast Coast.
Yeah, you know? It's like the heart versus the brain.
Oh, yeah. Fair, yeah.
The brain favors BB's draft, but the heart knows Beast Coast has a draft that I would say fits the game more than BB's team.
Yeah,
I think this Alchemist can carry this game if he gets farmed, to be honest with you. And you do have that Rubik, so the biggest threat I see for this Alchemist is going to be like a black hole, but you got Rubik mid, so you can turn that to your advantage here. But it isn't BB team. This team, throughout the existence, has been known for very high skill players and their laning stage. And that's like the first hurdle you go through when you play versus BB team. Can you get out of the laning stage? And a lot of the teams that just come up or new can't do it.
Okay, well, let's see if they can do it. We're keeping our eyes mostly on the Wind Ranger versus Rubik, GPK versus Lumpy. Let's see what's going to happen with BB Team and Beast Coast.
Thank you very much, CBS. Looking forward to this one. BB Team versus Beast Coast. Fogged, as Shiva said, obviously from the previous performance of the playing stage. Kind of a mixed performance from Beast Coast, but they made it. They're here. BB Team turning up. First game for them. This team, it's a scary team.
It's a very scary team.
This team is a scary team, but I'm excited to see what Beast Coast can do against them because they got some fun stuff this game.
I mean, there's a mid Rubik. There's a lot of different type of style picks that they've gone for. It's very down their style. Same thing with the Jakiro. We're not seeing it too often, but it has to be the highlight with that mid Rubik, right? That's going to be something that they're going to be looking to play around. He has some pretty good steals, of course, versus Tiny, versus Enigma, even versus Bat. The Sticky is... You can build up the AoE very heavily with something like Sticky, because he's gonna, I imagine he went for the AoE, Arcane Accumulation. So there's a lot of potential combos that he can get. Let's just see if he's able to get off the floor there.
Oh, for sure. Even against the Wind Ranger, right? It's kind of a rare hero in which the worst spell to get is kind of the ultimate. But everything else, you know, the Shackle, the Power Shot, and Wind running around on this mid-Rubik could be great for the ganks.
Yeah, the Power Shot, it actually gets very, thick, you know? Like, it really does once you get the buildup of this accumulation, which he can definitely do. And even, I will say this, it sounds a little clowny, but you can't underestimate a Focus Fire Rubik. It sounds really clowny.
Can actually...
It's not amazing, don't get me wrong, because you're committing, but when you're tanky in a Rubik, and let's say you are that ahead, you do get physical, you do get a lot of damage now in this hero. Your right click is there, so.
Because in the fights, Wind Ranger is definitely a pretty safe bet, right? So if you take a spell from Wind Ranger, you're going to be able to do something with any of the spells.
It's obviously you don't want the Focus Fire, but if you get it, there can be situations where it's like, okay, this could be okay. Not amazing, but let's see how these lanes do end up going down.
Yeah, what do you make of this top one? You know, talking about kind of different lanes. We are getting indeed this time around, you know, Tiny on the off lane here for Miro, for BB Team. So Miro and Save in this sort of duo, how does this do against an out Jakiro?
I'm not sure. This is actually my lane to watch for me because I think this is the one that can have the most volatility. How are they going to be able to shut down this Alchemist with Bat? Because we've seen Bat struggle a lot in the laning phase lately. Save, I feel like him and Miro tend to make things really work out for themselves, but same thing for Tiny, not the traditional off-lane pick. So we'll see how much they're able to do versus an Alk because the Acid Spray is pretty devastating in this lane. But yeah, we'll have to see as that one. Because also now, talking about these side lanes, bottom is another one I want to talk about. It is the Slardar versus that Gyrocopter, which can be a bit difficult, but they have a Snapfire. So there's a little bit of a gap-closing element that the Snap can help in a way versus the Slardar that usually is pretty terrible versus those range heroes.
I'm talking about the Snap looking pretty fantastic.
He looks,
He's got that new set.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Crazy one. That's a good one there, that new one.
The guns are ridiculous, I have to say.
Huge,
they're like laser
massive
beams.
lasers that you've got. On top of whatever kind of what creature it is, some sort of space dinosaur.
This is, you know, I'm saying about the cookie thing where there's the gap close. It's still probably going to be a very difficult lane for Vitaly, all things considered. But there is, you know, that potential. If the Enigma leaves the lane or something, they could try to catch the Gyro off guard. But overall, BBT does not make these type of mistakes that often in laning phase. They are a very laning-oriented team to be able to dominate and kind of snowball off of that, as we've seen in most situations. So. Nice denies there from Vidal. He actually got 3.
Good damage. Pike's in trouble. As Pike going down. Will get taken out. First blood for Save. He'll die in return. Move's able to take him down, but BB Team, they get that first blood.
That's the, I mean, there's a lane to watch, really. tons of kill threat, kind of on both sides as we see there. I just don't know how good this Jakiro is at stopping the kill threat onto this Alchemist at this point. Because like Panel was saying, he's saying this is the lane really that has to go well for Beast Coast for them to have a good mid game. Of course, the Rubik too, but that Rubik should have a good lane versus the Wind Ranger. Be careful, Moose. He stepped up. The stickies are stacking up.
Ooh, and he's gone.
Pike,
Not gonna quite be able to set up to take down Mirror in return either, as BBT get the one. I won't quite get Pike the second time round, but bullying him back underneath the tower.
Save is a master on these type of heroes. He's very specific. This guy, like when he gets to play his heroes, like his Pudge, his Pugna, his Bats, these type of things, I feel like we see this very often from him.
Sure.
He's able to apply a ton of pressure. So
we've seen on the stats as well, right? Bat's got a few games we have seen it being drafted, but hasn't really been doing too well, right?
No, but this is definitely one of Save's. I mean, gold tier and whatnot. This is one of his very comfortable. He's a very pressuring, like very aggressive kind of player, especially in the laning phase, and can definitely do that versus an Alchemist. Slowing down Alch is very important too. Every time there's an Alch game, you know, it's all about how that Alchemist is able to do. And if he does get slowed down versus a Gyrocopter, the recovery is very difficult. It's usually not really there.
So what about the Gyro so
He's gonna
far?
free farm.
Yeah, Nightfall, top last hits. And by quite a while.
Just can never, just the afterburner too, just makes you just kind of impossible for the Slardar to ever get aggressive in particular. Vitali's doing okay down there though. 21-7's pretty good for the Slardar, all things considered.
GPK continue to keep it even against the Rubik maybe. Top lane, they're gonna make another go on towards Pike. He's able to turn, get the concoction off. But he is dead again. This top lane from BB team continuing
he's dead too.
To crush Beast Coast safe lane duo. Double kill for Save. It's getting kind of close and a little bit early for the Alch, but he may have to leave that lane pretty soon.
Yeah, I think he might have to just go back to jungle because they aren't able to get the pull reset, and Save is just, he's got the resources too. He's got the salve clarity. He's going to be able to keep putting this pressure. I mean, Save, I've seen him do this so much. He's actually, you know, I take note of this guy a little bit when he plays his Bats and his Pugnas, because I feel like he's one of the few that really does make it look this strong in a lot of cases. Him and Crit in particular with the Bat.
The other one,
yeah,
right?
They're the two that make Bat look broken, really. Yep. And right now off the bat, yeah, Pike already very slowed down, and the Tiny's levels are already starting to kick in too for that toss.
Bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo continues just doing an excellent job of really just zoning back. Both Vitali and Elmisho is just giving what continues to be pretty much more than free farm, it feels like. You know, 37 CS in 5.5 minutes in. Nightfall barely missing anything, if anything at all.
Nightfall has the Falcon Blade now too already, so can't even get aggressive unless they make a third move. I mean, they couldn't really get aggressive versus it anyway with this lane, but BBT has done this perfectly in this early game. Now looking to play around that 6-minute power rune. All the supports rotating over. They've even warded behind the tower here versus Lumpy. And Misho. They just die here.
Run. I mean, there's a blood grenade at the ready. Toronto Tokyo lays it down, and indeed Elmisho turn with a scatter blast, but the Eidolons will take him out. Lumpy in the mid. He's forced to have to TP away.
Secures the rune, regen. Catapult will die to the mid lane, but aggressive move from BB. Very successful. And a free kill for Toronto Tokyo, and it's a Gyro who's free farming in the bottom lane too, so unable to pressure this Gyrocopter at all with this Slardar pick. That's why they went for it. That's why they wanted this Gyro. These ranged cores versus Slardar can just be very problematic in lane.
Yeah. And Lumpy wants to help out, but it's going to take time, right? With the build he's going for the Boots of Travel rush into the Aghanim, so rushing the bots.
Okay, because I've seen like the phylacteries and stuff like that to tank yourself up a little bit earlier. If you do this, you are a bit susceptible to bursts, and there are heroes that can get on top of you. Aghanims, of course, is the dream, especially if you're able to ever get these, you know, tosses and stickies, because the AoE just becomes massive for any of these double spells, but see if the early bots are going to be beneficial versus him. If they lose early game early, Boots of Travel feels incredibly greedy, and they already are losing this early game. So we'll see if he does actually go down the bots route.
Yeah. I mean, I guess just really trusting in the fact that there are a lot of potential, you know, potentially very strong spell steals for him to make.
Yeah.
Right? So as long as he can be there involved in the action, Lumpy feels like whatever he grabs, he's going to be able to use it. He doesn't need kind of that phylactery build-up. He just needs to be there.
Sure. My worry is just that there's going to be double blink daggers pretty early in this game, or relatively early. Bat and Tiny, I imagine, are going to rush those really early, and that's the gap close. If Rubik gets gone on, he's dead at that point. With Boots of Travel and stuff, he's going to be squishy, so we'll see. We'll see if he does commit for it or not. They're going to make moves around.
And this tower almost certainly going down. Not a lot the Pike and moves can do to keep it alive. They have the wraparound coming in from Lumpy and Elmi shows. They're going to try and take the fight against BB Team.
It's got power shot. Good burst damage.
GPK is already kind of out of there. They won't be able to get the catch-all connection.
I mean, BBT's playing this early game pretty much perfect. The execution. Couldn't ask for anything better, really. They even have stacks to go back to. I've been seeing Save after he crushed the top lane. He's got these stacks formed to be able to go back and farm too.
Tower is under attack.
Alk will be able to go back to the jungle, but 2 deaths in laning phase is kind of exactly what you want if you are a BB.
It's not going to be the quickest of radiances here for the Alk this game.
No, definitely not. Nightfall will probably be able to match net worth of an Alchemist, which is definitely pretty sad for the Alchemist. How those levels too? Still not, I mean, very far from level 6 on these supports on the side of Beast Coast. And the snap level 6 is pretty important in this game. That burst damage, it's mostly going to come from him and the Rubik early on, depending on what the Rubik steals.
Sure.
So yeah, that one's going to come out really, like, very, very slow. Literally level 4 on the Snapfire with 0 XP so far.
Yeah, we've got to see some crazy stuff from Lumpy. Pressure's on for him.
Definitely.
Italian now Misho seeing if they can start something down here, but fighting Save and Toronto Tokyo doesn't seem to be a much of an option. He's got backup coming in Misho and further TP, so BB Team have to pull back a little bit.
Ooh, tempted blood grenade there, but can't go at all aggressive.
BB Team force a reaction and back off.
Perfect response. They just poke and prod, force reaction, and then just back up and get back to that farming. And now looking even pressure mid, GPK immediately was pinging out the mid lane. He's got a rotation also from Yero. Moose might get caught off guard.
Looking at the setup, Avalanche tossed into the power shot. It's far too much burst for any support to withstand at this stage.
Great coverage from Yero too. He used the tree grab right at the end of it there too. So Lumpy doesn't get the toss steal. He gets just a tree grab, which is very sad. Might look for the Rubik as well. They do a scan.
Bottom, not quite able to set up for a dive on Toronto Tokyo. He's too far back.
Nothing going Beast Coast's way, everything going BBT's way.
Dire's middle tower.
It's going to be a tough game for the mid Rubik. Still working on the bots. 1,260 gold into the recipe.
Okay.
Lumpy.
Oop. Bit of lag. A 4K lead. A gyro ahead of the Alchemist. I mean, they've done everything they needed to in this early game, it does feel like, for BBT. Taking all the boxes.
As you say, Miro doing exactly what you need to do against a Rubik.
Yep. Never give toss.
I guess that's probably the worst spell to steal this game.
The tree, yeah.
Would you rather? Is flat cannon worse? Yeah. What's the most unappealing spell this game to have as a Rubik? The most useless spell.
It probably is the tree.
The tree.
Probably is the tree. As long as he keeps... he has to try to get one of these spells. So Power Shot and Toss are very, very good. Those are the best ones.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the huge damage nukes.
Because the other ones, yeah, you can argue, of course. The call downs and stuff. But in Black Hole, but it's very unlikely to get a lot of these, especially since they, they move the positioning. I think it was really clever from BBT the way they kind of did this style of drafting, where they showed this Enigma early, they picked the Alchemist, maybe you could say an overreaction perhaps from Beast Coast, but just them making sure that they can shut down this Enigma, and then they just swap the lane around completely. So
you got to imagine that, BB Team, they knew that Alk was coming. They were baiting that Alchemist pretty hard in the draft as it seemed to play out.
Yeah, now, after all these aggressive moves that they've been able to make, 10 minutes, they've got a 4K lead. Great position they're in. They've got those stacks to go back to that Save was prepping for either himself, his Tiny, or his Wind Ranger. A beautiful execution so far. So for Beast Coast, it really is, I mean, now at this point, slow down a bit, right? Wait for the Radiance, in particular on the Alchemist. But if you can find some kills on Lumpy, it would be good, because I want to see the Snapfire try to get a level 6 pretty soon. I don't want to see some level, like, the second Wisdom Rune being the Snapfire's level 6, because that's going to be very sad for them to pose any kill threat into Nightfall at that point then. So we're getting back into it here.
Let's see what they've got. Bottom lane, Misho trying to grab that final bit of XP to get towards the 6. Yes, it's this sort of timing now for all 3 cores. Vitali, it's got to go straight for that blink. It's going to take a bit of time to get there. It's going to take a bit of time for Lumpy to get his bots. And it's going to take a bit of time for that Radiance to get there for Pyke. So Beast Coast, at the moment, kind of wanting to avoid any sort of fight the BB team brings them.
Okay, I mean, let's see if the boots travel end up working out for Lumpy. They're going to be able to get on him. The blink on the Tiny's going to come out very soon. Same thing for Save, so... It is the greedy route, right? He's trying to play with, like, I guess that Alchemist Radiance and stuff like that, just to be able to greed it up, but... I think BB team will be pretty happy playing into the greed anyway.
Well, there we go. You know, BB team as well, they turn up and already GPK smashing records about over a minute faster than the fastest that we've seen so far from the ATOS rushes on Wind Rangers.
Like, just a casual toss, but it's half HP. Keeps him on his toes. So far, Beast Coast unable to make any aggressive move this game.
What do they do? I mean, they've got the bots, right?
They do.
Bots are done, so Lumpy can always be there. Now, what he's going to be able to offer,
yes,
who knows? It might not matter that he's there, but he will be there.
Power shot is strong if he can land these.
Not quite enough to clear out the Eidolons, though, unfortunately, as it seems.
Nope, and the Blink's now already finished up for Miro, so these more fragile mids can really suffer. Although Rubik, of course, not as fragile as he used to be because he does have the crazy magic resist and whatnot that we can talk about too, but 1,000 HP. He still will very likely die if he gets tossed back in every situation right now. But they are trying to slow the pace of the game down. But as we were mentioning before, BBT, they're fine with slowed pace game when they have this gyrocopter absolutely free farming. And that Blink is done. So for BBT, things will accelerate. And Vitalis is still about 500 away.
Still on the bottom lane. Almost taken out.
Slowly but surely, the Eidolons are doing it.
Of course, BB team yet to lose a tier 1 tower themselves. They still hold all of theirs.
I mean, I don't feel like the lanes have gone past the river almost in quite some time. It feels like they're just shoving these lanes out constantly, farming back onto the jungle.
There's the smoke up.
There's their smoke. Vitalis not quite had his blink, and he is literally one toss from death if they see him.
Let's see who they go for. GPK and Miro. And then between the two of them, they've got a crazy amount of jump burst. They'll go for Amisho. Quick with the setup, the burst leaves no chance.
Another chi throw stolen.
Trying to tree in frustration there, Lumpy. Is like, why can't I get a better spell?
Miro's still, I mean, he's thinking about the jump. Lumpy. And they might be able to take away this Wisdom Room. Again, another great aggressive move, but at least this time, Misho, that was kind of he caught the gank, right?
Sure.
He prevented the Slaughter from dying there, so he did see the movement, or read the movement coming.
And Vitalis got his blink. So let's see what Beast Coast are going to be able to do around the Slaughter blink dagger.
They have the Radiance. They have timing.
But do they want to get the Alch involved? Probably not, right? He's going to continue to farm with this Radiance.
If he can TP in and join afterwards,
sure.
right? Like something like that.
Maybe.
Dire's bottom tower.
A 40-minute Wisdom Rune. They were preparing just in case BB team were going to bring a fight, but BB team have actually backed off. So Beast Coast will get the Wisdom Rune fine.
Great read from BBT to not stick around there, right? They must have known that these timings were coming for them.
Yeah, and I guess Nightfall felt, it wasn't going to be efficient, him sort of waiting around to be a part of that fight. He just wants to keep farming, keep staying ahead, and keeping on level with for outside of the laning stage, what has been a free farm Alchemist.
Absolutely.
But as you can see on the numbers, this Gyro, Nightfall's farming just as well.
He's matching.
Which is pretty impressive stuff. Aghanims, about 1,500 gold away for the Gyro.
I'm just seeing this. The real big thing is too the two supports on the side of BBT. They're really scaling. Owen. The blink on save is pretty much done. Toronto, Tokyo. He's got drums and I believe something else. No, just drums plus something else soon. BBT's gonna look to fight on their towers, especially if they can get any type of initiation to start the fight, which they will have double initiating.
Yeah, they've got so much of it. The double blinks on the supports, the ATOS on the Wind Ranger. They've got so many ways of starting a fight, BB team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke through the Twin Gate.
Nightfall is just maximizing as much as possible, using call down even to farm the jungle. And this ward, I believe it caught Pyke for a second here. Will he be ready for the jump? The double blinks are ready.
That's a lot of burst, a lot of control potentially here between the two supports.
They're right on him.
They get the toss back. And they have the lasso. TPs are coming in. Pyke, he'll be able to get the concoction off, but...
Oh, look who comes in for the cleanup.
And he might be ready to go for more. GPK's got the setup over to the side with the ATOS. be able to turn moves here with the Macropie lay down the ult to stop BB team from chasing.
They got what they came for. They got the Alk. They'll back it up.
Radiant are
Nightfall just comes in. The carry contribution, I think one attack finishes off the Alchemist, the Dream. Pretty much the Aghanim's now finished up. Beast Ghost getting some farm, but now Lumpy has shown himself a bit deep. He get himself away. Nero's right on him.
Gets the avalanche to open.
Another tree throw.
Another tree throw. Poor old Lumpy.
He hasn't given anything.
He's stolen this game. He just keeps getting these trees.
Vitali. He may have got baited.
I think he might have. The Black Hole's going to get dropped down. TPs are coming in. Vitali is going to try and run, but the full lineup of BBT pretty much showing up down here. Vitali's gone. Lumpy's got to get out. He's able to turn the telekinesis on to save, but he's knocked back by the flame break. Jump fall from Mirror again with the avalanche. The cooldown coming in. Lumpy's gone.
And another one.
GPK even gets the setup onto Elmi's show. They're going to be able to take down all three of them. Wow. BB team.
They came very ready today.
Oh, they did. 11 for 1 and 6K lead.
Very smooth the way they did that, too. Beast Coast may be thinking that they can try to go back in, but everybody from BBT just shows up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Great coverage of spell usage, too. He was like the Enigma Black Hole potential steal, but he went for Avalanche instead. It didn't matter anyway, as Vitali got baited.
Nothing going the way of Beast Coast right now.
No, and they didn't even have the numbers there. They didn't even bring Moose. Speaking of Moose,
he's jumping over the lasso. He wants to take
both.
Moose at the same time. He's going to be able to kill off Moose. Lumpy will have some backup coming in, but already saves on his way out with the Firefly.
And he's burning them, so there's no blink available. He'll be able to reset out. This is, I mean, outplay, outclass so far. BBT dancing around them.
And Nightfall just continuing to stay ahead of the Farmer Pike on the Alchemist.
And Lumpy just unable to really get any of the real big dream spells. He's had Power Shot a couple of times, but still unable to find that beautiful toss. Halfway to the Ags. Has been slowed down massively, though. We've seen these Blink Daggers really be his kryptonite.
Beast Coast grouping up heavily around the mid lane.
GPK already has Gleipnir finished. This is scary positions to make an aggressive move. 8K lead versus the Alchemist lineup. Zero mistakes so far from BBT.
East Coast not able to find a way to sort of make a move on towards BB team's side of the map. I mean, again, they're just keeping their towers alive. There's just never been any sort of coordinated push that succeeded. The sort of fight that happened the deepest was that one down there where Vitali gets caught in the black hole.
Yeah.
BB team turn up and they hold the defense.
I mean, we've just been seeing one team really playing like a team and the other one looking a bit disjointed and disconnected because of how poorly that early game went. I feel like I haven't even seen the Jakiro in the last like 7 minutes or so, and they need every little thing they can get on the side of Beast Coast to be able to surmount the fight now. Speaking of the Jakiro, save. Feels like he just always finds him.
Vitali is there.
Okay, he's patient this time.
Backup was ready and save he knew it. Doesn't go for the play.
But he farms, as Bat Riders do, and I'm continuing to see these supports almost starting to catch up, at least to these offlaners and mids.
Actually, yeah,
side of Beast
Vitali and
Coast.
Lumpy, they're starting to... I guess you say not necessarily them falling behind, just these two supports on BB team just zooming ahead.
Yeah, bit of both, of course, but... Mech is finished up for El Misho, so I mean, feeling a bit tanky, but they just aren't being given any opportunities from BBT with the way that BBT's just playing. You never really want to make a move for Nightfall because he's just too big, and the rest of them just seem to have always been together. So it's difficult for Beast Coast to find any opportunity, at least pre-BKB. That's probably going to be the next call to make. It's a BKB on the Alchemist, but you are going to be so far behind on everybody else at that point that BKB might just be very underwhelming. How close is the Ags?
It's close.
BKB on
It's close.
Alchemist and Ags on Lumpy, and we'll have to see if they can execute the team fights versus BBT.
Is there any in particular big Ag spells that he's looking to grab?
I think it's just multiple spells.
Just the frequency.
Yeah.
That's the big thing this game.
changes, though. Very methodical game from BBT, to be honest with you. It's as clean as it comes.
Not just the ages, but pretty much what got his BKB as well,
done.
right,
Yeah.
Nightfall, so everything continued to fall into place. 21 minutes in, he's able to back off. Maybe step the entrance, or if not the least, grab that Wisdom Rune. There's going to be a smoke coming out from Beast Coast, but it's a risky one. This one is into the Aegis.
And without a BKB on Pyke. This is not really with any actual timing
They've got
by
the
any
axe on
means.
Lumpy.
Okay, I guess it's just the
that's
one.
the one timing they have here with the smoke. If he goes and joins the smoke, that is.
It's only, just a single item timing. Maybe looking to try to catch BBT off guard somehow, but as it's been so far this game, just, perfect movements really from BBT.
As it looks, Lumpy's not really joining them.
No.
I'm sure he's got the bots up in a couple of seconds, but not leading the way with the smoke movement. Either way, Beast Coast, they don't find anything.
And BBT there, definitely ready to fight. 4 staff now on save, level 2 lasso. Lots of different timings that they can look for. Oh,
He's gonna find him.
He knew. Miero, part of 11 of the 13 kills, this Tiny. This swap to the offlane has honestly been absolutely perfect.
Yeah, he's, Miero on the Tiny's getting almost as much as if any of the other cores were playing Tiny in their lanes.
Absolutely. And he's going to transition. He will be a right-clicking core as well, too. He's going to scale. Lasso.
Charlie tries to clear the wave in the mid, but save. He's there ready. Grabs him with the lasso. He's gone.
That's a rough one.
GPK's on the hunt. He's going to find Pyke. In with the focus fire. It's not going to be enough to kill him, so Pyke should get the chance to walk this one off.
Towers to fall, though. They can't even get any type of responses. Just nobody can find anything on the map for Beast Coast. We have seen this from BBT quite a lot. Especially in these early games, if they're able to get that lead, they tend to keep it versus a lot of these teams. I mean, Falcons, of course, has proven otherwise in some tournaments, but that's Falcons, so. A flawless game from Nightfall, continuing to just be ahead of that Alchemist, his team pressuring beautifully, and they're about to have multiple BKBs. I believe the triple BKBs are going to be finished up on the cores. And when you look at Beast Coast lineup, their way to fight back is if they can get some type of overextensions from BBT and get these catches with their spell combos. But if they're just all immune, all debuff immune kind of running through all the Jakiro spells, it's going to be even harder. I just haven't felt any impact really from this Jakiro. Not much of East Coast, really. It's all falling apart quickly.
That's pretty passive stuff, which I guess it just tends to be the case when you do run this like out safe lane and you don't have a hot start. You kind of sit back, let the lab farm, but
very different from the usual style that I see from, I mean, especially the South American teams in particular, just like relentless aggression. This was just been quiet and just BBT just dictating the pace completely.
Yeah, it really feels like the draft in which it seems that Beast Coast kind of got baited into picking this Alchemist because of what they expected the lane to be that he was against, has just hurt them really bad.
Yeah, I mean, draft as well as play is, BBT is just kind of dancing on him. And BKB's done. Greaves finished up from Almisha, but these items just don't feel like they're going to surmount to much since their mid and their offlane have completely fallen off.
Save sight.
They'll catch him. Finally able to get something on the board. But it's taken them 24 minutes to find that secondary kill. Lumpy does have to be careful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm going to find the avalanche or the toss straight away. Vitaly's still going to get caught by the Malefist. Toronto Tokyo's going to drop the black hole.
He can get stolen.
See Lumpy step forward. He's able to use the stolen one very nicely against the two of them. That's the kind of steals you're looking for.
Nightfall. He's got 40 seconds left on Aegis.
Can they run this down? They could take him out for twice.
He is pretty alone.
It's the cooldown off, but I mean, surely they get him the once.
Surely. Took him a while. Bouts respawning.
I don't think they can get him a second time.
Disengage.
Yeah, they got to get out of here.
That was a good strike, though. First time this game that they've actually made an aggressive move.
Yep, they get in, they get a good steal. The black hole's there, and it gets them something.
It does. And he's got the sticky napalm, too, so you saw that AoE was increased pretty decently there. Moose also will be able to get away. Signs of life for Beast Coast. at a pretty necessary time, it felt like, too. That was into the multiple BKB timings that BBT had. Unfortunately, the Aegis, of course, was still there. If the Aegis wasn't there, that would have been a dream positioning for them there, but...
But now, you know, Lumpy, he's got the Blink Dagger, and he will have that chance to try and go for another play with the Black Hole before he loses it.
And he can just keep stacking the AoEs with the Sticky. So I'm looking forward to a massive Black Holes if he's able to find position.
Wait, how big can you get the AoE? That's pretty, just...
I don't know the exact numbers on him with the cooldown of the accumulation, because the accumulation only lasts 20 seconds, so... You can probably, I mean, exact
so
math,
how many stickies can you get off in 20
you can get, let's say,
seconds?
like 8, you can get a lift of a nuke and another steal. So you can maybe get
That's
like 10
a lot.
stacks. So
that's what, 250 AoE bonus?
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay.
It's going to be execution. If he lands a big one, then they can absolutely turn this, but...
Yeah, that could be pretty high. Let's see if Lumpy can do it.
Gyro is also one of the better ones versus that too, right? Because he is going to be able to potentially survive if he does get caught in it as well, especially if he gets Satanic, but
we could see... I mean, he's got the tools to have literally the biggest black hole we've seen ever.
Literally.
Like, this could be a pretty crazy black hole if things go to plan. It won't go to plan for Almisha.
Nope.
He gets caught. So now you've got black hole. Do you just start spamming Sticky?
Yes, you should.
You just spam.
He has to, but he has to hide himself.
He's spamming, he's spamming, he's spamming.
Don't get caught.
Oh.
He's got an avalanche steal now too.
Okay, well, now we can't spam.
Yeah, but he's gonna start losing the spell anyway too, right? And also this is just this is a better spell to steal overall.
Avalanche into black hole is also very nice.
Yeah. And let's be honest, the radius of the black hole is usually kind of enough.
Yeah, but
if he's
imagine how big it could be.
See if they can capitalize on BBT making another mistake like that.
I mean, you gotta be going for these moves. You want to use.
You
this
have
black
to.
hole.
You have to try to use this.
Go and use this black hole. You know you're behind. You've got to just go for it.
Are scanning.
Even if it's just for a solo kill, on a core, it's going to be absolutely worth it. Just do it.
How close to AC on Pyke? He's still a little bit away, but you have to try to seize the opportunity of this timing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top is getting pressured here from Eidolons. How long left on that steal? BBT might just avoid until the steal is gone.
I mean,
that would be the safest thing to do.
Considering the caliber of Team BBT, I imagine they're indeed keeping a pretty much a track on the timing of this spell.
Oh, look at GPK. He's baiting. He's trying to bait here with his illusion. And they're going to fall for it. Oh, what a play. Oh, that was so sick.
I mean, that was, because it hits them when they're going to be a bit kind of like panicky. It's like they know that the black hole timing's running out. They're just going to go if they see something. They see something and they go for it.
He's also there in the side, so the smoke breaks and they're like, oh, clearly it's real.
That's the big
gamed them.
Keeping the hero in range so the smoke dispels. That is indeed the big brain element of that one. Yeah.
I mean, tip this man.
Oh, and that hurts, because that was really the move that you were looking to make, because now the black hole's gone.
And now, BBT, you're going to see the posture immediately change. They're going to look to play aggressive right off the bat. That was so smart. I love seeing stuff like that.
BBT looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking hot.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah, playing around their vision as well, too. They buy an early gem, even when they have this advantage. A team that does this very often around the 25-minute mark. Satanic now finished for Gyro.
I mean, the whole game, again, Nightfall has just stayed ahead of the Alchemist. Yeah. I'm sure Gyro is a pretty great hero for farming, but
absolutely is.
You got to consider as well, Pyke, he has had a lot of space. Like, this is not an Alchemist that's been necessarily pressured. Sure, he had a rough lane.
Yeah.
But he has been kind of free farming for the most of the game. It doesn't matter. Nightfall is just free farming on a Gyrocopter and out farming him even harder. Level 22 as well on Nightfall compared to level 18 of Pyke.
That is pretty crazy. Was it the triple blink daggers as well too on the side of BBT? So this Rubik, it's so difficult for him to get a good execution, really, because they can just triple jump on top of him.
Sure. And as you say, he can die through the black hole.
He absolutely
even if he gets the steal and he's able to get it off. But maybe. I mean, that's really the only spell still that he's going to be looking for. At this point, when you're this far behind, it's black hole or bust.
Yeah, black hole. Lasso could work. Could see Lasso, the double lasso. Double lasso. Do they have any force staffs? They don't. They have a cookie. So they have one single repositioning tool with it as well. Does he have... wait a second.
He's going to be able to find Vital. He was trying to TP out in the trees. But these supports, we've seen it from Save finding him in the trees down there. And then we saw earlier what Mira catching moves in the trees. You can't hide from these two. They'll find you.
They always know. Call down is louder than any other spell in the game. It just deafened me. I was like, everything else was fine. Then call down came out. I was like, my. Whew. Why, oh my. Pike, AC's finished, but yeah, still the timings just continue to get more and more delayed. He's got the MKB in preparation of Q versus the butterfly that inevitably will come for the gyro, but yeah, he's still being a full item behind on Alchemist is a very sad position to be. And yeah, these two supports, these two quote-unquote supports on the side of BBT, they're about to surpass that offlaner.
Okay.
That's got to be the black holes. Kind of feels like the only way back here for Beast Coast, especially with the way that BBT's playing. It looks like they're just going to wait for that next Roche. It is up. They can look to go for it.
All eyes on Lumpy.
Do they go for a fight, like this YOLO fight around Roche? It feels a bit too risky.
So it's BKB Lumpy.
Oh, okay. So there we go.
There's a chance if he does get that black hole of being able to just drop the black hole.
He's prepping for literally having a 5-man black hole.
Yeah. Could still die to the right clicks of the gyrocopter.
He could also still get blink lassoed if it's not in a perfect positioning, and he does find it. Sneaky play. Hides his BKB when he goes out.
Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're pulling out all the tricks, and it feels like they do need to pull out all the tricks at this point in this game too. Well, this game won, but as well. Yeah. So. Amp damage bottom. They've got a banner now, too, if they do want to force the issue here. And they have lanes in a pretty good position, too. The Eidolons are pushing bottom. Can't believe Save has a BKB already. Blink, BKB, 4-staff on the bat. He can pick and choose whatever target he wants.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be ready to tear people outside of the high ground.
Absolutely.
He's ready to go in and go out.
Lumpy, in particular, has to be very careful how much he shows himself on that high ground. He is showing. The banner is down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's the jump Vitalik. He's trying to start something. They're throwing everything down onto this gyrocopter, but it's really not doing a whole lot. And now Mirror's able to toss back on towards Pike. They're able to put the BKB and step back. Nobody dies.
Nightfall got the Satanic off as they jumped him, so he just keeps himself at full health. They will stop the push, though. Banner gets taken out. Hold on to their buildings at the least there. And they did end up keeping each other protected versus the commit that GPK attempted for. That was an amp damage, too, on GPK. Couldn't actually finish him, but either way, looks like they'll continue that push. Attempts.
Trying to see if he can get a jump onto them onto the side Pikes. Watch him with the concoction. Throw it down onto Mira. Jump forward from Save. He's looking for a last one. He's able to grab the Alchemist, drag Pike down to the low ground, into the toss bomb, and into the shackle shot. The Alchemist is dead.
The perfect target. No BKB available. He's dead 60. How do you hold on to your high ground now?
Nightfall, but indeed. He's got Satanic, he's got BKB, he's got Aegis.
Healing right back up. Miro, he's in again.
He's able to get the toss back straight away onto Lumpy. Lumpy caught in the combo. He'll nearly get away, but the vision is down. They'll find him. A buyback will come out from Pike. They've taken the Aegis.
He's got BKB ready.
Out of his hands, but can they take him down a second time? He's going to get forced down to the low ground. Vitali puts the BKB, but he cannot get stuck in on this. They cannot punish BB Team any further.
That's a buyback, and they might look for the jump. Lasso's up in 20. Miro considering it. Nightfall doesn't want to leave this area. 30 seconds still on the Rubik.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Wave's coming in. He also, of course, found the best item. Didn't point it out, but he did get the Vindicator's Axe. So in a lot of these situations, gets stunned, and he's just got such increased armor that doesn't have to worry either. Butterfly finished.
Basically unkillable on the gyro. Nightfall.
He is unkillable. There is no MKB even anywhere on the horizon for the Alch.
Tokyo has even got a Vlad to amp him up as well.
The toss back again.
Mira's able to find it.
And the lasso.
And they'll catch both for the moves, and Vitali gone. The moves will come in straight away with the buyback. 70% for Vitali. Pike, he's jumped the backlines. He has got on top of Tokyo. They're taking the Enigma down. Can they get more? They'll turn over towards Nightfall. What's the BKB Pike as he continues to come in on towards him? The Macropie is down on towards Nightfall as well. Nightfall trying to run. He's able to get out with the BKB. He's going to opt for the TP out, and he is away safely. Same to be said with GPK here with the BKB TP. He'll also make it out. So they lose Toronto Tokyo, but they make sure everyone else gets out of there. And that defense, it cost Beast Coast 3 extra buybacks.
And they're not even going to get a Wisdom Rune either. Individual plays and whatnot too. BBT, they're so on point. Nightfall gets himself away, just always holding on to that BKB, gets the TP out after he resets away from Slardar. It's picture-perfect plays really from him in particular. The three cores are having unbelievable performances really on the side of BBT. Only Mira with the one death.
Really, the support.
Yes, true.
Like they've kind of become additional cores here. They're catching up to Lumpy.
Yeah.
They've taken over Vitali.
Such quick little decision making. When they get jumped, they just like, okay, yeah, we can just, yeah, BKB, get that TP out. Vitali. Nightfall wants him. Got the missile on him. There's backup also.
He's got BKB. Whoop. And he won't need it. Blink Dagger alone should keep him at a safe distance as he's able to fully retreat. But yeah, this inevitable push is going to be coming in from BB Team, and this time around, Beast Coast won't have the buybacks to fall back on to try and push them back. So it's going to be a tough defense.
What, it was 4 total used, right?
Or at least 3, right?
It was 3, but then there was also one from beforehand used, so I believe it was 4.
Yeah. Or,
yeah.
Yeah,
Pike could use it beforehand.
Pikes came out earlier
so
on the bottom lane defense.
This is the last attempt here, and yeah, they need Black Hole. It really does feel like they need it. And maybe even just going for that wraparound again, too, because that was decent.
Sure, yeah, it kind of worked. And now this time they do have the MKB on Pike.
They do.
So if they get in onto Nightfall, they can keep him locked down. Maybe Pike can threaten the gyrocopter.
Just have to make sure you handle the Enigma, too. Maybe allow this Rubik to get the steal or something. It's a lot to ask for.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Level 25 also hit onto Nightfall, so Flat Cannon is pretty much always going to be active. Another toss back.
Oh. Not where you want to Ogre Seal Totem too, but sometimes you just Ogre Seal Totem.
He is just way too tanky.
They're trying.
Still stunned.
Gyro down, they're throwing everything onto Nightfall, but he's now starting to heal. He's healing up. He's killed them off. The tier 3's gone. They don't have buybacks.
Give him the 5-man Black Hole. Just give it to him. He's got the sticky in the Black Hole.
Okay, he's got it. Okay.
Miro, he won't give it to him, though. No mercy.
They're just killing off moves.
Oh. Well, I mean, he's game over
I'm going to guess that's GG. GG is called this game 1. It's BB Teams, and it was not close, folks. This was quite it was a very painful game, I got to imagine, for Beast Coast. This was rough.
Yeah, I probably still have to give MVP to these two in the offlane, Save and Miro.
Yeah.
Absolutely smashing that lane. I didn't even really feel the impact too much from the Chikiro in the mid game, also because of that. But the most important thing, of course, is they shut down the Alchemist. It's an Alchemist game. They didn't let Lumpy either play that Rubik as BBT. This was almost a flawless game, except for that bottom little situation that happened.
Yeah, wild stuff here from BB Team. 5-0-8, 4-0-10. Excellent stuff across the board. You know, for Beast Coast, I like to think they could do a better job than this.
They can do much better.
Surely it's going to be a little bit closer. They could change some stuff. I think they kind of got tripped up in the draft. They got baited into this Alchemist lane. So at game 2, they could change things, right? I mean, looking at this, are you taking anything away from BB Team? It's tiny. What's got to go?
I mean, probably I think Tiny probably has to go in most games because it's pretty ridiculous here how much you can flex it. But I just want to see them play more aggressive, to be honest. Even though they were so far behind, they went boot to Travel Radiance. Like, their mid laner was super inactive as well, too. So I just want to see a little bit of a switch up across the board.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've definitely got other options, other things to play with. We saw some strong stuff from Beast Coast during the play-ins, but this first game for BB Team turning up this stage, BB Team looking a step ahead. We'll see if we get something closer in game 2, but game 1, it's all BB Team.
BB Team taking this one incredibly convincingly. I'm here with Kesu, Gunnar, and Fear, and we're gonna break this game down, do our best to do so in a fairly objective manner, because it's easy to just start talking about the things that Beast Coast can do better in the next game and could have done better here, but I want to focus on the good things, because it was the first match, Gunnar, of BB Team, and they looked on fire.
Yeah, I think their offlane duo, as Fagd and ODPixel were saying, I think they look really good. They kind of crushed the top lane There were some stuns, self-stuns on the Alchemist, which probably helped them a little, but I think even like progressing the game, it was really good for the two of them.
I mean, they also had like this mid move later, like even Miero, like usually you see that move from like a 4, but he does it from a 3. I think overall what they were doing is just, I mean, we all know how solid they are as individuals. I think, well, you don't really have to argue. They should be the more individually skilled players. I think the second kill Beast Coast got in this game took them like 18, 19 minutes. I think they need to be bringing more tempo in the next game to have a better shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens when you play versus BB team, and they do this to the best teams in the world too. They just beat you in the laning stage really hard, and if you lose 3 lanes in Dota, it's very difficult to come back, and it becomes a snowball effect where one lane will start bleeding into the other lane, then all of a sudden you've got fires everywhere, and that's pretty much what happened.
Is this one of those times where Beast Coast came into the series as like, this is what we're going to play. We want to have the Rubik and the Alchemist, and they basically stuck to their guns a little bit too long and kind of didn't work out? What are we thinking here?
They feel like the counter pick, right?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like the snap mid could have worked. Gunnar, do you think that the reason at the end they swapped is because of the Wind Ranger and like they overthought it, or?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little overthinking. I would assume the reason they picked the Rubik was for this flex mid, which is a little strange. I think a lot of other teams would, when they have that position, they would pick the Tiny, they were the Hoodwink, something more stable, but you know, they're doing their own thing, which I think is very respectable, and it's one of the ways that even if you have a hard game, it kind of lets you progress further in tournaments usually when you can keep doing your own style.
Well, they do have to win with it, with the own style.
Yeah.
This was, I mean, it's a hard start. It's so hard. It was their first LAN performance as well. We can take a look at a couple of clips that we've chosen. Fear, I believe the first one is for you. It's fairly early on in the game.
Yeah.
It's a rotation.
Yeah, well, basically it started in the top lane. They took the tower, let Miro get that space, and he repays the space. And this is what I talk about. The game started to bleed into other lanes here. Miro goes mid lane now. Now you have to use your glyph. Then all of a sudden, you have 2 lanes that are a problem now. And this is part of the reason why Lumpy couldn't get online as well, because he didn't have a lane to go to. And I feel like if you are playing this Rubik hero, you need to get your items first, and then you can make rotations. But if the map collapses on you, it becomes a snowball effect, and every single lane started to bleed after that.
Yeah, you did say after the draft, as if they don't survive the laning stage, it's going to be real hard.
Eventually, he stole Power Shot, and he sat as tier 2, and he would Fade Bull and then Power Shot, and then kind of like walk in a circle, and was like, okay.
I feel like
30 seconds.
Like generally when I watch them play, I feel like they have more, I like to call it, I would say this was not chaotic chaos, what they have in this stuff. Like Rubik takes some time, you have offlane Slardar, he's like, he takes a bit of time. Alchemist as well, like usually they're more explosive, some snap mid or Weaver 4 who's running around, or a carry that can join him. This time around, I feel like it's a little all over the place. It is like chaotic and like SA style maybe, but I'm looking for them to have like a 1 level higher tempo in the next game.
Yeah, we do have one extra highlight, Gunnar. This was a fight where they could have done it. They did well, didn't they, in this fight?
They actually won this fight. It was something I was actually hyping up, which was the sticky and the black hole interaction.
Yeah.
And
Here it comes.
Ended up stealing the black hole.
And
look at him!
It catches the Tiny on the side because he had that increased AoE from kind of sticky casts and his facet. And this was, I think, the only fight that they were really able to like have a nice control of the fight. Every fight after this, they didn't really have the damage to follow kills. There's a lot of BKB TPs out from fights because they didn't have the stuns through them, and this was the only time the game really looked promising for them.
Yeah, I mean, you were literally talking about this at like minute 10, because I mean, to all it kind of looked like a very hard game because they were so far behind. They had to like come up with some cool stuff. You know, they made it happen, which is good. Can give you some confidence, but I would like the next game to be a little easier for them.
Yeah, and they can set it up in the draft.
Exactly. Start in the draft and make it simple and just give yourself more tools.
Is it as simple as to start with banning Tiny?
Or pick it.
They can make it easier, I think.
They did. Taken the Tiny and done the response there. We saw that happen in the Falcons Spirit series. They just like first picked the Tiny. There's a DK response to it, and Tiny looked really good in that game until it lost. And I don't think it was the Tiny's fault.
Absolutely not.
8-0. He was just crushing the game, and I don't think you can give this hero up for free.
Yeah.
I also feel like they had an idea for the Slardar. They banned Troll, right?
Yeah.
But the Gyro did the same thing a Troll would do. So
pretty much.
Maybe they need to think about more heroes that can counter what they have. They got a little surprised, I think.
Yeah, a little bit outclassed in game 1, but hey, you gotta dip your toes in the water first here on this stage, and that was the first stage performance for this iteration of Beast Coast. Looking forward to seeing what they can do in the second game that's coming our way after a break. We're getting ready for our second game here in this series of Group B. It's BB Team versus Beast Coast, and BB Team obviously coming in as the favorite. They definitely delivered as the favorite as well. So we're going to look towards what Beast Coast can do better in Game 2, but we also should remember that this is their very first LAN experience, and that can get nerve-wracking. How nerve-wracking? This is a great question. Because I'm joined by 3 ex-pro players or pro players.
Ex-pro players.
No.
L.
I covered both bases, Gunnar, please.
A little long with that one.
Give her like 2 seconds bonus there.
No,
You gotta
I
think about it.
Anyway, we made it there.
We're here.
I would love to hear of your first LAN stage experiences, if you would be so kind. Like, how nerve-wracking is it?
I remember my LAN was like 10 years ago. It was actually with Zai and Insania. They were in my team. I think I was too young to really care, but I think at some point when we played on stage, something was so loud, like just some in-game sound of some creep being hit. It actually made me nervous on stage. Like that was the first time I felt it. Like it was more random during a game rather than feeling nervous before the game. It's hard to explain.
Like the walk-up bit was like whatever?
It was whatever, but then you get in the game and like something, I don't know, I was too cold or something didn't feel right. Like I feel like it's a lot easier for you to be thrown out of your game or like out of your zone. I don't know how you guys feel, but that's how it was for me.
I like the name dropping there. That was good.
You're welcome. Give me some
At my first LAN, I had like Merlini.
Yeah.
You look,
and Malk.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm very old, so I didn't really have a stage on my first LAN. It was a bring your own computer dream hack, but I was with MYM. It was a different feel, right? So we had to play, and it was somewhat nerve-wracking just to play in front of a lot of different people, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was very loud because they're in DreamHack. So over the time, when you finally get onto the stage and all eyes on you, it's a lot different. You start to feel a lot more pressure. But I wish my first LAN was pressure, but it wasn't, unfortunately. From the dawn of time.
Back to you, VH.
Your turn.
I was at ESL Mumbai. I had legends such as Ice, Mike, and Eternal Enemy.
Nice.
There we go.
Anyone else? Eternal Enemy?
Brax.
Okay.
Good times. I remember the biggest thing I noticed was you can't hear any like audio, but you can feel like the bass.
Yeah.
The stadium like is shaking, like people are clapping, or sometimes you cast a spell and you can like feel it. Or the scariest for me was buybacks.
Yeah.
Anytime there's a buyback, the whole entire like
doesn't matter which
everything
team.
shakes.
Just
Yeah. It's like your team buybacks, their team buybacks. You're just scared.
Yeah.
Like you feel it, and I don't know if there's many buybacks this game, but I think just it's different. Like you hear different things, you see different things. There's like background noises. There's just lights everywhere, and you have to get into the gaming mode.
Yeah, and you have to stay in because it's probably then, as you say, a lot easier to get taken out by random things that are out of your control.
Because like Dota is just a lot about like you need to be thinking fast, and like ideally you're just playing natural and on instinct, and suddenly something throws you off. You're 2 seconds slow. You know, they're making the decision. You're not. Boom. They got the initiation, and well, fight's over. Good luck.
This is the problem with the kids. You know, back in my first LANs, right?
Back in my day,
everyone's screaming around you. You're in a LAN center basically. There's like the Razer booth behind you. They're screaming, doing giveaways.
You got the trial by fire.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's why I was conditioned to eventually be on these big stages and not affect me too much.
You're just a Giga Chat here. Yeah. What can you do? There's the hood sting.
Guys,
there we go.
Hoodwink has been picked.
Nice. Once again we got BB Team on the Radiant, Beast Coast on the Dire side, and this time they do pick up the Hoodwink. They do have second pick this time around. First pick is Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, I would say both teams have to be happy. Like Bedboom, pre-banned Rubik for their Weaver, they're pretty happy. Other team gets the Hoodwink, they're also happy. So yeah, I think all in all, happiness all over.
They do ban the Rubik. I don't think they were scared of the Rubik from last game. I think it's more so, it's a really good hero versus Weaver. It's probably the best support versus Weaver. You have a stun, you can seal Sakuchi, they're really nice. And so whether or not they gave them the Hoodwink pick, we won't say, but they do have a Hoodwink now. I think that's going to be a lot better. One of the things that was really bad for them last game was their lanes. I think they didn't draft strong enough lanes for a team like BB Team, where they're really, really strong at their laning stage. And I think you need to draft in a way that you can't really think about, oh, what's going to happen at 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You have to think about these first 5-6 minutes and not only just survive, but you want to win the lanes versus them.
These are like the probably 2 strongest laning fours right now, right? I would say.
Yes, I think Weaver and Hoodwink are just, they pretty much at worst are going to go even when you pick them.
They also they build good items, they have easy playability, they can shove waves, be annoying. Maybe also a different thing for Beast Coast last game. I think if you get, or even not just out of the laning stage, but in a game, if you have to make moves with Jakiro 5, Snap 4, Rubik mid, I think it can be very hard depending on how your games go. Like, it can be very clunky. So I think already this time around here with the Hoodwink, it should just make for an easier foundation of the draft and also the gameplay.
I think Hoodwink is okay at starting moves, but you usually want someone to go first with Bushwhack. There's the offlaners that are okay with it, depending on how you play. There's Mars, there's Centaur, which is really good. I think that's a really solid lane. The Slardar even lane is fine. I don't know what he plays like specifically. I know he plays Legion, but I don't really see that hero being that strong in the meta. I think something just really stable, like a Centaur, would just be nice. It's also good versus Weaver if it ends up being a carry, and so it kind of like keeps the draft open.
He's really good on Pango and Brewmaster, which aren't great versus Weaver necessarily. I don't know if you want to worry too much about that.
I think Weaver is the best carry versus Brew. So I wouldn't expect them to pick Brew into Weaver. The Pango is okay because it's also flex. They can play it mid, they can play it off lane. It's not amazing versus Weaver by any sense, but again, the Weaver is likely a 4 already unless you pick a bad hero into it.
I mean, I do like the Bep Boom bans as well, like Gunnar was saying. I mean, Hoodwink, you're not going to start moves. You're going to be the follow-up guy, give your guy enough damage. I think Beast Coast have played very well with both the DK and the Ember. So I think those are kind of, I mean, not like very complex bans, but, you know, very good. Make it a little more difficult for Beast Coast to move forward.
They're also protecting it to ban the Weaver. Dragon Knight's a really strong core versus Weaver. A lot of the teams that first phase it actually would ban the Dragon Knight there. I think either they value the Rurik more or like the TA Monkey, they ban something. I think Monkey is a really strong hero. We don't really get to talk about it because it's banned pretty much every game, but really strong hero.
Was that Doom's second phase ban?
It was a second phase ban.
First phase. No, it's a first phase ban, right? Because they only get 1 ban now.
Yeah, for them it's actually a first phase ban. We have seen it more. I don't know if there's something that I don't know.
Yeah, we've seen it first phase ban in the previous years
or something you know from
really cool stuff.
Spill the beans, Gunnar.
There's the facet where you can sell items. Used in a lot of different cool ways. The very simple one is you buy your Midas every game and you sell it. For pretty much full price. But the really cool one I've seen is you don't buy the Midas, you buy Blink Dagger. You use Blink Doom, then you sell your Blink for a Midas.
We saw that once.
Which is really, really cool, I think. It's also just a pretty stable lane. It's good versus a lot of the carries people are picking. I think it's really good versus Gyro. It's good versus Weaver. Some people are picking Void, so it's good in blind. It's also a really strong lane with Hoodwink versus any melee carry in the game.
I was just asking because I wasn't very curious if they were banning to pick again, but they just banned the Gyro with their 1 ban there. And they don't go back into the Slardar. I was wondering, okay, you banned Gyro, maybe that was the problem. We leave Troll, we take Slardar again. Maybe they still will later on, but for now, they're just getting rid of Nightfall. He won't be playing that one again. Force him to play a new hero here, and they just pick stronger laners this time around. Maybe they just had a talk. Of course, I do think Jakiro and Snap are strong laners, but I feel like CM and Hoodwink are easier to execute than those two, so I think that's a good step in the right direction. Whenever you play versus a BB team, I always look at them as like, how's the nice way to put it? It's like the noob destroyers. Like, if your laning isn't on point, right, and you're not playing good in the laning stage, they will destroy you harder than any team in the world. So you got to get your lanes right when you play them.
And for a BB, I always like this kind of hero combo. I think it used to be even better. I think it's good now too. You have team fight, you cover each other, you have double minus armor, you help the bugs as well with the lower attack speed. You have good Roge. I think Pango as well is always a hero. If you have people that can play it, you don't ever really feel bad about it. I like comparing it to like Hoodwink as a support. If you have people that play it, you're happy having it.
It's also flex, mid and off lane. So in this picking phase, you don't really see a core to counter pick, which is usually what you would do here. You would pick, if you see mid, you pick your mid here. But the Beast Coast decides to pick their double support. And if you're able to pick this flex, it's kind of the best thing you can do as a response to the double support. And so they kind of get away with this on BB team. I think that the draft so far is looking slightly in their favor.
Is Bat coming back then? Because a lot of other teams haven't been picking this Bat.
They've all been losing with it.
But this is a team that I mentioned before that Toronto Tokyo looked the best on this on a lot of games I've seen, but Save proved he can play it as well. I'm sure they can play on Miro if they really need to.
I'm sure GPK plays it as well.
Will play it as well, so maybe this is a Nightfall Bat.
Easy carry Bat with a debut. No, but I mean, they of course have incredible players, like Save is probably one of the better mechanical 4s as well, made it look very good. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him play it again. Or, I mean, it's interchangeable between the Weaver and the Bat, so they're just pretty happy with it.
So the center comes out, the center Hoodwink lane. Just a stable lane, it's blind pick. You don't really know if it's this Weaver, you don't know if it's a new pick, so you wanted something strong. Win, it's kind of the same logic as the Pango, where it flexes between mid and carry, so they get to use this last pick for anything they want. And now it's up to BB team to decide. I assume this Weaver is just going to go support. I think the Barretter is likely going to be a 5. And so I think this new safe lane now is just going to be Chaos Knight Batrider.
Yep.
Really solid lane. I honestly don't know if they'll win this lane. I think the Centaur Hoodwink might be a little too strong, but even getting out even in this kind of lane is a win to some extent.
I mean, I do think Beast Coast's like double pick here, their 16-17 was actually pretty good. I think Gunnar already called the Centaur, it's nice. The win too, that you can just match it to the Pango and like help your draft out, because I do think CM Hoodwink is a little exploitable. If they mess up one of these two picks, I think you can easily kind of GG your draft. So I feel like they found a good way back in. But yeah, BB team, probably, like you said, very good lane. Chaos Knight's a very good hero. You want overwhelming damage, maybe even minus armor against Centaur. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, you got sustain as well, which is pretty nice. I'm just wondering, like, at this stage, what is the overall game plan for Beast Coast to really put this all together? It's probably going to be win mid for sure. You have a Centaur. You're lacking a lot of team fight, I feel, on the side of Beast Coast now. You got a lot of single target, kind of like lane-winning heroes, but are you going to be able to fight into this rolling Thunder and like Lasso later on in the game, potentially the last pick as well?
So I think there's a few options for Beast Coast. I know they have last pick, so it's kind of hard to predict, but they can do a Bloodseeker, which would be a little, out there, but it's really good versus Pango and Weaver. The other one is they could do Wind Carry and pick some like Huskar type of hero to try to crush mid. I don't know if there's Storm. I think it would also be decent for a mid for them. For BB team, again, they kind of do whatever they want. With this Pango, I'm not too sure. It probably depends on the bans. Usually what happens in this kind of situation is you ask your mid and offlane like, hey guys, what are your top 1-2 heroes? And then whoever gets like their best hero that's not banned just kind of takes the pick.
I mean, how would you feel if you had to lane, let's say Pango Weaver, you go into CM Wind Ranger? You probably slightly lose, right? I feel like that lane's too strong.
Yeah, but that is one of the strongest lanes. So what are you actually going to pick that is going to be happy in that lane?
Probably nothing.
But do you want to pick some, like, for example, for the mid lane, you don't want to put Pango mid, I would imagine, against Wind Ranger, because Wind Ranger just kills Pango pretty quickly, right, in the fights. I'd rather have that on your offlaner and just kind of ulting in there and then pick something a bit more strong for GPK that can maybe initiate as well. Storm could be good for them too, right, potentially for GPK?
Yeah. Didn't Lars say in his winner's interview just now that Storm is not as good as he was previous patch? He didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the hero's pretty good. I mean,
no one said it's like really good, so I think it's player preference.
I think the hero's solid. Yeah. I think it's really nice when you can play with buffs.
Yeah.
So they do have a Crystal Maiden, which isn't like a crazy buff or anything for Beast Coast, but it is there. It's something.
Yep.
The other one that people used to pick is like Coddle. I think it's a really good combo, but neither team has it. For BB team, I think it's nice if they don't really need anything from this pick, which is really nice. The Pango, the Bat will buy Blinks. Chaos Knight is a hero that is a carry with a stun, which is just really nice to play with. This guy's going to go and be really tanky. So they can do whatever they want with this pick.
Yeah.
They're going to pick Puck.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, most likely Wind Ranger will be mid, or carry, doesn't really matter, but Wind Ranger kind of hard counters Pango in the team fights, right? You just buy BKB, Focus Fire, and when I see Pango die a lot, I'd rather have my offlaner take that punishment instead of my mid laner in most games.
Also, the offlane Pangos can build Crimson Guard.
Yeah.
They can go this auras like Greaves, Crimson, stuff like that, which is really good versus Wind. It's like terrible hero versus Crimson Guard. So I do think that there is a lack of damage if he ends up going these aura items.
Yeah.
Pipe, Crimson, at some point, Beast Coast is lacking damage, and I think they need to fix that with this last pick.
Unless the Weaver, though. Not to bring up bad memories, but this hero has been known to get very farmed in the late game, potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where...
So does Hoodwink, too, though. They're both, like, hidden carries.
Okay, so they'll take it with the Lesh. I mean, Lesh is generally, I think, very good when you're running into damage, like when you can just live a very long time. I feel like it's actually quite easy for Bedboom to play prolonged fights with like some... I think Puck, unless he cringes up pretty hard, I think GPK will have a very good game. I think they have like a lot of long-range poke, mobility, which is a little bit annoying for, I think, a hero like Lesh to play into. I like Beast Coast drafts more than last game, but yeah, I guess it goes without saying, but I prefer Bedboom in this game.
I also prefer BB team. I think that I really like the Pango. I think it has a really solid game, and I also think GPK doesn't really have any issues. There's no instant stuns. The supports don't really stun the Puck. It's kind of on him, like you said, to mess up to some extent, to die. Like, I would be surprised if even win or lose, he's going to end the game with 0 deaths. He's going to be one of those Puck games where he's like 18-0, his team loses, he feels good, but it's a little scary for Beast Coast.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's definitely a little bit difficult, I think, for this game, but maybe Leshrac can get very farmed. It is good for CK. If you're really farmed on Lesh, that's your only chance, I think.
So you're looking at, once again, Lumpy to do well, because if the Leshrac is not farmed, no bueno. No game.
I mean, I would say it doesn't only start with him. Like, maybe this time it's easier for them to have better lanes to also move their support. So, like, go mid, camp the runes, make some moves, and, like, make stuff happen on the map. Like, maybe go through the gate with Wind Ranger. Just, like, be more aggressive, play together, and, yeah, then let your Dota do the talking and hope it works.
So they find themselves a little bit in the same scenario as previous game in terms of needing to survive the lanes.
I think their lanes, technically their lanes aren't about survival. They should be winning their lanes.
Okay.
If a Centaur Hoodwink lane and a Wind Crystal Main lane, I would put those lane combos at probably top 3 respectively for both of their lanes. So statistically they have stronger lanes than BB team. But the question is, are they going to be able to play them out in the way that kind of like lets them execute these like winning lanes, or are they going to fall behind just mechanically?
I mean, it is a tough game. We saw in the previous game that there was a little bit of a skill diff. I gotta say it. It was a tough game for them. Let's see if they can have a better shot in game number 2 of this 2-game series in Group B. BB Team versus Beast Coast. Let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to see what goes down in Game 2 of BB Team and Beast Coast. Game 1, of course, a pretty stompy one from the lads on BB Team. But as we have for the panel, right, there's some potential, right, but this time around for a bit of a closer game, maybe. Beast Coast, for example, some of these lane setups should be kind of good for them.
Yes, they have very strong side lanes. It's just going to come down as if they can execute them versus BBT, who played almost perfect in the last game, right? Very little mistakes. It was just that one bottom situation where the black hole was stolen, but overall, it was a very, very swift game, and we'll have to see. Yeah, we have to go back to basics, right? Do well in lanes, try to get something out of there, so. Hello.
So what is it that you like about some of these lanes?
Like Gunnar was saying, it's just the
strong?
CM Wind Ranger is probably one of the strongest ones. Wind Ranger overall is just super safe in the safe lane. Super hard to pressure in a lot of situations. CM's going to be able to protect you with that one. And then Hoodwink and Centaur, they give you everything. There's multiple different disables. There's good ways to reset the lanes, and there's good spam and control. So it's going to give you good lanes in theory. Just, yeah, we'll have to see how much they can pressure, because I've seen that sometimes also these CKs not deal with too much of that pressure, that is. They just usually endure with the Chaos Strike and just live throughout all of it, so.
The battle begins.
And then, yeah, mid. Curious to see how that matchup's going to end up going.
Yeah, how do you sort of feel about Lesh nowadays? Because for we don't see a huge amount.
No, it's fine. It just Mage Slayers and Pipes are quite popular, so it does feel a little bit difficult, but I'm looking at, I mean, Pango might just itemize for at least the Pipe in particular, but has to get tanky enough, has to have a good game, and they have to be able to play around it, but it's Lumpy style. Lane overall, though, I feel like GPK should be just fine. I'm really going to be looking at just side lanes, because they lost all 3 lanes last game, but it really was these side lanes that just got completely smacked from the switch up that BBT was able to do.
And kind of a big part of that, right, was kind of what Mirror and Save were able to do.
Yeah.
In their lane in particular, so. This time around, I mean, getting to play once again, this Bat Rider. I've only got to imagine the save's going to be quite the nuisance, but this time around, Beast Coast having the double range safe lane.
Much better.
Should be a little harder for BB Team to find ways to take them down early on.
Yeah, it's like disable slows as well too, just a plethora of them. And then bottom, of course, one of these stronger lanes that you can kind of also have in that off lane, just very, very pressure oriented. There is going to be a Weaver, so as soon as those level 2 hit, there could be an instant aggressive move that comes out once the bugs do come out, but we shall see. But yeah, I'm infinitely happier to see this draft from Beast Coast than the last one. And I just want to see them, even if they do fall a bit behind inside the laning phase, I want to see them just look to make much more aggressive plays. So that last game, they just really didn't make too much happen. And in this game, they have a lot of good burst early. CM, Centaur, Wind Ranger, even the Hoodwink, they're going to be able to provide burst from distance.
Tokyo taking quite the hit there.
He went under the sentry for a second there. Has to be very careful.
And now he's got the level 2, so see if he does find the chance to go.
Damage from the Hoodwink is high.
I'm just teasing around with the idea of it. We'll be able to get the bugs out onto the hoodwink. They get the drag back with the rift.
Good stun.
Bushwhack indeed is there to hold Nightfall back. So Almisho not going to fall foul to the attempt here with level 2s being hit on BBT.
And they'll get the range creep denied too. They are absolutely slowing down Nightfall down here. We'll be able to get that sentry taken out so Toronto Tokyo can play a little bit more aggressively, but so far the bottom lane, much better. That melee versus CK, able to pressure him. Unlike last time it was Slardar versus Gyro, there was no pressure.
Top lane so far, 9-2 on Pike compared to the 11-3 on Mira. So Mira having a slightly better time. It's got this creep wave coming in as well, so Mira's going to continue to hold the advantage against the Wind Ranger in this lane so far.
Which is impressive. I mean, it's definitely one of those lanes to watch. If BB is able to do well in this lane, that's going to prove to be pretty problematic afterwards for Beast Coast, because they can definitely look to get aggressive and catch the Wind Ranger if they're not careful as well up here. The power of the Bat Rider, just making mistakes. The Bat Rider can always thrive versus that.
And imagine after these, first few levels on the bottom lane, BB team likely have missed that window where they can kill the Centaur, right? It's going to start getting very difficult to take Vitaly down.
Yes, I would say kind of similar, like against Nightfall though too, because just the Chaos Strike is so strong, but they can absolutely kill Toronto Tokyo, and they will still slow down Nightfall's farm, because he'll walk up and he'll just get double stunned over and over again, so it is obnoxious to play against. But yeah, Centaur Vitaly is going to have absolute free farm.
Now already looking to sort of have the ingredients for a much better performance from Beast Coast this game.
Gets the courier as well. They'll just walk in and snag that one. And it looks like they'll be able to get some time. Since the bottom lane isn't really pressured on the Centaur, the Hoodwink can start getting some stacks as well too to enable the Lesh. So infinitely better this time around.
Toronto Tokyo coming in with a rotation. Lumpy could be in trouble here. Jump forward from GPK with the waning rift. TPs are coming in.
Nightfall also. He goes down first.
First blood indeed is actually going to be elsewhere on the map. Almisho able to claim that, taking down Nightfall. They will end up getting the kill in the mid. And GPK should be able to get away from Moose just in time. Well, good stuff there. Beast Coast able to strike first to get that first blood.
Good build from Vitaly as well. He even buys the third bracer, so it's a full aggressive lane that they've gone for down here. 2 points in the double edge. As soon as the Weaver leans the lane, they just go straight onto Nightfall. Very good bushwhack too. He actually angled it so it caught all the way on the right side, so it was like a mini vacuum pulling that CK back. And it does catch the wave as well too, so good positioning for them to continue being aggressive. So Nightfall actually is definitely going to be in some trouble every time he steps up.
They're going to go for him.
Absurd amount of burst.
Not able to get the bushwhack connection this time round.
Still dropping low. He's going to try to turn with the bugs.
I'd follow Toronto Tokyo indeed, considering going for Vitaly, but underneath the tower.
He's just scared of the double edge spam. One of the slower starts we'll see for Nightfall.
Yeah, the lane setups worked out very well for Beast Coast there, indeed in particular on that bottom lane.
And their heroes overall, I mean, I say this a lot versus CK. CK is actually not as explosive as we thought it was going to be in this tournament, but they do have good heroes to deal with the CK overall. They have AoE stun from Centaur, they have the Lash magical damage, they have the CM slows and stuff, and AoE bushwhack. So there is definitely ways for them to control the Phantasm and also just keep the CK locked down as game progresses.
Dire are scanning.
So slowing down Nightfall, it's going to be very good into that mid game, since they'll have extra answers on top of it. Power Rune.
Dire are scanning.
BBT's doubling down for it, bringing both supports. It'll be an invis bottom. And let's see if these stacks do get scouted, since they're, 2 triple stacks now made from Almisho. We'll be able to get the ward, but we'll be able to get dewarded as well.
Top lane.
CM could be in trouble.
If they can try and go for Moose.
TP coming in.
Going to momentarily hold back Mira, but he's still able to get in with the shield crash, take him out with rotation of Lumpy. They'll get the trade kill.
Doesn't find the Pango, but does get the kill, and will also be able to go back and find the bounty rune as well for the Lesh. So good rotation.
Keeping things very even in this early game.
GPK a little bit ahead of his counterpart, though. Yeah, very even start here. Even the two carries not having the most phenomenal of start here. The Wind Ranger just a little bit better than that CK because it's a super safe hero, but CK, when left alone, can power farm. Lumpy will work on some of those stacks. As we said, he does have those other 2 triple stacks to be able to go to. Should be pretty much the same net worth, if not higher than the puck in the next few moments. See where that the first big aggressive move does come out. Miero has hit level 6. That's pretty early. So actually has the 6 on the offlaner before that safe laner does. So we'll be able to commit a Rolling Thunder perhaps without having to worry about that, focus fire kind of killing him. Pyke has to be careful.
It looks like they're setting up to try and mess around with Pyke. Both supports in the neighborhood.
To Tokyo to scout. Sentry on the ground.
Yeah, Pyke's going to play it very careful now. Knows that they're in position trying to hunt him.
Power rune. It's going to be a regen. And there goes these stacks. So time to farm up on the Lesh, get that item enabled. Pyke does have to just ditch the top lane. That top lane didn't go as good as I think they expected it to. Didn't die, of course, but that Pango's farm is neck and neck with the Wind Ranger. Which is ideal when you've, as the panel was saying, they kind of sacked. They made the choice to put Miero up there rather than in the mid lane, so him having that good start is pretty important. Stampede at the ready. So they can look to reset and run away from that Rolling Thunder, and level 6 has been hitting for Pyke, so they could also make an aggressive move. GPK is making the move up, though, so the numbers is there for BB for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lumpy's going to try to hit mid. He's got max Edict.
Yeah, just a question if they want to bring anyone up there. I mean, at the moment it's just Moose sitting behind Pyke as they hold the tower, push back the wave.
As long as they see GPK making those moves, they can make the call. It's either they go straight for the fight, or the Lash can just push the mid lane, because he will be able to take the tower in seconds. Miero. Just getting zoned away.
Javelin's out on Pyke, so we'll be able to threaten these sort of solo kills with the focus fire.
And he's gotten all 3 of the Lotuses. So it's a great healing Lotus and 9 minutes in the game. That is, it's half your HP pretty much that can be healed up. Could make a big difference in the first fight that comes out.
BB team being very careful about how they go about this top lane. They know that Beast Coast can fight back.
Definitely don't want to overextend until they do see some type of stampede or something used, because then you can just further overextend. Yeah, much quieter start though. Beast Coast with those strong lanes, can they capitalize?
Smoke to come in. Number 2 of them, they're swinging around towards the mid. Save. And Miro looking to see if they can set up onto Lumpy. GPK is going to drop the coil straight away. They've also got Toronto Tokyo coming in.
He shows here.
Up. They'll get the jump forward here with the shield. He's kind of caught Miro in a very awkward position. Not really able to get any sort of connection that he'd hoped for. And now he's going to have to maybe consider backing off. The backup comes in from Vitaly. They will be able to burst through the left track. Miro's still alive somehow. Finally falls to the double edge. The shackle from Pyke comes in. They'll turn towards Toronto Tokyo, but he's got the Shikuchi back up to get away.
Misho?
GPK is actually able to finish off moves with another orb. Toronto Tokyo.
He's thinking about it. I mean, he's got the time lapse, so he can be very obnoxious. Misho also still low, salving up, but that could have been disastrous for Beast Coast. It ends up, honestly, pretty decent for BBT anyway, even though Miero got stuck as they finish off Lumpy, but that could have been even worse for the side of Beast Coast. I think they got quite lucky he got stuck. And they still end up losing 2 heroes. Even though they have that Stampede, of course, that counter, that coil, just keeping the Lash in place, they were able to get on top of him. It's GPK now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's done a good job of keeping the pressure on onto this mid tier 1 tower. Between the puck and the Lesh, it's actually the puck that's been able to do more to the tier 1.
Yeah.
We'll see again, it's awkward stuff, really. Miro getting into kind of the one spot that you don't want to around here.
The actual only
shield crash.
Yeah, pretty much the only spot that he'll get stuck in. Between that little fire, that lamp, of course. But Lumpy does get caught anyway, so they do get a bit of a cleanup.
Yeah, GPK landing some great angles with the orbs in this fight. Right up until the end, being able to snipe that extra kill on the closer. Got eyes on Pyke up top. Dream Coil is back online.
Stampede, it's going to be back up, but the coil will be able to stop it. They've got backup, though. 2 supports at the ready to protect this Wind Ranger. Nightfall catching up. He's being left alone. No pressure on the CK. You're starting to see that net worth reflect. He will pull ahead of the Wind Ranger if he's left alone like this the whole time, if there's no pressure that comes out onto CK.
GPK, it's got saved by his side.
Power
Temper
Rune.
not bad with the Flame Break, will get it, but of course yet to hit the 6 on save, so no lasso.
Power Rune was bottom. GPK will get it. That's a big rune. Could be a difference maker in the next upcoming fight around this tower. Because still the game is very even at the moment. It's just GPK is putting a ton of pressure. He's gonna be able to whittle this mid tower down. Difficult for them to do anything about it, really.
Considering sort of the very back and forth nature of the game so far, and that you're a puck, 12 minutes in, taking the enemy tier 1 feels pretty good.
He just completely took it. It's huge. He's got Witchblade now, so he's got kill threat on all these lanes, even Wind Ranger. The Witchblade's going to be very good to be able to catch that too. So they're looking to catch Nightfall since he's been left alone for a while. Will they be able to find him though? He's been pretty careful. He's got Phantasm up, might just use it for the wave and go back to the jungle. So let's see if they can get the wrap around. El Misho trying to get information.
Not able to find the bushwhack. They're really going for it. Stampede comes in. TPs are going to be there, but they're straight in with the focus fire on towards Nightfall. The stun, the sharp shot all comes in. It's enough to burst through the CK. The question is, can they get out? BBT, they look to fight back. They get the Dream Coil down on
the Wind Ranger
lasso as well. Beautiful setup with the coil into the lasso, catching the 2 cores, and maybe even getting Vitaly as well. He's on his own. BB team, they find all 3. They may have lost their carry, but they take all 3 cores from Beast Coast.
You know, I'm happy to see Beast Coast playing more aggressive than the last game, but when you do use a Stampede to go for that play, you know you're bound to get caught. I can't believe they get all 3 cores though. BBT super happy with that play. They're like, okay, you want to go for that overextension with the Stampede. You have no way of getting out afterwards.
I mean, you're right. As soon as they see that coming in, BBT, and the TPs are there. And GPK, great game so far, and it continues with the Stream Coil, catching the 2 of them.
Perfect.
Both Lumpy and Pike caught and saved. Able to use the lasso to get the snap back on the Dream Coil stun to guarantee the kill on the Wind Ranger.
This puck is making way too much happen. Arcane Rune now too. He's got the majority of the power runes secured for him, and a blink is about to be finished up after that Witchblade already. How close to the blink on Vitaly? Once they have that, they can do the plays a little bit easier. Then they don't have to just use Stampede to start the fight, but you have to be careful how you use some of these cooldowns. It can get punished very heavily. Coil is going to be probably one of their biggest kryptonites in this game. And that blink is going to come out very, very soon. So he's gonna land these 2-man calls. He's gonna get the perfect situation for it.
Beast Coast definitely going to think twice about how they go for that next sort of aggressive move, even if they see someone show on the map.
They still want to try to dictate pace though a bit here, right? They have the blink on the Centaur. They have this Lash with still good net worth, so they want to get this type of tower lead, but just have to be careful how they overextend.
They'll finish off the tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dagger on GPK is going to be even easier for him to make the moves that he has, and they're going to go straight away with the smoke.
Save also has the blink, so they have the double initiation that can come from BB. For Beast Coast, they have the Centaur, but he has to be able to catch it. If this Lash gets caught first, it's going to be...
Lumpy! Oh, out just in time before they see him.
This Lash has to be very careful of positioning of how... The Lash and the Wind Ranger in particular just kind of have to join the fight later on, it seems, in a way, until at least the Lash has that one first big item, that Bloodstone. Slumpy. Scouted them with the Courier. I think he saw both of them there for a second. But all of BBT in the area.
They're going to try for Vitaly. He's a tanky one.
They have so much damage, though.
Indeed they do. The Centaur's gone.
What, he just got that talent as well, too, what? -9 armor. Orchid now picked up for Nightfall. Even more burst. Anyone they grab is going to die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Toronto Tokyo.
And with the Centaur dead, they know there's like no real aggressive move that Beast Coast is going to want to do. So I would say for the Centaur in these next situations, Vitaly can't really show on the map like that. He's the one who's making he's the driving force to make plays happen with Blink. So if he shows, BBT knows that there's nothing happening, or they can just go to kill him. So he has to kind of hide himself a little.
Every coin helps.
Beast Coast able to get a record themselves here with the speed that El Misho gets his Glimmer Cape out this time.
He is very
the fastest.
He is very farmed, to be honest with you.
GPK. Considering options here, I mean, he does have a lot of backup, but underneath these tier 2s could be a bit too much. Beast Coast, they're going to go aggressive with the Stampede. They're going to look towards Mira. Mira's trying to get the Volley Thunder up, but they got the burst.
Got him.
They'll be able to blow up the Pangolier, take him out.
Good initiation. Miro playing too deep this time himself. Gets caught, but they're looking to go back in.
Vitali's
low.
I mean, Vitali's incredibly low.
They've got a vessel.
Under the two of them. He's going to be taken down to the vessel. Saves coming in from the side. He'll get the Who Stomp off Vitali. They're turning towards GPK. GPK trying to jump back to safety. He'll be able to hold out to the side. He'll get away from us. They get that kill on the Centaur. Toronto Tokyo's able to get out of this as well. He's trying to juke it, but he does get caught by the stun from Lumpy.
They've got him.
They've got him. So they'll get Toronto Tokyo, but they do lose their offlane for that one. Back in action, GPK
almost gets him.
He's so low, but he's actually able to jump away just in time. Misho tried to get him there with the Acorn shot, but GPK somehow he's still yet to die. Gets out. He's 3-0-5. He's going to keep it that way.
That was so close. Nice plays there from Beast Coast, especially on El Misho, but GPK just a little bit nicer himself. Dancing. And all in the meanwhile, I'm watching Nightfall. He's just going up and up and up on that net worth and the itemization. It's as standard as it comes, but it's perfect in this game. Miro did get caught out though. A bit too aggressive this time around from the Pango at the start of things off.
A Pike. Gonna look towards save, but he doesn't want to commit for this. Knows that there's a chance that backup's inbound, and it certainly is. GPK's coming. He's in with the silence.
GPK is playing just so well. Save. The juke around the tree.
Okay, save teasing him a little bit, and he does pay with his life for that one. Didn't need to die, but he does. So yeah, GPK.
He's everywhere.
To make these moves. They've got to get a handle at this puck.
Yeah, he's 9 of the 10 kills. His rotations have been everything to get BBT into this position. It's not going to be easy for you to bring him down either. Just the nature of the lineup. No instant form of catch, instant form of disable to deal with this puck. But GPK wanted it. And so far, a flawless performance. He's going down the right-click build, too. He's got the Maelstrom queued up on this puck.
The damage is going to be insane coming out from him.
He wants to be able to scale massively. He's got this Pango that's going to be reducing everyone's armor. There's a Swarm that's going to be reduced. He's going to be hitting hard. And this CK at this point now has really found a gap between him and the Wind Ranger. Just constantly spamming Phantasm.
Top lane, they're going to make the jump. They're straight over towards Miro. They'll get the bushwhack to follow. Can they burst through? Sharp shot connects. They can. They'll be able to bring him down. But
Lumpy's deep.
They're ready to fight back. Nightfall. So everybody get his hands on towards Lumpy. Now they're going to turn for more. Jump forward for save. He's got the lasso in onto Vitali. The rest of BB team bringing in the damage to bring down the center. Moose will be able to TP out. The Dream Coil drop down onto El Misho. They'll look to chase out the Hoodwink. They do his best to juke around with the Glimmer Cape. They don't have detection on him at the moment, so El Misho will manage to make it away.
He's playing him 2-0, but he's yet to die this game too. Some wild plays from this Hoodwink. But they get the ones they wanted. Miro goes down, but it takes them a long time. He didn't have Greaves up, but he still had, I mean, the cloak and just the tankiness to be able to survive for his team to catch back up in. So many times Miro, he's just being the sacrifice. And he is gonna go full Aura route. As we were mentioning from the start. Imagine it might even go to the Crimson later on. They're gonna prep themselves for this Tormentor. Supports, be careful of your HP. They'll do it as 4 though, so it should be fine.
Quite nice little one there for Toronto Tokyo. Yep. Can help him start farming up a little bit as well.
Absolutely.
He wants to begin scaling himself. He's already got sort of 1,500 gold to play with, quite nice. But, yeah, with the Tormentor, it's going to bump up that net worth lead just that little bit. 3K advantage for BB team.
Let's see.
Nightfall and GPK in the top 2 spots.
Yeah, I'm wondering I feel Toronto Tokyo can get kind of greedy in this game.
I think so, right?
Because he's got the Batrider who already...
For that climb now.
I just wanted someone with a Force Staff on the side of BBT because the Chain Stun, as we've seen from Beast Coast, they have good Chain Stun, but if so, they can like reposition and get that, then it could even save Miro's life. Both teams smoking up versus each other. BBT hitting a pretty big timing though here.
Oh, they know where Beast Coast are. They're down bottom. They're going to smoke themselves, Beast Coast. They're looking for Nightfall. They're opening the opening jump. They're in with the Who Stomp. Bushwhack to follow up. They're looking to burst into CK. They've got him. Very nice move from Beast Coast. We'll see if he gets punished by BB team as GPK's in with the jump. See if they can get the catch on towards the Hoodwink. There's the Stampede. I mean, Beast Coast, they're looking to get out of here for now. I mean, they're considering maybe backing into the fight, but El Micho's already gone. Lumpy's stepping forward aggressively, but the Dreamcore's there. Down to the Leshrac. They're looking to burst the Leshrac and put the Bloodstone, start healing up. So the Yule Scepter's ought to buy him a little bit of safety.
Healed up a lot.
And it is indeed, and GPK's got to be careful how he commits for this. Has to jump off to the side, but Pike, he's going to look to chase him and moves. They're looking for GPK, and this time they'll get him. They'll bring down the puck, but Lumpy will die to the final swashbuckler that comes back in from Mira. But he in turn is caught by the shackle shot. Beast Coast, they find 3.
Great execution. These chain stuns are working. This time they find the dream target. They get Nightfall. And Lumpy, what a play. The Bloodstone into that Yules. He also had Vampire Fangs. He healed, I think it was like 800 or 900 up while he was in the Yules.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So he was able to turn the fight with that sustain as Beast Coast come out ahead this time.
A lot of damage out in that fight there, Lumpy.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo's he's queuing up the Atos, so he's definitely going to go down that scaling route. Might get caught. El Micho's trying, but doesn't have backup. They finally get GPK.
I ended up getting the money for that. It
Radiant's
was
bottom tower is under attack.
Thought it was the CM, right? Yeah.
Well, Moose, so it's going to be pretty rich Crystal Maiden.
Supports are getting good amount on the side of Beast Coast. Double Glimmers. Definitely being a bit annoying versus the heavy magic damage, especially that GPK is providing.
We definitely saw quite the huge gap between the supports last game, and that's not happening here.
Nope. And overall, it's Beast Coast. They're starting the fights with a number advantage every time, right? They've killed Miero at the start of the fight, but in this last one, they took out Nightfall. So, some great catches they've been able to fight. I wonder how a 5v5 fight is going to look if when BBT has all of them alive, but so far, Beast Coast hasn't allowed them to have those 5 alive at the start of the fight.
Beast Coast is going to set up for the fight around the Roshan. They know the BB team is going to be heading over.
They have, I mean, they have vision here.
Miro, he's able to get the Rolling Thunder off. This time they're not able to get the jump onto the Pango in time. He's going to go straight over towards the backline. Look for moves.
They got the Wind Ranger
on a Pike. They find the Wind Ranger. They completely destroy him. And now they're going to look for more the Stampede there to try and reposition for Beast Coast. But Moose gets caught by the stun. A second to fall. BBT. They might even get El Micho as well here. They know he's in the trees. GPK's on top of him. He's going to be able to find him as they take out the 3 of them. And with that, they'll be able to take the Roshan.
Perfect lasso. Gets him, doesn't get a single thing off, doesn't get BKB off, nothing. That's the 5v5. They actually had their full numbers there. Full disengage from Beast Coast. BBT. Decisive hit. I don't even know where save came from, actually. I didn't even see the angle. He just like found the Wind Ranger instantly after the coil.
Now they're ready to push. They're not going to be afraid of a fight now with the Aegis on GPK. Full pipe on Miro.
Now they've got that aura advantage. Yeah, Beast Coast, the only way for them to even come even in the fights or slightly ahead is it's starting the fights with that kill advantage, just getting that first start. But this time, BB wasn't giving it to them.
Pike, he's going in. Up. He's going to get the shackle shot on towards Toronto Tokyo. They're going to try and burst through the Weaver. He's going to get the time-lapse off, though. Might not matter. They've got the Yule set up as well as the Frostbite to lock him down and to take him out. Toronto Tokyo will fall.
Swinging 5 heroes over for it.
They got what they came for, though, BBT, and they lose the support, but they take the Torment so they get themselves another shard.
That was a big sequence for BBT. That Beast Coast have to just have the number advantage in every single one of these fights. Just getting a vision advantage. They actually had the vision advantage in that last fight, but the execution from BB, a bit too fast.
Mid, what a catch there for save. He just finds Lumpy. That's so into the combo of Nightfall. That's the mid gone.
Dead in an instant. Damage is ramping up. Insane amount of minus armor that they do have on their draft.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Misho.
Okay. It's going to be able to get the Dream Coil in, and this time they've got the detection. Dust drop down. El Micho's out.
Uh-oh.
I can start really getting the push going. Look towards these tier 2 towers. The bottom creep wave moving in. The tier 2 bottom to fall.
They're starting to really put that foot on the throat of Beast Coast. How does Beast Coast now start to solve this issue? Playing into this Aegis especially, too.
They can swing around towards the mid. Look to take the tier 2 out there as well, BBT.
And they have all these auras to play around, too. So they can pretty just kind of stick together and keep getting this farm, especially for Toronto Tokyo. They can take any fight they want now at this point.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Up to Beast Coast to kind of perfectly execute chain stunning somebody down before they can get any of these BKBs off. I mean, let's see if they can do it again. Can they find Nightfall? He's playing a bit safer.
It's tough to catch. He's got the BKB.
He's gotten quite a bit tankier than that last situation, especially with the Manta too.
He's able to just safely push the wave round with the Phantasm.
And he's keeping an illusion with himself, so they don't really know which one's real exactly.
BB team able to keep both the mid and the top lane pushed in as they start to eye up their next target.
You're starting to get some pretty ridiculous net worths as well on those supports. You know, you're saying that the other supports are catching up, but the offlaner is falling completely behind Vitaly. He's had to take a step back, and the net worth is really starting to reflect it. The save Batrider is going to beat KB, so he can pick and choose that Wind Ranger every single one of the fights.
They're losing their outer towers here. They can't pull a defense together around the tier 2s. All tier 2s are taken now by BB team.
Things are falling apart quickly here after such a close 20 minutes.
They had the lanes. They had good lanes. We were able to see that from the starting play, but indeed as this mid-game kicks off, BB team coming in with the outplay and the outmaneuver.
They just got the easier form of execution, it feels like, on the side of BBT as Pyke.
He's going to try and run, but the dream course there has to be KB, but the jump forward save comes in. Lasso's there, it doesn't matter that it's Lotus, as Pyke will die nonetheless.
This guy's Batrider is really good. Maybe BB's got like some recipe with this bat that's just too strong. Every single one of these lassos just seems to catch the Wind Ranger.
Popping a Stampede, I think it was just to sort of keep moves safe by the looks of it. But
is he safe though?
Toronto Tokyo is still going to find him. So not really a whole lot achieved with that Stampede. I mean, maybe moves will at least manage to live for a little longer.
He's got another Glimmer up in a second.
Okay.
He should get out.
Toronto Tokyo knows his whereabouts, but another Glimmer. Oh.
He's got 5 salves.
Open
now. Might get caught. Nightfall's here.
Indeed, Nightfall's coming in with a wraparound, so might start to take out the rest of them. Lumpy's going for a TP out in the tree line. He'll be fine. But Moose continuing to make space. Finally, that space making will come to an end as GPK is able to take him out.
Save. Just had to career. Almost finds another target there too.
Top tower is under attack.
Things have, accelerated just so fast. East Coast now trapped in their base, and their base is not safe versus this Batrider.
Aegis will expire.
They're just in
won't have that to work with the jump in defense save. Not a chance to react there for Beast Coast as immediately Lumpy caught off guard.
All he needs is that ward. They're pinging it immediately, but it's done its job, even if it gets taken out.
And
they get the biggest kills.
As well. Oh my goodness, he has a BKB and
he might still be dead.
Oh, he is lucky to get away from that one.
That's all it really is. Him getting away, having to use another defensive BKB to try to disengage. And the Rex, at this point now, without the Lash, can they hang on to it?
Tier 3's gone.
They need the Lash.
They're trying to set up something with the smoke coming in from the side.
But they cannot. Toronto Tokyo's there at the ready. GPK just blinking in, hitting all of them. Lash will respawn. BBT will back up for a moment here till their cooldowns back up. And now the advantage is just tremendous at this point now for Beast Coast. Clicking around, needing Lotus. How's the Lotus looking? I saw the Hoodwink was queuing. He does have it. Okay, well, we did see it before, of course, thrown out on this reflected lasso, but it didn't matter anyway.
We'll see how safe BB team want to play it. They can wait for the next Roche.
They can play safe.
It's going to be back up. Yeah. We'll see at least the potential in a minute and a half when the Roshan's going to respawn. This BB team know that Beast Coast, they're not... I mean, if they head out on the map, it's going to be very difficult for them to find something.
Wondering how Beast Coast just protect each other, because even the Lotuses and stuff just aren't enough. And now this CK's gotten into kind of critical mass already. Almost Shiva's at least here for Lumpy. A little bit more protection. He's also gotten Craggy, so the neutral items are helping a bit, but it's just still so much overwhelming damage from BB. These guys has to stick together, it feels like.
That's one. Ahsoka's pretty much got his completed Gleipnir.
Yeah. Pyke's just not really had much of a game on this Wind Ranger. Feels like he needs Lincolns probably next. They need something to be able to deal with his Batrider, because the Bats just found the Wind Ranger, I feel like, 4 times.
And I guess that's the thing as well. It's not as if he sort of was even able to have a very good safe lane, because that was a setup in which maybe the Pango shouldn't have got as much as he did, but Miro got quite a lot out of that lane.
I think they wanted to come out way ahead of that top lane, but yeah, Miro was actually even net worth with the Wind Ranger when all things were being considered. Yeah, now just a massive lead at this point. Every item just comes, luxury items even at this point too. GPK having a near flawless game. It goes BKB, the safest route possible. Now, no way that he dies unless it's just, you know, what Kezu was saying, you know, that cringe if he makes some type of big mistake or something like that. I imagine they're going to smoke and look to at least close this out or set up for that next Roche, which is, yeah, in 30 seconds. Beast Coast, they have to have a successful Roche fight or this game's over. Not easy to execute it either. They kind of have to have it go, I don't even know how perfect. They have to somehow just prevent this Bat Rider from getting a catch, which with BKB, I'm wondering how they do so. It's a quick Roche.
That's going to play to BB Team's favor for sure. They're in position.
Leaves the pit.
Beast Coast are heading over. They don't want to let the chance of BB Team obtaining this Roshan occur.
Hey, they have to contest this one. Phantasm was used pre-fight. They will be able to at least clean out the illusions. 20 seconds till it does come up. And they know that they're there. They know that they were smoked there, so BB is very ready to fight around this vision. GPK even parking on the high ground.
Who goes first? And Vitaly knows that even as a Centaur, he can be dealt with the amount of damage that BB Team have.
He'll die in a fraction of a second.
They're going to see him.
Miro's just in.
Going to try and set the vision down, but indeed the chase comes out. Miro's having to go to the catch. They were able to catch Lumpy at the side of the fight. Crashing over towards Moose as well. Lumpy popping the Bloodstone. Remaining at full HP for now. And the core lights saw the Phantasm illusions there with the Bushwhack, but none of the real heroes. The Dream Coil gets dropped down. They got the last on a Pike.
Again onto Pike.
Focus the Wind Ranger first. Pike's able to get the BKB off, and as well as the Stampede to get away from them.
Lumpy's in trouble.
They'll turn to him instead. They get the drag back with the Rift. He's gone, and now they'll turn towards the rest of the team. Vitaly comes back in with a Who Stomp on towards Toronto Tokyo. GPK is going to continue to try and chase onwards towards Pike, and Pike's going to go for the TPI. Is there anything to stop it? There isn't, so Pike will get out.
But that was his impact in the fight. His impact in the fight was shackle them and run away. He can do nothing. Save finds him every single one of these fights. They did a good job of clearing the Phantasm, to be honest. The reset, but that's all it kind of was. It was just a reset and never being able to actually fight because their carry just is non-existent. The Wind Ranger just has no impact.
Oh, and no buybacks, no chance of a defense here. This bottom set of Rax in trouble, the mid set as well, and of course all the tier 2s taken down prior. They could go for the top lane. Take pretty much everything here from Beast Coast BB Team.
They can do whatever they'd like. They can go back for that Roche if they want to be super safe.
Yeah, they'll play for objectives.
Might as well.
Back up, take the Wisdom Rune.
Yep. Game is pretty much unthrowable for BBT now at this point. And yeah, the Wind Ranger overall just can get absolutely nothing. Now, yeah, all hero levels for the side of BBT higher than the side of Beast Coast, even these supports.
And Beast Coast themselves, they are also running straight up towards the Roshan.
You have to try. It's your last hurrah. But who do you go for? Everyone's a core. They've all transitioned. Probably Miro still. He's still too important to be able to take out, but there's just so many problems now at this point. This CK might just eat all of you alive. BBT, aggressive posture.
They're going to look towards Vitaly. They're going to try and start things on towards the center. He bounces away with the Oxyl Toe, but immediately Nightfall with the damage. And Miro's even seeing if he can find more off to the side. Lumpy completely split for the rest of the team. Lumpy's dead as well.
How is Save well, at disadvantage, but it's still, how is Save finding a core every time? Lumpy gets nothing off.
And Vitaly's brought back. And this Roshan, it's
gone.
Definitely going the way of BB Team. 34k lead.
These guys are good at using their Bat Rider. And their puck. And quite a lot of heroes, especially. But his bat and puck seem to have been beautiful answers, just finding the ideal targets every time, it feels like, versus Beast Coast.
Just one more high ground push.
And it might be 5 BBT heroes on the top of the net worth after that one, if Beast Coast is not GG out.
Timeless relic for GPK as well.
The dream.
Agonyms for Miro, everything continuing to come together for BBT.
Yeah, and it's just, it's really tough for Lumpy too. You know, I was looking at the itemization and stuff. It's like you're looking, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of every type of damage. So you're like, where's his BKB? Because he keeps getting controlled by the Wrong Thunder, but it's just been him getting caught so many times with them being at this disadvantage. He hasn't found time to farm that. Because they're just kind of like dancing, kiting him. He pops a Bloodstone, they kite him out again, then they re-go on him, or they just burst him in one shot. Minutes of dominance it's been here for BB. And there's no real method of like some toss back mechanic or anything here on the side of Beast Coast this time around. No real BKB piercing stuns at all either.
There we go.
To the high ground.
What do you got, Beast Coast?
Another lasso.
And immediately Lumpy's dragged out. He's able to live a little longer with the heals. He's able to get the heals off as well.
Decent healing.
Rolling Thunder comes in once more. And Loser's already died. And the swashbuckle there from Miro comes back in and take him out. Vitali's running in at Toronto Tokyo, but the time lapse is there.
They're just too far behind.
And he's going to try for the CP out. And they've got the Dream Call at the ready. Vitali's gone. No buyback available on him. It's only Pike with the buyback coming in. And they're just going to have to try and hold 2 versus 4. It's probably not going to happen. As BB team keep the push coming in.
Nightfall wants a kill. He's under sentries, but he doesn't care.
Can he catch? Under the silence, he's going to be able to get the grab onto El Misha, and pretty much on the verge of the fountain, he takes him down.
GG.
They'll call it. GG is called. BB team take game 2. Now with that, they'll be able to get both wins here today against Beast Coast. And Beast Coast,
it was better this game.
Lanes this time around, but everything else outside of the lanes, it weren't great, Fog. BBT made this look easy once again.
They did, and overall this game, Pike just had one of the rougher games. Even though his kill score actually doesn't reflect how rough it was. He's 4, 5, and 6 on the Wind Ranger, but I did not feel much of anything because of the man on your screen right there, Save. Or one of the men on your screen right there, Save, did find this. I feel like he found the Wind Ranger 4 fights in a row when he needed to have the most opportune timing with his BKB, and he got nothing off. He had to BKB and run 3 or 4 fights in a row when his team needed him to be as strong as possible.
As I say, like kind of before this series, we haven't really been seeing a lot of bat, and when we have, they ain't been doing great. But you feel already, BB team in this first showing here at the tournament, that they're making a pretty good case for the bat rider to have to be considered during the draft.
I would say so, because it's a BKB piercing disable, right? So it's always going to be really strong in that front, and as they've proved, they've made the lane look very strong as well too, and it's flexible, right? So Toronto Tokyo used to be that bat player. Now they're showing Save. He's perfectly fine with playing that. So. It might be one of those things that just for, team-specific things. Like we mentioned for Collapse earlier, oh my god, this Primal Beast is out of control. Could be something that teams have to consider when you're playing versus BBT.
Sure. And, of course, GPK's puck.
That's another one.
We talk about saving his moves, but I think GPK, if there was going to be an MVP this game, it has to be him. 11, 1, and 18, involved in 29 of the 32 kills that BB team got this game. He was everywhere, folks.
He was. That last pick was honestly perfect. He was asking for it. He took the Lash's Tower. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, incredible stuff here today from BB team. They turn up to the tournament and they blow us all away. 2-0, incredible stuff. We'll head to the stage for a post-game interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Nightfall of BB team, who has already garnered a lot of appreciation out here. But I want to know how you're doing. I want to know what your past month has been like, because Dream League ended, and a lot of these top-tier teams that are going to Riyadh Masters, going to TI, have been off the grid. So I want to know what you've been up to.
Hello. I mean, my team was just chilling, and I was just grinding in Ranked and getting 14k MMR and rank 1. And then we like went on bootcamp together, and we're playing like the last 2 or 3 weeks and trying our best to improve our game to do good.
Well, so far it's showing. Can we get a round of applause for a 14K player standing by my side? What a feat that was. So every single time that there's this MMR line broken, it's a big deal. So for you, what was it feeling like to actually finally the barrier of 14K?
I mean, 14K felt nice, but I only was third. But it still was good, but it was better to get like rank 1 and be like top 1 MMR in the world, so that feels good.
Never satisfied, you gotta be the first one here. How about 15K then? Is that the next goal? Like, how are you liking pubs right now to keep grinding these out?
I mean, 15K is it's for sure the goal, but I'm gonna try and do that like closer to TI, since I'm focused on this tournament right now, and I'm like, it's only 500 MMR like from 15K, so it's not a big deal.
The journey is continuing. Well, Nightfall, you're making your team look good here, and all of BB team are looking fantastic in this first series. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck in the rest of the series as we send it back to the panel.
What a great showing from BB team indeed. 2 games in a row, they crushed it. I will say though, this was a result we were expecting. Beast Coast in game number 2, Gunnar, they showed signs of life.
It looked better than the first game.
Yes.
I think there was a couple times in the game that they actually fought back. I think the first game was like maybe one fight that they had. This game, it was still really hard. I think BB team's draft was a lot nicer overall, even though, again, Beast Coast had really good lanes. I think BB team had acceptable lanes as well, and obviously with players like this and a team like this, difference, it's like you need to have significantly better lanes than them to come out on top.
I mean, the highlights don't, I mean, obviously they don't show it because here BB team already up like 40K gold, but Beast Coast was doing well. You know, they were only down like maybe 2K, 3K gold. At some point they made like a fast smoke around the first Roche, caught them off guard, got a couple kills. You know, there were some signs of life and like doing the type of moves you want, playing under your conditions, but yeah. BB team, good draft, they played well. I would say they looked a little more vulnerable this game as the last one, but you know, overall, they are definitely the better team.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely drafted 4 lanes too on the side of Beast Coast, but Nightfall definitely showing that he is won some MR playing CK this patch, getting to 14K. He looked very comfortable on the
He did. He did die at some point without
3 times.
VKB.
Yeah. He didn't do the Nightfall, even though he had it ready. Thanks for the setup.
No, but he did that already in the game before, so, you know, it's good. Overall, though, we also know that BB team is a team that if they feel like they're going to win anyway, they normally take a little bit of a backseat. Is it something as a current player you've experienced against them, maybe?
But they kind of just like relax if they're winning?
Yeah, or maybe that you've watched them play and you're like, yeah, they could have tried harder.
I feel like they're one of the teams, I don't know if they're like, they're going to throw the game.
Yeah.
They do have some memes happening in the games. The funniest is, it's the Nightfall TP, right? That's the, it's like good that he does it, but it ends up slowing the game down every time he does it, that he has to BKB TP out. And it's like kind of a meme at this point, but I would say that's like the closest thing that they do is like a bad thing.
Yeah, this time around though, I mean, they did take their time in order to win the game, but they were still very comfortable in the game. Despite, of course, Beast Coast having a good start in the lanes. We also have a couple highlights. Gunnar, I believe you want to talk us through one of them.
I thought this bot rune fight was, Beast Coast was coming out on top of the lanes, and they brought all their heroes to this mid, and it looked like it was going to be really good for them. Mira had a little oopsie here, and he got stuck on the cliff, but the fight ended up, I believe, being 2 for 2, and I think at this point in the game, it was looking pretty good for Beast Coast coming out of it, and it could have gone anywhere. I was actually expecting this fight to go a little bit better for Beast Coast. I think that they could have, in the game, I thought it was going to go better, but it's still pretty acceptable here. And at this point, I think this was before kind of the big snowball happened in the mid game.
Yeah, it was funny seeing Miero being stuck on the cliff for a little while.
It was sad.
But it was sad. It happens, but you gotta just smile and continue, right?
Smile and wave, boys. I'm stuck.
Pretty sure every Pango player has been there at one point or another, or several times
I have
in the game.
been several times. Yeah.
In one game?
I don't know about one game, but over the course, double digits for sure.
Oh, that's intense there for sure. I really fear you have a highlight for us as well.
Yeah, hopefully. I just wanted to really highlight the fact that they picked Batrider twice on save here. Yeah. You'll see in this fight here, like, their carry is a Wind Ranger here. Their position 4 instantly lassos them up. That's like a 1-second death. Yeah. If they can't find them right away, then all of a sudden Pyke can do a lot more in these fights. But really just showing this Batrider, a hero that a lot of teams aren't really prioritizing, not really picking. They pick it twice in a row, and they make it look really good. And the scariest part about this hero for me is the fact that they can play it on multiple heroes as well. Something to look out for when you do play against BB team. It's looking really good.
Do you think that you'll see now more teams play it, or do you think this will stay as a BB team special?
I think you'll want to look at it at least. And whenever a team is winning and is very good, you're going to kind of like look at what they do and see, can you do it? Maybe you're not utilizing the hero the way you should be doing it, and maybe you can prioritize a high. So I expect some teams to at least try it out.
I do think that teams that have players who already play Batrider, I mean, they probably know the hero's good, because I do think you need a bad player. It's not the type of hero that you just bust out randomly and try to make it work. Because, yeah, sometimes stats can be weird. Hero was 0-4. Now you see maybe a better team play it, a more experienced player play it, and you can see that, you know, the hero is definitely viable.
A viable Batrider that we might see pop up in the games to come. Overall, this was a BB team 2-0 over Beast Coast. And with that, we have a new PlayStation MVP. And Gunnar, it could be no other than Save.
He played the Bat, as Fear was saying. They won their lane, I think, pretty much both games.
Yeah.
This game, I don't think they necessarily won the lane as hard, but I think they were supposed to lose the lane with the versus the Wind CM. So just being able to secure the lane, and the first game they crushed the lane.
Yeah, they destroyed this lane like probably way harder than they should, right? We had the self-stun into whatever, and him, you know, we just see better skill builds where it's like, or the correct build with like the sticky into the flame break, and like Fear mentioned, correct initiations, like patience, but also clutch, knowing when you have to go. So yeah, Save. You know, he's just one of the better fours, showcasing that here.
He's an okay four.
He's pretty good, yeah.
Pretty decent, I'd say. And to be honest, he only showed us one hero.
Yeah, this guy, come on.
Two heroes, there are 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, of course, a team that only plays 1 game today. Is that a benefit, or is that a downside?
I'll let Gunnar take that one.
It's hard to say. It's usually when you play 1 game, you get to like scrim a little, so they're either going to go back to the hotel, they're going to scrim more. It also means you get to warm up scrim, is usually, and sometimes when you have really long days, you don't want to do this warm up because you're going to play so many games. So I would say it's kind of neutral. I don't know if it really helps either way.
Maybe it's more like team dependent?
Yeah,
like...
it's team dependent. Some teams like playing a lot of games in the same day, because on Grand Finals day, you have to play maybe up to 8 games. So this is a pretty light day for them, just 2 games, and get to rest maybe, wake up early tomorrow.
It's probably also different Fear if you win the first series or not, right?
I mean, of course, like if you're playing 1 series and you win it, 2-0, feel pretty good about that, right? You only showed 1 strategy, but it's also pretty good. Now you don't have to show all your cards. Hopefully that isn't all your cards, but I'm assuming they have more strategies, but it must be a pretty good day for them.
Yeah, a good day for them. For Beast Coast, not as much, but they will also have time to go back to the drawing board to come back stronger tomorrow. Definitely a good experience to be on that stage that not every team might be able to experience, because 4 streams going on at the same time. A lot of Dota, of course, in these group stages, as we're also going to move forward with our upcoming match. I believe we got none other ready than Falcons versus Gaming Gladiators, and we will see you with that after a break.
got some things going through my. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you changed the drip to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time. All the time. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds. Grow some trees. Ain't no smoke that's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now.
Welcome back to EWC Riyadh Masters. We're seeing the Jamil Motorsports arrival of Team Falcons. They were playing earlier today, but they had that series in between that we just watched, the Beast Coast versus BB team. They had that small break, and now they've returned back to our arena, to the Cube stage for themselves. And you might be hearing from my voice, there has been a changeover in host. I'm going to be a new host just for this final series at Nat T. And joining me is also a very brand new panel. Jenkins, do you want to make sure that the audience can hear you?
Hello.
Awesome. And then Fear as well is going to be on this panel.
Hello.
Hey.
I was on the last one too, but Soul Survivor.
Let's see if anyone in chat can guess the third voice.
Oh, I'm supposed to test them.
Well, yes, that normally would help.
I'm the third voice.
No, you're supposed to do it. Let's redo it. We'll cut. They can cut that.
Yeah, they can edit it out.
Do like somebody else's voice. Do Effie. Okay, maybe don't do that. Do Shiva.
Do Kazoo.
German accent.
I can't do accents, man. You're putting me on the spot right now.
Do
I am German.
Do we have...
German.
No,
that's Scottish.
That was worse than mine.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
All right, I don't want to ever hear you guys do accents again, but I would like to hear your thoughts, though, on this upcoming series, Falcons up against Gaming Gladiators. And the fact that both of these teams in their earlier series today lost the 2 games in their best of 2. So it's not off to a good start.
Yeah, when we were looking at the schedule, we're like, this is a hype series. The last thing we thought we'd be doing is taking 2 teams from the bottom of the group.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
I agree, Brian. That's right.
Well, basically what happened today is that Falcons had a 12K lead in the first game and then threw it going high ground. And then the second game got
I swear
rolled.
it was more. Was it not more?
It was. That was about what it was, but it was like 20 minutes into the game. So it was really early. I remember Amar was diving tier 3s at 12 minutes in.
Yeah.
And then like I already checked out of the game. I thought it was just over to watch another one.
I mean, you could argue like both those teams got upset, right? Like Falcons is a team that has a lot of momentum, and I think Team Spirit is a team that they usually get stronger as the tournament progresses. So they came out really strong, and then Falcons, a team that normally does really well from start to finish, looking a little shaky at the beginning here. Is it concerning? Maybe. Are they going to pull like a Gaming Gladiators of last year, win everything, and then all of a sudden come to Riyadh Masters, TI, not do as well or not win? We'll have to see.
Yeah, there is something also to be said, though, that their opponent was Team Spirit, and they are very notable for turning it on when it comes to these high-stake tournaments, especially Riyadh Masters last year. It was that inverse. They were coming almost last in every tournament. That's what we've seen again this year. And then the one that they played just before this, PGL Valahia, they came in first. It felt like they came out of nowhere. But the biggest upset, I would definitely agree with you, Fia, was the Gaming Gladiators series. They were up against Heroic, obviously coming from a region that everyone sees as these underdogs, and then they come out here in group stage up against a team that everyone knows, and they win that 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of this just comes down to these are the 8 best teams in the world. Like, these are extremely good teams, heroic. They did very well in the group. And yes, they were up and coming, but I think also for the whole year, people saw them as a team that, like, at some point, this team is going to be really good. Like, honestly, I think if you went through the average MMR of every team, they might be top 3. So, like, individually, these players have been considered very, very skilled. It's just a question of, like, when they're going to achieve what people think they're going to achieve. So I think both of these teams that we're seeing today, sure, they got 2-0'd, but they played against some serious teams.
Okay, all right. They had tough competition against each other, but for Gaming Gladiators, it doesn't stop there. Obviously, coming up against Falcons, it's going to be a tough one for them because they've had a fantastic year already, especially at their road to Riyadh, which we're going to hear a little bit more about.
Team Falcons are a very young team in the very long history of Dota 2. But when you build a team with some of the best players in the world, you get results. The roster is a wild mix of regions and varying levels of experience, and it has come together into one of the strongest teams in the world. Team Falcons started their EPT season by qualifying for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. But as a first test of strength and first land for the team, they didn't show their full potential and got knocked out by Team Liquid. Not deterred by their loss, they went on to qualify for Dream League Season 22 and ended up taking first place, beating BB Team 3-0 in the Grand Finals. Following this, it was time for ESL 1 Birmingham. This event too looked easy for them. Despite playing the first part of the tournament with Sumail as stand-in for Malrine, they managed to achieve another first place, as well as beating BB Team 3-0 in the Grand Final once again. The last EPT event before Riyadh Masters was Dream League Season 23, this time with a massive patch dropping in the middle of the event. Team Falcon, seemingly the quickest to adapt to the new changes, unsurprisingly took first place again, this time a 3-0 against Gaming Gladiators in the Grand Finals. As you could see, Team Falcons are a team that have spent virtually all their time at the top of the very competitive Dota 2 scene, taking home first place in almost every event they attend. With a secure hold of the #1 spot on the EPT leaderboard, Team Falcons are going into this event as the strongest team in the world.
That is a pretty big claim, but in the video, Cap was talking about Dream League Season 23, the most recent EPT tournament that went on before Riyadh Masters. And in that grand final, do you remember the 2 teams? It was Gaming Gladiators and Falcons.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, perfect. I'm so glad
I thought it was a trick question because I just in the video. I was like, wait, what?
No.
I wasn't listening. The moment I hear Cap's voice, I just stop listening.
This is exactly why I asked, because I know no one's actually
testing the class. I wasn't thinking about the things that he was saying.
Do you remember any part of it?
Not a clue, but I
Awesome, Ben, that's a great segue because someone that will know a lot about it and maybe won't even be asked about it is Crit, who's standing by with Purge right now.
From Team Falcons. Now, like Gaming Gladiators, you guys played a match earlier today and you both unfortunately lost it. Do you want to talk about that match at all? Like what went wrong, things like that?
Oh, I think we're still digesting a little bit because it's just very recent. I think we had the first game pretty easily in our favor, but we missed some high ground push a little bit, and then they kind of just got the advantage and had better late game. I think game 2, our lanes didn't go as well as we wanted to, and then they just we couldn't really recover. So I feel like first game we should have won. The second game they kind of just snowballed us. So it's a bit rough, but it's also the first day, so we're looking forward to the next games.
Yeah, and team spirit's so good anyway, so totally understandable. In terms of your preparation prior to this tournament, Omar said earlier to me that you guys are just basically respecting every opponent, trying really hard with that same great mentality. Would you agree with what he said?
Yeah, I mean, we know it's going to be a long tournament. We're going to be playing against a lot of teams, and I think us starting against probably one of the best teams is good for us because we want to learn as much as possible as soon as possible. So, yeah, we're happy to play Spirit, and then we play Gladiators now, which is also a good team. So we have a good bracket where we get to learn as much as possible from the start.
Great. In terms of meta stuff, I feel like we've seen a big shift already from play-ins till now. Obviously, different caliber teams, but it feels like we're seeing tons of Alchemists, a couple Sand King mids, which are iffy. Is there any other meta stuff that's kind of surprised you that you've seen in games?
I mean, it's hard to say because we obviously played scrims with all the teams that we're playing against now, and then the play-ins we're playing their officials, so then it's 2 different tournaments kind of going on at the same time, you could say. So I think that's why there's like a split in the meta a little bit, and I think also the teams that were preparing for the groups and not playing in the play-ins also have like a little bit higher caliber naturally. So then
the play-in teams kind of have to learn what we learned in scrims, and then that's why it turns out like that. I don't know if there's anything that's really surprised me, because we've already seen it in the scrims.
It was nice to hear some words from Crit himself. They're talking about that first series. Also, Purge as well, saying, yeah, you know, it's understandable. Team Spirit is a tough game.
They're good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a point, though.
I do have a
you
point,
were
Luke
cut me off
Hobbs.
there.
Thank you very much for that. I wanted to talk about both of these teams because, of course, we are on panel to talk about both of these teams' Sphere.
That is correct.
And I think that in terms of, you know, play style, Game and Gladiators, they were very dominant. Like, people were calling Falcons the new Game and Gladiators. And the way that Gaiman was winning on the patch, or the patches, that they were very strong, is they would win lane, and then they would oppress you after the laning phase with like map control. And then boom, the map gets bigger. Valve adds all of these patches, and then all of a sudden a team like Team Falcons shows up, and the way they win is they win through team fighting. And so the question is, which of these two things is stronger? And obviously for the past, it's been the team fighting.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I thought there was going to be a little bit more of an end to that, but it is going to be a good question. It's going to seem that we'll find out the answer, though, of what's going to come out in this series between Gaming Gladiators and Falcons. But before we head to that one, we also have to hear from the other side. It is Purge standing by with Tofu.
Tofu from Gaming Gladiators. You played one match earlier today, resulted in a loss. Do you want to talk about those games at all?
I mean, I don't have to, but you're kind of asking, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on your level. If you want to summarize them generically or explain what went wrong, that kind of a thing.
I think overall, I think they played well to their parts, but I think it's mostly our own mistake that we lost. A lot of we didn't play quite as aggressive and confident as we usually do. I think can be due to different factors, maybe also like first games on stage here, and I don't know, things were not really in place for us. It was like very upsetting because we very much thought that we are going to be the victor in that series. So I don't know, we talked a lot of things through, mostly like outside of the game, like people individually, team things, just motivational sort of stuff for us. And I think we're in a much better place now. It was like a very tilting loss in a way though.
That's really good because it's tough if that comes like in the middle of the group stage where it's like almost too late to recover. So if you guys can grow from that, I think you'll be in a good spot. So you've got a match coming up now against Team Falcons, very, very strong team. They also lost their first series. So how are you feeling confidence-wise against them?
Overall, I'm pretty excited to play against them because I think most people, they're looking out for them. And we also had our time in the spot where people, they all kind of target one team. And I think everyone kind of is looking forward to beating them. And especially after the loss that we had, I think everyone's like very eager to just show what we're capable of.
Yeah, and you probably put a lot of practice leading into today. So would you say that despite the loss, that you're still feeling confident with your current position and strength?
In our current position, which is kind of low on the board right now, people are not really happy with. But I think overall, the atmosphere is good, and I think people just want to go out and play. Like me personally, I was very upset, and I'm like just waiting to get on the server again. I just want to play.
That's great. That hunger is definitely going to do well. Well, thank you so much for joining me before your match, and good luck in the upcoming series.
Thank you.
Great mentality and great to hear from Tofu. It's it definitely rings true with a lot of the pro players and the competitors is when they lose, it isn't this despair that they mill on it too much. It's, I want to get back in there. I want to play our next series. I want to prove that there is growth within us and that some of our ideas are going to be able to play and work out. And this is going to be one of those fantastic series that if Gaming Gladiators can get a win here, it's going to do a lot for their confidence.
Yeah, it's called chain queuing when you lose. I just need to get back on this server, right?
It's a gambling mentality, but also it's being a robot.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now I'm a little worried for Gaiman because they're putting a lot into this series. They said they're a little tilted from their first loss there, and going to this next game, I think they really need a win here because it did not sound like they're in like the greatest like mental state right now from losing to Heroic, but we'll have to see. They are definitely very capable. We know what they can do, but they have a tough opponent ahead.
A single win or would a 1-1 suffice, do you think, for them? Or
yeah, I think they need to get at least one win.
Just one win, and it's like, okay,
Just
we're
at
good.
least. Okay, well, look, maybe you guys have a little bit more idea of who you favor, but you can have your predictions. Go over to STC, put in those predictions for you. We want to know exactly who you think is going to be taken. Oh, thank you. Help me walking out there. Taking this series, it is a best of two, so there is that chance that you guys mentioned, 1-1. Both could be walking away dissatisfied, but there is also that silver lining that you can look at, BSJ.
Yeah, I mean, I will say you hear Tofu's attitude during that interview, and it sounds like he's upset, but I'd say I remember last year Game and talking about nobody hates losing more than they do, and they use it as a way to like. That's what Quinn said, and I believe it. And they use it as a way to like rally the troops in a way of like, we're going to bond over the fact that we all hate losing and we're going to come back with a vengeance. And I think a lot of that first series today was Quinn having a tough time in lane. He first lost to an SF and then he got Huskard in game 2. So I think this series is a lot about them enabling him to be in his comfort zone because he's always been the pace setter for them.
Yeah, well, Draft is going to play into it heavily, but something that I'm going to be watching out for is their demeanor when they walk out on stage, which will be happening right now in our arena.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the final series of the day here at the group stage at Riyadh Masters 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
We've had a lot of matches happening tonight, backstage and on stage. We just saw BB team win 2-0 against Beast Coast. They were the favorite in the match and they were able to do it at the end. But at the same time, I mean, so many matches have been happening backstage.
It's difficult to keep up, my friend.
It's really hard to keep up.
So we'll give you a quick recap right off the bat. We also had Blacklist International get a 1-1 split against OG.
That's right, and we had Aurora go split against LGD in Group B as well.
Elsewhere, we had XG WBG also get a split series against Team Liquid.
And we had Entity go 2-0 against PSG Quest, the MENA's representatives.
A lot of 2-0s, a lot of splits going on all over the place, but these two teams, Fancy, they didn't have a very good morning, did they?
That's right. Both of them went 2-0 against their opponents, and they lost their matches. And honestly, you can never expect what's going to happen, even though they had a long history during all the majors for this year, but both of them were dominating either this year or last year.
Yeah, but this year particularly, Falcons has had GG's number. They've faced off 6 times over the course of the year, and Falcons has taken 5 out of those 6 series.
Exactly, and one of them was a playoffs at the LAN tournament in one of the majors that we had this year, and it was a 3-0. So it looks like that Falcons are favorite into this match as well, but you can never know, especially after their performance today.
And Gaming Gladiators are no real stranger to starting out slow in a group stage, but it's still going to be a real feat to take down Falcons. So why don't we bring out these teams?
That's right, we're ready to bring them out to the stage. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Team Falcons. They have proved themselves to be the most dominant team in the world, winning every qualifying event to Riyadh Masters 2024. Even though they've had lost their first match today, they're still the favorites coming into this match, especially considering their history against their opponents.
Now let's see if the same enthusiasm can be shared for their opponents. Please welcome to the stage, Gaming Gladiators! Maybe not the hometown heroes, but I know that these guys are impervious to this kind of attitude because they have been winning everything in 2023. But this year has been a little bit quieter for them. Earlier today, they got 2-0'd by Heroic, but here on stage, I think they might get a little bit of a power-up now that they're on LAN.
That's right, they've done it before. They could do it again, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start the match.
I can't wait after watching those walk-ins there. Who do you think had the confident stride between the two teams there?
I have no idea.
Just none of
them look super confident. They just look normal, like how they normally look when they are confident.
And I feel like gamers just in general don't look confident when they walk.
That's true.
Okay, well, I regret even asking that between the two of you. But both those teams getting a bit of a friendly reminder as well when they were walking out there that they did lose their series earlier today. It feels like we're putting a lot of weight on it considering it's only day number 1 of group stage. We have 5 days in total, so this isn't a massive thing that they have to worry about too much. thing is about this series, if you go for a whole day, you play 2 best-of-2s, and you come out 0-4, that's when it's really going to be breaking, tearing your mental apart a little bit. So we've already alluded to, will this 1-1 be enough? If they were to at least start with 1 win, what are you guys hoping that they bring out? What needs to be changed up the most? Playstyle, draft, where exactly?
I mentioned for Gaming, I think it's all about the mid lane for Quinn, and I think for Falcons, it's going to be all about how they take their advantage from the lanes, because even though you mentioned that Gamon's more of a tempo team, I think Falcons is the most skilled laning team we've seen in maybe Dota's history, and what we saw earlier was uncharacteristic of them, that little bit of a sloppy, like, you push your advantage a little bit too far and it backfires, so maybe reel it back in, do the AoE Tundra like of old when they won TI, farm it up. Like, yeah, I think they might need to do today.
It's a bit boring, but I agree. Like, sometimes you just get overconfident, and I also feel like in Dota in general, sometimes you can just have your like most farmed hero die in 1 stun, full to 0, and you're just like, oh, we just like didn't calculate that could happen. And then you're playing against Team Spirit, like the greatest comeback team in the history of Dota, and all of a sudden you lose the game, you lose momentum in the second series, and you lose the series. So it's just a question to me, mentally, can they go like, okay, it happened, what can you do, go next, and reset their mentality?
I think another aspect to not only Team Spirit being that great comeback team that you're talking about, but the hero that they had that was present in both game number 1 and game number 2 is the Primal Beast. A hero that hasn't been shown that much competitively throughout the year. We weren't really sure where it was sitting because we haven't had that many official games on this new patch, a lot of letter patches coming out as well. So where does Primal now sit in your minds after not only seeing that series, but also being picked up in a couple of other games too?
I mean, I think Spirit has proven over time that they really like that hero and they're incredibly good on it. So of course that is one thing to keep into consideration. But for me, the big things for Falcons is going to be their drafting. Can they find their heroes for this patch? They bust out the mid Sand King. They took like the Legion in the off lane. These are all heroes that we don't see a lot nowadays. Was that because of the game 1 loss that they should have won? It's hard to say.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see what exactly they bring up. Maybe they put the Primal in their pocket themselves, but all I know is this countdown is about to end, and we're going to see game number 1 draw. Alrighty, we're starting off seeing our bands here. I think you're not in your head, Fia. You're not too surprised by that one.
I mean, the only one I'm slightly surprised about is the Doom, but this hero I'm also not super surprised to see banned. It was banned in the last series as well. It must have a huge power spike in some of these scrims. I haven't seen a ton of it being played though, so I'm curious on how so good it's been.
The build I was hearing about was these Dooms rushing like Greaves Pipe, similar to what even Primal Beast is doing, that sort of build. One thing that's interesting about Primal that Nat mentioned is that we used to see like the phase Blade Mail, like Blink Hard get in there, but now he's just an aura builder that also happens to have a BKB piercing stun, and he just offers a high output of damage and low cooldown charge mobility stuns. And so like the thing about Doom is people have been going like Grease Pipe with the facet that allows you to sell for 90%. Then you just sell all your items later and you become the normal Doom. So you have like no weakness points in the game, as Doom usually in the mid game was like a chill, not team fight, play around your Doom cooldown, but now he's useful at all times. So that's probably what's happening in the scrims. And it's interesting that these teams are so afraid of what they've seen so far that it hasn't even shown up on the big stage, but I believe them if they're banning it first.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting, because Doom at the start of this patch, like the fastest patch, wasn't that good in pubs. Even like pro level pubs, the win rate has been just okay. But when it comes to competitive, obviously like the pacing of the game and being able to sell back the items does matter a lot. And I also just think Doom, you go late game, you win on this hero. Since they changed the ult so that it reduces the healing, like you press it on somebody, they die. But they kept nerfing the early game of this hero over and over and over again, and then this new facet buffs the early game. But anyway, Doom is not in this game.
All offlaners pretty much so far.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what offlaner I thought we would have seen a little bit more, even in the bans, is Beastmaster. I know we've also had some ideas about it, but one team I know that loves it is Liquid. They ended up coming up against it in their series earlier and got absolutely obliterated by it. I wonder if that's something that Gaming are figuring out, because I do know that Ace loves that hero. We've seen him win many games and many tournaments with it too.
That hero's win rate's insane too, so I'm as surprised as you are, and I'm also surprised that Monkey King's in. I feel like we just kind of forget about this hero this patch this tournament, because in the play-in phase as well as today, it's just first round banned. It had, I think, 50 bans and less than 10 picks. So I think the fact that it can be flexed, as well as the fact that it can be played and 2 different core roles and support in terms of flex. And it's just a strong laner that Deny picks a lot of these beefy offlaners that people are opting for. And for Game, and I think specifically, like, you don't want Ace to be against it. I remember last year Liquid used it to beat Gaimin multiple times. That's why Liquid usually had their number, because all of Ace's heroes are countered by this guy.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out this Monkey King hero. Like, he has a negative win rate right now, and the games I've seen, it's looked okay. Obviously, people are going for the new facet where you can just travel around the map really quickly and gank.
Insane.
It's definitely insane. Hasn't been, like, it's 2 and 4, right? So the win rate's not great on the hero right now. Glad to get to see more of it. I'm very curious on what it will bring to the table. And Falcons, they're going back to their bread and butter here on just the Razor. 14% contest rate, but
I was gonna say, speaking of low win rate, this hero has not been doing well on this patch at all. You look at the facets, there's some facets that they added that are just, the numbers aren't good enough. Neither of them really feel good. One makes his passive in AoE, when the ult is going, it's like already hits enough units. It's not really that good.
That's the bad one.
Yeah, that's the bad one. The people go for the spell amp on the damage.
It's every 20 damage is 1% spell amp.
Exactly, but it's like not that much. It really isn't that much spell amp. But the big thing is they took the move speed that comes from the passive and they put it on just his innate. And so other heroes got an innate, he didn't, essentially. And I think it's because of Falcons that they didn't give this hero a good innate, because Falcons was destroying with it. And yeah, the win rate does not look very good on this hero, but I think Falcons is the one team that can make it work. I think the early game is just a bit weaker, that's all.
They're gonna get cheered too, aren't they?
Well, the series where they picked game 2 of the Team Spirit series, they last picked a Legion for Amar, and that was one of the first times in a while that I felt like he actually got banned out, and they were limited on what they could pick him, and so I think they might have realized that as a potential issue. So why not go back to like what's worked for you for so long, which is picking the Amar Malrine flex in the first pick, even if it's not the best hero of the patch we've seen. These guys are both just Grandmaster tier Razors. They know what to do in every single situation.
That's a really good point, because I think one of the reasons why Monkey King can be picked this early, despite having not that great of a win rate, is because he can be flexed between people are playing a mid. That's actually what people were playing it like a couple of weeks ago when it started becoming popular again, was Monkey King mid, and then you can obviously play it as carry. It's a traditional role. As a 4, it's great because it can jump between the trees super quickly. So you pick the Razor, you can run it in any lane, and it's a hero that does perfectly fine against Monkey King. You're not going to get lane destroyed by this hero.
Tiny made it to second phase, huh? I was like very surprised by that. So the Monkey King made it through, and so did the Tiny.
Yeah, those are 2 of the top 3 picked heroes at this tournament. That's insane.
Which could be a good lane together. We did mention the fact that this Razor is a hero that Falcons have loved playing through most of their tournament wins. And I even questioned it when this first patch came out. I was like, did this patch nerf Falcons, right? And then they went to go win Dream League on the new patch, so I kind of answered that question. But it has enough time passed now where you can kind of like figure out the meta right now and kind of take these heroes that Falcons are really good with that didn't get a lot of love in the patch. Is it going to be enough to play this Razor position 1 or position 3, maybe in the mid lane with a support Tiny? They might be limiting themselves a little bit here, depending on where they want to put this Tiny. Tiny has seen the most success in the mid lane, I want to say. It's pretty good on 4. We saw it win as 3. This is why it's so popular. It can be flexed everywhere. And I guess that's the advantage of Falcons right now. They have a bunch of flex heroes that can be support or core.
And the toss facet is just so insane.
It is,
One-shotting creep waves with a single spell is not remotely okay. The Veno I want to talk about, because I feel like this hero is in like every single pub as a 5 position or a 4. Even off lane, people are going for the ward facet, putting a bunch of wards on themselves, cutting their first creep wave.
Is it good?
Is it good? It's one of those cheesy things, and I feel like if a team pulls it off in a match, everybody's going to start banning it. Everybody's going to start picking it. Like, this is a hero. It's Venomancer, so it's one of the most toxic heroes in the game. So believe me, I don't want to play against this thing, right? But I want to see what they're going to do with it. I want to see the cheese, because you can go for the ward facet and do goofy stuff with it.
I've seen the ward facet so many times now, and I watched a bunch of team fights. Like, if you had the other facet, they'd win the team fight. So you have to do something in the farm department to make this worth it, in my opinion.
Jungle Veno, I've seen people do that one.
I mean, I don't think that's happening here simply because you have a Tiny Razor, which is a potential 3-4 duo, and if I'm a carry and I don't have a 5, I'm like gonna cry myself to sleep against these two because I'm getting tossed into that link. But what I like about the Veno in lane specifically is like you don't want to walk into him and try to toss him. That's gonna be like a very hard lane to threaten and walk into, which is exactly what Tiny and Razor like to do. So if you pair it with the potential of the Monkey King, which is looking to be a safe laner right now, could end up being maybe mid for Quinn if they run the mid Tiny, like there is options still there. But what I think Gaiman's basically trying to say is you have this single target Razor link, you have this toss like back threat. Let's just walk around as 5 with like summons and wards, scouting you out and canceling your blink daggers that you just can't fight into us. And then what does Falcons respond with? Probably the highest tempo carry in the game right now. Also spread damage against all the summons of Chen, Gyrocopter, almost certainly for Skeeter. It's been mainly run carry this tournament. Virtually no flexed supports.
We did see one. Do you remember the?
Yeah, there was one.
The Loka.
I think it's like 14 carries and 2 supports.
Yeah, I was
Bloodthorn Rush. You know? Remember?
Oh my gosh, the
Bloodthorn Rush. Yeah, but I think that the thing with this patch though is that like because of the facets and the innates, there's like so many different ways of playing different heroes and like integrating heroes into drafts that you couldn't before. So just because something isn't played doesn't necessarily mean that it's not good. It's just there's like too much. And that's how I feel about the Veno, because there's all these cheesy strats you can do with it that are potentially really OP. That's also how I feel about the Gyro. What is it called? Afterburner? Not that the name of the facet matters. The one where you,
it is the Afterburner.
You gain move speed with the Q. That was like super broken right at the start of the patch. It got nerfed, but I still feel like
everyone's taking it.
It was so broken that it's still good, and everybody was playing it support back then. So you can definitely still flex.
It's just Falcons. Yeah. So like, what are the odds it's going to be Skeeter on the Gyro? I feel like it's 90.
Skeeter's the one guy that you know. Well, actually, a lot of
Falcons. If it wasn't Dyrachyo, I'd say Morphling. This is like a dream morph game.
Well, because
they still don't hesitate.
Because it is Dyrachyo, I was going to say, I think it's going to be Morphling, but it's not going to go well. He's like 50-50 on the morph. I actually love watching him play morph. He's either dying at 1 HP, stat morphing, or like 1v5 and getting rampages.
I would almost prefer a Quinn hero here, or sorry, an Ace hero here, so you can leave the Monkey King flex open, but maybe they feel like if they don't pick something like the morph, or okay, in this case, the CK first. Okay, so I was thinking Monkey King was likely carry because of the fact that it pairs really well with the Veno and helps his Gale be a huge threat, but this is exactly what CK does too. If you think of like 2 of the hardest kill carries in the game, I'd say Monkey King and CK are up there, and I'm kind of thinking like, is this meant to overwhelm the Razor? Like what?
I think so. That's how I would take it. I mean, like you said, this is the strongest kill carry in the game. CK Veno or CK Chen with like a Veno rotation, that's devious right there. If you're an off laner, you're like, I just pick me a jungler. I don't want to play this game right now.
Is this ever Veno 3? Like, is this ever like Monkey King 4, Veno 3?
I would love to see Veno 3 cutting the lane.
I don't know, yeah. I mean, I haven't really seen Veno 3 too much, to be honest with you, so that would be interesting. I'm assuming not. I do think you're in a vulnerable position here if you're putting this monkey mid no matter what, because then all of a sudden you can just pick a ranged hero, right, for the mid lane, put Tiny Paws 4, and then whoever goes mid on this monkey won't have the greatest laning stage. And I did want to see the morph more than the CK just because there's a lot of reasons why the CK can have a hard game. One of them is like this toss AoE damage and plus the avalanche, very annoying. Gyro with spread damage carry. Shadow Demon, sometimes you'll get an extra illusion if you disrupt them, so that could help potentially. But it's definitely comfort for Dyrachyo, so I do notice on Gaiman, for better or worse, they will go for Dyrachyo's comfort.
Is there any potential for some Ace CK offlane happening here?
I don't think against.
But why? Just why?
I don't know. Kill the SD with the Monkey King? No, with the Venomancer?
The only argument I'm seeing for CK right now is that we see Chen Veno, and that's just saying we're going to get like a drums on Veno, we're going to get a mech on Chen, and we're just going to like run at you. And the problem that they had is what if Falcons just avoid you until
pick a tempo carry.
So pick a tempo carry that also represents catch. And so that's why I'm thinking like maybe this is Veno core. Like if it is Monkey King mid, then like what they need is somebody that offers a bit of control in the team fights themselves.
You run Monkey mid, you just flex the Tiny to off lane, and then Razor mid.
Yeah, I feel like this is awkward. I don't know what Gaiman's doing here, but maybe this last pick will...
We need like a Centaur, I think, but... Okay, so... That is mid, right?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Monkey offlane, Veno offlane?
Veno 3.
Is it really a Veno 3?
Sure.
Sure.
Jenkins is going to push it as hard as he can until we actually see it, though.
I do feel like that's pretty risky into SD. You steal illusions the Veno, and you get the passive.
Because you can't not level it because it's an innate.
I mean, typically speaking, when you play Veno, right, you want to lane versus a melee hero, you're laning versus Gyro SD.
That sounds really hard. Unless there's some cheese here where they cut the first creep wave and it's like, well, we're not laning.
They like Boundless Strike or Primal Spring the creep wave behind tier 2 and do the Veno.
Okay, so they have to be doing something here, because if they're not, they're in a pickle, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Because their lineup looks incredibly awkward. Who's their offlane? Who's their carry?
It's CK carry, I'm almost certain. I guess it could be CK offlane.
Oh man, and this is a really good Earth.
I don't think they know either. They're not picking.
Yeah, they're still talking about it. They're still deciding. While on the other side, Falcons have shown exactly where everything's going. Shaker being the last pick, going plus 4, so we see the Tiny going to mid.
I think this Earthspeaker pick is sick, not only because there's a ton of summons on the game side, but also because I can't think of a better way to set up Razor to not just get railed in lane than to figure block his wave twice. Like, I think that the CK Veno, okay, in this case, it's going to be the Chen actually 5 because it is an ace Veno. The CK lane, like, they need to have chase range. So the fact that he's going to block the lane back for Amar, I think is going to give that Razor the start that he at least can survive the lane.
I'm going to have to see some crazy stuff in this offlane for Cayman, because right now, this looks bad to me. Their draft, like something, whether they wave cut with the Veno wards level 1, like they just have to not play Dota and they're offlane for this to really work for me. Otherwise, it seems very interesting.
Are they both trying to stall out the game here? Is that what you're alluding to when you say there has to be something else going on in this off lane? Or is it just try and starve out what's happening in that safe lane for Falcon?
I think
make moves on the side of Gaming Gladiator?
I think if Falcon stalls out the game, they're very happy with this. With the Earthshaker pick, especially coming in, that really answers like the late game of the CK. I mean, the late game, let's just be honest here, the late game of the CK is completely answered by the entire enemy draft. So for Gaiman, I just feel like can they cheese with the Veno and get like a good start and do something that Falcons hasn't seen before, and then snowball based on having these very comfortable heroes with them? Because Invoker, Quas Wex running around the map with these like push heroes, there are some crazy stuff.
Is that the build for Invoker these days?
I think he will be running around in the, I'm trying to remember, the Ghost Walk as well, like setting up for a CK. I think they're going to have no room to breathe on the side of Falcons if Gaiman gets the game that they want.
They want to play tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take, probably second Roche is going to be their time to end this game. Otherwise, I can't see Falcons.
Yeah, very quick question. Can they do that off their lanes, though? Do you think that the lanes are going to go well enough?
I think it's like Fear said. It's like they better do some weird shenanigans in the off lane to make that lane work specifically. And if they can pull that off where Veno's hit his timings at the exact same time that the Chen CK are, then I can see it happening. But otherwise, I'm skeptical.
See, the only issue is you do this against an Aoi team. You know he's seen this tech before. You know he knows
he's
about
demoed this at least 10 times.
He probably is the guy that came up with this originally, right? So
they started in a scrim and they're like, okay, we're gonna run it again.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if Gaiman win this one, it's gonna be off of some new tech I haven't seen before and be like, wow, that was mind-blowingly cool. If not, it's gonna fall flat, unfortunately.
Or like being very comfortable on the heroes. Like when I see Duraccio get CK against like 4 CK counters, I honestly have
that's where he shines.
I have more faith in him than when he's like in a free morph game. Yeah. I can't believe we have the exact same idea.
It's because he has the confidence in it, right? If you're playing this hero that you're not confident in, you're like, when do I initiate? When do I engage? When do I follow my team? When do I still need to farm? Thing is, he's on CK. He knows all of these things for himself without even thinking about it. It's subconsciously just there for him.
He also 100% knows his role in the team in this specific draft. Like his draft lat catch, we're going to look at that gate rotation from Duraccio, the classic. We're going to see Skeeter attempt to be dove at like minute 5, minute 6, and that could potentially blow the game wide open if Gyro's suddenly stuck farming like deep in his own jungle and like early towers are falling.
A real question, what does Veno do in the mid game as a position 3?
Run around with this support.
That's a question for Ace, you know?
Yeah, I mean, is it one of those situations where you just kind of hold the towers and Tofu's going to have to get big? Because typically I don't see Tofu as the player that likes to scale and be greedy and carry the game.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he's done it when he's played Hoodwink.
He's a Glimmer Cape 4-staff player. But I wanted to talk about something you said earlier during the first game, or we were talking about gaming in general.
Okay.
And you were saying how Duraccio being on a carry that like needs to carry the game, and he's making
when
space,
he needs to farm compared to when he needs to make space for his
He's
team.
making space for like an off-lane Pango, and it's like, okay, well, Ace is not going to carry on like some off-lane Pango. In this game, CK is a carry that runs around and you can kind of play like an offlaner. You can play like a maniac, like Duraccio likes to do. And then he does have heroes that can scale and carry the game. I mean, the Invoker, I guess, is the one in this game. But I just feel like I like to see
That's a lot of eggs in one basket.
It is, but I like to see Duraccio on heroes where you're supposed to fight early, because he's going to do it regardless.
Yeah. And I mean, if Falcons are going for let's try and space this out, let's make sure everyone's getting their farm, there is going to be this realm. If they play together, they can jump on in and try and take out a lot of single targets. But as you guys can see, we're heading into games. So let's head to our casters as well, Cap and SBG.
That's right, thank you, Nats. We are here for a matchup between the most successful regular season team of 2023 versus the most successful team regular season-wise for 2024. But now that we're in final season, Avery, things are a little bit different, and already the leading teams are already kind of suffering. 0-2 for both of these teams to start off this big finals. I mean, this is a rough day one for them.
Rough day one so far. Going to be rougher for one of these, and you do not want to be the team that goes down 0-4. I guess if you split the series, you share the misery in some ways, but...
yeah, I mean, neither one of these teams is going to be happy with a 1-3 at the end of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not what either team is looking to do here, no matter what. So you got to pull out some wins, start to find some momentum, find the heroes that are working for you. And already we see Gaimin, they're, to me, experimenting a little bit, at least. Like, this Invoker is not a hero we've seen them play a lot. It's a hero that might come more into the meta, but has been a mixed hero for them over the years. See if Quinn can make something work for it, as Snaking is going to give away first blood here in the wrong place at the wrong time, and hey, give it to the Invoker. The exact hero you'd want getting that first blood here. Extra stats for the universal right clicker. The biggest thing about this hero compared to previous versions of Invoker for me are just how much this lifesteal does in certain situations. It's a surprising amount of EHP on the hero. And you don't want to underestimate it when you get into these early game skirmish fights where he just ends up right-clicking you down and he's healing for 40, 50 a pop. It can be pretty nasty.
Yeah. It definitely feels like, I mean, as you said, Game of Gladiators are experimenting a little bit. It also makes me wonder, especially with the talk, the panel really honed in on this, and I think it was a great point about how much it felt like Game of Gladiators, it felt like they need a win here. After going 0-2 against Heroic and being a bit tilted, now they're matched up against the, supposed best team in the world right now in Team Falcons. They're throwing their Venomancer core into the mix with this Invoker as well. I mean, this definitely feels like a very prepared strategy, something that they think is broken, and they're pulling it now when they need it, when they really need a win, when they would love to be able to get at least one win against, again, possibly the best team in the world, question mark, after they lost 0-2 against Team Spirit, but maybe the second best team in the world, and when they're down 0-2, which just makes me wonder, if they lose this game, how much in the hole are they going to be?
Veno is definitely a cheese hero. I mean, this hero's had multiple iterations of cheese. This is definitely the newest one. And they're getting a pretty successful version of it here with the wave cutting. I mean, this is perfect CS for Ace so far, exactly what you want. Very little regen harassment. You just want to get early stats up, early boots, get the kill threat online, can even potentially free up the Monkey King to roam mid here. This is the real threat with this strategy. You gave first blood to Invoker, you giving perfect CS to Ace in the first 2 or 3 minutes here. Arcane Boot's already done. The Monkey can start to look mid between that levels 3 to 5, especially if you can chip the mid Tiny down with the range versus melee matchup. And you do not want to be giving up extra kills here if you are Snaking. This is a lot of bonus XP. They can finish you off.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more damage. They're not quite going to be able to get it. Tofu is able to jump away to the trees before he's tagged by any damage there. Still gonna spot Snaking. I mean, this really goes to show, I feel like Shadow Demon has traditionally been one of the best heroes at dealing with creep cutting like this, right? You disrupt the hero, the creep wave walks on by, they lose the aggro. But this is definitely proving that you're able to do something like this. I was so convinced that this Venomancer ward deal, that there was something that was going to be broken about it, something about cutting waves and pulling to other neutral camps and just getting extra farm at it, had to be viable in some ways. And We'll see whether or not Gaming Gladiators can actually prove that it works past just, you know, a little bit of cheese in the laning phase. As that'll be the real test here, as they're going to go in on Tofu, see if they can get this early kill. Not first blood, of course, because Gaming Gladiators already set up for that early on. But they do manage to get not just the kill, but also some good damage onto the Venom.
So far, Gaimin should be happy with this lane set. I mean, they got first blood mid. They're winning the Veno lane by the cut. The CK is mostly farming, and that's probably going to be the hardest lane here because it is a Razor. And I don't think I've ever seen ATF lose lane with this hero. It just does not happen. So if you can go even here, you're probably going to be happy with that outcome. And again, this is a lineup from Gaimin where it's their MO. They want to come out ahead on lanes. They want to get the ball going, get the auras up between the Veno and the Chen, and just rush the objectives down, get early Roshan. You're probably looking at a pre-20-minute Roshan if you can really get it going, and then just barrel down these towers. Abuse the fact that, yeah, Falcons have some anti-AoE in the lineup, but a lot of it comes on later. Depends on when that blink comes out from the Shaker, how high level he is, how many levels the Gyrocopter has, or how early he is willing to fight in this type of game. That can be slow. And the Shaker's entrance into the fight, which is a big deal for Falcons going into those later team fights, not guaranteed when you're up against the Venomancer wards, which can still get thrown on the ground, a Monkey who can scout you, Chen creeps that can scout you, Phantasm illusions, which can be on you. Yeah. There's a lot that Gaimin can throw into that front line to disrupt what Falcons want to do here.
Speaking of that Earthshaker, they're going to go on him now with the extra Golem stuns. That's very easy. Gaming Gladiators. I mean, this felt like from the draft get-go, when they saw Tiny and they drafted Veno and Chen, it felt like such a Gaming Gladiator strategy. Even though this is stuff that they're experimenting with, that we haven't seen that much from them, right? I just felt like theme-wise, it just fits, right? Dominate the laning phase as much as possible. There's some early like push elements to their draft of like they're just gonna blitz you and try and take early towers. And at least when it comes to the laning phase, they have started that strategy successfully. They're up by a little 1K here. But it's just kind of like the ball that Gaming Gladiators was most successful with in 2023 was being able to win lanes, push down your early towers, and you're under threat of losing the game by 20 minutes.
That's their goal here. And if they can get all that done, they're going to be really happy with it for sure.
But is it a viable strategy in 2024? I mean, there's a reason that Gaming Gladiators has not been nearly as successful as they were last year.
It's definitely not. I don't want to say it's not as viable because I think it is. I think the difficulty has gone up. It just feels harder to close out those games now. I mean, we saw earlier the comeback from Spirit. Feels like these games are centered more around the team fights than just pushing lanes down. Even if you get that one lane of racks, it's not an end-all be-all. I feel like the average game length has gone up as well, especially in these pro brackets where teams are pretty good at splitting the sides of the map and getting the recovery farm.
Yes.
You're not guaranteed to close out the map anymore. So I feel like if you take a position ahead, it's harder to benefit from it, which I think is what's hurt Gaimin the most. So they are getting a lot out of this early game in terms of support rotations. The Chen's in a very solid position out of the laning phase, which means Celery's going to be able to farm up here.
Yep.
And again, you can leave this Veno alone. This is the upside of the early creep cutting.
Yeah.
Ace is entirely independent here. He's going to defend the Wisdom Rune, or at least he will try to defend the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, he doesn't know that Crit is going to be sneaking up the side here. So Snaking is trying to work his way through a ward that's body blocking him out right now. It looks like Crit's not going to go for it, but on the other side, that's because they're trying to defend on their own Wisdom Rune, and they will be able to secure it. Another bit of Gaming Gladiators flavor, though, right? Double support rotations, leaving Ace alone. Double support rotations into the mid lane to secure the power rune for Quinn. Got to do that for him always. And then from there, they're able to move into Duracio's lane. I feel like this is just classic Gaming Gladiators. Now Quinn's going to try and get active, going into the Ace lane to set up a kill on Snaking. He gets his mana burned out, so he can't even delay the death by 2 seconds with a self-disruption. He'll just die flat out.
And Quinn is having a very fast game here. Like, he is the most farmed hero by a decent margin, and this is a hero that can rotate around the map, replenish resources with Ghost Walk, and just do whatever he wants. And you always have that Monkey with the Simian Stride who can connect very fast. Earn charges are already up. Vessel flying out, in fact. You'd love to have that delivered right here. Maybe just make a go on that Gyro, who's the biggest prize on the map right now for Falcons.
Yeah.
He'll take an Observer for the troubles.
Sure.
And again, levels are still looking good for this Monkey. I think that's the biggest thing about this hero is when you push the Monkey King to support, wrap around and make sure you find levels.
Celery. tried to leave him alone in the top lane. Chen just kind of doing greedy Chen things where you're trying to both take some farm out of the jungle, take some out of the lane, but Falcons, they're not going to let you get away with that kind of greed. If you're going to go for that, their safe lane tower, they will make sure there is going to be a trade-off and a punish if there are any heroes around.
Quinn looking for the support defending mid. So there is a shaker.
He's going to creep right on top of him here with the Urn Cold Snap. It's a guaranteed kill. Some charges back into Quinn's pocket and some big pressure on mid tower. So Game of Gladiators getting the better of this exchange, not just like support pick off on both sides, but more so the fact that they're taking 2 towers at once, owning 2 lanes at once, while Falcons are mostly just taking that 1 plus some neutral.
This is going to be a problem for them on the map until they have these blink daggers up, and even then, this Veno is really obnoxious for the cores on the side of Falcons, even the Earthshaker. You have Shadow Demon to give you a cleanse later and to reflect some of that poison damage, but that's about it. The rest of your interactions are not great, and Gaimin know it, so while Ace is taking over bottom, they're continuing to up the pressure on mid. As Crit just has no gameplay right here.
Nope.
No kills on the lane with the Razor. I mean, his XP was a bit stunted, and now he's just going to be forced into these types of skirmishes where this is the downside of Shaker in these types of games. You're outranged, you're outgunned.
And your jungle is being completely owned, whether it's through Game of Gladiators playing aggressively or Falcons cannibalizing their own jungle right now. There's nothing left for the Shaker. So he kind of has to play a lane somewhere and is just food for this Invoker. As a result, Tofu gets a really nice ward here next to the tier 2 tower to spot one of the common farming spots for many a carry.
Even Maureen is having trouble pushing out these lanes or finding the farm on this Tiny. Not a lot of space to operate with, and the 2 deep dire obs here are going to scout a lot if they don't get dewarded. So as long as Gaimin can maintain their position in this jungle, they're going to take away a lot of economy right now. Aggressive dive, but haste root on the Invoker.
Disruption. Game of Gladiators doing a really good job spacing this out initially, not overcommitting, but they won't be able to get the kill.
I mean, they're still happy with this. Force everybody down here. Nobody on Falcons wants to be on this part of the map, especially if Skeeter's there. You're just taking farm away from the gyro, so only Amar really getting something out of this upper half right now. Supports continue to suffer.
He's already making a move to the other side of the map, knowing, I guess, that Amar is up here. They just saw 4 heroes, and he's hunting for the 1, and he will be able to catch him. He's going to slow him down enough that Duracchio's going to catch up to hit the Reality Rift, pull him back into his doom. I mean, that's just a great read of the situation, a great read of the map, maybe a great read of just Amar and his playstyle.
I love to see these tier 2 dives where you don't commit, because almost every pro team in the world is going to react to that type of situation. Hey, they're diving our carry under a tier 2. Let's take the fight. It's a good one. If you get out with everybody, you already won that fight. You don't have to commit and dive and maybe lose a couple of heroes. If you look for that next play really fast, you often get rewarded a lot, not only on the kill, but on the lane that gets shoved in top that no one is now farming for Falcons. ATF taken off the map. No one wants to go up there because they all TP'd bottom. That's 2 or 3 waves that you're missing out on. We already see this lead grow to 5K now as the cores taking a commanding lead. Invoker and Veno are still causing problems. You just don't have the catch for them.
Oh, they need this smoke to work, and they are going to be able to get it. They have the sentry in place to be able to spot Quinn, so they get the toss over to get the stuns on him, but the fight still may not be good. Quinn is so tanky, and Ace is getting some serious damage out on the Skeeter. The damage is going to spread to the Shadow Demon, which Duracchio easily cleans up. Yeah, they got their mark in Quinn, but is it worth it if you're going to trade out 4 potentially? Maureen's going to be slowed down to a point. I don't think he's escaping out of this, and you can see that Chen is still chasing after the extra kill as well. Maureen. What? What was that? Kill steal. Unbelievable. The neutral creep just jacks the big kill away from Game and Gladiators. They will get that 4th death, though, out of Falcons. They don't get 4 kills, but they do get 4 deaths.
I mean, Gaimin's still very happy with this situation, as they got to be thinking about Roche in the next 5 minutes, and they're well set up for it. The biggest story here outside of that Centaur KS is, again, I was talking about, you can't underestimate how tanky this Invoker is in the early fights. With the Vessel build-up, he has a lot of base HP. You get a couple hits in with this Cross lifesteal, and it just takes forever. Double toss to bring him down is a nightmare for Maureen. He's committed so deep in the fight. And yeah, the Centaur War Runner, he bails you out a little bit here, but nothing really to smile about here if you're Falcons. That's just a lost team fight. And that was a team fight. You got the catch on the Invoker with the detection, with the toss in on the Tiny, with the Earthshaker. That's a difficult find.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a dream setup. Again, the Monkey King able to be in a position to capitalize off of both the Invoker and the Venomancer, and the kind of poke that they're able to constantly do, right? Like how many times they're just going to be able to drop an ultimate and they know that, you know, they can't TP away because the Monkey King 4 is somewhere in the trees ready to stun you. Now he's set up on Maureen, and Maureen is not getting away from this gank train. Pushed back in deeper with the Hurricane by Celery to keep him inside the Wukong's command. Not that it's needed, but it's nice little style points for Gaming Gladiators.
Pull him into the double Centaur Stomp as well.
Yeah.
It's a death sentence for everybody. And I mean, where is this Shaker Blink? That feels like the one saving grace. I mean, it's going to be a shard build from Crit. This Blink is nowhere near coming.
Yeah.
It's going to have to go the poor man's Blink and hope it's enough. It feels like Skeeter is going to have to draw this game back for Falcons. If there's a comeback point, it's got to be this gyro.
And Amar, who's the one person who has been trying to take some space at this top lane, gets ganked a second time up here. He is the poorest core of the game. And it's not by that much either, because Maureen is right next to him.
Just no way to get these lanes out right now. This is the biggest strength of Invoker, is when you get ahead in the early game and you can just run between the two side lanes, cover the whole map. He's one of the fastest heroes at doing it while also providing basically infinite kill threat with the Cold Snap Vessel early game. It's a nightmare to get these side lanes out, and we're seeing it. Especially since you're still looking for the Blink on the Tiny. You're still looking for something on this Earthshaker. I mean, you got to get this Blink up on Maureen and make some kind of smoke play with it to get this Invoker or the Veno off the map to free up the space. Because your map is just crumbling right now.
Now, there's, I'm sure, plenty of people watching this game who also watched the Falcons' initial game against Spirit and saw how Falcons, with a lineup that was designed to take over lanes and push early, did get a very big lead, but it did not result in a victory in the end. Are we looking at a similar scenario here? Are Falcons capable of being able to come back against this kind of deficit? Is they're going to lose their carry again?
In theory, their lineup can with the spell power, but the big question is the items are going to be an issue. Because Gaming, they're going to start building up the ores, right? You get Mech and Pipe in this kind of lineup, and your comeback potential on the side of Falcons is something like a massive Echo Slam, something like a big gyro team fight. Yeah, that gets negated a lot. That's the big concern. You're kind of racing against the clock here in terms of these auras coming out, and Chen is the king of damage prevention. If there's one hero in Dota that's going to make you tanky enough to survive big AoE spells, it is the Chen.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this is a tempting Echo Slam right here if you had it. Are we ever going to see it? That's a big question here, is that Pipe. This Pipe is done for Ace. That is a huge item this game. A lot of the early spell damage from this Falcons lineup is spell damage. It's just going to get heavily negated here.
Now, it is very all in, right? The fact that you went for an Aura offlaner and a Chen. So you took... Oh, the jump back. No, the Hurricane! It denies the toss away into the rest of the team. What a beautiful move by Celery. A great block, though. Fisher block comes in from the other side. But the damage, in some ways, is already done. They've lost their opportunity to quickly kill Ace. And now the longer team fight. Falcons are going to be loath to chase after this into all the Veno wards, potential Wukong's command, and rotations from Game & Gladiators. So they're just going to have to call it here. Slowly back out, take what neutrals they can out of the situation. Seems like they're hoping that Game & Gladiators will give them another pick opportunity. But this high ground ward setup, they realize they're spotted. They're still going to try and go for it. Another opportunity, get the toss back onto Ace this time around, and now they get the blow up on him. He gets some damage out. The Wukong's command does go through and hits a nice three-man stun, killing Maureen, getting the damage onto Snaking, and now with Doraccio coming in through the backside. Looks like both supports' lives are forfeit with no chance at that Echo Slam. Everybody on the retreat now. Skeeter and Amar trying to make a break for it. Skeeter notes he's caught. They're going to try and buy back and play for this one. Skeeter, he's fighting for his life. Amar is trying to double down on this one by taking the damage away from Doraccio. He gives enough space with the buyback from the Earthshaker, even though he doesn't have Blink, even though he
We didn't have a TP or didn't use a TP.
I just had to walk out from base to watch his own buyback timer tick down, I guess. Kind of a forced play from Crit, and Falcons not really seeing the angles in these fights outside of the tossback, which is exactly what you want. Your isolated hero, let the Razor and the Gyro go to work. You still end up being stuck in a bunch of Plague Wards, an EMP, a Wukong's command, and of course Dyrachyo, he was farming Ancients. I mean, he just has the easiest team fight of his life. Walks over, cleans up both supports, and gets a wicked kill streak.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Midas already up for Quinn as well, so the scale's going to continue to compound here. The pipe flown in for the Venomancer. I mean, this is on top of Greaves. Ace is just gigantic.
Yeah, what do you do as a Chen if you've got an offlaner that's already got all of the
Another
aura?
nice toss. I mean, this is exactly what you have to do in this game. Keep playing around the tiny tosses, pull heroes out of the game and ball, slow this game down. Right, the game and lineup is strong, but they're strong as 5 together. This Tiny can break that ball up. He can isolate heroes, and then if you can manage to get to the counter initiation here with the Shaker, the team fight, it becomes doable. Because all of a sudden you can force Gaimin to chase into you, which is where Crit can really turn the tide of this game. And Roshan still not claimed here on the side of Gaimin. They've opted to just play more aggressive on the map, take the space away, get extra kills, can't blame them. It is way more efficient than the Roshan. But you have to be thinking about it soon here, not for the first Roshan, but so you can get the second or third going for when you potentially want to go high ground early in this game. Shard should be done for Crit here. He's getting a little extra GPM off the Kobold. He would hate to die right now.
And well, he may hate it, but it's going to happen either way.
It's a very sad death. Not only is he 100 off the Shard, that's his dieback here, so he's going to be off the map for 60. Well, maybe he can get it off the Tormentor.
Yeah, that is true. If he gets it off the Tormentor, which
there
he
you go.
does. Now, that gold that he has in the bank can be saved for a Blink Dagger.
He's smiling again.
Yeah, he's
I saw a
happy
smile
boy.
on the cam.
Sure. Yeah,
What is he? He's only like 0 and 7,
is
right?
going great. He's having a great time.
This is an average Shaker game.
Shaker game 2024. Dyrachyo will take the time. He's like, okay, they're doing Tormentor. I can do objectives too. I'll do an early Roshan. And from there, see what they... That was a series. That was not a rhetorical question, by the way, earlier. What do you do as a Chen if your offlaner has already all the big aura items?
You buy the small aura items.
Okay, so what's next?
Flash,
He's got Boots of Bearing. Where do you keep going around?
Assault Kuros? Crimson Guard? I don't know. Whatever you want, right?
I mean, I guess that's my point, is I do feel like there is...
I mean, the Shard...
all in to a point that it does feel like, well, okay, what does the Chen do next?
I mean, this hero can scale. Like, Shard, you get some Ancient Creeps. They're pretty nice. You don't want to buy Ags. You might be able to get it later. I don't know. There isn't really anything, right? But you can just buy...
Okay, and that's my point, right?
Lotus Orb, you know.
Your strategy is at a peak right now, right? In some ways, you have hit your double auras for your offlaner. You have an aura item, double auras from the Chen as well. Like, you can keep growing, but like, relative strength, you are so damn big, and it's time to potentially end the game right here. Like true Game of Gladiator style, but Falcons got a really good setup. You've got to beware of the repositioning power of the Tiny when you go for this high ground. And on second life, is Dyrachyo going to be able strong enough to fight under tier 4s, or can he get out? A Deafening Blast to try and push away the Gyrocopter does create some space, but Malrain gets his hands onto the Chaos Knight, tossing him back. Once again, Dyrachyo's going to get burned out. They've lost that hero. Now Game and Gladiators, maybe just like Falcons in their experience, trying to go early high ground, may find that their lead, their build-up that they took all this time and energy to build up into, may start getting chipped away.
That was a costly push. That was just not a well-executed push, because the one thing you're thinking about when you're going high ground here at Gaimin is don't let the Tiny get the toss back.
Yes.
That's it. And you have some mechanisms to prevent that. You have Plague Wards, you have Chen Creeps, you're
a Chaos Knight, you have Illusions.
You have Illusions, you have a near instant Boundless Strike from the Monkey that can potentially hit the Tiny when he goes in if you see him going off a Venom Ward or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, that is the one thing you should prevent. Even in a scenario where you feel like you can't prevent that because maybe they smoke, you could let the creeps, the illusions, and the wards siege the tower, right?
Yep.
You don't have to be hitting that if you're Duracho. It's not that much faster. I feel like that is not what you wanted to get out of that Aegis push there, and that should have been a lane if you're gaming. Maybe you didn't give up too much, but you're giving Falcons some decent hope right now to make this comeback push.
Would it be too on the nose to say that Game and Gladiators, wait, got the toss over the Fisher line too. So Celery's dead, instant echo just to try and clear off this kill, get it quickly and see if they can get out. Disruption. Brit's gonna come back in kind of an awkward position. Duracho goes out of his damage drained by Amar. This is not good for Game of Gladiators whatsoever, and Malrine keeps on getting these tosses. They're gonna lose their carry again. Now, Radabetos underneath Wukong's command. Amar might die, but he's happy with the exchange, man. He got the kill on the enemy carry. Malrine tossed his carry in. Is this a position that Skeeter actually wants to be in? Tofu still trying to fight it out underneath the Wukong's command, but it's a support Wukong's command. It can only do so much, particularly without the threat of his carry. Malrine still looking for more. Ultimately, we'll just have to accept 3 kills and maybe a tower.
And this is why something like that bottom push is not something you want to give up in games like this with a push strat. Because the second it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. Falcons, they just got 5 or 6K gold out of this entire sequence. They got the blink done for the Shaker, who you got to remember already had the shard off the Tormentor. So Crit is fully online now, level 12. He has max Aftershock. He has bonus from the Tectonic buildup, and he has a level 2 Echo Slam. This next fight, Shaker's going to be a way bigger threat. And, I mean, ATF, he gets this fight win for Falcons right here. Full duration Link on the Chaos Knight, no turnaround. And Malrine, he gets 4 or 5 tosses off. Happy to toss in. Skeeter says, go get him, my friend. Upside for Skeeter in a lot of these engagements as well is you don't have Cleanse or anything going for him to dispel this Venom slow, but he's able to flat cannon hit off the Plague Lords, which is a big deal for this Gyrocopter.
Demonic Cleanse, a little bit of body blocking there. Results in Snaking not landing into the Sunstrike, but it's fine. He would have survived through it anyway.
I mean, Falcons are getting the items they need to play these fights.
Yep.
The Shaker's online, the Cleanse is online, the BKB is there for the Gyrocopter. You get the BKB up for the Razor, you're kind of there, right? Even if you're down 10K, does it matter? And this can be the down period for the Invoker. We talk a lot about Invoker strengths in a game. I feel like it really is that, you know, first 15 when you're snowballing off the Quas Wex, then you get the Midas, then you kind of hit a valley. You have to push towards that 3rd, 4th item to really get into the late game where you're getting to the level 20, that sort of time period where you're starting to combo people up.
Yeah.
But this sort of period in the game, if Quinn just gets caught by stuns at the start of the fight, it's problematic for gaming here. Same with Duracho.
Yeah, I mean, a valley for an Invoker, I feel like it's a valley for a lot of their lineup.
Yeah, they need the next set of big items here. Like, you're looking at more damage on the Monkey. BKB for the Invoker would be big. That heart for Duracho that he was trying to build up to got delayed, so now he just went back for BKB of his own to maybe help with the toss-in. Shivas for Ace would let him frontline a lot more, and you're trying to gear all this up towards that next Roshan in 4 or 5 minutes here. But that is a BKB done for Malrine as he disassembles the Echo. So you have a lot of defensive capability now, and triple BKB is going to be done here for Falcons in the next 4 or 5 minutes or so. Maybe even, probably even less actually, 2 or 3 for ATF. What do you do versus that in terms of that exact team fight for gaming? If Falcons present a triple BKB timing with Mech Cleanse behind them and the Shaker Blink going into that next Roche, that fight is not out of the question, and that is a must-win fight if you're gaming Gladiators here. You have a lot of auras that are geared up to take advantage of that moment in the game. It is not one you can let slip by you.
2 BKBs picked up for Game of Gladiators, so they're very likely going to be aggressively looking for something around the map.
Bounty.
But
this game slowed down.
Still think they're going to find it. Falcons, I'm sure, are in a very comfortable position from where they were 10 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this game has stabilized for them, and it's definitely slowed down overall, which gotta feel like favors them. I mean, they just recovered that game fairly well off the Tiny Blinks. Not out of the hole yet by any means, but this game could have been over by now. BKB will be finished up here by the Invoker, so Gaimin have a lot more aggressive firepower they can commit at the start of the fight. Gleipnir for Tofu, also more setup, and the BKB for the Chaos Knight. So you're going to have to wear through that if you're Falcons and you want to look for that Echo Slam. You're not going to guarantee get it.
I mean, they're looking for a fight, and Amar just finished up his BKB. Now, unfortunately, I think they're going to get information on that, but they're smoking into a triple BKB setup that you said for Falcons is like pretty advantageous.
It's strong. I mean, everybody has it here. It's a question of who gets the stuns off first. So you're really looking for a stun toss back and maybe even fissure that guy in the air. So you just guarantee chain stun him, no BKB action.
Yeah.
You BKB everybody on your team, take that core out.
Drop
That's
the echo on him, just keep the chain stuns going.
Like, you're super happy with that sort of start if you're Falcons. And
on the right hero, right?
I mean, you'll take any core, I think. You'll even take this Chen. I think Gaiman's MO is just not let the initiation happen. In other words, you have the Veno wards out in a static position. You have Invoker scouting on the front line. This could be an instant jump.
They're going to instantly jump him. Crit. Great reactions there. Smoke breaks. They know he's just around the corner. Instant Blink Echo Slam.
That just felt a little not on guard for Gaiman.
Yeah.
I mean, Invoker, he's your front line. He's the scout. You kind of relaxed a bit on the map. Took some defensive position, gave up map control on that smoke to Falcons, but
especially
you didn't really
when
dodge
Roshan could have been up, right?
Yes, this is the biggest window right now. I mean, this is kind of the crux of the game for a lot of these push lines. Like, you're guaranteed to get the first Roche, but the second one is your tool to gain a big enough advantage or go high ground to end the game. Falcons controlling this pit right now. I mean, the last Roche was Radiant side, so you're kind of leaning that it's going to be Radiant again, and it will be here. If you can get down here as Gaiman and set up some Plague Wards, set up some Vision before Falcons react, you're really happy, but they are already making the move.
Go through the gates without a +1 here. Can Game of Gladiators with the pre-setup still be able to win this one? Darachu's taking out the Shadow Demon. Tofu inside Wukong's man is going to die. Ace and Quinn. Quinn with his BKB, pushing forward, seeing if they can chase down Skeeter, and they've got him blocked in. He goes for a TP, it's not going to make it. Falcons, just a very bold move to try and go through the gate like that. Game and Gladiators were very set up for a daytime Roshan, like you said. They're the ones who did it daytime. They probably figure, all right, it's probably going to be daytime. They played to that side of the map, and they are completely rewarded with just a clump from Falcons coming through the gate.
That is the greatest Wukong from a support monkey you're probably ever going to see damage-wise. It did over 7,000 damage there.
Jeez.
Like, what? It's no longer here, but I can assure you, Tofu very happy with his teamfight impact there. That disruption backfired very hard as well.
Oh, did he disrupt the Monkey King?
That is why that sequence went so bad for Falcons, and it kind of forced them to commit a lot of extra spells on the monkey, to commit the Gyro BKB early. If you get that disruption off before Wukong, I think you're okay there, but the fact that it goes off during that duration is what ends up giving 7,000 extra damage to Gaiman going into that fight. And that'll give him the Radiant Roche here. That is a fight that could have gone either way, but I think it was very dependent on which team set up that area first. And Falcons gambled on this Roche spawning top during that brief nighttime interval. Didn't pan out for them, and then they had to make the move. And it's just a little too late with the monkey scouting. So that second Roche does go to Gaiman here. We'll see this play, but yeah, this is just not what you want in this situation at all. I mean, Crit loses half his HP, and then Tofu, he lives for a while here, right? You have to commit another fissure, another totem here from the Shaker, and by then your BKB's half out from Skeeter, he's half HP. That's an easy teamfight cleanup there.
Did you see it got even worse because one of the disruption illusions got tossed instead of the actual Monkey King?
It really hurt him.
So that he survives through the burst long enough that he gets the Greaves from Ace to help him out, so he lives not just a second longer, but like 3 seconds longer. Oh, man.
Slight mishaps in this game really have cost Falcons some big potential in these team fights. And that'll be the Shiva's done for the Veno. So the front line, it's just fully online for Gaiman now. It's going to make it a lot easier to play around these jump initiators, and we just still haven't seen that big Echo Slam come out once. Yeah. Very difficult game for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking, he's like, you know what? The only way I can get around all of this nonsense is just a Shadow Blade, right? Classic Blink Shadow Blade. If you really need the initiation to make sure it goes off, that's your best combination of items in Dota 2 to make it happen.
still, I think that was, I'm not going to say that's the biggest window for Falcons to come back in this game, but that was your window to take advantage of that Invoker low, because now we're going to see this Invoker just start to gear up into this late game, and maybe you could deal with the CK, but this hero is a terrifying force in those 50, 60-minute fights if it goes through it.
Malrine pretty far out here. And he's got BKB TP, but it is nowhere close enough against the Phantasm damage, man.
Overwhelming with Bloodthorn and just the crits coming through.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
I mean, Dyrachyo has had one heck of a game here as both the 1 and 2 for game and both, I mean, combined 19 and 4 or whatever. Just haven't been slowed down on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're gonna siege it again. Now, this did go horribly wrong for them last time, but the Tiny's still dead for 30, so.
Yeah, this time around, Dyrachyo should be safe from any.
You can buy back Malrine here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna set up for, right?
Mega Echo. The
if
banner.
they get the initiation, the right initiation, he might buy back for it. But as we get closer and closer to him being alive through natural means, Team Falcons are just gonna try and stall. Malrine up now. Will Game of Gladiators trying to finish off that building?
Tofu, he has BKB.
Oh, Tofu has a great position, and 3 heroes stunned. Dyrachyo goes straight in for the Shadow Demon, trying to catch him. Not quite good enough. Pops the Phantasm, goes for Malrine. Got a toss on the real one. Into the fountain he goes. Dyrachyo almost burned out. Finally does lose his first life, and somehow Falcons haven't lost anybody off of this one. A Fissure set up, a second life, and he tosses. Malrine doesn't get an opportunity to get in there. Didn't have his blink back up, and Quinn covers them with the tornadoes. So Game of Gladiators not heavily punished until the toss happens. This time on the Invoker, got him underneath the tier 3 with the chain stuns going out. Quinn is dead. Dyrachyo comes back in and try and deal with the Tiny, but they don't have the extra illusions anymore. Much of their damage is gone. Malrine, you know he's going to be looking for more tosses, but Game of Gladiators looks like they're going to be cleaner on the retreat the second go around.
That's just a beautiful catch from Malrine with the TP outside the base. Gaming were not expecting that move. He did it almost blind as well. Just had a good read of where they were running and insta-pops that Invoker. And again, the chain stun's deadly here. You get tossed into the Shaker chain stun. There's nothing really to save you. There's no bailout here from the side of Gaming other than you're tanky enough to survive it.
Yeah.
There's just not tanky enough, so.
Can we, Chen, he's queued it up.
I mean, I told you.
He's queued up a small aura.
I don't know why you were laughing at me.
Cura.
Yeah, the AC is, that's what you're going to here.
Shadow Demon poison spots it.
That was the vision.
Good read from Staking and Malrine together to make that happen.
Quinn, no BKB there, but I think he was gone either way with the link coming through. So another big find off this Tiny toss, the saving grace of this game for Falcons. Showing why this hero has been so contested. Still down 20K, but still does not feel like these team fights are out of the question if they can get the right setup. And double Shadow Blade now. Maybe that is the key to continue to find these openings. That makes these Venom wards a lot less effective. Haste Rune for Malrine, also very strong here to bypass the slows. This is a dangerous go.
Yeah, Malrine was set up for it the entire time, waiting for somebody to show, and it's the perfect person. Dyrachyo tossed back into the link. So all of his damage is being drained away. Is it going to be good enough for them, though? Amar gets burned down without being able to kill Dyrachyo. They can't quite do it. Malrine took so much damage in that AoE that they just get blasted. The Sunstrike, snaking. Moves out of it just in time, despite getting the drain from the get-go on the enemy carry. Falcons could not stand up to that team fight.
The damage is just overwhelming. You're stuck in that Wukong, you're stuck under the Chen auras, and this CK just goes to work. Alacrity is going to back him up in a lot of these exchanges as well. Yeah, that's once again, Tiny, he's gone for 30. It opens up the base here. How much are you willing to give if you're Falcons? Don't even have his buyback this time because he bought out for the Shadow Blade, so you actually just have to take this fight. Without 2 cores?
It's giving him at least 1 lane off of this, but they're probably going to be forced into some sort of last-ditch effort to make sure Megas doesn't happen. Maybe they can stall long enough with the Fishers that they can wait for Malrine to get up, but it's going to be a close call, especially with the Illusions pushing things down. The tier 3 is lost. The final lane of Barracks is exposed. And Game & Gladiators, aware of their advantage that they have, and the upcoming Roshan will spare Falcons the siege for now. They're going to back up, reset, and probably play for Roshan number 3 before they go for the final blow.
Starting to feel like you might need Divine on the gyro here.
Some major damage.
He's going Daedalus, which, I mean, this is a huge damage ramp, but is it enough to win you that fight that can turn this game around? And this monkey, I mean, Tofu has had a
Oh no, they can't
here.
afford any pickoffs. Malrine does have BKB TP. Oh wait, he just let himself get burned out of all of his mana. Well, that's awkward. He will manage to get the blink. Should be fine now. But I mean, I can't believe he just did not pull the trigger on that BKB. He was right to, I guess. Bold move, but I guess you kind of need to save every bit of your resources for that incoming Roshan or that incoming high ground fight. 29,000 net worth lead for Game & Gladiators. Their early game strategy has mostly panned out. A slip up on the initial high ground push, but they still had a second window to be able to hit, it seems.
And their scale is no joke this game either. I don't even think on paper they're in theory getting outscaled if the supports continue to find the farm they're finding right now, because this monkey is as good as a carry. Like, Tofu's going Scotty right now. This Chen's about to have an AC. These supports are about to outright click your gyro at this point. Refresher for Amar is pretty nice here. I mean, this can make up a lot of that gap if you can get a really strong double link, double Eye of the Storm going. But to me, it's still the big question. Are we gonna see an Echo Slam in this game? Can you find an Echo Slam in this game?
Yeah, we legitimately have not seen an Echo Slam that hits a hero. At least more than one.
The fight doesn't last long enough. That's the problem. You can't go in and Echo BKB Chaos Knight. It's not good enough. So the fight needs to last long enough that Gaiman's cores get drawn in deep without BKBs up. You can get 2 or 3 of them, plus some illusions, plus some creeps.
Well, time for that Roshan.
Yeah, support monkey, by the way.
Yeah.
He's not really winning this battle, though.
BKB Eye of Scotty. I mean, that is some insane farm. I mean, that's kind of what you need to do, I guess, if you're like picking up this Veno 3 and a Chen on the same team.
Yeah,
you're gonna want your 4 position to scale out, right?
I agree. It makes sense here. One of the better heroes for doing it, and he's going to get a refresher shard.
And Falcons, they tried to go for a smoke out to the Roshan pit. Don't go there and get there in time, so now they have to play for the next big thing. Next best thing. I mean, which is a high ground ward fight to surprise Game & Gladiators.
I don't think you want to jump this CK anymore. He's just going to walk in.
Yeah,
they don't want to jump him.
They don't want to jump him, but Skater spotted. They're going to have to take the fight into the Chaos Knight. Malrine's going to come in from behind. Managed to get the toss back onto the Invoker. They still get an initiation that might work for them. Wukong's command is in a great position, though, and Tofu is leading into the Amar Razor, and he just can't stand up to it, man. Duraccio now dealing with Skeeter. He doesn't have an out here. The Fishers get thrown down, but just the Bloodthorn's going to burn him out, no problem. Malrine spotted for a second, blinks away, TP's out, Sunstrike spotted, he'll die to the creeps. Not even hero damage needed for that one. 3 dead with a high ground push incoming from Game & Gladiators. That should be it for game 1, as Game & Gladiators, they still got it, man. They still got the strategy that works for you in 2023. You said it's harder to work in 2024, but no less viable.
They're forced the last buybacks out here. I mean, ATF committed everything to bring this Monkey King down, and the Monkey King ended up trading with him, dealing almost as much damage back. really just got outscaled here off that strong early game from Gaimin. Took over so much of the map early. Every Roshan in this game, every barracks in this game. And we finally saw an Echo Slam in that fight. I think it did negative damage.
Yeah, it did not help.
And this is the siege that I think they could have done earlier if they really wanted to, right? Just let all the muck go up front end.
The gunk, and then when somebody steps forward, jump that guy. That's exactly what Duraccio does. Malrine put in a nasty spot, and they will finally call the GG on the side of Falcons. The most successful team so far this season, 0-3 in groups, and Quinn popping off. Oh! That man came into this series with something to say. They went 0-2. They were tilted by their match against Heroic. Falcons have been so dominant. They 3-0'd Gaimin Gladiators in the Dream League finals. Falcons have been talking trash to everybody that they have been beating, including Gaimin Gladiators, and you know one man had a memory for it.
There wasn't any all chat this game, I can tell you that much. Whether it's the stage or the early results, this team is now down 0-3 on day one, potentially going 0-4 here if Gaimin can maintain the momentum. A very tough spot for the favorites to be in early on in this group stage, as maybe struggling to figure out what is going on in these laning phases for them. That is the biggest problem. How do you win these lanes? How do you snowball a bit more? Because you're giving up so much map control. Yeah, there's payoffs down the road. Yeah, there's these dreams of an Echo Slam, of an earlier blink on the Tiny, of a Razor who can get to that refresher, but for the amount you're trading on the map to get there is not worth it right now for Falcons. And yeah, Gaimin Gladiators going back tried and true to their aura-based put strats and looking good with it. A little spice on top with this Quinn Invoker who, I mean, he just had a beautiful game from the get-go. First blood pushed him over the edge of the lane, and then the biggest thing is he shut down the Tiny's momentum. This is a hero we've seen dominating the group phases so far. He was constantly tornado EMPing this Tiny, running out of mana. There was no resources for Malrine to play on the map. Very tough.
Yep, it was a tough game for Falcons, and they're in a bad position for the groups, but Gaimin Gladiators bouncing back after their rough series against Heroic.
Not only the rough series earlier, but also a questionable draft, or so we thought. We weren't sure how this offlane was going to go. The Veno as well as the Monkey King in post 3 and 4 respectively ended up doing quite a lot. Obviously coming out of lanes, a lot of space being created for them by the other cores as well. But yeah, they're the shenanigans that needed to happen to make the success work.
Yeah, I mean, they just cut the wave at level 1, and then after that they went to the big camp and farmed with the new facet on the Veno. It was pretty cool, but you still free farmed on the gyrocopter. The one I was really surprised about was actually the mid lane on how that one went. Quinn did get first blood, and that can like tilt a lot of matchups and how they will go. But I was more surprised that Amar just got nothing and that off lane there as well. So the one lane that I thought was going to be kind of weird was the one with the Venomancer and the Monkey King, but the other two lanes I thought were going to be stable, and they just weren't.
I mean, I think what was so genius about that draft was they did these shenanigans, but it freed up a hero like Monkey King to go top and pick on Amar in a lane that was about even when he got there, but then Amar's game felt crippled from that first Monkey King rotation. And then after that one, they brought the Chen Monkey King back to bottom and dove Skeeter. Then they brought Duraccio to mid and dove I believe it was Crit in the mid lane, so they were just all over the place, and yet even though it was wonky, you could really see it coming together, and you could see like they thought this through.
Yeah, the Monkey King, I didn't realize looking at the draft how important that was for the Veno wave cutting, because like not only
can you hear Fear or was it BSJ talk about the spring?
Absolutely not, I wasn't listening. Right. You can spring the wave, right? That's cool and all, but
wow.
But what I also think is interesting is that as the support that's running after this Veno, who's jungling and farming these creep waves, sure, the Monkey can go mid, he can rotate, but you always have to be worried that he's sitting in the trees and going on you, right? Because one issue with wave cutting on any offlaner is that if they just bring heroes to you and kill you, then you can't wave cut anymore and you feed a kill. But with the Monkey King, he could always be there, but he could also be in the other lanes because he's like the fastest lane rotator in the game right now.
So right now, Quinn tornadoes the creep mid-toss, and we've been talking about how broken this toss is to one-shot the wave, and by tornadoing that creep, he completely negates the toss. So every facet of this draft, like this tiny hero just got absolutely destroyed. And then we're going to see Venomancer from Ace then using the Veno Ward to block Snaking from contesting. So much of this draft was how do we get our offlaner off the ground and then pick on the other lanes and then leave him to do his own thing. And oftentimes Shadow Team's going to take the Wisdom Rune from literally any hero in the game because he just disrupts you. And stuff like this, I'm like, did they really think
they did
all of that?
They definitely did it. And every support that's watching this stream that saw that like feels the pain of a Shadow Demon just slowly trying to hit uphill a Plague Ward. It feels so miserable.
And then just when you're about to get it, another one goes
another
down.
one spawns. Like, come on, like why did you think about this, you freak? I think Fear said like this probably happened to Ace in a pub and he's just like, this is just...
He said somebody. He didn't specifically say a player. He just thinks somebody on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it happened to somebody. They're like, try this. It's so broken. It's so annoying.
It pretty much secures your Wisdom Ring, which is pretty cool, to be honest with you. I mean, I pulled crit in this game. Like, unfortunately, it felt like he just couldn't get a dagger very early on this game. He was like level 4, and we're gonna see a fight. This fight actually ended up going pretty well for them here. They ended up killing him, even though you do have all the heals. I think the duration it took to kill Quinn here is like way too long, right? You're using so many spells.
The chin heal plus the mech that Veno has such an early timing. I think the key here is that they all had their items. Like, see, look at how Gaiman's just all here. Like, they're prepared to 5-man this early on in the game. We already saw Duracho in the previous clip ganking crit in the mid lane. It's like nowhere was safe. We saw there's so many kill duos here. There's just so many. You have the Monkey King +1, the CK +1, you have the Invoker setting up, and then you have like Veno Chen just pushing lanes. And I don't know, it was just overwhelming and it was cool.
I think also having the Veno and the CK together, like you can run around and kill people while also farming the camps and pushing out every wave.
And this is a replay of the previous one.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a different
Ancient
tiny
Centaur
toss.
was there though.
A different, true.
But this was so pivotal that we want to see it again.
Okay, so
Yes,
this is going to be
one.
like the sickest save where he gets tossed, and we're going to see Celery, Tornado,
that was
mid
super
toss
sick,
to cancel the toss. You may say that's accidental, like he could have just been trying to do it before, but part of me really just believes it wasn't.
I feel like it's not accidental, but it's one of those reads where you feel like the toss is coming soon enough.
It's predicted.
Yeah, you're predicting it. And sure, maybe like the toss comes a little bit later and you screw it up, but it's one of those like high probability things.
He blinks in, right? If you preemptively do it on Veno, he has nothing else to follow up. So he's immediately already out of toss range. And the only other thing he can do is toss either a neutral in or a teammate. And then you have the numbers because it's one of their teammates in and 2 of Gaming Gladiators turning on them. So either way, I think the Tornado there is perfect because it negates whatever initiation Falcons want to do.
Yeah, and they did that for pretty much the entire game. Like there was, I mean, the first clip that we saw twice, the Invoker one, was like, sure, Quinn ended up dying, but it's the fact that they kite for so long that the trade goes from looking like it's going to be good to just being terrible. And it's like, yeah, you get the mid, but then you lose 3 heroes instead of 1. It's not a 1-for-1 in a game where you're losing.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Falcons. Couldn't really find their footing for themselves or get anywhere back in towards this game. I do want to, though, head over to Purge because he is out and about, and I actually don't even know what he's up to.
HQ. This is one of the buildings that's on the boulevard here at EWC, and this place was absolutely packed recently when they won their Call of Duty championship just last week during the tournament. It's a great place for meetups, gatherings, and things like that for any of the things that Falcons deem popular, but right now it's not very popular, and that's because almost all the Falcons staff is going to be watching their matches that are going on at the Kadia stage right now. So a little empty right now, a lot of board security guards, but let's get back to the actual game. It's coming up soon.
Hopefully we'll be coming up soon. We do still have a little bit of time, though, to talk about it because now Falcons are not looking good. 3 games played, 3 games lost for them. It's a little bit unfortunate, and now you got to wonder, where's the confidence for them? Gaming Gladiators seemed to have it when they were leaving that stage, but I'm not so sure where their opponents are sitting.
I think it's really easy to compartmentalize that game. Be like, we kind of got cheesed. Quinn got first blood. Maybe we just go next on that one because both those things did happen. Quinn destroyed mid. How much of that was from first blood? How much was it in the offlane just doing the shenanigans with the Monkey King and Venomancer? It's kind of weird.
Well, look, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, though, it's going to be our last game for our final series here at EWC Riyadh Masters.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
welcome back. Falcons up against Gaming Gladiators, the third series of today and our final one. It is only day one of group stage, but it's not off to a great start for either of these teams. Slightly better for Gaming Gladiators, though, because they did win game number one and with a very unorthodox strategy, Jenkins.
Yeah, the strategy was that if you look at the player cams, they're all actually chewing gum. And so clearly the jaw movement, I think, is raising their internal body temperature, which is, I'm going to stop doing this bit right now and say that game was awesome. I don't really care who wins the whole series. I just want to see another awesome game. I love the cheese. I love the tossbacks. Just a game filled with fun stuff. I want to see another one of those between these two.
Did you find it fun, Fia?
The strategy, the tossbacks, I don't know what's fun about that, but that's just...
Yeah, there was a guy in the fountain, Fear.
Yeah, that's not fun.
He
I've been there.
He didn't actually go in it, but he was like,
No, he got hit by the fountain a few times.
Okay.
No, I will say the Venomancer was pretty fun with the Monkey King. I was a bit of a hater at the beginning, but after seeing it, I'm no longer a hater. I think that's a cool and valid strategy. So.
Wow, just one game is all it took.
Cool and valid. That is the most boring way to describe the goofiest strategy.
Well, look, we'll see if we're going to be able to have another Venomancer in our game, as game number 2 draft is happening right now. Venomancer, will it get banned? Or will it get all the way through? Because right now, the bans I'm seeing are exactly the same as game number 1.
I think what was clear from game 1 is that both teams took like what happened earlier today going 0-2 and said, okay, we're going to re-envision how we're going to play this tournament and the approach we're going to take in these drafts, because they just opened up with the Razor last game on Falcons, which they weren't doing earlier, and then Gaimin didn't just do like the opening differently. They just whipped out an entire concocted strategy, which we were all surprised they gave away Tiny in the second round to Falcons, but I feel like they were just, please pick it. They were just baiting it with all these ideas in mind, and they're going to ban the Monkey King themselves, so the fact that they're banning it out after having that strategy, I think they either only have one strategy around it, or they also fear this hero as much when Falcons has first pick.
Yeah, we're seeing more of this Monkey King now. It wasn't winning too much in the play-ins, but going into the group stage, I'm seeing some cool ideas with it. Obviously, being able to put it on multiple positions. This is the first time I see it on position 4. Does similar things, and big shout out to Tofu that last game. Typically, I don't see him scaling super hard with the supports, but he ended up carrying his team on that one and got a lot of just carry items on it. Had like BKB, Scotty, Gleipnir, went for all those hard-hitting items, so that was pretty cool to see.
Yep, I think the Gleipnir, it's Monkey King, it has always been like this, where you can kind of build these like pseudo support items, and then if the game is going well, you can then transition into like actual carry items. Like the Scotty's like straight up a carry item.
Yep.
The BKB is probably the most carry item, actually, I would say. But the Gleipnir is like an 8-toast, so you can kind of be like, guys, I'm still supporting, you know? I went for the 8-toast first. I didn't go for the Maelstrom. But then eventually you're just like straight up a carry if the game is good enough.
I think we're kind of past the day of like support / carry items.
Like some Solar Crest sitting in the trees.
It's like your offlaner has Greaves Pipe and your support has Drums Vlads and stuff like this. Like all these utility items are taken care of. It's like, I think roles are such a fluid concept nowadays. And
true.
With that in mind, like I think that these teams understanding that a Monkey King type hero can be all of these roles in like very different ways. Like sometimes you'll see like a Diffusal, sometimes you'll see the 8-toast, sometimes you'll just see the guy with the Orb of Corrosion and no items. Like at the end of the day, heroes that offer this much in the draft are what teams are generally prioritizing, and we can see just purely strategically, like you don't know where that guy's gonna go, and then you don't know what he's gonna do in the game, and he could build any items to deal with you, so that might just be why he's getting banned.
And it allows for like unique playstyles as well. Like now that I see this game with the last Monkey King that we saw, I think of wave cutters anytime I see the hero, because it's like, okay, well, with the tree jump facet, now he can be everywhere. So if you're a wave cutter, you know the enemy support is worried that if they're running after you, where's the Monkey King at? Because he can get from mid to bot lane in like a couple seconds.
Yeah. I mean, to pivot from the Monkey King, this reminds me of a previous tournament that Falcons was in, where they kept picking Pango first pick and losing every single game. And then we did an AUI interview, and he's like, Pango's OP, right? We're going to keep picking it. They just lost with Tiny. It didn't look good. He looked pretty hard countered, but they still believe in it. They won't let one game deter them from picking it for as long as they think the hero's still Imba, which most people would agree this hero is still Imba, and they're going to pick it up again.
I do think there are a lot of different factors, though, as to why that Tiny didn't have a great game. My biggest one is Mallory at the moment. And this is probably going to sound really harsh, but he's had a really shocking day. I actually haven't seen him win a single lane in both series, right? He's played 3 games. Sure, you might say that's not a large sample size, but it's a whole day of having an off games. You can't really afford to do it when you only have 2 days where you're playing 2 series.
It's a bit unusual for him too, just because like the way that he plays the mid lane usually is that he is very good at like blocking the creep wave and then stacking a camp and then pushing the creep wave and then farming that camp. Like he doesn't really play to out skill or beat people a lot of the time, unless there's some like crazy branch play that he's doing. You know, we have seen that before. But it's more so that he plays to just like optimize his own farm in the lane. He's always going to come out on top because he's very optimal, but he can't be that way if he's getting ganked. He can't be that way if he's getting killed. And if Quinn is just
that's why they call it a bad day, right?
Yeah, sure.
It lasts the whole day.
And we'll see if it lasts the whole day. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, look, he's got one last chance today to turn it around for himself, whether it's going to be on the Tiny, whether they pick up the hero later for himself, we're not really sure, but a stock standard thing that has come up on our screen is the Gyro IO. No real big questions about where that's going to go, I feel.
Wondering if Gaiman's gonna like address it with like a disruptor or a Grimstroke, like something that hard counters this duo conceptually, or if they're just gonna stick to what they're doing. Because last game, Gaiman's entire draft was built around you're gonna pick Tiny and we're gonna counter it. They're obviously not doing that again this time because they had done it from like pick 1. So they're definitely going their own strategy in regards to like this Brewmaster Snap could be a strong lane duo, could be a Snap mid that we're seeing. Don't know if I've really ever seen Quinn play that. He does tend to be a hero specialist, but the question becomes like, how do you secure your lane when you're probably blind picking your 1-5 here? And also make sure you have the IO Gyro answer. Are you going AA? Are you going Disruptor? Are you going Grimstroke?
That's like the biggest debate in Dota for me. Does IO Gyro counter Grimstroke, or does Grimstroke counter IO +1? Because the other side of the argument is, why do 2 units that are tethered together care if they're leashed together?
Yeah,
fair enough.
That is one side of the argument. The other one's like, but they can't leave each other.
They go with a ground stun with Jakiro. That's like a pseudo counter.
Oh,
so they relocate it.
I feel like Jakiro is so underrated in officials right now.
What makes you say that?
It's the double attack speed. It's the wards, and also the
warding.
Yes, and denying as well helps a lot in lane with Jakiro if you go for that.
I agree that I think there's a lot of people that agree with you.
Okay, but you are going to disagree with me. You love to do that, though.
I think that there's a lot of, okay, I'm just going to say, I'm going to be completely honest here. I think there's a lot of edgelords in chat that are like, oh, speak the truth. Praise be unto Natty. I think,
it was actually Jenkins that said that.
Dude, I think it's so bad. I think this is like it's like one of those opinions that people that think like the Matrix sequels are better than the original.
Okay, objectively,
it's like an edgy opinion that is like objective. It's an edgy opinion.
What are you saying right now?
Okay, let me finish. It's an edgy opinion that is objectively bad.
You're objectively bad.
Jakiro's win rate, it's so bad.
Objectively speaking, Jakiro can kill wards in one right click.
I'm sick of the people going for Gleipnir Jakiro in my pubs. They're so useless.
Okay, well maybe that's your pubs and not official.
This is where the trauma comes out.
Yeah.
The win rate is so low.
Let's mute his mic.
So low on this.
The Brood. Last time Gaming Gladiators picked it up earlier today, it was in the carry position. I feel like that's not going to be any different, as we already have a Brewmaster in that draft.
Yeah, they're going for the universal draft right now. They're going for the right-click Brood, the right-click Snap, the Radiance, Brewmaster. The Slardar is an interesting pick because it does offer a secondary setup on the map for the relocate, not just being the Tiny, who could be support, could be mid, but also once you get the Shard on Slardar, you one-shot the Spiders. So you don't necessarily like deal with Brood once she hits level 6, but
you eventually
in lane, you're pretty good against her.
In a way.
Later on, I think in lane you are.
Yeah. I mean, the lane's good, and then I think the big thing against Brood is having vision.
Yeah,
Brood,
that's what I was
right?
going to say. Yeah.
So like if you can just see where he's at, then relocate in. I think Quinn might pull this all together unless he's the Tiny, which Tiny kind of works too. You just have vision of the Brood. A Storm or something would be ideal, but I don't know if you can get away with Tiny Slaughter lane.
You throw the tree at the spiders and they all die. That's.
Well, I mean, yes, but I feel like just having the vision of the Brood and being able to jump.
Yeah,
the
no,
Brood
I totally agree. Like
he's expanding on your point.
If you look at Dota buff, the top win rate heroes versus the Brood are not actually spider killers. It's heroes that get vision of Brood. It's Bounty Hunter. It's Slardar. So I completely agree. She has this like, haha, I'm walking over trees and cliffs and you can't find me. Like these heroes, they don't care. Especially Bounty, because you can actually scout him in invis. But Slardar, you eventually get a blink dagger. It's impossible to run away from him because of his sprint. So you can kind of lock onto the Brood. So this is a really tough Brood game, honestly.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the Diracho special right now. Like, I like the CK he picked last game. It was still kind of a hard CK game, but he made it work. But it feels like he's either picking this Clinks or this Brood. He has like a flavor of the month type of thing.
That was the exact comparison I made. I was like, we're just going to see Brood over and over again in this group stage. Mark my words for Gaming Gladiator.
And it's either really good and they win everything, or they just can't find success on the hero. So I'm not entirely sure. Last time I saw his Brood, he lost, which was earlier today. And then previous tournaments, I remember seeing him pick a lot of Brood. It wasn't really working out, but it seems they still believe in it. Looks like a hard game for it, but we'll see.
I think we're getting the Quinn Storm. You're mentioning for Falcons, maybe a Storm could close out their draft, but I think a Storm for Quinn right now would be balling, literally.
Yeah, nice one, Ryan.
Thank you.
That was your only thing you wanted to add on?
Yeah, just
that he made a great joke?
Right, it was a good joke.
Yeah.
9 out of 10 in terms of Brian standards.
Thank you.
What about a Necrophos? Counter the Tiny mid? That's all it
How
does.
does that counter Tiny mid?
What do you mean, how does that counter
I
Tiny
feel
mid?
like now,
Crazy?
like, Tiny just one-shots the wave, and like he's like, okay, yeah, I lost my lane to you, but I taught you
That's
back
true.
later.
I feel like Necro's
That's a good point.
really
You
underwhelming.
come so quickly to him.
Well, no, because it's a good point. New information was presented, and he's correct. But it's Quinn.
Very mature of you.
Man. Well, thank you. It's Quinn. He wants to play
I can
Necro.
be a Sand King. No, I'm just joking.
Sand King, no.
There's only a couple heroes I've seen released. Shadow Fiend is very good versus Tiny mid.
I'm surprised, given your opinion on Jakiro, you don't think Sand King is good, because that's also a terrible hero.
I think Sand King's terrible.
That edgy people think is really good.
I'm not edgy, brother.
You're okay. All right. Relax.
So you relax.
Storm into Tiny though. I feel like Tiny was like an old counter to Storm and just even better now.
I guess like the Pango in theory is nice, but
Is there ever a
Heroes
bad
is not
Pango
winning.
game?
So, and I feel like there's a reason he's not winning.
What is it?
I
just felt underwhelming.
I can tell you the reason.
What's the reason?
Yeah, people are going Diffusal old Pango build again.
Who's doing that?
Everybody that was going for this Echo Saber thing. And also people are playing it offlane. Like that's driving the win rate down. The offlane win rate is terrible on it. This mid Echo Saber, like universal hero, you get in there, you're tanky, you right click people and then you use the ult with Basher, Abyssal Blade. I like that.
Do you think he's going to win his lane? Like, Malreen's been struggling a little bit today. How do we feel about Tiny versus Pango?
This is like a trade.
I think maybe a
matchup,
trade because it's you have the double jump facet, which pushes the lane.
He
And
can
then
toss you out of it though, right? If he's good.
True, but
difficult but possible.
It's a little it's a little hard if you do it in the creep wave. I feel like you can pretty easily maneuver that.
And you can negate like a lot of the damage. If the toss is mid-air, you can like jump into him and take less damage from that. So this matchup used to be very Tiny favored. Now I see a lot of Pango players pick into the Tiny, and I think it's a lot of what Brian had to say. The build has changed. You go for Treads, you go for Echo Saber. You're not that squishy hero that just gets bursted very easily anymore.
Let's talk about the Dark Willow a little bit. I know you wanted to talk about that mid matchup, but we didn't get a chance yet to talk about Dark Willow. What facet is she gonna go? How do we feel about her in
Brambles?
Yeah, the one with extra brambles around.
The Bramble facet is insane.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know if you had an edgelord opinion, you know?
No, that's usually you that has the edgelord opinions, but the Dark Willow, I remember when the C patch came out and they made it so you can't bedlam on allies, everybody was like, this hero's dead. Yeah. And then the win rate went up for whatever reason.
Wow.
It did not go up. It was just still above 50%.
It was still very good, and it was like became one of the most picked position fours, her and Hoodwink.
I feel like this type of game is where that nerf's going to hit hard, though, because like Slardar would have used that perfectly, Tiny would have used that perfectly, and when you're against like Jakiro, Pango, Peru, you're never going in yourself. So
yeah, I don't know. You say that, but Crit is one of the few players that does buy Blink Dagger on that hero.
Okay.
And likes to get in there with Yules.
Alrighty, any quick last opinions that you guys want to put out on how this is going to play out?
I think Falcon's got this one. I don't like the Pango.
All right, you don't like the Pango at all. We'll see, though, if it's going to be able to be the strong one for Gaming Gladiators. We're going to see it in the mid game. But for right now, let's head into game number 2. Then on over to our casters, Cap and SVG.
It's right. Crit likes going in with the Dark Willow so much that he actually opted for the facet that everybody has ignored since the release of facets. He took Throwing Shade, which you're probably thinking, what even is that? Well, you got the one that gives you the extra brambles. This one is the one that allows her to be able to do extra damage when you are close up to somebody when you are Shadow Realm. So, you know, Crit just saying that, like, yeah, you can't use the Bedlam anymore the same way you used to be able to, but there are still ways to be able to play Dark Willow, and maybe those ways are utilizing the other facet and just getting in there with maybe a Blink Dagger.
Is Dyrachyo already going to die?
Dyrachyo is on the run, but I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's going to gate.
He's going to.
What is happening?
I don't know.
It's about to rebut your facet.
Oh, the entire team is up the high ground. They have jumped onto Skater, and it looks like Game of Gladiators are going to be gifted with a first blood once again. Dyrachyo outmaneuvers Falcons, and they end up stumbling into a 4-man high ground gank from Game of Gladiators, getting the first blood. Dyrachyo, are we sticking around here? Is he just going to leave one of his webs behind for the... we're seeing this nowadays. This is what all the broodmothers are doing. They take the necrotic webs and they leave at least one web in one of the other lanes, just to have that passive effect of that 15% enemy regen reduction.
Which is super nice versus an IO lane.
Oh, yeah.
IO is all about the passive regen just building up and winning you that lane. So another very nice start for a game. They get the first blood on Quinn yet again for the second game in a row. They get a little extra lane shenanigans, and they also get that Obs D-Ward. So a lot of XP advantage going straight in these lanes before the game starts. I think the runes got split as well, so they're very happy with how these lanes are starting once again, and that's going to be their MO once more. Like, they like this Brood carry for what it does in the laning phase and how fast it can pick up the damage ramp. It can start fighting very early in the game. You can just plow through the objectives again. It's another fighting carry for Dyrachyo that they like to play around. But I will say, for me, it's been a little hit or miss. Like, some games it's looked really good, you run the game over. In some games, it's just fallen really flat. If you die once or twice in those team fights, it doesn't feel like you can get to the ultra late where maybe the hero can shine again.
Yeah.
And IO Gyro is definitely, it's a lot of power. This is still a combination that's going to scale really nicely, a combination that can fight even when the Gyro just has, you know, the Ags, Crystallis, or whatever. So you also have Slaughter Amp on top of that. It's not necessarily the easiest game for Dyrachyo to take super early skirmishes or something like that and come in and be like, oh, I'm going to come in and poke a support down, join a casual fight. You get amped, you get run down, you're just gone. And that's going to kill a lot of your momentum. So the fact Quinn got a good start here, a good sign for them, and maybe looking towards this Pango to really control the early fights where and when they happen and how they happen for Gaiman as they try and build another early lead.
And we'll see. We heard the panel also talking about how this matchup goes down between the Tiny and Pango and how that's changed. And First Blood will obviously sway things even further into the camp of the Pango. Celery, he's going to get bashed up here, and it looks like Amar and Crit will be able to get the kill. Dyrachyo could still battle it out. Both these heroes are pretty low, but maybe he can't take the 1v2. With no incapacitating bind, he's just going to chill. And they'll just have to accept the loss of their support. Any sort of Slardar melee versus melee matchup is going to be, I think, a bit rough. And Amar is obviously going to be one of the better players, one of the better offlaners in this tournament, take advantage of advantageous offlane versus carry matchups. It's kind of what he's known for. Snaking going to get run down at the top lane. So both side lanes trading out their supports at this point as aggression comes out from the off lane to get these kills.
That's a nice kill. The lane pushing in and you get the kill. He's super happy about where his equilibrium is. Gonna get the levels into the tower. The regen's gonna fly out. He'll get boosted back up to full here.
No threat of the support getting any pulls while the lane is pushed in or anything like that. So
That lane's going nice for Game. I'm surprised that Falcons were able to find that kill on Celery down here, because this is a tough early lane for Amar. He's going up against attack speed slows in the Jakiro and the mischance from the incapacitating bite, plus some regen reduction. It's a lot of early spell power for the Slardar to fight through and get the bashes in. We saw him waiting out that attack speed slow earlier. Ace very low, flak hits.
Not quite enough damage. Tofu using the cookie, can't quite finish off Skeeter. But both the off-lane duo from Game of Gladiators back off and pop their healing salve. Do you still like Jakiro's, being picked up here and there? And everybody keeps on going this Liquid Frost, so not fully focused on the attack speed slow Skeeter. Ace wants to be able to commit for that kill, but it's dangerous against the Gyrocopter with all that extra movement speed and damage that he gets with the heals coming out from the IO. That healing salve left up the entire time allows Skeeter to stay alive. Well played by Snaking Skeeter.
I mean, Afterburner plus Tether move speed.
Yeah.
That's why his combo's just so insane. And get isolated on that side. First, the barrage. You are not out trading that.
No, you're
this
not.
is a deep dive.
Getting traded out, though. Quinn gets a kill on Maureen while staying completely full HP. I mean, he is dominating this matchup now. 30-7.
Yeah, this is a clinic right now. There's no other way to describe it. The CS is one thing, but he's like 1,200 ahead on the net worth after that kill. The first blood contributed to that as well. So Quinn has absolutely just run away with this lane. This is a problem for Falcons. This is another game where the Pango can kind of control the Tiny's momentum, particularly with power runes or rotations or the early fights. And you have this kind of lead. I mean, every metric is going his way right now, and he's going to continue to escalate. This is not a player you want to give this kind of early start to, because, in my opinion, this is his strength as a player. It is the snowball effect, right? He starts to build a lead off the lane, and then he wants to take over the map with that advantage. So dangerous situation Falcons find them in, as Quinn is off to an insane start here. Can either continue to try and abuse that 1v1 or maybe look for the rotation, see if he gets the power rune here as well. 6 minutes coming out, and it will be invisible for the Pangolier. Probably not what he was hoping for, but
yeah, not really a great power rune to use early on.
You get that surprise rolling thunder,
Yeah, maybe.
I still wouldn't be surprised to see him rotate to one of these side lanes, though, and instant TP, yeah.
Yeah, they're a little bit far forward at this top lane, and Tofu was cutting in from the side.
He canceled.
So they thought they had an opportunity, but they recognized, or maybe it was Falcons who stopped it. Either way, a rotation doesn't come through, and it probably wouldn't have resulted in much. Falcons are already backpedaling pretty quickly.
He's gonna maybe make that move top again, though. It's gonna get scouted by the ward. Kind of an awkward situation for Quinn. I think if he makes that TP 10 seconds earlier, it works based on where the lane was, but they were just naturally gonna back anyway. And now the obs comes out mid from crit, so any further Pango movement's gonna get scouted. This might just kill some of the early rotation power until maybe 8 or 10 minute power rune. But still, he's not too sad because he's just out farming this tiny mid.
Yeah. He's not too sad, but it would have been a huge boon to Ace.
Yes.
Yeah, he really wants to be able to get to that level 6, and he is quite shy from that right now.
Because this is the hardest lane in the game right now. Ace has really struggled. And we saw it the earlier trade, but he just can't stand the firepower and the extra regen.
Missing out. Can't hit the cookie stun. The Rolling Thunder is coming a long ways away.
Invisible ball.
He will eventually catch up here to slow down some of these heroes. And Falcons have given up this. They are not going to try and TP rotate despite the, pretty long projected time there before the ball actually hits. They just say, we're not going to fight into this Pango. They give up Skeeter, and that's a kill worth over 500 gold for Game of Gladiators. Tofu going to use this bit of space to go through the gate and try and help out the safe lane now for Dyrachyo, as he is also very close to level 6. I would say both these side laners, the fast level 6 could result in a very different outcome.
And just more wards going down to try and scout this Pango's movement, because I think Falcons know how strong he is on the map right now. You're not killing the Pango with the early treads build up and all these power runes. So if you can get another Arcane Rolling Thunder here, that is what Gaming are looking for to really blow this game open. And if you're Falcons, like you said, you don't want to overextend so you feel like you have to rotate into this Pango where your heroes just don't fight him that well. You'd love to have an amp here. It's not online yet as they're going to try and chase him down.
It might run out of damage. Meanwhile, he's doing a little loop-de-loop around his tower. A blood grenade ticking down on Duraccio, but he's okay. Had enough stick charges, baited in the 2 offlaners from Falcons into his support rotation of Tofu and Celery. They come in, clean up both of them.
As Brood's just so tanky with the mischance, man. This is what I was saying. This lane for Slardar is not fun at all, particularly when you don't have that amp up. You're trying to fight through bite. You're trying to fight through the extra regen here, the attack speed slows. Just miserable situation for ATF and Quinn. I mean, yeah, he doesn't rotate bottom, but he takes half your tier 1.
Yeah, he says, okay, you're going to lay out all these wards and do all this scouting for me and stop my rotations, then that's fine. I will just continue to dominate the mid lane.
It's another early game that there's some problems on the map right now for Falcons, though that top lane went very well for them. This IO Gyro is powered up. So if they can use Skeeter's levels, ult already online for this Gyro, and keep him alive and fight through him, they're going to be happy. But that's the big question. Can you find those sorts of engagements? Can you dodge this Pangolier? They're going to do a nice job dodging the smoke gank, looking for their own move. This would be a beautiful sequence for them if they can land the connection on the Brood. Half HP, under half HP for Duraccio.
Oh, it's going to be perfect! They run right into him, not even requiring much past Skeeter and Stakey. Just the hit from Maureen was going to be enough, but you're right. Get a bunch of spider kills as well, so there's nothing Duraccio can farm while he's dead, and Game of Gladiators come through the portal.
I mean, this is as good as it gets for Falcons. You get the rotation, kill the enemy carry, dodge the gank on your carry, and get the 10-minute power rune, which is a DD. Super good sequence for them. Just read that play.
If they don't get caught by this play.
You don't get caught.
Duraccio looks to slow him down. The Rolling Thunder behind it. Staking going for the relocate out. And he'll get there.
Oh, he almost got bumped out of that.
He was close.
Watch the range there.
Now, Skeeter is going to TP out to the tower. They're going to see if they can get the tether to get him away. But he's going to come back into an ice path. Probably be bursted. As Swashbuckle, easily lets him bunch back up.
Hey, mid-tower. Tiny just takes it for free.
Oh, wow.
No contest here. I mean, another move, that amp damage rune doing some work. I don't think Falcons are too sad about that. I think they'll happily trade the king for a tower. Get a bunch more rotations out to this bottom lane as well. And again, Ace's game, you're giving him some recovery, but his game was really slow. Perhaps the slowest of everybody's. He went and earned here. Not going to be some ultra fast Radiance rush. So he's going to look to fight with this Urn. Probably Vessel build up to deal with some of the healing. But then you have to find him the charges, so you're going to have to get this Brew active at some point early in this game. Everything signals Gaimin want to fight very early here.
Echo Saber almost done for Quinn. See if that gets delayed at all. If they have the damage, caught him inside the bramble, and they caught him midway through his double jump there. He's going to try and get the Rolling Thunder, and it looks like he just has too much HP. This is the problem with the Pango right now. He didn't even get off the extra shield, and he was still tanking enough to survive because he's got 1,500 HP off of the Treads build.
I mean, that is the Dark Willow change. You have old bets on true. He's absolutely gone.
Big pickup on Amar, though. A lot expended for it, but Macropyre and Mortimer kisses, but we want to make sure that Amar doesn't get to keep farming. Game of Gladiators, certainly in this series, it seems like they're putting in significant effort to make sure Amar doesn't get too many minutes to free farm at a time. You know, feels like every 3 or 4 minutes they do a quick Amar check. Ice Path does land. Stopping the TP away from Crit underneath the Shadow Realm, and with this kind of rotation, they should be able to even out that mid tower. But Falcons are hitting bottom lane. They could TP to defend on the side of Game of Gladiators. See that most of their TPs were available.
Blink arrives for the Tiny. You'd really like to smoke him right now. Just not in position on the map, missing some resources as well. And Duraccio able to hold this bottom tower on his own while you claim that tier 1 mid. You get earn charges for the Brew, a TP cancel on the Willow, so now Crit has to walk out from base. A very, very slow period here for Falcons, as really only the IO Gyro are finding what they want.
If Gaming Gladiators is fast enough here, 14-minute Wisdom Rune is coming up.
Oh, they want to fight for this bottom tier 1 because the Brood's pushing it in right now.
Yep.
But he's going to get jumped first.
Oh, and he gets tossed straight into the rocket barrage from Skeeter. Once again, Mallory proving to be extremely adept at finding these toss-back initiations. It's been the one saving grace for Falcons this series.
Yeah, easily a fight that could have gone the other way if Gaming were there a little faster.
Tofu, really good save there with the cookie, stopping another toss back. A relocate attempted by Snake, but Quinn swerves in the way of the drive-by save from Snake King. Stops that relocate out, but they're not strong enough to actually take the fight into Malrine, it seems, so at least not yet. Ace is thinking about popping his ultimate, though, and they're going to take this full-on fight. A cookie goes out, hitting onto Amar, with the Pango putting himself in the front lines. Look at Crit going in for the kill, though. Managed to get the kill on Jakiro. Now going to try and clean up Tofu as well, but gets shot down while the cores chase down the rest of Falcons. It looks like Skeeter's going to go for a desperate TP away, but it is desperate because it will never happen. The damage way too much from Gaming Gladiators, and a stun was available from Ace. A 1-for-4 exchange.
I mean, that Brule got massacred, but it didn't matter. It gave enough time for the Pango to come back in the fight. And all of a sudden, you get another shield crash off, another swashbuckle. The Brood starting to power up, and the cores from Gaming able to turn that around. They committed a lot on that Tiny at the start, but they still had a lot left in the tank. These Echo hits, I just feel like Amar can't find his impact in this game.
Yeah.
There's so many annoying spells for the starter to deal with. It's just not there. If that reload goes off, maybe it's a very different story, but your Tiny's caught in an awkward position. You don't know if you want to commit. Tether gets broken. You have to wait for another one. You still don't have the IO mech. Everything is just a little too slow here for Falcons.
I think this combination of, one, you're fighting in a game of gladiators, and probably one of their fortes, right? The 10 to 15 minute window where they're exceptionally good at taking a lead from the laning phase and then taking over the game. That's their MO all the time. And you're fighting into the mid Pango, who is strongest right in this period of time.
Oh, you cannot let him get away here.
Trying to go up for a pickoff. Now they're not going to let him get away. They do manage to finally catch and corral him, but it does get them a tower as well. So not too bad, actually, for Falcons. Heavy rotation, but a kill, a tower, and a relocate back to another position on the map.
Trying to get this Slardar blink up. Would help their playmaking a lot. As the mech arrives, but the Vessel can't heal through it here.
Absolutely fearless. They know how powerful this Pangolier is. Diving into tier 2s like it's no thing, and Mortimer's Kiss is on top of it. Will deliver the damage to finish off the Gyrocopter, and now go in for more of an advantage. Another swashbuckle hit on Malrine, bringing him quite low. Ace goes in a bit deep, though, and Amar's going to go for the punish. The shot's coming in onto the crit Dark Willow. He'll die. Ace managed to get off his ultimate, so Amar couldn't finish off that kill. Again, Amar struggling to find his place in these fights that are happening in a position where Falcons, you would think you'd be able to take a fight under your tier 2, surely, but it's still not enough.
I mean, the IO going down first just kills you there, because all of your sustain, a lot of the extra firepower for the gyro, and the Vessel, you didn't even get the mech off here, didn't want to use it into the anti-healing. It's just already a bad start for Falcons, and Tofu he's putting in work these fights. I mean, this is a great Kisses. He already has Atos up. This Snapfire 7-1, by the way, absolutely unstoppable. As the ult came up towards the end, but I don't think Ace was going down anyway.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, with this miss percentage chance against the Slardar, it's tough for the Slardar to deliver the.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like,
blow.
All these little things, Amar just can't get something done.
Yep.
You can't hit the Brew mischance, can't hit the Brew mischance, can't hit the Jakiro attack speed slow, can't hit the Pango because, I mean, it's a Pango, he's just rolling through you.
Yeah.
You don't even see the Snapfire. I mean, who are you supposed to go on?
Now he's got a Blink Dagger, so now maybe he can go for those backline heroes that it seems like it's the only heroes that he can maybe have a chance at killing is the supports on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, you want to find the Snap and Jakiro. Take their spells out of the fight would really help your IO Gyro and your Tiny going in. Also, just got to keep looking for these tossbacks. I mean, that feels like the only thing that's been working for him this series.
Oh, hit him on the relocate in. Quinn stopping a bit of the initiation, and now they just have to push to one side here. They're gonna go for, Crit's already dead. Amar is forced to blink backwards here. Falcons, in an attempt of a sandwich, find themselves that one wing or the other is not strong enough to collapse onto Game & Gladiators. Game & Gladiators and their team fights just seems to be overwhelming at this point in time. Falcons have no chance at taking it. Again, the backup of the Kisses just ensures that the aggression of the Pango will pay off.
And Falcons are getting sucked into these fights. They're not applying pressure on the side lanes, don't feel like they can get it out fast enough. That is a route you can go with the IO gyro pair. Just play more of the split push game, try and force Gaimin to split the ball, and then maybe find a pickoff with your 2 blink stunners. But if you're gonna take these fights with everybody on the reload in and then lose them and then lose objectives, this game is going to get out of control for Gaimin very fast.
Crowd getting into it. You're gonna hear a lot of Falcons chants throughout this tournament, I'm sure, but it has not improved their position in the groups, as it has gotten worse and worse over time. It could be at the very worst the end of this game. 7,000 net worth lead for Game & Gladiators. More pickoffs as Snake King's gonna get run down. Quinn is godlike. You saw the way he popped off after game 1. You know that that man feeds off of the hate that he gets from other players and the crowd, and having a crowd cheer for Team Falcons, I'm sure, only motivates him more to pop off when needed.
I mean, this man might already be thinking about what he's going to do after this game right now, the way he's cruising. Because they're going to be building some auras up here. And again, this is a lineup that can take an early Roshan and go high ground early based off the pipe on the brew. This is a lot of HP to fight through for a Falcons lineup that has decent single target burst damage, but not a lot of sustained team fight. There's a lot of spider gold. 100 spiders on this tiny. Is that accurate? I guess it is. Well, smoke from Falcons. Try and get some initiation off these blinks. Or maybe bait somebody out. But the bait is not going to work here because Gaimin have a bigger prey in their mind.
Yeah, they're not looking for the little fish of Falcons. They're looking for the big old whale that's in the bottom right part of the map. They're going to take Roshan, take the Aegis.
A great comeback fight if you can get here in time on the side of Falcons.
If they can get here in time, and they're close.
Very,
they're
very
almost
close.
there in time. The Barbara just win. He might be able to intercept it, but no, the Aegis picked up in time, and the Rolling Thunder goes off. Now, they've already killed the big team fighter in the Brewmaster, but they are also fighting into a Rolling Thunder, so they have to be cautious. And
nice
that
exit.
caution results in everybody else from Game & Gladiators being able to TP out.
That was a very clean exit from Gaimin. Recognizing Brewmaster's gone instantly, just not a fight we want to take, maybe a one we need to take. And that was a very close jump from Maureen. He almost got an Aegis snatch there. Would have been huge for this game.
Radiant's top tower is
I think he hesitated outside that pit just a little, maybe half a second. That's all it took. And now this Brood will get to his BKB here. So you're gonna have 2 lives on the Pangolier who's gonna frontline for you, a pipe on the Brewmaster and a BKB on this Brood. No easy targets to fight into anymore.
It feels like a bit of deja vu, where Falcons are gonna be left against a fighting force that is far superior just through net worth and items, that they're going to have to go for the pickoffs. I think Maureen is gonna have to step up again and give them multiple opportunities where they're able to isolate one person and kill him.
Just gotta split the map. Again, you can do it with the IO gyro. It's not impossible. And we've seen, you know, this core of going back to Tundra. They know how to play these side lanes with things like the Naga Siren, right? We know Skeeter knows how to control the waves at a position where you can set those pickoffs up. This is definitely a situation where we're gonna have to pull out those skills and prolong this game because the push is gonna come. And you need to get the most out of the map when this 5-man happens from gaming as we're seeing here, so that you stall this high ground, get something, and then when you take the fight, you can make that comeback. If you're gaming, do not give them the easy tossbacks that you did in that game 1. That's how this high ground can go bad for you. Toss back with the chain stun.
Where is Duraccio?
He's not getting tossed this time.
Don't let him get tossed. Instead, it's going to be Ace. Is Ace tanking enough to survive? With the Bedlam, they don't have the stuns. He easily gets off his ultimate, and it's Maureen's life who was sacrificed. Game and Gladiators, they took that game one, that little bit of a speed bump, they learned from it. They got better at executing their strategy. Quinn might lose his Aegis, though, diving into tier 4s like that. Not quite. The heals come through, and he's okay. Rolling Thunder was used. Duracio's looking to clean up these buildings. A buyback from Maureen. Game of Gladiators. They're gonna get caught here. Amar goes in, trying to stop the kisses. Maureen teeping into a nasty situation. They need to save the Terrorize, but it's not good enough. Duracio got off his BKB and got a dieback claim onto Maureen.
Lane gone in. Do they even have to stop here? Yeah, you're missing the Brew ult. Yeah, you're missing your Brood BKB, but no Tiny for 60.
A crush on 3. Damage behind it from the flat cannon. It's enough to kill the Jakiro, but can they finish off the rest of the cores? Ace trying to back away. Bango still fighting it out. Looks like this is actually turning around, man. That damage from the flat cannon shots, and now Quinn's gonna come back in trying to swashbuckle away, but Yule's into a blink stun soon from Amar. Will set up Skeeter to clean up more. A triple kill. Game and Gladiators completely overextending and staying in the enemy base for far too long.
6,000 damage out from Skeeter. He is the damage on this lineup. The barrages and getting the Slardar amps, but huge crushes from ATF there. Really solidifying that second lane push. I was questioning how strong you are there. With no Brewmaster ulti, with no Brew BKB, can you take a prolonged engagement there? Because that's what really wins you this first fight on the first lane of Rats. Like, yeah, you go on the Brewmaster. I don't think that's the target you want as Falcons, because I don't think you're ever killing him without chaining the stun on into a Terrorize or something. You would much prefer one of the other targets and then being able to re-engage. It cost Maureen his life twice here, but a huge 3-man crush out of Amar, and he's amping everybody off with that shard.
Yeah, exactly.
Have to respect it.
Shard
Found the Brood again.
Time where they picked off Duracio.
This game
huge momentum all of a sudden. Seller's just gonna run down so easily with an amp damage on a Skeeter. He doesn't need the Corrosive Haze to do big damage anymore. All of a sudden, they're going to take a tier 2? How much more can they take in this 30 seconds?
I mean, where was the discipline on the map from Gaiman in the last 5 minutes here? Overexcited. Pushed it too far, not waiting for the timings, not waiting for the ults, and now giving up another bad Brood death, just running down mid lane. Falcons are suddenly the ones hitting the base. And this Gyro, he is the big bad man on the map right now. And this is not the hero you wanted to let power up for Falcons, because their whole lineup is designed around buffing this Gyro.
Yep.
You have IL Gyro, you have the Slardar amp, you have Tiny Toss to bring heroes in close. Quick smoke from Gaiman, it gets scanned out here. Even this is not gonna land for them, as they have given up almost 10k gold lead here in the last 5 minutes.
I mean, just a massive difference. Game of Gladiators off of a choice to try and go a second lane of Barracks without Brewmaster Ultimate and some other spells extended. They lose that fight, then lose a follow-up engagement.
And Daedalus.
And a full-out Daedalus. He was thinking about Satanic, but he completes the big damage items. This jump in, if he can hit these kind of Corrosive Hazes, that Daedalus is going to demolish. Amar does manage to get away from the gank attempt here from Game of Gladiators. That could have opened up the high ground.
A massive item for Falcons. When you have this Corrosive Haze, as you're saying, I mean, this is not a normal Daedalus. You have attack speed to back it up. You have stuns to back it up. You have minus armor to back it up.
And they don't really have that much armor. Celery does have Guardian Greaves, but you know, they don't have a whole lot of other things to be able to cover that Corrosive Haze plus heavy physical damage.
I mean, it's the evasion in the Brew and the Brood Mother, and it's the attack speed slows when the BKB are out.
Well,
that's your best way to deal with the damage.
Is Duracio going to be able to hit the Gyrocopter and put that mischance on him? I guess it's all up to the initiation, which they find on Maureen. Maureen forced to use BKB. Terrorize does manage to stop Tofu on the side there. Crit tries to push forward and go for that kill on the support. It looks like they might be able to do so while Maureen's still trying to get away from Dyrachyo. Good Glimmer Cape to be able to save him. Meanwhile, Celery, he's going to burn out inside of his own macro pyre. So does Crit under the Mortimer's kisses. Now Ace, right in the middle of all this one. Skeeter's actually quite low. He doesn't have the Satanic. The Daedalus, the focus on damage may prove to be fatal as he has no recovery here. And the chip damage away from Dyrachyo. Snake King needs to bail him out. And Snake King might have just done that. He saved Maureen. Now we get Skeeter out of there, both of them with a Glimmer Cape. Skeeter tries to heal up a little bit, but hitting those neutrals was not the choice. They had to be able to get out of sight of Gaming Gladiators. The chase extends. Another Glimmer Cape. Where's the detection? Where's the AoE damage? They're missing all their AoE spells, but he'll finally tick out from the urn. Snake King now tries to get himself out of there with a tether, but he's going to be left behind as Amar blinks back. It eventually works for Gaming Gladiators, but it extended a lot longer than it should have, thanks to Snake King's Glimmer Capes.
I don't know if that's the right decision, though, in hindsight. I don't think you can abandon this Gyro in the fight.
No.
Like, the second he's alone there, game and turn on him does not have the sustain to back up the Daedalus damage there, and that team fight was just super desynchronized for Falcons. They split the focus. The Slardar was not amping up the targets that the Gyro was going on, and that's the biggest deal there for Gaiman, as their cores just get to run around and have a free-for-all.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, right? The entire lineup is built to build up Gyrocopter.
Yes, you have to stay around him and go on the targets that Skeeter wants to go on here.
Gotta maintain that focus. Can't lose sight of your way to win fights. And unfortunately, Maureen getting caught in the river there. Snake King maybe dropped the ball a little bit, panicking, trying to save another ally.
You reload him out and you play the fight slower. It's the fact you save the Tiny and then you go in with the Gyro is the disconnect. Have to play as a unit here. 3 BKBs are up now for the side of
going
Falcons.
back for a power room, but they intercept him. Can they blow him up in time? Half HP with the relocate coming in from Skeeter. They've got the big kill on the Bandolier. Dyrachyo's on top of Snake King, but look at the damage out from this Gyrocopter. This time around it's looking okay, but Dyrachyo's outright stealing the damage as they manage to get the stuns with the BKB worn thin. It means Skeeter is susceptible to all the disables that Gaming Gladiators have to bring to bear, and they will bring more to chase down Amar as Amar pops his BKB, makes a run for the river, a crush TP out, the damage, it's not good enough. So a trade-off of the Pango for the Gyrocopter. Gaming Gladiators can't be too sad about that one.
The damage from the Brood is starting to stack up, man, and that should give enough time for Dyrachyo to finish Butterfly, which is a huge item in this game because you're nowhere close to piercing that evasion between the Elven Tunic, the Bite, and the Butterfly. Good luck man fighting this guy. You need to land those crit hits in between the evasion. And that is going to be difficult for the Gyro. They got a buyback out of the IO as well. The initial go, once again, the initial go from Falcons, very good, but overcommitting or maybe just stuck in a river position you can't get out of with Ice Paths, Rolling Thunder.
A Butterfly now complete, level 20, just around the corner for Dyrachyo for an extra boost in attack speed. And one thing to know is, like, part of this Broodmother nowadays, a big part of, Broodmother coming in and being more of this right-click killer is the Shard, right? The longer the team fight goes, oftentimes it will play to the advantage of the Broodmother because you're getting so much extra percent-based damage off of your Shard. 4% every second that you've progressed since popping your Insatiable Hunger. It adds up, man, and you saw it add up. Initially, Dyrachyo's lifesteal was not keeping up. And then, a few seconds later, all of a sudden, he's evening out the Gyrocopter's damage. And then he's overwhelming the Gyrocopter's damage with just raw lifesteal.
You have to kill him at the start. If he gets to play the fight on the last half of that Shard, you're losing 1 or 2 heroes to it alone. So you're either jumping the Brood, which he has Aegis now, not easy. You can maybe look for the toss back in the base defense, but I think the Pango is the right target. It's just you have to be very disciplined about it. And Gaiman have been pretty good at covering each other, not giving clear openings. Yeah, maybe you lose a hero on that initial go, but you make Falcons pay the big price.
Yeah.
Crimson now up for ace as well, so
yeah, I was gonna say, his Crimson and plate mail on the Pango.
Are they burst him?
Adds a lot of tankiness. Is he gonna get up? No. couldn't get off the ultimate, and he does get bursted down. Now, they'll take some supports for it. It looks like maybe just Kratos Snaking was able to get a Force Staff and Glimmer Cape out of it.
For another toss.
Trying to go for it. Oh, Force Staff got him away. Maureen has to pop his BKB in defense. He almost got the +1 there.
Absolutely huge if he could have gotten anybody off that, especially the Brood, since the hunger was wearing out. Still not a bad base defense for Falcons as this toss continues to cause them problems. You got the BKB out of the Brood, you got the big Brewmaster. I'm surprised that they were able to chain stun him as well as they were.
Three minutes left on the Aegis. Quinn is reasonably close to AC. I think you may want to complete that. I mean, it's just such a boost to your entire team.
I mean, you're not going to go high ground without Brood Mother, BKB, and your Brewmaster. That seems a little too ambitious here.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They may have a bit of a poke. Dyrachyo himself actually goes for it and gets tossed back. Now, Amanta is going to be able to allow him to disjoint some of this, and maybe he's going to go for it. A pull back in, get a Force Staff, pull him away, and actually groups up the heroes perfectly for a crush and a terrorize. They've got the control. They're clumped up like this perfectly for Falcons and take full advantage. An Ice Path a little bit off the mark as Amar is able to slip it away to the side with no Pango. Dyrachyo now has to retreat, but you know that's when Maureen is looking to strike with the Brambles hitting on multiple heroes. He's thinking about it, but he leaves them be.
The crit is decimating them in these high ground defenses. These cursed crowns, the terrorized chain stunning, he's giving them so much control to play around where you don't want to pop that BKB off that initial cursed crown or something like that. But the second it goes off, you're just stuck in these brambles, stuck in the terrorize. Quinn goes down without doing anything in that fight.
Yeah.
You got to remember, that was your Aegis push.
Quinn getting into that fight in the position he ended up in, maybe not the best, but the overall big picture of like, do you really need to approach that high ground that early? You had plenty of time left on the Aegis. You could have finished up that AC, still had a solid minute and a half window where you have an Aegis. It feels like Game of Gladiators a second time in this series where, a second time in this game even, where they have tried to push it too hard too quickly.
I think their cores are capable of taking that fight where they get tossed in. Like we've seen, you toss Dyrachyo and he's not going to die instantly. He has too much evasion right now. That won't last forever, but I feel as though Gaming are trying to take advantage of the fact their cores are so strong right now, which may not always be true in this game. If you can get to something like MKB plus Satanic on Skeeter, which I say if you can get there, he already has MKB and he almost has Satanic on this Gyro. Yeah, that would be a big turning point in this game.
He also has the level 20 talent.
Big one.
Big +3 flat cannon attacks, which those attacks are worth their weight in gold when you have this minus armor.
Or you cannot give a good toss target.
Smoke's gonna break. They got the toss back onto Ace. Once again, they try and burst down the Brewmaster. This time around, can they do it? They've got him. Without that, they trade out Amar though. Offlaner for offlaner. What happened? Skater just dies without getting off much of anything there. Gets blown up, hit by a Rolling Thunder, chain stun down. Dyrachyo did full damage. What? Was that a too early BKB pop? I mean, what happened?
The Brood just ate him alive, man. He dealt like almost 2,000 damage in a second within 4 quick hits. He had that shard powering up. He has almost 600 damage when that thing's fully loaded.
Oh yeah, it's intense. You're gonna see him put that damage straight into Maureen. It's like the Tiny doesn't even have bonus armor. Incapacitating bite wears out for Amar's benefit. He forced Ass back in to hit a crush. Skeeter trying to take advantage of this one while the incapacitating bite is on cooldown. They do manage to kill Dyrachyo. Once again, Game Gladiators feeling like they're so strong they could just jam it. You didn't see him? Oh, he's hidden away in the trees. Oh, Amar. That would have been such a great cherry on top off of a successful defense. It cost them multiple buybacks. It was a heavy, heavy cost, but a kill on the Pango might have made them feel so much better about it.
I mean, when that Brood doesn't have BKB, you can deal with him through your control, through your stuns. So once more, Gaiman, they give some big core kills to Falcons, but they make them pay with the buybacks. And there is no Roche to claim here, so not a bad time to do that exchange if you want to force it. Biggest question for Falcons now is, can you get to this Gyro Satan? Feels like you need it at this. I don't even know if it'll save him, honestly, the way the Brood's damage is coming out, but that's your best hope. You do have the Feather for some extra evasion here. You can maybe go back to that, as Dyrachyo doesn't have any Pierce. Solar Crest and Greaves would also help a lot on Snake King, but, you know, his game has been rough here.
I mean, at this point, you Falcons are going to have to start treating this bite as insatiable hunger, rather, as just as an ultimate.
Yeah, you got to kite it out.
You just got to fully kite it out.
The problem is they haven't been able to disengage. We can see them trying to get the initial pick with the tiny toss and then reset. Just can't get out. They're rolling from the Pango, random things like the Ice Path. You're getting hit by kisses. There's too much to disengage from. I mean, you can just take the pick, insta BKB TP out, but like there's a basher on the Brood. These things aren't guaranteed. And that's not really winning you this game.
Yeah. It almost feels like you gotta get that jump from Malrine. And the Gyrocopter takes advantage of the pick. They get that kill, and then relocate the Gyrocopter out once the Brood Mother goes for the Gyro with that insatiable hunger.
There is a pathway there. You also have this high ground ward you're playing on.
Vision may just be just what Falcons need, but they can't keep that vision.
Satanic done.
Going up there. Satanic is done. Skeeter.
Gotta keep him alive.
Can he frontline for it now? Can he create a better opening for Falcons to be able to play with?
See the Brood.
They do manage to jump the Brood Mother.
That's an early
BKB out of him. Now Dyrachyo has to commit. He just needs to be able to go for the kill on Amar, but it's giving Skeeter an open line in the back line. He's just getting out full flat cannon shots. Malrine went through BKB TP out though, and it's leaving Skeeter entirely alone as he gets tossed up in the air. Snaking has to tether away to the side. What about the help for Skeeter? Malrine comes back in off his TP away, gets a toss forward, not quite good enough. Skeeter with his BKB is killed the Gyrocopter. Look at the tree, got him. The tree finishes him off, and the flat cannon shots will demolish the rest. Falcons kited out beautifully. Skeeter will now clean up the rest of Game & Gladiators, no problem. Once the Brood is gone, the Gyrocopter is the king of the fight.
What a team fight, honestly. The kiting there was absolutely perfect. And 15,000 damage almost from Skeeter here. He gets to hold his BKB for so long, that fight gets to hold Satanic for so long, because so much of the focus is on the Tiny and the Slardar. And I go back to the early BKB on the Brood there. That felt like exactly what they want out of this entire exchange. Get some of the spells out of Dyrachyo early, kite him around. Another beautiful Curse Crown into more Brambles, into bashing him on top of a cliff. I mean, somewhere Arteezy's watching and I'm sure he's proud. But ultimately the flak hits coming through get the job done, as you ran out of gas. Played your cards too early here, and Falcons, we saw the BKB TP out from the Tiny, he's able to re-engage. We saw the IO tether out, he's able to re-engage. The Relo, you can re-engage. Stalls this fight out long enough that you can take the backside of it with Skeeter. You're gonna bleed a little tier 4 damage, but that's a Rax, that's another team fight win, and that is a net worth lead in this game. Level 25 now for the Gyro, another Flatkin talent. Reload for Roche.
Relocate straight to Roshan. Amar
very efficient.
Check out the pit, and they'll do it very, very quickly.
They're gonna contest this.
AC for Amar. Contest, kisses coming in.
You gotta grab everything, get out.
See if they can get everything and still manage to keep it away. Jump forward from Celery, throwing out the Ice Path, hoping he can stop, but he hears Skeeter's gonna be left behind. A BKB Satanic to try and keep him up if he could live long enough, especially with a second life.
There's a
but he's gonna get bashed up. So the second life, can anybody in Falcons get here to be able to bail him out?
They're not close.
Oh no. He tried to do too much of this one. He jumps in from Amar. Skeeter's actually full up off of the Satanic, but can he keep this going? Dyrachyo turns back in, quickly kills the IO. Now turns back in with the Suns coming in. A big avalanche hit. A Terrorize on top of that one. Dyrachyo, can he get bailed out of this one? Keelan, he's trying to keep the stuns. He's getting them close, and Skeeter finally does go down. Ace got off the ultimate, and now the team fight's all over. The Gyrocopter is dead, and Falcons, they'll try and just go for whatever kills they can before they fall, but that is a Gyrocopter dead for 2 minutes. A Slar Vardar dead for 2 minutes, and a GG called out from Falcons. Just when you thought they might be able to turn around the game, it all gets thrown away in a bad Roche fight.
What a crazy sequence there, but absolutely the right call to contest from Gaiman, as they had massive buyback advantage on that fight regardless near a Radiant outpost. So they had a lot more reinforcements to bring in there. That refresher shard from the third Roche almost bailed Skeeter out of that fight with a second BKB, second Satanic, who was trying to slot all of it in. But it is not enough as the Brood powers up. You have to refocus Dyrachyo there, and that gives enough breathing room for Gaiman to commit in the fight with the other cores. Some crazy team fights there from Falcons, showing a lot of resilience there, and I mean, kudos to the supports. They played those fights extremely well for how far down they were on that net worth chart, but ultimately Gaiman, what was impressive to me in this series is we know this team can snowball the early game really fast. We know they can build an advantage really fast. We've seen them get Roshans, we've seen them go high ground early, but this year we haven't seen them make those comebacks from when they lose that advantage and have to regain it. And this series we saw that twice. They lost a net worth lead in this game.
Yep.
And still ended up closing it out. So that is a very good sign for them as they progress this tournament, and a rough start for Falcons on day one, 0-4.
Who could have seen that coming, man? The team that is the most favored coming into this tournament, but alongside Team Spirit, right? The two names that everybody's saying, like, these are going to be the guys who are going to be in the grand finals. One of them in Falcons starts off 0-4. Does the curse continue, Avery, where the team that does the best in the regular season just cannot maintain that dominance going into the final season? We're gonna have to wait to see, because now it's time to head to Tsunami on stage with a winner's interview with Dyrachyo.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Dyrachyo of Gaiman Gladiators, who is summoning the energy. Thank you, because I know it's been a long day for you, and that was a long game for you. And now it's over though, but it was a dangerous finish. There was a couple of high grounds that you guys may have fumbled it on.
I agree. This is intense game. Like first game and second game are really intense, and it's really to lose your focus on the correct things what you have to do. And I kinda lose it, maybe because I'm tired. Maybe I'm also things are happening really quick. I died and I died again and I died again, and what the fuck is going on? And what should we do? And I kinda call a lot to fight and I run in a lot, but I shouldn't do this because I can easily die. And if I'm not doing this and they go in, for example, any other hero in the team, you can see what happens. This Jari just died in 2 seconds, right? And that's what we should do, but my brain is kind of stopped working, and it became a really risky game for us at the end.
But you were able to regain the focus, though, so that's a step up, because I guess you're referring it to your earlier series against Heroic. Was that kind of where it was harder to maintain focus?
No, we just played bad this game. We just play awful.
But at least in both these series, you've been running Broodmother. And one of my favorite things about you as a player is the adventures of you learning a new hero. Because I know a year ago, I remember your adventures learning Morphling at the Bali Major. And so now it seems like you've been taking up Broodmother. What's your thoughts on the hero?
I think Bruce is a bit easier than Morphling. This is the strong laner for sure, better than Morphling. And you just know how to farm and how to don't feed. And since you reach your timings, you are Giga Chat and you can kill everyone. And for example, this game we played pretty well. We kind of expect them to go Slardar. That's why we picked Jakiro and we ran lane really well. And then we kind of start giving them some free kills when we shouldn't. Me, for example, Bomb, I could escape, but I ran into Bramble. I think I should just play more safely. And I don't know, this hero is just fun to play. He's really strong on all stages of the games, and yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see you enjoying yourself. Congratulations on the win, Dyrachyo. Best of luck moving forward, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Tsunami. Look, I can't blame him. Sometimes it does get late in the day and your brain just kind of switches off when you're playing Dota, but my analyst brain's actually never turned on in the first place, but hopefully they can for this.
I have a piece of analysis. I think that the crowd chanting Falcons against Gaiman when they're winning is what powers that powered Gaiman on.
I know it is for Quinn, for sure.
For Quinn, he said that when he's playing against Liquid, he kept 3-0ing them because the crowd would cheer for Liquid. Don't cheer for Gaiman and then they'll lose. That's how you beat gaming as a crowd.
Can you give me a percentage of how much it increases Falcons' power and how much it increases Gaiman's?
I think it probably decreases Falcons' power, if I'm honest.
I see.
Look, it's rough. I'm sure it's not too enjoyable to hear that, Chan, especially after going 0-4 today. So it's a tough one for Falcons. This game, though, was just messy from start to finish, is how I'm going to say it. Both of the teams really struggling in how they either wanted to make a comeback or close out the game for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like Gaiman, it was their series to lose both games. I feel like they set the tempo. I feel like their draft, the only reason that I think this draft was slower than the first one was because Dyrachyo said it himself. He kind of died in some uncharacteristic ways. I liked hearing his input on we thought they were going to pick this, so he picked this, and they picked it anyway. I think Amar is now showing a little bit of what we used to say was a problem, which is this hero limitation. And if he's picking a hero that they purposely countered ahead of time, and that's why his lane's not going as well as it did before, that's actually alarming to me that he's getting picked on like that.
It's funny because I feel like we've seen Amar's hero pool actually expand quite a lot, not only over the last year, but at least over the last, I want to say 6 months. You know, he added Legion Commander, he's got Brood in there as well. I know there's a lot more that are more situational, but it is much bigger than it's ever been, and now it's becoming a problem, even though it's become bigger.
It's got to be smaller.
Oh, so you're saying actually it should just go down back to like 4?
I mean, he tried. He bought out the Razor, didn't really work, didn't look very good.
That's just a bad hero. Razor's too bad.
Yeah, but you know what isn't bad? Our MVP and the hero that he was playing. It was Pango.
Really good hero here.
Yeah, BSG really believed not only in the Pango, but also just exactly what Quinn was going to be able to do. This is for the whole series. I know we're seeing the stats right now for Pango, but we believe Quinn to be the MVP throughout the whole series. It felt like he was making so much space from the roaming Invoker in game number 1, and then obviously this Pango in game number 2.
I mean, I want to make some comments on this one because, like, Quinn last year here in Riyadh, I feel like he had one of his worst tournaments. Like, he was looking pretty bad, losing lanes, and it was very uncharacteristic, but he's coming back this year with a vengeance. Like, he got a solo kill on Malrine this game with Pango versus Tiny. I feel like that probably shouldn't happen. And game number 1, he also crushed Malrine. Malrine's like one of the up-and-coming players, very strong mid laner, top 10 in Europe. I feel like that shouldn't be happening, but it is happening. Quinn is on his game right now. Maybe Malrine is having an off day, as we did mention, but either way, Quinn on the Pango was extraordinary.
Felt like he was definitely the one, along with Tofu, putting in a lot of effort in this game number 2, trying to position themselves, make the team fights go in their favor, even when they were getting initiated on.
Yeah, they were very close for me in terms of who was the MVP. Tofu was, it seemed like they were just desperately trying to keep themselves in the game, and Dyrachyo was trying to make sure that they were going to be out of the game very quickly on the Broodmother. But you know what the funny thing is, like, that's, Brian, I think you said it, that is what Gaiman looks like when they're at their peak. Dyrachyo's like kind of dying randomly. Was it you that said that?
It was me, actually.
Okay, so I picked the
person you didn't
You're looking at me, I'm like,
no,
one of you people said it. I don't know. I wasn't listening, but you know that is the way that they play. It's like Quinn popping off mid, getting solo kills, 7-0, something like that. Tofu kind of subtly having a very good game, and you only notice
and a lot of farm.
And a lot of farm. And you notice at like 30 minutes, like, oh, Tofu's like 9-0.
Mm-hmm. He got ignored a lot in those team fights as well for game number 2.
He did, yeah, he did.
He almost always got a full channeled Snapfire
on like an important hero too. Like,
yes,
you would kill Snake King on the Eye or something, or kill the Slardar and like a chain stun or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like Tofu and Celery have always been super utility heavy supports, so I really like to see that he's evolved to the 4 position that we were more so seeing with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires, the Monkey King in game 1. I think Tofu put on quite the performance this series as well.
Yeah. So he's our honorable mention, but MVP still going towards Quinn. Anything else you wanted to add for that one, Fia?
+1.
Great, great.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's why I didn't think you were the one that made the point originally, by the way.
Because it was more than 3 words?
It was more than 3 words, yeah.
Well, let's keep moving on. Hopefully we have our group standings ready pretty soon so that we can see exactly what has happened. There's been a lot going on. Whilst it's only been 3 series on each stream, it has been 4 streams going on. So Group A, this is what we can see afterwards. Heroic and Team Spirit tied up their 3 wins for themselves, 1 loss. LGD, OG, Aurora, and Blacklist sitting right there in the middle grounds. as well as Gaming Gladiators. And the one team no one would have expected to be reading out at number 8 is Team Falcons, 0-4, with a really rough tape for themselves. Over in Group B, though, they only had one best of 2 series happen, so there's not going to be too much changing up in their standings. Entity, BB Team, Tundra, and then Team Liquid, XG, WBG getting 1-1 each, and then Mouse, Beast Coast, and PSG Quest.
Some of the play-ins teams looking pretty solid in those groups. That's always interesting to see.
Doesn't that always happen though? Like these good teams, they get a lot of practice.
Yeah.
Going against these teams that are cold and they look good. It's always going to happen.
There's also the argument that the straight to groups teams are seeded from their performance in the season, and these teams like Heroic have had time to develop also like coming up to this tournament. So maybe they were just already worthy of being that straight to group team, but they just couldn't prove it in the season when they were experiencing their growth.
I think it's also the aspect of getting to know the patch a bit more. Like, how many officials have we had on this patch? There was only one tournament prior.
That's
that
true.
Was on.
It's a big patch.
It was a massive patch. So not only do they have more of those games under their belt, but I remember back in TI11 when we had the Last Chance.
Yeah.
And then those 2 teams ended up to be 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, that was legendary.
So I really have a lot of expectations for the Plains teams. I think they should be too overlooked.
Agreed. +1.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Stealing my lines.
I'm super happy with that half of the battle, as you can see. Well, let's look at our Kadia play of the day with an S. There's multiple. All of our analysts have chosen a different one each. I believe this one was yours, Fia.
Yeah, this one was amazing. You see the illusion there. He's hiding in the trees, and then, then Wind Ranger's there. The stolen black hole was used, and debated, right? So the big play there was the fact that Wind Ranger was just sitting in the tree line, so it would pop the smoke, so you thought that illusion was real.
That was pretty good. Didn't get to catch that one. The next one, I think, is yours, BSJ. That one was from this series.
This was one of those like nerdy plays that I'm just super hyped about, where we're going to see a toss attempt coming out from Malrine, and Celery is going to use the Wildkin Tornado to cancel it midair. And it was like late enough in the toss that it just looked deliberate. And I feel like I learned more mechanics about toss in that first game, about like tornadoing the toss from Invoker, and then that tornado as well, that they just had a really good idea of how to beat a hero.
Tornadoes
pretty much every game.
Yeah.
Tornadoes are apparently good against Raw.
So tornado stocks up, toss stocks down.
Yes, that's what we learned there.
And then our third and final play of the day as well is Jenkins, and in true Jenkins fashion,
got something good for us, huh?
Yeah, it's
that's right.
fantastic.
This one is also from this series.
Game 1?
Yeah, this is game 1. As you can see, Malrine at the top of the camera here, he's getting chased down. This was a very good fight for Gaming Gladiators. Tries to juke a little bit here. Tofu jumps into the river, and then Malrine says, okay, I'm going to run this way. But little does he know the neutral creeps are playing for neither team. Steals the kill. So it's really not good for either team. And the rule of the law of the land here is the house always wins. The house always wins. There's a third team in Dota 2, and that's called the Neutral Creeps.
It's called Valve.
With Roshan and Gabe Newell as the leader of the team.
He's the coach.
And they always win because they made the game. Here, I wasn't finished explaining the clip. Can we replay the clip again on this stream?
Yeah, I ruined his whole speech.
Can we
there.
replay
Can you take it back from the top? We'll edit out the other take.
We'll just edit it out and post.
All right, you aren't done talking about it though? There was a little bit more about
Here, I think had something to say about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, house always wins.
+1 on that one. BSJ,
I was just going to say, I can't believe how often that happens in Dota, where the heroes do 98% of the heroes' health and damage, and then the creep's just like, boink.
To be fair, I feel like it was a 50-50. The neutral creep was doing a give and take. they stunned Malrine and played for them.
That was 50% of them.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's what I'm saying. So 50% griefed Falcons, and then the other 50% was griefed Gaming Gladiators by taking the last hit.
That was impressive.
Truly neutral.
Truly neutral,
50-50.
but gave and take.
Yeah, I'm glad that clip's the one we talked the most about is the meme clip. Can we play back one more time here? We'll roll it back.
All right. The only reason why we were talking about it so much is not only were you doing an amazing job as an analyst, but it's because I wanted to make sure that we had our schedule for tomorrow ready. So PSG Quest versus Liquid is going to be our first one on this stream. Do you guys remember any of the others?
Nope. I do now.
Yeah, that's it. This is going to be our A-stream schedule. The second one is going to be Gaming Gladiators up against Spirit. We'll see if there's going to be more domination coming out of Gaming Gladiators. Maybe they've gotten the ball rolling for themselves, or maybe it's going to be Team Spirit just really asserting that dominance for themselves. The B-stream is going to be those ones on your screen. We're moving really fast through this one. If you see a game that sticks out, guys, please say something.
I just want to talk about Spirit. I heard from Effie that she's heard the word on the street that Collapse is considered currently the best player among the players. They're like, yeah, this guy, he's currently at a peak. And I love when it's a Collapse patch. Like, this guy is the most fun person to watch, one of the most fun people to watch in Dota ever, on one of the most legendary teams, if not the most legendary team ever.
He's changed his playstyle up.
That's what I was thinking, exactly the same thing.
Yeah, instead of taking the Magnus and bringing you to the team, he's just going to you now with the Primal Beast. So it's an interesting playstyle. He added a new hero to his repertoire, which is nice to see, because normally you see, oh, there's no Mars, there's no Magnus batch. Collapse is going to be a little bit quiet, but this Primal looks like a signature for him to...
Yeah, I think it's not only like the way that these heroes enter the fight, but it's also the items he's going. You used to see just like the Blink, Ether Lens, Refresher Mag, and playing around the Ags or the Ag Shard, and now you're seeing a Mana Boots, Greaves, Pipe, Primal Beast. So I think it just speaks heaps and bounds of players when they're like evolving throughout their career, of being able to say, I can do multiple things for my team, and just that's how they become this type of caliber of team when it matters the most at this time of year.
Look, there's going to be evolution for players throughout their career, but also throughout this tournament. There's still many more days to happen here at EWC Riyadh Masters. We're only in day number 1 of groups, day 5 overall, and there's many more to come. But unfortunately, we're going to end out our day right now. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2 of group stage.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.